Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 1001, A Battle Between Two Beauties Part LL. The very moment after Berenger had announced the beginning of her fight, Tlexicli had pounced on her rival like a jaguar. In a matter of seconds, the experienced warrior had tied up with her opponent before the woman could even react. However, it was at this moment that Tlexicli realized the disadvantages of the oil which smeared the two naked beauties' bodies. She could barely secure a grip as her fingers slipped across the Korjan's smooth skin. Before the Turco-Mongol beauty could take advantage of this fact, Tlexicli fell to one knee and secured a double-leg takedown where she lifted Korjan into the air before slamming her on the mat. The veteran Mongol warrior took the fall well and immediately tried to reverse her position. However, as she tried to turtle up, Tlexicli got her hooks in and spread the woman out face down across the mat. A vicious glare formed on Korjan's face as she realized she had vastly overestimated her chances against her Amazonian opponent. Tlexicli had proven her strength and agility with a single takedown. However, rather than work for a submission, the Aztec princess decided to play with her prey like the beast whose hide she wore into battle. With one arm wrapped around her opponent's neck and her weight pressing down on the woman from behind, Tlexicli used this time to blow into Korjan's ear, an act which flustered the Turco-Mongol princess beyond belief. When Berenger went to fetch the oil, he also grabbed hold of a camera, knowing that whatever was about to happen would be something that needed to be recorded. Since the moment this fight began, he had been recording it on his camcorder. As such, he filmed with his entire focus as Korjan's pretty face grew as red as an apple, all while she squirmed beneath the weight of the larger woman who lay on top of her. As if to humiliate her opponent or to stimulate herself, Tlexicli moved lower on her rival's body, securing one hand on Korjan's left breast while the other wrapped itself around the Mongol prince's hairy snatch. In surprise at this sudden assault, Korjan used all her strength to squirm out of the awkward position and into guard. However, all this did was aid Tlexicli in her perverse acts. Now being trapped between her rival's legs, the Aztec princess ground her lower lips against Korjan's while stuffing her face into the woman's moderately sized breasts. Upon realizing that Tlexicli was no longer concerned about obtaining a submission and instead wanted to dominate her with an entirely different method, Korjan began to panic. However, no matter how she tried to get out from underneath her opponent, the Aztec princess continued to have her way. Even Berenger was stunned when he realized what Tlexicli had planned for her opponent, but he did not interfere. After all, this footage was worth its weight in gold and could easily be used to blackmail Korjan in the future should she step out of line. As for the Turco-Mongol princess, she struggled with all her might to get out from underneath Tlexicli. However, Mongolian folk wrestling was not known for its ground game, and having served her time beneath Berenger on the mat, Tlexicli was now an experienced grappler both on the feet and on the ground. With this knowledge and experience, the Aztec princess was easily able to manipulate her prey, which she did by grabbing double underhooks on the woman's meaty thighs before using them as a means to apply a proper pressure pass. Immediately after gaining side control, Tlexicli passed into the mount by sliding one of her legs over Korjan's belly. Now that she was on top, the Aztec beauty did not intend to let her victim go. While placing one hand on Korjan's throat in an attempt to pin her to the ground, Tlexicli leaned back and dug the fingers of her free hand into her rival's tight twat. Korjan immediately responded with a gasp of shock as well as a request to end the fight. "No, stop. I yield. I yield." Despite her verbal submission, Berenger did not interfere and allowed Tlexicli to continue her assault of the Turco-Mongol princess. The more she played with Korjan's nether regions, the more the woman moaned in pleasure despite resisting against her opponent with all her strength. In a desperate gamble to get out of Tlexicli's control, Korjan bucked her hips, which managed to send Tlexicli forward and onto her face, where she wrapped her opponent up into a mounted triangle. However, the Aztec princess did not apply pressure to the choke and instead sat on the woman's face in a secure position, forcing her hairy muff onto her rival's lips where she berated her with commands. "Lick it. Submit to me and I promise I will let you go when I am done with you." The thought of pleasuring another woman had never entered Korjan's mind before, but after finding herself in this unresolvable situation, she felt she had no choice but to do so. Without the slightest bit of skill, the Turco-Mongol princess licked away at her Aztec counterpart's puffy lower lips. All the while, Tlexicli ground her hips against her victim's pretty face. Berenger was no cameraman by any stretch of the imagination, but he had managed to make the most use of his camcorder as he recorded the assault from the best possible angles. Caught in a submission hold with no way out, Corrigan licked away at Tlexicla's wet pussy as if her life depended on it. After several minutes of this, Tlexicla squirted all over her victim's face before releasing her chokehold. While Tlexicla was panting for breath after her intense climax, Corrigan had sat up and wiped off her face with a nearby towel. She was thoroughly enraged by the humiliation she had just suffered and desired vengeance. With her opponent panting in exhaustion, she decided now was the time to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Corrigan grabbed hold of Tlexicla's waist and forced her into a scissor hold where she mindlessly ground her hips against the woman who had just seconds before utterly humiliated her, all while shouting what little obscenities she knew from the German language. "You fucking bitch! How do you humiliate me in such a manner? It's time to teach you a lesson." Though Tlexicla was already stimulated from her previous session with the Turkomongol princess, she did not resist. Instead, she took her punishment straight on, biting her lower lip in pleasure as she did so. Berenger recorded the continuing saga with his mouth agape. He had no idea that when Tlexicla dragged him into this fight as a witness that it would result in such fierce lesbian sex. Now that he thought about it, this might literally be the first pornographic film in the history of the world. So he made sure to film the ongoing sex scene to the best of his ability. Before long, Tlexicla was squirting again, yet Corrigan did not relent in her assault as she continued to grind her hips with fierce intensity. The two women continued to scissor for another 30 minutes, and it was only after Tlexicla had climaxed a total of 3 times did Corrigan stop. Tlexicla had practically passed out from the pleasure she had endured up until this moment, and just when Berenger was about to end the recording, Corrigan's abrupt action stopped him. After suffering what she could only consider to be the ultimate humiliation by the Aztec princess, Corrigan refused to halt her revenge until she could get equal, which she managed to do so by squatting over Tlexicla's face and giving the woman a golden shower. Perhaps if the Mongolian beauty was aware that she was being recorded, she might not have stooped so low, but it was only after her bladder was fully released all over Tlexicla's pretty face that Corrigan considered the two of them equal in shame. Berenger was utterly dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed, but there was a proud expression on Corrigan's flawless face as if she had just avenged the greatest humiliation with an even greater one. It was only after she had completed her vengeance that Corrigan realized Berenger was still in the room and that he was holding onto a peculiar device. With the twitching of her brow, she pointed towards the camera Berenger was holding and questioned the man about its function. "What is that which you are holding?" Berenger immediately shut off the recording and smiled awkwardly. There was no way he was ever going to inform the woman that her greatest shame had been recorded on film, or that Berenger would hold on to the tape as if it were a sacred treasure. Thus, he immediately pulled the first bullshit he could think of out of his hat as he misled the Turkomongol princess about his actions. "This? It's just a machine that gauges your temperature. I feared that the two of you would become overheated after such fierce stimulation. Do you perhaps want some water?" Corrigan was naturally suspicious of the man and his camera, but ultimately she had decided to say nothing. Instead, she quickly got dressed in her clothes before walking out of the room without saying a word, leaving the victorious Tlexicla in a pleasure-filled daze. Chapter 1002, The Completion of the Neuschwaben Canal. While Berenger was solidifying his hold over the Indian subcontinent and Itami was preparing for an outright invasion of the northern Philippines, a great effort was being undertaken on the borders of the Aztec Empire. In the territory once known as Panama during Berengar's past life, an army of slaves toiled away in an attempt to dig through the rough terrain. Why, you might ask? Because the German Empire had planned to build a massive canal through this area. Well over a year had passed since Berenger first approved the monumental undertaking, and during this time, the combined efforts of the German Empire's finest engineers, along with the Aztec Empire's horde of slaves, had produced positive results. Soon enough, perhaps even today, the last vestige of land blocking the way from the Atlantic to the Pacific would be obliterated. Under the watchful eye of German and Aztec soldiers, tens of thousands of slaves dug away while the German construction crews blasted and cleared the earth with machines and explosives. Currently, the land just south of this canal was owned and colonized by the German Empire. The Germans had spread rapidly throughout Adelheim over the past decade, and in doing so laid claim to all the lands known previously as Grand Columbia in Berengar's past life. At the moment, Governor Emmerich von Lotziang was overseeing the construction of the Panama Canal. After serving as the Austrian Navy's first Grand Admiral, he had retired to become the governor of New Swabia. In doing so, he had led the expansion and development of the German colonies south of the Aztec Empire. The current wealth and stability in the region was a direct result of the policies that Emmerich had put in place. Perhaps because he still had the Kaiser's trust, he had been granted the privilege of watching over this massive project. Something he paid close attention to but rarely took direct control over unless it was completely necessary. Standing by the man's side was a German engineer who had a set of large blueprints in one hand. With a satisfied grin on the man's face, he reported his findings to the governor. "Governor von Lotziang, I have good news. The construction of the canal is nearly finished. All we need to do is blast away one last bit of rock and we will finally have achieved our goal. Now is the time to withdraw the equipment from the area as well as any personnel, because once this wall comes down, the canal will be flooded." Emmerich gazed upon the progress that was made in nearly 2 years' time and nodded his head with a wide grin on his face. The results of his efforts and that of every man involved were clear as day. From this day forward, the Reich would have a much easier time establishing a foothold on the western coasts of the New World and the lands that lie beyond. Excellent. Inform the men to withdraw their equipment from the canal. Once everyone and every piece of machinery is accounted for, we will blow the dam and in doing so, finish our job. I will arrange for a feast to be prepared back in New Swabia for all of our men once this is over. Upon hearing this, the engineer was much happier than he was just moments before. Though they had used an extensive amount of slave labor in this canal's construction, it was still a significant effort on the part of the German construction crews to oversee and manage the project. Thus, he was happy to be rewarded for his efforts now that the canal was about to finish its construction. With a nod of his head, he departed from Emmerich's side and informed the men of their orders. Within the hour, all equipment had been retrieved and all men, both free and slave, had been accounted for. After which, Emmerich gave the command to detonate the barriers which kept the oceans at bay. A loud blast erupted into the jungle as two fiery explosions occurred. In doing so, the walls crumbled into tiny bits before being washed away by the ocean's tide. Having witnessed this in its full glory, an excited smile appeared on the man's face as he hollered out in joy. Yes. For years, Emmerich had fought to establish a foothold on the other side of New Swabia, and though he had achieved some results, trade between the main colony and its satellite cities had become difficult to manage. With the construction of this canal, that was no longer an issue as goods could freely flow through the region via shipping. This was not just a monumental occasion for the Reich and its military ambitions, but for the colony of New Swabia as well. As the ocean's waves crashed through the canal and built a proper path, Emmerich turned to his nearest radio operator and gave him a command. Send a message to the main colony with the intent of being relayed back to the fatherland. The construction of the Neuschwaben Canal is now complete. The Kaiser is free to send his ships through. Overwhelming applause could be heard in the background as the radio operator relayed this message to the proper department. Soon enough, word would reach Berengar's ear about this news, and he could not be happier. Berenger stood in the middle of his gym while dressed in nothing but his veiled tudo shorts. Standing across from him in a basic wrestling stance was the princess of the Golden Horde, who was dressed in a similar fashion. Since she had thoroughly defeated by her Aztec rival, Corrigan had been spending as much time as she could in the gym, learning the ways of grappling from the German Kaiser himself. Though Berenger wanted nothing more than to roll on the ground naked with the woman while slathered in oil, there was no way that was happening, at least not in the current stage of their relationship. Thus, he had opted to wear the bare minimum of clothing, and for the sake of practicality, he had forced Corrigan to do the same. The two grapplers started on their feet, where they fought for position. The result was a quick hip toss to the ground, where Corrigan soon found her perfectly smooth tummy enduring the weight of her opponent's knee. In the past few days, she had learned the basics of what grapplers referred to as shrimping as well as the other basic escapes. In fact, Berenger had been drilling escapes into the woman's brain since they first began training. Escapes and takedowns were the only two things the duo had done for the past 3 hours. Now was the woman's first test to prove what she had learned under pressure. With all of his years of training both in this life and the past, Berenger was practically a black belt by his previous world's standards of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu while also being the equivalent of an Olympic-qualified wrestler. When combined with his superior size and strength, Berenger was able to effectively manhandle this woman who was an utter novice on the ground. Yet for the sake of learning, he restrained his intensity so that the woman could process her game plan. It was as the woman was shrimping out from her opponent's knee that lied directly on her belly that a voice which Berenger was all too familiar with interrupted their fun. There was a look of disappointment on Lindy's face when she entered the room, no doubt caused by that fact that the duo of grapplers were actually clothed. She was well accustomed to walking in on Berengar's intense training sessions with Flexically, where the two combatants were almost always naked and oiled. To witness her man entangled with another woman but fully clothed in the parts that mattered, it was effectively the same as blue-balling the royal cuckween. With a heavy sigh, Linda interrupted her husband's grappling session with some important news. "Berenger, my love, we have something important to discuss." Berenger could only sigh and stop what he was doing as he climbed off of the Mongol beauty and stood at attention before addressing his wife's concerns. "Yes, dear?" He could very clearly see the disappointment on the red-headed vixen's flawless features that were undoubtedly for the same reasons that he himself felt such chagrin. When Linda saw this reflected expression, a bitter smile appeared on her face as she decided to focus on business rather than pleasure. "The construction of the Neuschwaben Canal is complete. I figured you would want to begin the colonization of the west coast of the New World as well as the Pacific as quickly as possible." Upon hearing this, Berenger nodded his head before wiping off his sweat with a towel. He shifted his attention to the Mongol princess, who stood patiently by his side before dismissing her. "Corrigan, I'm afraid we will have to cut our daily session short today. Go enjoy yourself. I have work to do." Though Corrigan wanted to protest this decision, she knew better than to interfere with the Kaiser and his work. Although she had agreed contractually to carry his child, there was still no real romance in their relationship. Even the skinship they shared as grappling partners was nothing more than platonic, at least for now. However, at this moment, she felt an intense desire to steal the man away from his wife so that they could continue what they were doing. Despite this urge, Corrigan lowered her head and thanked the man for his lesson before departing from the palace's gym. where Berenger proceeded to sit down on a bench and have a lengthy discussion with his wife about how the Reich was going to colonize vast swaths of territory which they suddenly had access to. Chapter 1003, Manifest Destiny. With the construction of the New Schwaben Canal having been completed, it was only a matter of time before a massive fleet of warships and cargo vessels alike made their way through the pass. The Germans planned to make use of the strip of land to further fuel their colonization efforts of the west coast of the New World and the lands that lie beyond. While this was happening, a similar effort was being conducted on land in the continent of Lindheim. On a train, there existed a group of settlers from the east of the Mississippi who were moving westward and into the Great Plains. Over the past 10 years, nearly 1 million ethnic Germans had moved from Europe and into the continent of Lindheim, where they constructed a variety of small cities which ranged from the east coast all the way to the Mississippi River. Through the efforts of the Imperial Germany Army, they had pushed the native population westward in a brutal campaign to drive them out of lands claimed by the German Empire. Those who were wise went south and were finding their way to the safety of the Aztec Empire, which had in a way become a haven for native tribes. As for the rest, they would be continuously pushed west until there was no land left for them to dwell upon. This was Berengar's revenge on the betrayal he had suffered at the hands of the man he once considered to be among his closest of friends. A man whose thinking was corrupted by his native wife. On this train were various families who were riding westward and into the recently settled city which went by the name of Arnulfshafen, named after the man who helped first settle the New World. After all, Berenger had not revealed the truth of Arnulf's betrayal to his empire and instead buried him as a proper war hero. The lands west of the Mississippi were currently inhabited by a variety of warring tribes. Those Great Plains Indians who previously inhabited the lands, as well as all the other tribes who were pushed out of the east at the hands of the Reich. Because of this, the trains which carried the German passengers were actually armored and outfitted with military personnel who manned a series of cannons and flak guns in the event of native attack, which was a more common occurrence than one might think. Sitting on the train and sipping a cup of tea was a sharply dressed man who appeared to have come directly from the fatherland. This man was a veteran of the German army and was selected by the German Parliament's Committee for Colonial Affairs to be the first mayor of the recently chartered city in the land that was once known as Kansas in Berengar's past life. This was Germany's first major attempt to colonize west of the Mississippi, and as a result they had faced fierce resistance from the natives, thus compelling the fatherland to dispatch a man more than qualified to oversee the city's development in such a petty region of the world. Kurt von Horgen continued to sip on his tea and read from his newspaper while silently observing the other German citizens who sat in their seats with anxious expressions. Though there were many opportunities for land ownership and wealth in the newest colonies, they were also at the forefront of danger. It was at this moment that an overwhelming crackle of thunder resounded in the air which shook the train just slightly, causing the German mayor to spill his tea. He quickly got up from his seat and grumbled before looking out the bullet-resistant glass, where he saw a large warband of Great Plains Indians charging towards the train and firing their arrows at its impenetrable defenses. Naturally, the loud crack of the air came from the firing of one of several large-bore artillery pieces which was embedded in the armored train as a turret. With a single explosion, the 15-centimeter gun ripped apart the horses and their riders without even the slightest bit of effort. Immediately after the explosion occurred, the sound of chugging filled the air as one of the flak guns mounted on top of the train shifted its aim to the field below and sprayed what remained of the natives with a torrent of 2 centimeters high explosive shells. The quad-mounted flak guns rained their automatic fire upon the area where the shell had exploded, ensuring that not a single ounce of life remained within the zone of impact. Once the operators had fired a short burst, they readjusted their position so that they were not a threat to anything or anyone. Kurt simply sat back down upon witnessing such an utter annihilation of the savages and began sipping his tea while reading his paper once more. With train tracks made entirely out of steel and concrete, it was unimaginably difficult for these Stone Age tribes to damage the German railways, and thus the Reich was free to expand into Lindheim with impunity. As for the other citizens on the train, they were slightly spooked by what had occurred, but after everything settled down, they sighed in relief. When Kurt saw this, he was quick to ask why they had been so anxious. "Tell me, what's got you so riled up about a bunch of Stone Age savages? They pose no threat to the Reich or its people. So why are you so terrified of them?" The man whose family had shuddered in fright gazed upon the middle-aged man and immediately questioned how long he had been in the New World. Judging from his statement, he must not realize the difficulties that many of the German settlers faced. "I'm guessing you haven't been here in Lindheim long. While the cities are completely safe, the agricultural sector outside of their stone walls is a lot more dangerous. The German army can't possibly patrol such vast territory with the limited amount of soldiers they ship to the colonies. Ultimately, so many of us farmers are left to defend ourselves, especially the further we are out from a city. From the looks of it, you were probably called in from the fatherland to help Arnulfshafen and its development. Which is fine, but my family and I came out here for the discounted land the government is selling to its citizens. We practically pay nothing for entire square kilometers of land, the condition being we are mostly left on our own to defend it. Unfortunately, we are not permitted to own the advanced weapons that the military has access to, so we get by with bolt-action rifles and revolvers. Still, sometimes things end poorly and a homestead might get ransacked by the savages. When that happens, the army usually responds with annihilating the tribe responsible, but that hasn't deterred their attacks. If anything, it has increased their intensity. Court was surprised to hear this news as it had not made its way into the fatherland. Upon hearing that the German colonialists were suffering such a plight, he decided to help design a strategy that would actively counter these raids on German homesteads. Thus, he nodded his head in understanding before assuring the family that he would help. Now that I'm aware of the situation, I promise to do my best to help homesteaders defend their property from these filthy savages. When we arrive in Arnulfshafen, it will become my first priority. Despite his kind words, the family did not feel the slightest more secure and instead sighed in defeat, knowing that they would be forced to endure the burdens that came with seeking opportunity in a strange and foreign land. Chapter 1004, A Failure to Amuse. Tillich Schaffhausen sat patiently while waiting for his meeting with the Japanese empress. After having many too drinks during his last visit to Japan, he was heavily scolded for his mistakes regarding the leaking of information that could prove critical to the war effort. As a result, he had been assigned a chaperone, a young woman roughly Henrietta's age by the name of Dorthe Schubert. Since graduating from the same high school as the Austrian princess, Dorthe had worked hard to become a lawyer and was now in a position of power she had never dreamed possible while she was growing up. It was not just her career that this young woman put a significant effort into, but her appearance as well. No longer the frazzled-haired, fair-eyed girl of her youth, Dorthe had become quite the beauty in her own right. Thanks to advancements in the field of optometry such as primitive contact lenses as well as the multitude of hair and skin products widely available in the Reich, Dorthe had become what one might consider the ideal German woman. A curvy figure, an hourglass waist, long, blonde, and straight hair, along with mesmerizing sky-blue eyes. Her appearance was enough to charm most men, not that she ever cared for such a thing. In fact, Dorthe was solely dedicated to her work, which was one of the reasons she was extremely nervous now that she sat in the Great Hall of the Imperial Japanese Palace. While Tillich had become well accustomed to purposely antagonizing Empress Itami Ryo on behalf of the Kaiser, Dorthe was nervous that such a provocation could have disastrous consequences. Noticing the young woman's anxiety, Tillich simply chuckled and shook his head before assuring his chaperone that everything would be fine. There's no need to worry so much as the Japanese Empress may hate my guts, she would never harm a hair on my head, or yours for that matter. She fears the Reich, and for good reason. You just leave the talking to me and I'll make sure the Kaiser's gift is accepted. Dorthe could only respond with a silent nod of her head where immediately after Itami emerged from the hallway which led to her quarters while dressed in a full military uniform adorned with all the medals she had awarded herself. While she was informed that the pain in her ass whose name was Tillich Schaffhausen had arrived in her court, Itami was not alerted of Dorthe's arrival, and the moment she gazed eyes upon the German beauty, her brows furrowed with a bit of envy. Not because she was jealous of Dorthe's looks, for she herself was a beauty on another level, but because Germany had progressed far enough socially for beautiful women to hold positions of power. While it was true that Japan had a female monarch, that was an exception and not the norm. In fact, the entire government was almost exclusively made up of men, and that was not something Itami could change by force. To do so would incite rebellion from the staunch conservative samurai class who held significant power in Japan. With this in mind, the albino temptress was quick to throw shade at the German emissaries while she sat down on her throne in a conceited manner. Is this your secretary? I assume she does more than just haul your paperwork around and organize files for you. Have your superiors ordered her to warm your bed at night as well? Both Tillich and Dorthe immediately took offense to this remark as the man was quick to defend himself and his chaperone. With all due respect, Empress Itami, but I find your remarks to be nothing short of slander. Ms. Schubert is a valued associate of our firm and is a professional of the highest caliber. For you to insinuate that she is my plaything is not only egregious but also completely reprehensible. I demand that you apologize. Itami took one look at the enraged lawyers and simply smirked in response. Why would a monarch such as herself dare to lower her head in apology to a few lowly lawyers? Upon seeing that she had no intentions of expressing regrets for her callous remarks, Dorthe became completely enraged. The young woman took a deep breath to calm herself before responding to Itami's insinuation like a true professional. Empress Itami, I don't know how things are done here in the Empire of Japan, but in the Reich, women are more than just slaves. Your remarks, if true, would be a gross violation of the Women's Protection Act of 1429, which prohibits harassment of any kind against women in the workplace. Perhaps in a backwater nation like yours, the mistreatment of women is not only deemed acceptable by society but is also commonplace. However, in the German Empire, we conduct ourselves to a higher moral standard. Several moments of silence followed Dorthe's rebuking of Itami's words. In this time, the air was as tense as a battleground. One could tell by the look in Itami's blood-red eyes that she was furious at her opponent's words but could not speak against them because in many ways Dorthe's remarks regarding the treatment of women in Japan were correct. After things became dreadfully awkward, Tillich broke the silence by pulling out his briefcase and presenting a copy of the Vienna Accords to the Japanese Empress. For your ease, I have taken the liberty of personally translating these documents into the Japanese script. This is a copy of the Vienna Accords which the majority of the world's leaders have signed and ratified as international law. Though I don't expect someone such as yourself to find an agreement with this treaty, let alone adopt it yourself. I would hope that it will provide you with some insight. The Kaiser still believes that it is in his best interest and yours to show you how he has and will continue to conduct warfare, specifically in regards to the treatment of civilians and prisoners of war. If you would, please take a look. Itami did not hesitate to snatch the documents out of Tilak's hands, where she read through the treaty multiple times, ensuring that she did not miss a single stipulation. As Tilak had said, the treaty was primarily about the treatment of civilians and prisoners of war, something she would not disagree with, as she herself was concerned about such a thing in this medieval world. One thing that the Japanese Empress immediately noticed was that there was a clause which stated that rebellions in legally annexed territory were exempt from the treaty and that a ruler could put them down however they saw fit. There was only one problem with the stipulation regarding the ongoing insurgency in the Korean peninsula. The Joseon dynasty had never actually ceded its southern territory to Itami and her empire. The Joseon still contested her occupation of the region and was still technically at war for its control. There was simply an armistice that was declared at the 38th parallel, similar in many ways to the end result of the Korean War in Berengar's past life. This meant that if Itami made a move to purge villages which harbored insurgents, she could very easily be tried as a war criminal in the event she loses the future conflict against Germany, which was starting to seem like the most likely outcome. Obviously, this stipulation was designed with two purposes in mind: to give the Germans impunity to act however they wished in their colonies against troublesome native populations, while at the same time declawing the Imperial Japanese Army in its attempts to fight against the Joseon insurgents. It would appear that every time Tilak appeared in her court, it was from some form of taunting on behalf of the Kaiser. This game of cat and mouse that she could never win was driving Itami mad, more so than she already was. Thus, it came as a surprise when she gently placed the document down and sighed heavily in defeat. Tell your Kaiser that I will need time to consider adopting these policies. In the meantime, I am still waiting on the previous agreement we have made. As far as I can tell, no time and date has been arranged for the transfer of Mina, and I will not cooperate with your empire any further until such a thing occurs. If that is all you have for me, then you can return from whence you came. After saying this, Itami got up and abruptly left the two German lawyers alone in her great hall. The sudden act caught both of them by surprise, none more so than Tilak, who was shocked that Itami had entertained him without flipping out for once. As for Dorotha, she was just happy to keep her head after deliberately insulting the Japanese Empress in her own home. Before long, she was begging Tilak to leave, which he, of course, agreed to, despite his curiosity over what had come over the usually prideful Empress Itami. Chapter 1005, Manufacturing Setbacks. Currently, Berenger sat in his office surrounded by a pile of documents as well as a group of his finest engineers from multiple fields of study. While Berenger had worked hard to create some truly astonishing weapons designs, the timeframe he had set for their manufacture had become a losing battle, and as a result, many of his empire's most talented minds had come to propose alternative solutions. Among these men was a man by the name of Eckhart Roth, who had taken over as the Reich's lead naval weapons designer after the Italian shipwright Evio retired years ago. Eckhart had a nervous expression on his face as he passed forward documents regarding the failures to create guided missile cruisers and destroyers within the allotted time frame. There was even a hint of guilt in his voice as he admitted his wrongdoings to the man he respected most of all in this world. I'm sorry, my Kaiser, I have discussed the matter at length with Werner, and we both agree that the development of ship-based missile platforms is not possible to achieve within the next 5 to 10 years. Though we could alter your designs of these ships to make use of more conventional weapons, it is our belief that we should improve our previous designs as a viable alternative. As you can see, we have proposed multiple solutions to the current problem of our battleships, battlecruisers, and destroyers reaching a point of obsolescence. With the expansion of our shipbuilding capabilities and the labor force dedicated to this field, it is our belief that in no more than a year we could have these new designs up and running as the proper escorts to your carriers. Especially when one considers that the hulls are already under partial construction and can easily be modified to meet the requirements. Berenger gazed upon these proposed designs and sighed heavily in defeat. Not because they were poor attempts at building appropriate vessels. Quite the contrary, these weapons were more modern than anything Japan was currently fielding. Case in point being that these newest designs were essentially Bismarck-class battleships, Admiral Hipper-class cruisers, and Type 1945 destroyers, which were some of the most modern warships Germany designed in the Second World War of his past life. No, what caused Berenger to become distressed was the fact that he had pushed for the advancement of arms at a pace his empire could not keep up with. In doing so, he had wasted everyone's precious time, energy, and resources. As a result, he sat back in silence for several moments with a gloomy expression on his face. When the man finally spoke, he astonished all of his engineers. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. It pains me to admit, but I got ahead of myself and pushed for modernization too quickly, failing to account for our current limitations. In doing so, I wasted so much of your time, resources, and energy. I will immediately approve the manufacture of these vessels and push our plans for the others back a few years. I hope you can all forgive me for this slight oversight. Nobody in the room was willing to accept that this was Berengar's fault. They would rather take the blame for failing to live up to the Kaiser's expectations than to ever believe the man had made a mistake. Still, the look on Berengar's face proved that he was serious about apologizing, and thus the next man to speak up was an engineer at the Kufstein Royal Armory who was quick to change the sour mood that permeated the air. "My Kaiser, I believe I have some news that will cheer you up. With the armored vehicles designs that you have graced us with, my team has developed improvements which will also ease the burden of manufacture. As you can see, this here is a flak panzer which uses the same chassis as the Panther tank. We have increased the size of the guns over the older model with an improved dual-mounted 3.7 cm flak 341, which is enclosed in a rotating turret. Have a look and see for yourself." Berenger was stunned by this development. In truth, when he was designing his own version of the flak panzer, he had neglected the design of the flak panzer 341, which had never been more than a wooden mock-up in his past life. However, without even having the basis of this prototype to work from, his engineers had created a functional concept that was similar in design. This led Berenger to immediately think about a variety of possibilities, where he posed his next question without hesitation. "Is it possible for you and your team to design a self-propelled artillery piece that makes use of the 15 cm SFH-18 field gun while being based upon the Panther chassis?" The engineer simply smiled and nodded his head before responding to this question. "Of course, we have actually already designed a prototype, though it does require a bit of lengthening of the chassis. Still, it is entirely doable and will save us considerable expense and time moving forward. Luckily, as things are, there has not been a major focus of manufacture on the flak panzer and Hummels. We can easily scrap what few models exist in our armed forces and begin production of these improved variations immediately. I would also like to add that in the same spirit of the Panther chassis redesigns, we have altered the Marder IV that you have made to the same effect. We call it the Schützenpanzer Osf. The Marder, as you can see, this machine has the same capabilities as the current Marder but is easier to manufacture and requires the same production methods as all of these other vehicles rather than a dedicated line of assembly. It is our hope that with this new line of weapons we will be able to cut the costs of manufacture while also increasing rates of production. In doing so, we will create a much more efficient production line of these valuable machines of war." To say these improvements impressed Berenger was as an understatement. These weapons would allow his empire to use the same tooling and parts to mass manufacture armored vehicles of every kind. This would allow the German arms manufacturing industry to outcompete their Japanese rivals by a wide margin. In fact, he felt a bit ashamed for not doing this in the first place. After all, many of these designs existed in his past life, and the ones that didn't were easy to design. The Panther chassis, especially with the improvements Berenger had made to its engine and suspension, was arguably the best platform for all of these armored vehicles that he could currently manufacture. The fact that he had been so strict about using other designs that found his fancy honestly made the man feel foolish. Bias had blinded him, and in the end, Berenger could only sigh once more in defeat, realizing that perhaps the men who worked beneath him had begun to outshine his own brilliance. By pulling out his stamp, Berenger made sure that each and every one of the designs presented to him were approved for immediate manufacture. Though his military would not be entering the capabilities of the Cold War within the next decade, it would at the very least be operating with peak Second World War-era technology by the time war broke out with Japan. Chapter 1006, The Iberian Empire. Jonas Gering sat silently on a beach located on the coast of Portugal. For years he had served in the German Empire's Jaeger regiment as a frontline soldier kicking down doors during the Iberian campaign. However, after the war had concluded, he found himself unable to leave behind the wasteland he had helped create. As the retired soldier sat back with a peaceful expression on his battle-worn face, a feminine voice filled his ears, followed by the sensation of a cold beer being pressed against his face. "Honey, if you stay out in the sun all day, you will become dehydrated." With a gentle smile, Jonas looked up to see the love of his life, a woman he had once saved from a band of rapacious brigands. It had been close to a decade since the couple first met, and during this time, their love had flourished, creating a large family of their own. Rosalina Gering gazed upon her German husband with a loving smile as she handed off the cold beer to the man, who was quick to chug its contents. It was only after he had drank half the bottle did Jonas sigh in relief. Upon seeing that his wife was alone for the day, he was quick to ask the question which concerned him most. "Where are the little ones? Shouldn't they be out of school already?" The brown-haired Portuguese beauty smiled and nodded her head before informing her man of where she had sent their kids. "I sent them off to spend time with their grandmother. After all, today is your first day off since you took that position as a diplomat. It's been years since we have had a day all to ourselves. Yet here you are on the beach sitting by your lonesome. What's on your mind?" Jonas stared off into the distance as he watched the waves of the Atlantic crash against the Portuguese shore. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind, memories of a life filled with unimaginable chaos. The war in Iberia was a long, brutal one, filled with deadly urban warfare. The things that Jonas had done, the friends who had been killed in the conflict. He could never forget, nor did he want to. However, such pain was hard to mask, and thus he simply took a sip from his beer, hoping that the alcohol could numb his wounded spirit. Rosalina gazed upon her man as he stared off into space and sighed in defeat. Since the moment he had first saved her life, she had felt a great deal of debt towards the man. One that she felt she had not yet been able to repay despite the years of happy marriage she provided him. In truth, she was not aware of all the horrors the man had seen on the field of battle, but she knew whatever he had endured, it ate at his very soul. Thus, she could only do her best to keep his mind off of such troublesome matters. With a grip of his hand, she wore an endearing smile as she propositioned the man to play in the sun with her. Are you going to sit there all day drinking beer? Come, enjoy the water. You know as well as I do how wonderful it is at this time of year. A bitter smile formed on Jonah's face as he silently nodded his head, placing his beer in the sand before chasing after his wife, who was so full of energy. The two of them would play on the beach like children until the sun began to set, where they were quick to flee back to their beachside villa. Jonas awoke the next day to the smell of breakfast being cooked in his kitchen. With such a tantalizing scent filling his room, he could not help but leap out of bed and rush to the dining area where his children were waiting for their mother to finish cooking. It felt like a lifetime before the eggs and bacon were placed on his spot at the table, which Jonas was quick to thank his wife for her efforts, where he followed up with a short prayer. Having concluded his morning meal with his family, Jonas departed from his villa and took a carriage to the city hall where the governor of Portugal was waiting for his arrival. Dressed in a slim-fitting three-piece suit, Jonas entered the building with a swagger that practically said he owned the place. As one of several German diplomats sent to aid in the reconstruction of Iberia, he held significant power and influence over the region. After entering the governor's office, Jonas sat down in a leather-bound chair, waiting for the man to finish reading a letter. Surprisingly, the man began to curse in Portuguese as he complained about the newest changes to the government. This is what we get for having a child as sultan. It does not surprise me in the least that the boy would make such a rash decision. A frown appeared on Jonas' face as he heard these words, expecting the worst. He was just about to question the governor about what he was referring to when the man handed him a notice, written and signed by the young sultan himself. Essentially, it was a decree officially changing the name of the Iberian state from Al-Andalus to the Iberian Empire. While Ghazi's title would remain sultan, the empire he ruled over would no longer have an Arabic name. There were several reasons for this decision, but the two most prominent were the fact that the sultan was attempting to align his empire further with the Western world while also increasing the secularization of the Iberian government. To Jonas, this was a great sign of things to come, and he could not fathom why the governor was so perturbed by this sudden news. Thus, he was quick to investigate just what had enraged the man so much. Is this not good news? The Sultan is making a statement that Iberia is a part of the Western world and is a secular country ruled by the laws of man, not God. How could you possibly be angry over such a gesture? If anything, this name change will appease the Christian majority, which will help aid our reconstruction efforts. It was true that the majority of Iberia was, in fact, Christian, with only the southernmost region remaining Muslim. However, it was a Muslim dynasty that ruled over the peninsula. In order to appease these two opposed groups, the previous governor, Adelbrand von Salzburg, had created a dual legal system for the citizens of Iberia to follow based upon which faith they called their own. For the Muslims, they practiced Sharia law to a limited extent, specifically in regards to personal status issues such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, and child custody. As for other legal matters such as criminal behavior, etc., they were conducted in the same fashion as the Iberian Christians, which was secular rule based upon German law. However, what concerned the governor of Portugal was not whether this action would appease the Christian majority or the slight possibility of invoking the ire of the Muslim minority, but was instead the overwhelming amount of paperwork he would have to deal with because of this matter. He was quick to voice his frustration as he slammed his fists on the desk. Do you think I care about that? The amount of fucking paperwork I'm going to have to deal with due to a simple name change is more than enough to give me a headache. Upon hearing such a ludicrous reason for being upset, Jonas sneered at the governor with a look of disdain in his eyes. Was this man always so petty? He did not hide his discontent as he gave the man some words of encouragement. Suck it up. This might require a bit of paperwork, but it is actually a good sign of things to come. Iberia is transitioning away from religious rule and into a more secular government, one modeled after the German Empire. That's a good thing. We can't allow our religions to rule over our state forever, or we will surely be lagging behind our competitors. When the Byzantine Empire recovers from its current crisis, it will quickly surpass Iberia if we continue to be so dogmatic in our approach to the world. Only under the secular rule of man can we become the second most powerful state in the Western world. The name Iberian Empire distances our government from the Muslim faith and instead becomes a term that encompasses all Iberians, whether they are Christian or Muslim. If you can't see the value in such a thing, then you are probably not the best man suited for your job. So buckle up and endure the paperwork, or I'll report to the Sultan just how upset you were over something so minor. The governor stared at Jonas with a slack-jawed expression before grumbling something incomprehensible. He pulled out a piece of paper and a pen where he began to get to work on the matters that were required to change the nation's official name. As for Jonas, he would get back to his own work helping restore the war-torn landscape of Portugal, a task he took great pride in doing. Chapter 1007, A Secret Engagement. In the city of Milan, King Bruno Hazelreader sat in his throne room while contemplating unimportant matters such as what he wanted to eat on this fine afternoon. As a native of South Tyrol, the man had witnessed Berengar's conquest of his homeland during the early years of the Kaiser's quest for power. In a sense, Bruno had seen the world transform around him in rapid fashion. Born as a child of a minor German house in the Italian-occupied territory of southern Austria, Bruno had learned both the German and Italian tongues in his formative years. When Berenger annexed the region under his control during his war against the rebel Count Lothar, Bruno was among the first of the locals to join the von Kufstein army as a fledgling officer. His time in service to this army did not last long, as Bruno was soon forced to march into Italy as a part of the Austrian War for Independence, where he witnessed the true might of the man who had earned himself the nickname the Tyrant of Steel. Surprisingly, he, a low-ranking officer in the Austrian Royal Army, was selected to act as the puppet king of the newly established Kingdom of Lombardy, where he ruled according to Berengar's whims and wishes for years, never doing much more than maintaining the peace and prosperity of the territory he had been given control over. During this time, he had married an Italian noblewoman from Milan and fostered a family with her as the monarchs of Austria's first real puppet state. As the years passed, Bruno had lived a life of peace and luxury provided by his German masters in return for his continued loyalty and support. Eventually, when Italy had been reunified following the abysmal defeat of the Catholic Church in its war against the fledgling German Empire, Bruno was named the new King of Italy, where he continued to go along with the whims and wishes of the Kaiser. In truth, he enjoyed this peace, even if Italy would never become a major world power. He had more than learned his lesson while in the service of Berenger that the man was truly indomitably on the field of battle while also being a shrewd politician. Only a fool would seek to re-establish his sovereignty, especially when he continued to bask in luxury as a result of the state of servitude. In all his years as a petty king, the amount of times Berenger had visited Bruno's realm could be counted on one hand, and it was usually in regards to joint military exercises. Thus, it was a monumental surprise when a servant came hastily rushing into the room with a panicked expression on her face. "Your Highness, the Kaiser is here to visit you." Bruno had been sipping on a cup of coffee when he heard these words and was so panicked by the news he had just been given that he dropped the porcelain mug, which shattered upon impact, spilling his drink all over the place. Upon realizing his mistake, he was quick to give orders to the servant. "Clean up this mess. I will go stall for time and meet up with the Kaiser myself." The young woman was just about to answer in the affirmative when a smug voice filled the great hall. "That won't be necessary. I assure you, I will simply avoid the mess you have made while your maids clean it up." Bruno recognized the man who the voice belonged to immediately upon hearing it and was quick to climb down from his high throne and kneel before the man who stood arrogantly in the middle of the hall. "Your Majesty, forgive this humble servant for failing to greet you properly. Allow me to inform my kitchen staff of your arrival. I will have a meal prepared for you shortly." Berenger smiled and nodded his head upon hearing this news, before following Bruno into the dining hall where a maid was quick to serve them some imported German beers. Berenger sniffed it only momentarily before taking a sip himself, after which he spoke about his reason for visiting Milan. "I bet you're wondering why I am here, and I must apologize for not announcing my visit earlier. This was merely a whim of mine, as I only recently came to an important decision regarding the future of our two realms." An audible gulp filled the air as Bruno swallowed the saliva that pooled in his mouth. He had no idea why Berenger of all people would visit him so suddenly or what more the Kaiser could possibly ask of a petty king like himself, but he did not dare interrupt the man as he continued to speak. "As you may already know, by German law, a man is allowed up to 5 spouses. Now my son Hans currently has 4 official engagements and one that has yet to be revealed to the public. However, after the poor performance of one of these young women, my wife Linda and I have decided to break the betrothal and instead marry our eldest son off to one of your daughters. I presume you have raised your girls to be proper wives and mothers. Because I assure you, I do not intend to break such an arrangement a second time. Such a thing would poorly reflect upon my reputation and that of my household." Bruno was stunned when he heard this remark. He never would have imagined that the Kaiser of all people would deem the daughter of a petty king such as himself worthy of his eldest son's hand in marriage. As much as the Italian monarch wanted to stay out of international politics while basking in the protection the Reich provided him, he knew deep in the depths of his soul that rejecting this offer would be the end of himself and his dynasty. In fact, the Kaiser's intentions were as clear as day. He wanted to usurp all the kingdoms of Europe and place cadet branches from his own dynasty upon their thrones. Ultimately, it would not be the House of Hazelrieder which continued to rule over Italy, but the House of Kufstein-Hazelrieder. Of course, if Bruno rejected such a proposal, then Berenger would simply find another man to replace him who was more than willing to accept such a gift. After careful thought, the Italian king nodded his head in agreement with the engagement. "You honor me, Kaiser. My house is unworthy of such a gift. None of my daughters are currently engaged, and you are free to select the one you find most fitting to be your eldest son's bride. I'm sure they will be delighted to hear that one of them will be marrying a German prince and moving to Kufstein when they finally come of age." Berenger responded to this overenthusiastic praise with a curt smile, followed by a long sip of his beer. After consuming nearly half his drink, the Kaiser finally spoke up about his thoughts regarding this matter. "Sounds good to me. I would very much like to stay here in Milan for some time and get to know your daughters as well as their personalities. Only after I confirm they won't be a burden will I choose one to marry my son when they both come of age. Does this sound agreeable to you? Like a trained dog, Bruno nodded his head repeatedly in agreement with these conditions. However, before he could bark for his master, a tray of dishes entered the scene where Berenger witnessed what can only be considered modern Italian cooking, something he himself might have had a hand in secretly creating. Chicken Alfredo, baked ziti, lasagna, garlic bread, all the staples of fine Italian cooking were revealed to Berenger, making his mouth water in anticipation. It had been too long since he had last had Italian food, and he was now dying to feast upon it. Thus, the Kaiser of the German Empire and the King of Italy began to catch up on the past few years over a fine meal. Chapter 1008, Japanese Naval Expansion. Itami sat alone in her palace, isolated from her guests. Men from the samurai clans who ruled over Japanese society, as well as their wives and children, had all gathered to celebrate what can only be described as a holiday. Perhaps in her past life, Itami might be mingling with her guests like a social butterfly, but in this world, she had to be cautious of who she interacted with and what she said. Too many of these guests were nothing more than buzzards circling around her, waiting for the moment she dropped dead. With this in mind, the young Japanese empress kept herself at the back of the party and mostly sober while she watched her guests socialize like normal human beings. One man noticed this and was quick to approach the woman's side. Out of everyone who had ever supported Itami, he had been the most loyal. General Shiba Kayahiko had taken a brief vacation from his duties as the supreme commander of the Josian theater to return to his homeland for the sake of this holiday. In reality, this was simply an opportunity to see the woman he longed for. Upon seeing the woman he admired most in this world alone and bitter, Shiba had no choice to approach her in a vain attempt to put a smile on her face. Tenno Hikasama, it is my greatest honor to return from the battlefields for the sake of this holiday. You have done a wondrous job with the festivities. I am sure everyone here agrees with this sentiment. Itami did not even look Shiba in the eye as she sipped from her drink with a bitter expression on her flawless face. A simple phrase escaped her lips as if she did not care in the slightest what those beneath her command thought of her. Vultures, the lot of them. If you think for 1 second that anyone here other than yourself actually supports me from the depths of their hearts, then you are a damned fool, Shiba. I'm the only thing keeping this empire united, and these bastards would rather soak up wealth and power on the sidelines than fight among themselves for the position of emperor. The only reason most of these men support me is because the only alternative is total warfare. There's a reason you're the only one to come and greet me other than the minimum amount that is required. So rather than talk about me, I'm more concerned with the Josian theater. Have you retaliated against the terrorists for their attacks on our people? Shiba was slightly taken aback at how crass his goddess words were. However, this only lasted a moment as he regained his professionalism before answering the woman's question. Indeed, I have ordered for several of the villages which are known to harbor these terrorists to be annihilated. As we speak, our forces are bombarding these locations with our artillery. By now there should be no survivors to speak of. This news did not calm Itami's heart, rather, it stirred the latent rage that dwelled inside. The moment she heard these orders were given, her blood-red eyes shifted onto Shiba's figure and locked onto him as if they were a missile targeting system. She could hardly believe her ears upon hearing this news and was quick to question whether she was hearing things correctly. What did you just say? Are you telling me you deliberately ordered an attack on civilian targets? You are aware that all the world's major players have signed an agreement prohibiting this exact scenario, right? If the Germans were to learn of your retaliation, they would have a field day painting us as war criminals who violated the recently established Vienna Accords. Despite this, you thought it would be wise to exterminate several villages, all because you suspect they are harboring terrorists? Did you even give the villagers a chance to give up these filthy criminals, or did you just outright order their annihilation? Shiba trembled upon hearing such a vicious rebuking from the woman he fancied. Everything he had done was to appease her, so why was she acting as if he had just committed some unforgivable offense? He quickly began to protest this scolding. Tenno Hikasama. I thought that. Before he could finish his sentence, Itami cut him off and glared at him with murderous intent. The act of which frightened the general to his core. No. You didn't think. If you had, you would have realized that such a brutal action would only unite the world further against us. I am already planning to disregard our relationship with the Ming in pursuit of a strategic advantage against our adversaries. An act which will surely invoke the ire of the international community, but now you have given that smug bastard ammunition to use against me. I want you to reflect on your actions and atone for your mistakes. Find a way to make this right before news spreads across the globe of your misdeeds. Shiba lowered his head in submission and muttered beneath his breath his response. It was in a voice so low that Itami almost misheard him. Yes, your majesty. After saying this, Shiba departed from the room, searching for the nearest radio telegraph so that he could coordinate with his forces on the Korean peninsula in an attempt to make these brutal exterminations of civilian populations look like proper sieges against armed combatants. As for Itami, she felt the need to drown her thoughts in booze at this very moment, and thus she got up from her seat and approached the bar where the server poured her another glass of sake. While she was reaching for her drink, another member of her faction approached her. Admiral Izumi Hiramori was dressed in his military uniform with all his medals proudly on display. He had a confident expression on his face as he handed the Empress his own drink, knowing that she was not in the mood to stay sober. The flawless beauty nodded her head in silence and took the man's drink along with her own before walking back towards her table where Izumi was quick to follow. Noticing his persistence, Itami glowered at the man and quickly asked for his intentions. "What do you want?" Despite the rude tone in her voice, the Admiral did not flinch in the slightest and instead presented the good news he had just received not long ago. "Your Majesty, I can see you are in a rather foul mood at the moment, so why don't I cheer you up? If you would follow me to the docks, I have something that might interest you. Something I am sure will make you happy." Itami gazed upon the young Admiral with a hint of suspicion in her sanguine eyes. However, upon glancing around at the drunken fools who partied in her home, she realized that perhaps being in the night's cold air was a better alternative, thus she sighed heavily before nodding her head in agreement. "Fine. Let me fetch my escort and then I shall accompany you to the docks." Despite an act which clearly showed her distrust to the Admiral, Izumi was not the slightest bit offended and instead responded with a simple smile. "Of course." As she had said, Itami quickly gathered an armed escort of her Imperial Guard before following the Admiral to the docks. It was a quiet journey in the dead of night. The streets were empty despite the recently established lights illuminating the darkness. A cold breeze kissed Itami's pale cheeks as she slowly marched to her destination. When she finally arrived, she stood in awe at what was lying in the harbor. The Itama-class dreadnought was modeled after the Nagata-class battleship from Itami's past life, particularly the 1944 retrofitted model. It was a true steel beast and a warship that was superior to the Linde-class battleships currently employed by the German Empire. Though when compared with the newest battleships which Germany was currently manufacturing, it was slightly lacking. When Itami gazed upon this magnificent warship, she was quick to ask the most important question on her mind. "How many of these do we have?" A satisfied smile appeared on Izumi's face as he saw how excited the young Empress was. A beauty of her caliber was a woman that all men instinctively sought after. Shiba was not alone in his affections. The fact that his rival had struck out while he had lightened the Empress' mood was a win in Izumi's books. With this in mind, he had a hint of pride in his voice as he answered Itami's questions. "Currently, this is the only one we have built. However, by this time next month we will have 5 in total, with another 5 set for completion sometime next year. When combined with the amount of cruisers, destroyers, and subs we currently have in the field, plus the ones under construction, I can confidentially say that so long as the war does not break out within the immediate future, we will have the means to engage the Germans on the oceans." When Itami heard this, her lips parted into a wide smile. It had been a long time since the woman had made such an expression, so long that even Izumi himself, one of her highest-ranking officers, had nearly forgotten just how beautiful the woman was when she smiled. To see her so happy nearly melted the man's heart. However, before he could make a move, Itami spoke her mind. "You have done well, Izumi. This is the first good news I have received in a long time. When compared to the military power that the Reich has, we are behind in almost every aspect. Still, for our navy to be able to compete with them, at least for some time. That is my greatest wish." While the German fleets were larger than their Japanese counterparts, their empire was also significantly more vast. The amount of areas the Kriegsmarine had to protect were not just limited to the shores off the coasts of the fatherland. By simply sacrificing a small amount of subs to harass the Kriegsmarine in Indian and Pacific Oceans, Itami could divert much of her rival's naval strength from the conflict that had become inevitable. 10 battleships would be enough to buy time for her navy to expand its capabilities during the war effort. Thus, for the first time in a long time, Itami was truly proud of what one of her subordinates had accomplished. Chapter 1009, Coronation of the Indian Emperor. Daria Tamara sat in the capital of his newfound empire. For the first time in its history, the Indian subcontinent had been united under one banner. And though the man had proclaimed himself to be the emperor of all of India, the other monarchs who had gone into hiding after having their lands invaded by the now extinct Bengal Empire had yet to recognize his claims. That is, until today. In an image that would make the headlines of the German media, the petty kings of India knelt before Daria and presented their gilded crowns to the man. Having realized the threat that the Japanese posed to their continued existence, these men were more than happy to rally behind Daria and his German allies, even if it meant submitting to a higher power. One by one, these men professed Daria to be the one true emperor of India. "Daria Tamara, I hereby swear fealty to you and your dynasty from this day until the end of days. Please accept my crown as proof of my submission." The former ruler of the Yadava dynasty was not the only one to express such a gesture. All the other petty kings had spoken the same words and presented their crowns to a man who was roughly half their age. An act which Daria accepted as he pulled their crowns together on a large pillow, before placing the most dazzling upon his head. At the end of the ceremony, these crowns would be melted down and reforged into a single symbol of the Indian emperor's overwhelming authority. However, for now he needed one of such device to place upon his head for the sake of his coronation. Daria's alliance with the Reich had made him a figure who all the Indian kings and princes could rally to. Any attempt at resistance had died when these men witnessed the might of a panzer division roll through their territory. While they knew this was not the power that Daria directly wielded, he could still call upon his allies for aid in the event that anyone was foolish enough to rebel against his reign. Ultimately, at the end of the day, violence was the supreme authority from which all other authority was derived. With the Germans at his back, Daria had the ability to take and hold what he wanted. This could no longer be denied. Despite knowing in advance that these other monarchs would be traveling to the city of Anangpur to submit to him, Daria still found it to be a stunning sight. However, he could not remain petrified for long, and thus he immediately took control of his emotions and wore a stoic facade as if to imitate the man who had taught him how to rule. I accept your fealty. From this day forward, you will have a place in my new empire. Though to what extent will be determined based upon your own abilities? Now rise, my subjects. The various monarchs were pleased to see that they would not be tossed aside like common refuse. In fact, now a fire had been lit in their hearts, compelling them to work hard for a better place than their peers in this new empire. With the ceremony out of the way, Daria soon found himself collapsing in the back of the room. A servant came forward and brought him a bottle of purified water which had been distilled in the heart of the German Empire. Without hesitation, the man opened up the lid and gulped down the contents. The bottle was made from biodegradable hemp plastic, which was the most common form of plastic manufactured in the Reich for use in a variety of fields. Berenger had taken great lengths to limit the effects that his industrialization had on the environment, something that Atami had been far less concerned about. After gulping down the entirety of the water bottle, Daria handed it off to the servant, who would toss the plastic container into a recycling bin, which would be taken back to the Reich for the material to be repurposed into something else. Naturally, Daria was not aware of this or the great lengths that the Reich went to in order to prevent pollution, littering, and any other forms of environmental hazards. Nor would he actually care, as he could not understand the significance of such a thing. He was just happy to have a ready supply of purified water for days like this, where he was filled with stress. Now that Daria had accepted the fealty of India's petty kings, he was forced to deal with a grand ceremony. Thus, he could no longer sit idly by in the back of the room, avoiding his responsibilities. After finding his resolve, he got up from his seat and walked back into the dining hall, where his hundreds of guests mingled with one another while eating appetizers. Daria sat down at his seat, where one of the other monarchs was quick to greet him. Our esteemed emperor returns. We were just discussing the notable absence of your sister. Tell me, where's Priya? I have heard of the horrors she was forced to endure in her childhood and would very much like to meet a woman of such tenacity. Upon being reminded of his sister, Daria frowned. The last time he had seen her was shortly after the Vienna Accords. The girl had informed him of her pregnancy, which caused the man to fly off the handle in a fit of rage. Not only did he sour relations with the Kaiser that night, but he had laid into his sister, verbally speaking, and strained their sibling relationship. Though Priya had attempted on many occasions to contact him via the radio, Daria had ignored all her calls. Obviously, he could not admit to this fact and thus could only sigh and shake his head as he made up an excuse off the top of his head. My sister is my ambassador to the German Empire. She spends most of her time in their capital city. As important as this event is for our people, I'm afraid she couldn't make it. The moment Daria had said these words, he heard a familiar voice that should not exist in this room call out to him. Oh, is that so? Here I thought that perhaps my invitation was lost in the mail, but it turns out my dear brother was simply thinking of my well-being. Well, I assure you, big brother, I would not miss the ceremony for anything in the world. Even the Kaiser couldn't keep me away. When Daria heard these words, his gaze shifted over to two distinct figures, neither of which he wanted to see at this time. Standing side by side with wide smiles on their faces, Berenger and Priya had entered the dining hall in extravagant fashion. Seeing that his sister had entered his home without notice, all while being held in the arms of the man who had taken her purity, Daria clenched his teeth in an act of fury but did not give voice to it. Berenger wore a confident smirk on his face as he strode forward into the room as if he owned the place. He was quick to greet those who held power in India as if he was their master. It is a pleasure to become acquainted with you all on this fine evening. As you know, I have an alliance with Emperor Daria Tamara, and as a result, I have taken time out of my busy schedule to witness his coronation. I look forward to working with all of you in the future. Though he did not show it, Berenger was quite bitter over the fact that he had arrived late for the ceremony. He himself wanted to place the crown on Daria's head as if he were the kingmaker. Unfortunately, because he had learned about this event on such short notice while he was spending a week in Milan getting to know Bruno and his family, he had missed this opportunity. As for the former Indian monarchs, word had long reached the ears of these petty kings about the overwhelming number of accomplishments that this one golden-haired man had achieved over the past few years. The fact that he had bothered to show up for such a minor event showed them all just how much he valued his alliance with Daria. Of course, they had no way of knowing what Berengar's true intent was for showing up at this coronation ceremony. However, not one of them intervened as Berenger pulled out a couple of chairs for himself and his concubine before shamelessly sitting down at the head of the table next to Daria. There was a calm smile on the man's face, yet a fierce glint in his eyes as he spoke to the Indian emperor as if they were the closest of friends. This is quite the event you have thrown. After we are done dining on your people's delicacies, I believe you and I need to talk about a few matters. All the rage that Daria had felt moments ago immediately imploded into a black hole in his heart. What remained was a life-sucking dread, one which compelled him to bow his head like an obedient dog and respond to his master's wishes. I understand. With this, Berenger and Priya enjoyed a night filled with festivities, waiting out the clock until they were all alone with Daria. Chapter 10:10, A Pound of Flesh. Berenger had spent the night mingling with those men who would become major players in the newly formed Indian Empire's political system. In fact, he had stolen the spotlight from Daria, something that the young emperor was actually quite thankful for if he was even remotely capable of being honest with himself. Of course, Daria watched silently from the side, while drinking whatever alcohol he could get his hands on. He continued to do this until the only remaining guests in his palace were his sister and Berenger himself. Once the trio were all alone, the Kaiser sighed and shook his head before addressing his Indian counterpart. Truly, I can think of no worse way to spend an evening than socializing with these parasites. It's the same no matter where you go, opportunists looking to gain your favor. Don't you agree, Daria? It struck the young Indian emperor speechless when he heard how open Berenger was about how he felt regarding so-called socialites. After recovering his senses, Daria simply glared at his guest before asking the man why he had traveled such a long distance for such a minor occasion. What's your actual angle for being here? I don't presume you came all this way just to watch me put a crown on my head in front of a bunch of parasites. In response to this, Berenger took a sip from his wine and gazed out the windows into the night sky with a solemn expression. He remained quiet for several seconds before answering the man's question. My reason for coming here was twofold. Firstly, I wanted to help mend the rift that has formed between you and your sister as a result of our relationship. Personally, I can't understand just what your qualms are with us being together. I mean, just look at your sister and how beautiful she has become over the years. To think that when I first saw her, she was once a scrawny little girl months away from death. I thought you would be pleased with this development. She is happy and healthy in my household, and now, under my protection, she will never be forced to suffer such a horrific fate again. That's something I cannot guarantee for a mere hostage. I understand you have an attachment to the girl because of your childhood trauma. Perhaps even an unhealthy one at that. If it is such a serious issue, then might I suggest a meeting with one of my many military psychiatrists that I have posted here in Anangpur? If not for yourself, then for your sister's sake? She's worried about you. Throughout the entirety of Berengar's speech, Daria had become increasingly agitated to the point where his fingernails were practically digging into the palms of his hands. Having noticed this, Priya quickly closed the distance and hugged her brother, who seemed to be on the border of a mental breakdown. Big brother, it's time to let go of the past. Our uncle is gone. You have reclaimed your birthright and I am now safe, happy, and healthy. None of this would have been possible without Berengar's aid. Please, get some help. I have heard that German psychiatrists have helped many soldiers overcome their trauma. They can do the same for you. Upon feeling his sister's warm embrace, Daria's fists uncurled and his teeth unclenched. In the next moment, tears ran down his cheeks as he returned his sister's gesture and hugged her with all his strength. Berenger remained utterly silent during this exchange. Instead, he merely sipped upon his drink and watched as if he was nothing more than a bystander. Several minutes passed in silence as the two siblings continued to hug before Daria finally let go. After wiping the tears from his eyes, the Indian emperor sighed heavily before nodding in agreement at his sister's suggestion. Fine. I will do as you ask. All I ever wanted in life was for you to be safe and happy. If this old bastard can provide that for you, then I guess I can finally let go. Berengar's face immediately scrunched up when he heard this remark, as if he had just eaten something too sour for his tastes. His thoughts were immediately drawn to the boy's comments, even if he didn't voice them. Old bastard? I'm 33, you little fucking cocksucker. I still have at least 2 years before I am no longer considered young. How fucking dare you? Priya noticed Berengar's expression from the corner of her eye and broke out into a fit of giggles. Seeing the man she loved get offended about being called old was simply endearing to the young woman. It was at this moment that Daria remembered Berengar's previous words and was quick to clarify the issue. Earlier, you said you had 2 reasons for visiting today. What's the second? Now was the perfect time for Berenger to get revenge on Daria for his crass remark. Thus, with a smug grin on his face, he slowly approached the boy while finishing his drink. After doing so, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and gave him an intimidating glare. I have come to collect my pound of flesh. Over the past few years, I have invested heavily in your empire, and it was thanks to my forces that you were so swiftly able to defeat your enemies. In return, I ask that you cede Sri Lanka to the Reich. I intend to use it as a naval and air base to counter Japanese naval operations in the Indian Ocean. Consider this partial repayment for the debt you owe me. Having heard these demands, Daria sucked on his teeth. He knew that sooner or later Berenger would demand repayment on the debt that India owed him. He just didn't expect the price to be so high. However, after thinking about it for some time, Daria nodded his head before responding to this request. All right, Sri Lanka is yours. Do with it as you will. It's the least I can do for all the help you have given me. With Daria having agreed to his demands, Berenger smiled and nodded his head. His next words startled both Priya and Daria as he placed his glass down on a nearby table. Well then, that concludes my business here today. Priya, we should return to our home now. I'm afraid I have other important matters to attend to, and if we do not leave at this very moment, I might be late for them. A mistake I cannot afford to make. After all, it is a very long flight back to Kufstein. There was a look of longing on Priya's face as she heard this, but ultimately after giving it thought for several seconds, she nodded her head and chased after her man. She left one final farewell to her brother before doing so. I'm sorry Daria, we are on a tight schedule, we will talk more when after I get back to the palace. Remember the promise we made today, okay? With that said, the Indian princess had run after the Kaiser as the two prepared to depart from the city of Anangpur. Daria was left by his lonesome with a head full of thoughts regarding the past, present, and future. As for Berenger, what he said was true. The midwinter solstice was rapidly approaching and soon he would need to cast off for Iceland. Should he miss the event, it would certainly anger the gods. Something he had already done once and was still living with the consequences of. The last thing he wanted was for another deity to see him as a target for vengeance, and thus, even though the Kaiser may want to spend a bit more time in India, he did not have the opportunity to do so. He and Priya caught the first flight out of Anangpur, where Berenger immediately fell to sleep on a large bed. Though Priya was by his side, it was not she who he dreamt about. Instead, Berengar's dreams included a memory of his past life, where he and AI had spent some time together as friends. It had been some time since the man had last dreamt of his Japanese rival. But every time he did so, he would feel an overwhelming sense of regret within the depths of his heart. Naturally, the sleep Berenger received on his flight home was not a fulfilling one, and when he awoke the next day he would feel fatigued and depressed. A condition he would maintain until he finally landed in Kufstein. Chapter 10-11, Landing in Reykjavik. On the shores of Reykjavik, a thick mist persisted in the air. A fog so dense that one could barely see a few feet in front of them should they be foolish enough to visit the snow-filled coastline during the dead of winter. Yet, despite the dangers one might encounter in this scenario, a young girl no older than 13 sat silently in the frozen wasteland by her lonesome. Her reasons for visiting the frost-bitten beaches at this time of year, where the days were coldest, were known only to herself. However, as Eric's daughter lay in the snow with a gloomy expression on her childish face, she noticed something appear within the fog. At first, the girl thought that perhaps a traitor had come to visit her isolated homeland. However, as time passed slowly by, the form of a massive steel warship gradually revealed itself from among the mist. Soon enough, the towering guns on board the deck arrogantly pointed towards the city, causing an intense sense of dread to overcome the young girl's fragile heart. By the time even realized that this massive warship was heading towards the port, she had already begun running towards the city's heart where her father's castle lay. Frightened out of her mind by what she had just witnessed, the young girl frantically pounded the door to her father's home, screaming for the man to come out and see her. Nearly a minute of her terrified shrieks filled the air before the door opened and revealed a tall and muscular blonde-haired man who gazed upon his own daughter with a sense of fury in his pale blue eyes. Eric could see that something had terrified his daughter, but not the slightest bit of fatherly warmth existed on the man's face as he groaned in displeasure at being interrupted during his nightly session with one of his slaves. There was an obvious tone of irritation in the voice as he practically yelled at the girl who had become scared witless. "What the hell is wrong with you, Pounding on my door at this hour of night? You should be asleep in your quarters, so why are you out here alone in the snow, screaming at me as if it is the end of times?" Did not bother to deal with her father's usual callousness and instead spoke of what she had seen with a terrified tone in her voice. "Father, on the coast, a giant warship larger than anything I have ever seen is approaching. It has no sails and is made entirely out of steel." A look of contempt was on Eric's face as he gazed upon his daughter as if she was a foolish child mistaking a simple nightmare for reality. He immediately responded to this claim by backhanding the girl across the face before chastising her. "Stupid girl. You're seeing things again. What you were describing is impossible. There is no kingdom in this world that is capable of making so much steel. You interrupted me for something so foolish. You're lucky you were getting off with a simple slap. I should spank the hell out of you for this. Now get to bed." Though wanted to protest her father's cruelty, she simply bit her tongue and bowed her head in submission. There was no use trying to reason with the man when he was already in a state of fury. Thus, the young girl was quick to walk off to her own quarters within the castle's courtyard. A small thatched hovel existed in a corner of the courtyard where the young girl resided. She was not allowed to live in the main house as she was nothing more than a bastard. Once she was inside her home, she lit a fire and climbed into bed, yet she did not sleep. She was too terrified about what was about to happen, as she knew full well what she saw was no trick of the mind. Someone had come from across the sea and they must have wielded unimaginable power to create such a monstrous warship. Whatever their reason for visiting, it could not be good. Berenger was asleep in his own quarters when the Linda-class battleship arrived off the coast of Reykjavik. He had no idea that his vessel had been spotted by a young girl in the dead of night while pulling into the harbor. Not that it really mattered, this wasn't a stealth mission and King Alvar had given him permission to visit the island with however many troops he saw fit to ensure his own protection. While the German sailors properly docked the vessel, Berenger continued to sleep, while dreaming of a peculiar scene. In the depths of Berengar's mind, he rested his head on the lap of a woman he was intimately familiar with. She was neither one of his wives nor among his many concubines. Instead, it was his mother, Gisela, as he had known her while growing up. The woman was no older than 35 in her current form and was a beauty on a par with any of Berengar's current wives. Still, he felt no indecent thoughts towards the woman, only maternal comfort. As Berenger laid his head on the woman's lap, he chuckled and joked about losing a grip on his own sanity. "I must be going mad if you're here, mother." However, the words returned to him were quite shocking. "I am not your mother, Berenger, son of Sieghard. I have merely chosen this form because it is one that you are familiar with. My name is Nerthus, and the leader of my pantheon has tasked me to bring you a message. For he is too weak to do so himself after saving you from Freya's wrath." Upon hearing that the woman whose lap he rested his head upon was not his mother but in fact the ancient Germanic goddess Nerthus, Berenger felt awkward, especially after the previous comments he made regarding this particular deity. Perhaps it was because Nerthus took the form of Gisela, but Berenger allowed himself to be vulnerable and shifted his gaze to the side with flushed cheeks from the overwhelming sense of embarrassment he currently felt. The sight of which made the goddess giggle as she whispered something into his ear. "Are you regretting your words now that I have taken the form of your dearest mother?" Berenger felt even more embarrassed after hearing this and simply nodded his head while continuing to look away. An act which Nerthus found endearing. She continued to speak in a soothing tone as she shifted the subject to something far more important. "I'm afraid I don't have much time, so I will make this brief. When you arrive in Reykjavik, seek out a girl named Siv Eriksdottir. She is the only one who can lead you to the hidden grove which acts as the entrance to Odin's divine domain. There you will find a group of outcasts who still follow the old gods. They will prepare you to enter Valhalla, where you shall come face to face with the All-Father himself. Go now, as your ship has made port and the winter solstice is near." After saying this, Nerthus kissed Berengar's forehead, which allowed him to wake from his dream, where he immediately found himself alone in his cot. Without a second of hesitation, Berenger dressed himself before leaving his quarters, where the two marines who constantly stood guard immediately greeted their Kaiser. Berenger simply nodded his head towards the two men as they stood at attention and saluted him before going deeper into the interior of the battleship. Eventually he arrived at the helm, where the captain of the vessel was quick to approach him. "My Kaiser, we have arrived in Reykjavik just as planned. It would appear the local population still hasn't noticed our docking. As a result, I have dispatched a company of marines to secure the harbor. Once you are ready, you can begin your journey to wherever it is you wish to visit." Berenger nodded his head and looked out upon the frosty wasteland that was Iceland. A snow-filled fog filled the air and obscured his vision. In all honesty, he could barely make out the shape of the ship, let alone the harbor where they were now docked. With a deep breath, Berenger calmed the nerves within his heart before giving his orders to the crew. "I want the marines who are not currently protecting the vessel to form a convoy. We will be heading deep into the icy wasteland. Make sure we have enough provisions for the journey. As for the rest of the crew, they are to stand by and await for my return. Try to foster some ties to the locals if you can. We are going to be here for a while." The captain snapped to attention and saluted Berenger before responding in affirmation to his orders. "Yes, your majesty." After saying this, Berenger simply waited for his convoy to be established. While this was happening, the local population had begun to emerge from their homes and witnessed the large steel warship which was docked in their port while flying the banners of some foreign nation they had never heard of before. Iceland was truly isolated from the rest of the world and had not been the slightest bit aware of the monumental shift in power during the years that had followed Berengar's rise to power. In fact, it might be safe to say that it was the last bastion of Catholicism left in this world. Having been completely spared from Rome's war against the Reich and the monumental social upheaval that followed. Even the Bishop of Reykjavik was entirely unaware of the papacy's cruel fate. Thus, the interactions between the German sailors and the local population were sure to cause some civil strife for the isolated island. Chapter 10-12, Acquiring a Guide. Berenger stepped down from his battleship and onto the docks of the Reykjavik harbor, where he was immediately greeted by the local population who gazed upon the large steel vessel and the strangely dressed men with a mixture of awe and terror. Even the simplest of minds would understand that with their medieval level of technology, there was no conceivable way they could harm this warship which had appeared in their harbor during the dead of night. Though Berenger was fluent in many tongues, he did not understand the Icelandic language. Thus, he required a translator hired from the Kalmar Union to speak with the people of this island, which he was quick to make use of. "My name is Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. You may or may not have heard of me, but I am the Emperor of Germany. This is not an invasion but merely a leisurely visit. I assure you, neither me nor the men beneath my command will take any hostile action against you unless, of course, you attack us first. Now, whoever among you can point me towards the location of one Siv Eriksdottir will earn this pouch of gold." After saying this, Berenger reached into his greatcoat's pocket and pulled out a small pouch of German guldens which he presented to the crowd. According to the goddess Nerthus, who visited his dreams earlier during the night, Siv was the only one who could lead Berenger to the grove where the entrance to Valhalla was located. Thus, it was paramount that he located the young girl as quickly as possible. At first, the crowd did not budge. After all, Berenger was a stranger from a foreign land arriving on a massive steel warship. They were too enamored with the hyper-advanced technology that they were witnessing to even bother listening to the man's speech. However, after several moments of silence, Berengar's words finally resounded in their minds, and the people of Reykjavik struggled to recall just who Siv Eriksdottir was. As the crowd chatted with themselves, a teenage boy no older than 15 stepped forward. There was a stern expression on his face as he stared down the Kaiser and his marines without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. What do you want with SIV? The words the boy spoke were quickly translated into the German tongue, where Berenger raised his brow in interest. Clearly, this boy had some kind of connection with the girl, and thus he could not afford to scare him off. With a friendly facade, Berenger stepped forward and informed the boy of his intentions. I have heard from a reliable source that she is the only person here who knows the location which I wish to visit. Thus, I am willing to pay a hefty price to hire her as my guide. If you can lead me to her location, I would make it worth your while. It took several moments of internal debate for the boy to come to a decision, but ultimately he agreed to the Kaiser's request, albeit with one condition. They'll take you to her, but don't you dare harm a hair on her head. In response to this statement, Berenger chuckled. He had no plans to harm his guide. In fact, he needed her more than anyone else on this island. Obviously, he would ensure her protection above everyone else in Iceland. You can rest assured, so long as she agrees to be my guide, she will have the greatest protection that money can afford. Now enough talk. Lead me to the girl. With that said, the boy led Berenger and his marines to the castle which presided over the city. The guards were quick to notice the Germans' approach and were immediately hostile to the presence of the foreigners. One had even fired an arrow directly in front of Berengar's feet before shouting at him to stop. Take one step further and the next one will find its way into your heart. Berenger had initially come to this castle with the hopes of peaceful negotiations. However, how could the mighty Kaiser possibly suffer such a threat to his existence and not retaliate? Berenger fiercely glared upon the sentry and called out to him, his voice filled with fury. Try it and I will lay waste to your castle with a single strike. Go fetch your lord for me before I have this entire city razed to the ground. The Icelandic guards broke out into a fit of laughter. They could hardly believe the words they just heard. Rather than fire another shot, the archer pointed to Berenger and mocked him. You and what army? Do you honestly think you are enough to bring this castle down? You would need an army of at least 1,000 men to break through these walls, and you have no siege weapons. Berenger sighed heavily and looked towards his nearest radio operator before giving the man a command. Contact the SMS Linda and give them the command to open fire on the nearest iceberg. The Marine instantly got on the radio and relayed the Kaiser's commands to the captain of the SMS Linda, who ordered the 15-inch guns to lock onto their target. As the guards continued to laugh at Berengar's statement, the loud crackle of gunfire filled the air surrounding the city of Reykjavik, while a series of massive explosions occurred off the coastline, tearing a nearby iceberg apart as it did so. Despite the heavy fog which persisted in the air, the site of the explosion was clearly visible from the ramparts of the city's castle, causing the guards to nearly shit themselves as they fell back in fear. Once thoroughly intimidated, Berenger added fuel to the fire as he shouted at the fools once more. I am only going to ask this one last time, go fetch your lord for me, or my next strike will fall directly upon this petty castle you are all so proud of. By now, even the dullest of men would realize that Berenger really did possess the might to bring down their castle with a single strike. Thus, the guards scrambled off of their asses and towards the main house where the local lord resided. The thunder of the guns had inadvertently awoken SIV herself, who was quick to bail from her little hovel and investigate just what madness had occurred while she slept. She was immediately reminded of the massive steel warship and felt as if Ragnarok had just begun. Coincidentally, SIV entered the courtyard at roughly the same time as her father, who was outraged by the sudden explosion that had interrupted his sleep. The man quickly ordered for the gates to be opened before he stared at the sharply dressed German man who stood on the opposing side of the castle's mighty walls. When Berenger saw the man, he raised his brow before asking the question on his mind. Are you the lord of this castle? The local lord grumbled and nodded his head before screaming at Berenger at the top of his lungs. I am Eric Frisson, lord of Reykjavik. Who the hell are you and why do you disturb my sleep? Berenger sneered in disdain when he saw the man so haughtily stand before him as if he were an equal. His response was filled with contempt as he educated the backwater lord about just who he was. My name is Berenger von Kufstein, Kaiser of the German Empire and conqueror of Rome. All of Europe kneels before my feet, so how does a petty little lord like yourself dare to stand straight before me? Let alone make such accusations against me. Your guards threatened me, so I retaliated in kind. I have come to your pathetic castle for one reason only. This boy says that SIV Eric's daughter resides here and I require her assistance. For a matter I would prefer to remain private. Initially, I came here with the intent to shower you with gold if you would allow her to enter my employ. However, after being so rudely treated by the men beneath your command, I demand you hand the girl over to me or else I will rain fire upon your city. Eric's face was twitching so much, Berenger was beginning to suspect that the fool might have an aneurysm. Just when the local lord was about to reject Berengar's demands, one of his guards whispered something in his ear and handed him a spyglass, which Eric used to look towards the east, where he noticed a distinctive lack of a certain iceberg. Upon seeing this, the man froze and shuddered in fear. It took Eric a few moments to fully comprehend that the loud crackle of thunder had been an attack by the man standing in front of him, simply as a means to demonstrate his strength. When Eric finally understood this, the color vanished from his face. He gazed over at his bastard daughter, who he did not care for in the slightest, and was quick to sell her over to the German stranger. Fine, she's yours. I don't ever want to see her face around here again. With this I hope my warrior's transgressions are repaid. Siv honestly didn't know if she should feel relieved that she had escaped her father's contempt or if she should feel frightened by entering the clutches of a terrifying man. However, she had no choice in the matter. The girl was quickly rounded up by her father's guards and handed over to Berengar's side, where the man gazed upon the young girl with a friendly smile on his face. I'm sorry, Siv, this is not how I wanted to gain your assistance, though I promise you once I have concluded my business you will be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. Enough to buy yourself a large house and plenty of servants to look after you from now until the end of your days. So many things had occurred so suddenly that Siv had no idea how to react. She simply bowed her head and followed this powerful foreigner back to his ship, not even sparing her family a second glance as she walked away in silence. Chapter 10:13, A Subtle Introduction. Siv followed Berenger back to his ship where she was finally able to get a good look at the monstrosity and its well-illuminated interior. The girl was in a state of shock not only from the mind-boggling wonders she witnessed on board the SMS Linda but also the fact that she had been so swiftly taken away from her family before she even had time to react. The girl sat in Berengar's cabin with a blank look on her cute face, as if she was struggling to understand how she should feel at this moment. The only other person who existed in this room besides herself and the Kaiser was one of several interpreters Berenger had brought with him on this journey. Naturally, since the girl was in such a poor state, Berenger brewed her a pot of coffee while preparing breakfast for the two of them. This breakfast consisted of a bowl of Bauernfrühstück along with a plate of bratwurst served on top of sauerkraut as well as 2 Bayerocks each. The SMS Linda was Berengar's personal battleship and as such his quarters were more like a luxury suite filled with all the modern luxuries one could ask for, including a small kitchen completed with a refrigerator, a stove, an oven, and an espresso maker. After handing off the warm coffee to the girl, Berenger sat down in a seat across from her with a drink of his own. There was a look of compassion on his handsome face as he explained his reasons for visiting this isolated island. I know this is sudden, but I have heard from a reliable source that you are the only one who can get me in touch with a group of outcasts deep within the Icelandic mountains. I hear they worship the old gods and I need to visit them. Siv's expression suddenly stiffened. She gazed at Berenger up and down, not believing a word she was hearing. The people he was asking to meet had a limited contact with the rest of Iceland, let alone the outside world. She struggled to believe that a man from across the sea had learned of their existence. Or what his intentions might be. The girl was about to deny having any knowledge of these people when Berenger sighed and reached underneath the collar of his tunic before pulling out a white gold necklace fashioned in the style of a Mjolnir pendant. This shocked the girl even more while she listened to the words that the Kaiser spoke. I believe in them myself and have come to provide protection for these people. There's not many of us left who believe in the old gods and it is my opinion that we should stick together. I get the feeling that you follow the ways of your ancestors the same as I do. So why don't you help me out? Especially when you consider what I can provide as a reward for your assistance. Not willing to immediately give the man an answer, Siv sipped on her coffee and was astonished at the flavor of such a foreign drink. She could hardly believe her taste buds as she continued to gulp down more of her coffee. Berenger simply chuckled in response to this before getting up and checking on the breakfast he was making, which was nearing completion. Having finished cooking, Berenger turned off the stove and oven before splitting the meal in two, where he handed Siv her own portions. The scent of this food was more tempting than anything she had ever eaten previously throughout her life. She looked over at Berenger with a pleading gaze as if begging him to share with her. This caused the man to chuckle once more while he began to dig into his own serving. That's your portion and there's more where that came from if you're still hungry afterward. The teenage girl was quick to accept the Kaiser's kindness and immediately tasted a whole new world of cooking she never knew existed. As a bastard of the local lord, Siv was afforded rations that were superior in taste and nutrition when compared to the common populace of Iceland, but she had always received the scraps which her family dined upon. Thus, having a fresh meal, cooked especially for her, was a new experience. The girl ate down the food that was provided to her as if she hadn't eaten in 3 whole days. While washing it down with her cup of coffee, Berenger found a bit of joy in her unladylike appearance, which he did not blame her for in the slightest. If he had been dining like a medieval peasant for the past 13 years, he probably would have killed himself by now. After she had eaten the entire meal, Siv sat back at her end of the booth as if wholly satisfied with life. Berenger found this amusing, where he was quick to ask once more about the location he was looking for. I'm going to set out when the sun rises. I need you to guide me to my destination. So are you willing to do it? Or should I just send you back to your family? The idea of being sent back to her father after enjoying such kindness from a total stranger immediately filled Siv's heart with dread. As a result, she lowered her head, too fearful to meet Berengar's gaze before speaking for the first time since they had met. Please don't send me back there. I will do what you ask. Berenger did not know what kind of existence the young girl had back in her home, but he could tell by the look on her face and the tone in her voice that it wasn't a pleasant one. Thus, he was quick to respond with an empathetic gaze and a voice filled with compassion. I promise you, when this is over, you will be paid in a level of wealth beyond your wildest dreams. If you desire, I can even have you immigrate back to my homeland as an emancipated teen, where you can live as a free and wealthy woman in a luxurious life so profound that you cannot even imagine it. Where I come from, even the most common citizens eat food like this every morning. So if you enjoy this, you have a lot to look forward to. Germany is a land of wealth and prosperity like no other in this world. So if you want to get away from this frigid and cold island once and for all, I can also provide that for you. In Siv's mind, she struggled to imagine what such a kingdom would look like. However, judging by what she had seen on this battleship, which was practically a mobile town on the sea, she could believe the words that Berenger spoke. She struggled to even comprehend the lights that illuminated this room, let alone the other wild technology that existed in Berengar's quarters. After several moments of contemplation, Siv spoke up once more. That sounds nice. I would very much like to see this empire of yours. Berenger smiled and nodded his head when he heard this before assuring the girl that such a future awaited her. Thus, he was quick to get up and pour the two of them another coffee while waiting for the sun to arise. Now that the girl had agreed to have been his guide, the Kaiser felt a lot more comfortable walking into the frozen wasteland. Chapter 10:14, Entering the Whirlwind. Hours passed as Berenger and Siv sat in the Kaiser's cabin, chatting about all the things that had occurred during the last 14 years within continental Europe. The girl listened to Berengar's tales of adventure with wide eyes. On more than one occasion, she found herself staring at the handsome, older man in disbelief. From the errant son of a minor nobleman to the leader of the Western world's most supreme power, Berenger had lived a life filled with excitement. Something Siv had always longed for. She could hardly believe half the things she was told, and yet, looking around her at the magnificence of the SMS Linda and all its technological wonders, she could not deny the reality behind them. Eventually the sun rose with the dawn, and Berenger had not even completed 1/10 of the stories he could tell. As much as he might wish to do so, the Kaiser would not delay his journey simply for the chance to enthrall a young mind. Instead, he rose from his seat and gave the girl a command before shooing her out of his room. I have to get dressed for the journey ahead. There is a cabin next door that you can use for the same purposes. A tailor will arrive at your cabin shortly, and they will modify a uniform so that it fits your slim frame perfectly. Siv had no response to this. She did not know why Berenger was treating her so kindly, as even her own family provided the girl nothing more than hand-me-downs to wear. In fact, she was already a bit too tall for her current clothing, something that Berenger took notice of during their brief time together. Another few hours passed and the girl's uniform was finally ready. It was the same as the deep winter pattern clothing that the Marines wore for this expedition. Based upon the clothing worn by the Volksgrenadiers during the Battle of the Bulge, it was more than enough to provide protection against the harsh elements of Iceland's cold winters. Berenger exited from his cabin and guided Siv out of the ship's interior, where together they descended onto the docks of Reykjavik. Upon first glance, Berenger noticed a convoy was already waiting for them. A mixture of 6x6 5-ton trucks and 4x4 Eaton Technicals based upon the Opel Blitz platform from Berengar's past life. Berenger grinned as he led the young girl into the passenger seat of a Technical, while he himself took the driver's seat. Siv looked around in astonishment, not realizing what she was sitting in or how it worked. When the engine roared to life, she was slightly intimidated until she realized the warm air that was exuding in the cab. The girl could only look at her benefactor with sparkles in her eyes as she questioned just what this means of transportation was. What is this thing? A slight smile curved itself upon Berengar's handsome features as he put the transmission into gear and began to drive off as the head of the convoy. As the trucks passed through the city of Reykjavik, Berenger explained to the girl what he was driving. It's called a truck. We're the lucky ones sitting in this warmed interior. If you look behind you, you will see our gunner. Poor bastard has to sit there in the frosty wind as we venture further into this icy wasteland. The young girl, whose hair was as light as platinum and whose eyes were as blue as ice, looked behind her and witnessed the stoic expression on the Marine's face, who operated the 2 cm flak gun that was mounted in the bed of the truck. Siv felt a bit guilty upon seeing this, but Berenger assured her that the man was fine. Don't worry, he's a Marine, he will be fine, I assure you he has been through far worse than this. After saying this, the convoy left the city with Berengar's truck in the lead and Siv as his guide. The journey through the wastes of Iceland was not a particularly long or eventful one. The convoy had packed more than enough supplies to make the trip without any incidents, and before long, they found themselves at the entrance of a valley which was surrounded by a whirlwind of hail. Berenger closely observed the location and was quick to guess that this was indeed the land protected by Odin to serve as the entrance to Valhalla and the last bastion for those who still worship the old gods. However, he still asked for clarification on the matter. Is this the place? Siv silently nodded her head in agreement, which confirmed Berengar's suspicions. With a grit of his teeth, Berenger pressed the button which allowed him to talk through the radio and alerted his troops. We've arrived. Brace yourselves, boys, I don't know how nasty of a storm we are about to plow through, but we need to get inside that whirlwind. There was not the slightest bit of hesitation among Berengar's Marines. They simply gritted their teeth and prepared themselves for the journey. After alerting the men, Berenger pressed his foot on the gas pedal and drove his truck forward into the hailstorm. Contrary to what he thought would occur, not a single bit of hail scratched the paint of his truck or any of those within his convoy. In fact, the hailstorm allowed the Germans to pass through without resistance. Just as quickly as they had entered the whirlwind, they soon found themselves on the other side, and what revealed itself was astonishing. Perhaps what could only be described as a paradise existed within the depths of the whirlwind. There was no snow and only greenery. A large lake lay in the center of the territory which the people who dwelled within drew sustenance from. It was as clear as a crystal and sapphire in color. The trucks drove through the area to the astonishment of the locals who had not exited this hidden domain in centuries. They dressed in the primitive attire of the Vikings and lived in longhouses. Their fields were plentiful beyond what was natural and their livestock were plump and healthy. Berenger, along with all of his soldiers, could hardly believe their eyes as their trucks came to a stop. A group of locals gathered with swords and spears in hand, afraid that perhaps the Christians had finally found them. There was no fear in their eyes, even though they gazed upon the marvelous technology of the distant future. As if death held no meaning to them. Berenger was first among his convoy to step out into the open, and when he revealed himself, he was quick to speak his thoughts, though he was truly surprised when he heard his voice speak a foreign language, one that he could only assume was Old Norse. I am Berenger von Kufstein. I have come to these lands at the behest of the gods. I mean you no harm and instead bring you gifts from the world outside. Though the people were cautious at first, they were quick to change their mind when Siv stood next to the foreigner's side. She smiled as if she were among her real family before running towards a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s who stood among the gathered crowd. Mother, I am home. Berenger was only slightly surprised to see that his guide had familial connections to this hidden valley which the world had seemed to have forgotten. Judging by the look on her face, she was filled with joy to be back in this place, something that the Kaiser found endearing. While Berenger was enjoying the sight of the familial reunion, a large red-haired and bearded man who wore a shirt of mail and a cloak of fur stepped forward to greet him. Berenger, son of Sieghard, we have heard from the Valkyries that you would be arriving. Come, we must prepare you for the winter solstice. The Allfather is expecting you in Valhalla. I assure you, your men will be well taken care of in your absence. When Siv heard these words, she was more shocked than she had ever been prior to this moment. Even after witnessing all the wonders of technology that the Germans brought with them, the fact that Odin had brought this foreigner here was the most unbelievable thing she had ever heard. Berenger smiled and nodded in response to this man's words. He was astonished that all language was converted to the Old Norse tongue in this location, but thought nothing of it after a few moments of adjustment. He was quick to give orders to his men to bring out the gifts he had prepared for the villagers. Bring out our gifts. In the very next moment, the Germans exited from their vehicles and began to carry items such as furs, silk, beer, cheese, bread, meat, and the finest swords the locals had ever laid eyes upon. Berenger then stepped forward and greeted the villagers once more. These are my gifts to you, those brave few who still follow the ways of my ancestors. I hope you will make use of them in whatever way you best see fit. With this, Berenger had made a good first impression upon the townfolk who lived in this hidden paradise. Over the next few days, he would be forced to undergo several trials and rituals in order to ensure that he was worthy of entering Valhalla. It was only after Berenger had gained approval of these villagers would he be able to meet with Odin himself. Chapter 10:15, Dismantling the Last Bastion of Catholicism. While Berenger and a company of his finest marines had entered a hidden paradise which was protected by the god Odin. The majority of his sailors and marines who had accompanied the SMS Linda on this fateful journey were establishing ties to the local populace. The Kaiser gave strict orders prior to his departure to maintain operational security and for his troops to learn what they could from the local population about Iceland's economy, political structure, and religious background. Thus, Sergeant Wolfengel and his squad of veteran Marines were currently walking through the streets of Reykjavik, speaking to the locals about the cathedral which stood proudly in the city's center and the priest who ran it. The veteran soldier had scars on his face from his days spent in the frontiers of Lindaheim, where he constantly fought against the local savages over the past 5 years. He had only recently been redeployed to the SMS Linda as part of its complement, something he took great pride in. As he was speaking with the locals who seemed afraid to talk about the church, the sergeant was forced to pull out a pouch of German thalers which he presented to a young woman and her daughter who was no older than 8 as a bribe. It was only then that they revealed what they knew about the local bishop. It's not something we like to talk about, but over the past 4 years, the bishop has been making some wild claims. I may not be a theologian, but some of the things he has said and done don't seem to fit with what I know about the church. Wolf could tell there was a hint of worry in the woman's eyes as she struggled to avoid revealing too much information. However, her words alone were enough to convince the sergeant that something was seriously wrong in the city of Reykjavik, and thus he was quick to inquire more about it. Just what are these wild claims that the bishop has been making? The Icelandic woman bit her lower lip in frustration, not knowing whether she should say more. However, her young daughter pulled on her sleeve and whispered something in her ear, something which the German Marines did not hear. However, whatever the little girl had said, it was enough to convince the mother to cooperate. With a heavy sigh, she revealed everything she knew. It's not just me, but everyone in town is afraid to speak out against the bishop. After all, he has the backing of the local lord who is not afraid to throw people into the dungeons for criticizing the church. However, with your arrival, maybe something can finally be done about these crimes. The bishop claims that it is the will of God, as spoken by the Pope, for all families to send their firstborn sons to the church. We were forced to give up our eldest boy, who is roughly 10, to the bishop. Even when we attend service, we are not allowed to speak to our son. There are rumors that the bishop is taking the boys as his lovers, though nobody has ever been able to prove this. If that wasn't bad enough, the church demands a hefty tribute from the people of Iceland, leaving us with little left to fend for ourselves. What little remains in our pockets is then taxed by Lord Eric. We can barely afford to feed our families, let alone fuel the fires in our homes. When Wolf heard this, he felt a sense of rage surging within his heart. It was common knowledge that the Catholic Church had abused its authority to molest boys and steal money from the people. However, these misdeeds were only proven as a result of the German Reformation. Iceland was isolated, and though some traitors came and went, it was not impossible for the bishop and the local lord to keep the papacy's destruction under wraps. This would explain why such blatant corruption was on full display without fear of repercussions. Because the uneducated peasants would believe anything that the bishop said so long as he claimed the Pope had declared it. Obviously, there would be dissenters who were concerned about their families, but with the power of Lord Eric's henchmen they could be easily disposed of. Here in Iceland lie the last bastion of Catholicism, where the local bishop abused that fact to create a harem of underage boys and extort the local population to make himself rich. The very thought made Wolf and his squad's blood boil. Upon receiving this information, the sergeant was quick to thank the woman for her bravery. However, before he could return with this news to the captain, the Marines needed more evidence, and thus they interviewed several other families who were more than willing, after a small bribe, to confess to what they knew about the Church of Reykjavik and its misdeeds. Before long, Wolf and his squad returned to the SMS Linda, where they reported their findings to the captain. The officer in command of the SMS Linda was a man by the name of Victor Weiss. After hearing the accusations laid against the local bishop, there was a stoic expression on the man's face as he questioned the validity about what he heard. "Are you sure about this? It's not that I don't believe you, but we are in a precarious situation. We are not the rulers of Iceland, and therefore we do not have the authority to apprehend and prosecute the local bishop even if we were to discover undeniable evidence of his crimes. To do so could not only anger the local population but outrage our allies in the Kalmar Union as well." Perhaps it was because of the captain's indecisiveness while Berenger was away, but Wolf was outraged at the very idea that they needed permission to put down an evildoer. Thus, he was quick to protest his superior officer's diplomatic approach. "With all due respect, Captain, I believe it is our duty, wherever we might find ourselves, to stamp out evil where we see it. If the Kaiser were here, I have no doubt that he would be more than willing to step on a few tails in order to rid the world of such atrocities. If you still think we require permission, then send a message to the German embassy in Copenhagen and request an investigation into this matter from King Alvar." Having heard this suggestion, Captain Weiss felt much more confident in his ability to interfere in Iceland's affairs and was quick to do as suggested. After waiting nearly 30 minutes, he heard Alvar's voice on the other end of the radio. The man sounded rather displeased that a lowly captain had summoned him, but when he heard the allegations against the Bishop of Reykjavik, he was quick to change his tune. "Fucking Catholics. I knew it was a bad idea to leave Iceland to its own devices. While the Nordic Reformation has taken over most of the Kalmar Union, there are still pockets of Catholic churches here and there, Iceland being the most notable exception. If you are convinced that these rumors are true, then you have my permission to investigate them. Should you find evidence of these allegations, then by all means deal with the Bishop of Reykjavik however you see fit." With that said, Captain Weiss could sigh in relief. After which he narrowed his eyes and shifted his sight towards Sergeant Engel, where he was quick to give the man his orders. "I want you to rally 2 squads of Marines. Your objective is to raid the Cathedral of Reykjavik as well as the bishop's personal lodgings. Find me some evidence of the Chich's misdeeds and I will have the bastard hung with the dawn." In response to this, Sergeant Engel saluted the captain before responding in affirmation to his orders. "Yes, sir." With this said, a detachment of Marines were sent through the streets of Reykjavik looking for evidence of the local bishop's wrongdoings. This would, in turn, alert the local lord and force him to respond. Though the Germans had received King Alvar's permission to investigate this matter, Eric would not so easily lie down and accept this breach of his sovereignty. After all, he had close ties to the Bishop of Reykjavik, and if the church went down in flames, so too would his house. Chapter 1016, The Trials of Odin Part 50. Despite being located in the frozen wastes of Iceland during the mid of winter, Berenger did not feel the slightest bit cold. In fact, if anything, he felt overdressed in this hidden paradise. The leader of the tribe of outcasts who still followed the traditions of their ancestors was quick to lead the Kaiser deeper into the village. He did not hesitate to introduce himself to the man who had been invited by the gods. "My name is Wolfgar, son of Olaf. My people have lived here for centuries, free from the persecution of Christians. The gods provide a sanctuary, and in return, we worship them with all our hearts. This is the first time in our entire history of seclusion that an outsider like yourself has been allowed entry. Normally the barrier would claim the lives of any intruders, but Odin has warned of us about your arrival and the preparations that need to be made." When Berenger heard this, he immediately became confused. If no outsider had ever entered these lands, then how could Siv have come to be? Obviously, her mother was hidden in the sanctuary, but her father was that bastard Eric, Lord of Reykjavik. With this in mind, he was quick to ask about the girl's past. If no outsider has entered these lands, then how was Siv born? As far as I'm aware, her father is an outsider. A grim look appeared on the man's face as his gaze cast over to the teenager girl who was reconnecting with her mother. He shook his head and sighed before refusing to answer the question. That is a question best left answered by the girl's mother. It is not my place to say. Come, we have much to do and little time to do it in. There are 3 trials you must pass before entering Valhalla's gates. Though you have proven yourself the world's greatest conqueror, your skills as a warrior are lacking. Berengar's brows immediately furrowed as he heard these words. He cast an intense glare towards Wulfgar as he questioned what the man meant. Are these Odin's words? If I am not a warrior worthy of Valhalla, then who is? I have fought in more battles than any man in this tribe and have always emerged victorious. Wulfgar did not take offense at Berengar's statement and instead scoffed in disbelief as he quickly corrected the man in his delusions. Oh sure, you have fought many battles, some of them you have even participated in the front lines. But with every major feat of glory you have achieved in personal combat, you have done so by overcoming your rivals with superior technology or the aid of your allies. It is not your will to fight that is questionable, but your own personal strength. Odin has set forth 3 trials of combat, ones you must overcome solely with your own ability. Only then shall you enter Valhalla's gates. Make no mistake, these are exceptional feats, ones that even the most hardened berserker will probably fail to achieve. You must prepare yourself for the possibility of death. However, the gods are not cruel. They have given you a fighting chance. Follow me and we shall see you reborn as a man like no other who has come before you. Berenger did not understand what Wulfgar meant by this, but willingly followed the man to a mysterious pool of boiling water. There were several naked maidens kneeling in the pool, among which was a woman adorned in feathers and bones, which Berenger could only assume was some kind of seeress. Just when he was about to ask Wulfgar what was going on, the man spoke of his own accord. As I said before, the gods have given you a fighting chance and have chosen to bless you with a ritual. You will cleanse your body and mind of any impurities here in this pool. Once you have done so, come meet me in the village below and I will lead you to the first trial. Though Berenger was confused by what Wulfgar had meant, did not bother rejecting the offer and instead stripped himself naked before entering the mystical pool, where he immediately felt as if every fiber of his being was being soothed by the magical water. Once submerged from the neck down, the seeress attendants began to massage every inch of Berengar's body with the magical water, ensuring that it fully soaked through his pores. They did not dare waste a single milliliter of the valuable substance. As someone who had always kept himself in great shape, Berenger prided himself on his body and what it was capable of. However, as a mortal man, there were natural barriers that prevented him from becoming something more. In this pool, the physical impurities that existed in Berengar's body were melted away, creating the perfect human form. Though it was only after the seeress dunked his head beneath the surface of the magical water and chanted her ritual did Berenger feel his mind washed over by the same mystical energy. When Berenger finally resurfaced, he was born anew. Though he had not become superhuman, he had become the apex of what a human could achieve in both body and mind. A blessing from the gods to ensure that his body would endure the trials that were to come. After exiting the pool, Berenger looked back upon his reflection and noticed that his skin was softer, his already handsome features were enhanced, and his age seemed to have decreased back to his early 20s. The scars he had gained in warfare had disappeared and any blemishes that previously marked his flesh were now gone. Perhaps most notable of all was the fact the eye of Horus had been forcefully ejected from his skull and in its place a brand new sapphire eye, like the one he had born with, appeared. Berenger quickly scrambled into the pool to recover his divine artifact, where he stood in disbelief for some time. At the moment, he was completely incapable of understanding the transformation his body had undergone. Berenger was just about to ask the seeress what she had done to him when the woman spoke of her own accord. You have now reached the absolute limits of the human body and mind. Use this gift wisely, for I can only conduct such a ritual once in my life. I pray for your safety in these upcoming trials. It would be a pity if such a blessing were to go to waste. Though Berenger could feel the difference in every fiber of his being, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders to hear it spoken by the seeress, it truly boggled his mind. He could only think that the gods of Germania must have something great in store for him to bless him with such a mighty boon. After bathing in the mystical pool, a pair of wool trousers were brought forth for Berenger to wear and nothing else. Despite this lack of attire, he did not question it and adorned himself with the article of clothing before regrouping Wulfgar, who led him to the first trial. When Berenger arrived at the trial ground, he nearly shit his pants. The entire tribe had gathered to witness this event, and the man could only stare like a dimwit at what was presented before him. He may have just reached peak human condition, but what waited for him in the pit below was a monstrous polar bear, which was large even by its own species standards. A look of shock appeared in Berengar's eyes as he frantically cast a gaze over to Wulfgar, who was smiling at his misery. Before the Kaiser could even speak, the chief bellowed in laughter before pushing Berenger into the pit. Kill the bear with your newfound strength or die trying. Siv stared at Wulfgar as if the man had gone mad before shifting her gaze over to her benefactor's figure, who had taken a wrestling stance as he circled the beast that lay in the pit below. Even if Berenger had reached the pinnacle of human ability to fight with a polar bear with nothing but his own strength, it could only be described as suicidal. Despite the dire situation that he found himself in, there was not a hint of emotion on Berengar's exceptionally handsome face. Rather, he continued to circle the beast, looking for an opportunity to overcome it. The slightest mistake would undoubtedly result in his death, and yet there was an intense desire for survival emanating from his mismatched eyes. No longer content with the dance, the beast charged forward recklessly in an attempt to maul its opponent to death. The creature's claws narrowly avoided Berengar's neck as it slid to the side and rammed its head into the stone wall which separated the pit from those who stood above it. As if the heavens had presented him this opportunity, Berenger gnashed his teeth and roared as if he were a bear himself before charging his opponent and putting the beast into a headlock where he proceeded to use his newfound strength and leverage to lower the mighty bear onto the ground and suffocate the creature with a choke known as the darce. The beast attempted to break free from Berengar's grasp and even inflicted several severe slashes onto the man's body, but due to the awkward position it was in and the weight of its opponent bearing down on its neck, it could only give one last struggle before its consciousness faded. Once the massive polar bear had passed out, Berenger put the beast into a rear headlock before breaking its neck with his overwhelming strength. He could hardly believe how strong he had become. Although he recognized that if the creature had not slammed its head into stone and dazed itself, he likely would be a dead man right now. With the creature's death, the crowd roared in excitement as they jumped into the pit and began to skin the beast. Its hide would be turned into a cloak, one for Berenger to wear, symbolizing his ascendance to the status of berserker. Wolfgar nodded his approval and announced an end to the first trial. Berenger Sieghardsson, you have passed the first trial. Though you lucked out by outmaneuvering the beast, you still achieved your victory by using only your own strength. I assure you, the next trial will be far more dangerous. So prepare yourself. Berenger sighed heavily and gazed upon his bleeding flesh with a hint of regret in his eyes. If he had known that such a dangerous series of tests were awaiting him, he might have thought twice before attempting to meet with Odin. However, after coming so far, there was no way he was going to quit, even if it meant his death. Chapter 10:17, Advancing Ahead. While Berenger was undergoing the trials of Odin in a distant corner of the world, Linda was conducting her own operations in the fatherland. After learning about the deaths of her adopted family, Mina had agreed to become an agent of German imperial intelligence. Currently, the Josian princess was undergoing strict training in the arts of espionage and assassination. Beneath the tutelage of one agent, Friedrich Ziegler, Mina had learned rather swiftly how to be the perfect spy. As time passed and the Japanese empress became impatient about the return of her little pet, a romance began to blossom between the German interrogator and his Korean captive. A situation which was closely monitored and orchestrated by Lindy's hands. Currently, the director of intelligence sat within her office, overseeing a report written by the agent in question who continued to train their newest recruit. With a slight smirk on her flawless face, Linda responded to this information with a satisfactory nod. Good, it seems everything is going as planned. The only problem I have now is stalling for more time. Empress Itami Ryo is becoming quite impatient with the matter regarding Mina's release. Any longer and I believe she will start to expect our plan. I must admit, the Japanese empress is a very intelligent woman, however she is very unwise to say the least. I can't help but question many of her decisions since she had first assumed power in her homeland. What do you think, Hema? Is Mina ready to begin the operation? The deputy director of German Imperial Intelligence was in the process of sipping on a thermos filled with coffee when she heard her superior's question. She was quick to glance over the information before speaking her opinion on the matter. In regards to espionage, the Josian princess has learned as much as she needs to complete the task. However, it would be dangerous for Mina if we send her to Japan now before her training is fully completed. Itami Ryo is many things, but trustful is not one of them. The bitch is paranoid, and the moment her plans are leaked to her rival, she is going to know that someone close to her has committed a grave betrayal. It will only be a matter of time before she finds out Mina is responsible, and when that happens, we will lose one of our greatest assets in this Cold War. Linda nodded her head in agreement with this assessment and sighed heavily as she sat back in her chair and stared at the documents in her hands. It was times like this, while her husband was away, that she often threw herself into her work as a coping mechanism. In the past, she had tried praying for the man's safety, but after learning of the existence of the supernatural, the woman had no faith left in religion. For whatever the Abrahamic God might be, he was not all-powerful and all-knowing like the Christians had always claimed. Hema could tell her boss was distracted and tried to cheer the woman up. Linda, you know what your worst trait is? Over-worrying. I'm sure Berenger is fine. How many times has he encountered the supernatural before? And how many times has he returned to your loving arms in one piece? The man isn't stupid, he doesn't take unnecessary risks, especially not for the approval of a bunch of ancient pagan gods. He will be fine, he always is. When was the last time the man did something needlessly stupid that put his own life at risk? The sentiment which Hema expressed was greatly appreciated by Linda, who wore a bitter smile as she tried to pass the worries from her mind. Of course, if she knew that at this very moment, Berenger was wrestling a polar bear in a fight to the death, she would be livid at her man's sheer stupidity. Luckily, she had no way of knowing such a thing, and thus her mind was able to ease itself after some deep breaths. In the past, Hema could not understand such worries, however after entering into a relationship with a man she deeply cared for, She too would feel nervous if her man were to go out onto an expedition into an icy wasteland for a reason as crazy as interacting with an ancient pagan deity. As the deputy director of German Imperial Intelligence, Hema was one of the few individuals in this world who was aware of its hidden supernatural elements. A secret she dared not share with anyone for fear of being labeled insane. After sitting in silence for some time, Linda sighed heavily before shifting her attention to matters of importance. They'll give Friedrich a month to complete Mina's training. If they're not finished by then, we will have to begin the operation either way. In starting to run out of excuses to give to the Japanese empress that she will believe. Hema nodded her head in understanding and agreed with the assessment. I understand. I will let Friedrich know of your decision. Hopefully that psycho Predaboy can get his act together by then. Is there anything else you need before I depart? Linda thought about it for a moment before shaking her head. She had everything she needed at the moment and would not hold up her deputy director any longer. You were dismissed. With this said, Hema bowed her head before departing from her superior's office, leaving Linda alone with her myriad of worries. Itami sat at her desk while gazing upon a map of a known world which her agents had recovered from the markets of Anangpur. Though Germany had practically mapped out the entire world, they officially used maps that excluded their colonies as a means of counterintelligence. After all, Berenger did not want the world to know of just how large the new world was or how much of it he had already settled. Still, as Itami gazed upon this map, she could only gain a sense of intense anxiety. So much had changed in this world from the one she was used to. In truth, the Japanese empress did not know how much of this was the result of the butterfly effect caused by Berengar's actions and how much of it was already in place before his reincarnation in this world. What she did know was that Europe was all wrong. Berenger had done what all others had failed to do in his previous life, and that was to unite the world's German speakers into a single, cohesive empire, one which his dynasty sat upon as the ultimate rulers. From there he had forced the entirety of Europe and the Middle East to kneel before him as the supreme hegemon of the Western world. In contrast, Itami had brought all of Japan beneath her rule, yet she had struggled to establish an international empire. If Berenger did not exist in this world, then perhaps she would have chosen a different path to gain hegemony over the East. However, the realization that another person like herself lay to the west and was building an empire. It caused the young woman to panic and make many foolish decisions. She had built an empire on sinking sand while Berenger had built his on solid rock. No matter how Itami looked at the geopolitical situation, she had been outplayed. If her rival emerged victorious in this upcoming war, it was very likely that his reich could truly last 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Itami's empire was one step away from total collapse. Though she sat upon the throne, those beneath her only tolerated her reign because it was still useful to their purposes. No matter how much she might regret her choices in life, Itami only had one move to play, and that was to continue her course full steam ahead. With a heavy sigh, she took a bite out of a chocolate bar which had been imported from the Reich. Whether in this life or her past, the young woman enjoyed the taste of chocolate, a treat which helped soothe her worries. While munching on this treat, Itami gazed upon the portrait of Berenger which hung in her room and suddenly halted her actions. It was only now that she realized what she was doing. Her eyes darted back and forth between the painting of Germany's emperor and the label on her candy bar, which was clearly written in the German language. A deep sense of shame overwhelmed Itami as she realized she was giving her enemy exactly what he wanted. Her first reaction was to toss the candy bar towards the portrait. When the chocolate impacted, it tore a hole in Berengar's handsome face, which caused Itami to cry out in agony as she rushed towards the painting. Oh no! What have I done? Tears streamed from the Itami's blood-red eyes as she gazed upon the damage she had caused. In the end, she picked up the candy bar once more and trembled as she ate what remained, as if she were some kind of junkie, incapable of stopping herself from injecting heroin into her veins, despite wanting nothing more than to be sober. Having finished the treat and thrown away the wrapper in shame, Itami climbed into her bed and cuddled with her Julian pillow while crying herself to sleep. She was completely and utterly done with politics. She hoped that when she woke up the next morning it would not be in this luxurious palace, but in her old bed at West Point, where she would be able to meet Julian in the library once more. Unfortunately, wishes were seldom granted. Chapter 10:18, Berenger the Berserker. The sun began to set over the hidden corner of the world where Berenger found himself a guest of a long-forgotten clan. Having completed the first of his trials, a great feast was set for the Kaiser in celebration of his victorious contest. Berenger sat near a campfire with a horn of mead in one hand and two local beauties clinging to each of his arms while he spoke of his previous conquests. The two young women's full attention was on the handsome man and his tales of wonder. I must have been no older than 20 when I killed my first man. You see, my brother had sent assassins after me in one of his many attempts to claim my rightful position as heir to our father's lands and titles. These bastards thought they would ambush me in the mountains during a hunting trip, but you see, I knew they were coming. So, in the middle of the night, while my party was asleep, I grabbed my rifle and stalked through the hills, eventually entering a wooded clearing. As I silently made my way through the thicket, I accidentally stumbled upon one of the assassins who was relieving himself. Naturally, upon coming face to face with a man who wanted to kill me, the two of us fought to see who could arm himself first. Fortunately, that night I was the quicker man as I swiftly attached my bayonet and stuck its blade into the man's throat before he could even call for help from his comrades. Shortly thereafter, I climbed up on a hill above and sniped at the remaining assassins. I killed a total of 4 men that night and in doing so gained critical evidence of my brother's misdeeds. Later on, I was able to use said evidence to banish the little cunt from my family and its holdings. Of course, the bastard came back some time later searching for vengeance, and in the heat of battle, I slayed him. It's funny, if my brother had just chosen to support me rather than usurp my birthright, he would be living a life of unimaginable luxury and happiness right now. Berenger had lost himself in thought for several moments after telling the story. It had been many years since he last thought about Lambert and how things could have been had the boy not been such a scheming prick. Looking back on the past over a decade after the fact, he could not help but think had he reincarnated into this world a few years earlier, he might have been able to prevent such a cruel fate. Inadvertently, by staring into the fire while remaining completely silent for several moments, Berenger had further charmed the 2 young women who sat in his arms. They wanted to know more about this mysterious guest's life and how he had made his way from the heart of Europe all the way to this secluded valley. SIV watched the scene of her 2 elder cousins staring at Berenger with sparkling eyes and felt embarrassed on their behalf. It was almost as if the 2 young women were meeting a man for the first time in their lives. When the girl's mother saw this, she giggled before teasing her daughter. "A bit jealous, are we?" A slight snort escaped from Siv's nostrils as she shook her head and rejected the very idea. As if. The man is practically old enough to be my father. This remark only caused Siv's mother to giggle further, an act which caused the young girl to pout. As for Berenger, he continued to enjoy the company of the 2 young women for a little while longer before the food was brought out. Though the food was bland, Berenger did not mind. He was just about to dig in when the chief of the clan stood up and made a toast. To Berenger Sieghardsson, may he complete his second trial tomorrow with the same skill and fervor as he did so today. The entire clan, along with the company of Marines who escorted Berenger to this location, lifted their horns of mead and chanted the toast back to the chief. To Berenger. Berenger had long since become used to being the center of attention and was the first to drink the mead. After doing so, he dug into the roasted reindeer and enjoyed the savory flavor. Before long the meal was completed and the same CRS who had bathed Berenger in the pool of magical water stepped forward. Like before, a headdress made of a reindeer's skull and raven feathers obscured the top of her face. When Berenger noticed the CRS approach, he felt as he had when encountering other supernatural beings. Though the CRS was human, she dabbled in seer, which left a mystical energy around the woman. Something Berenger was easily able to pick up. There was a white fur cloak with the head of a polar bear in the woman's hands as she brought it forward and placed it upon Berengar's skull. The front paws of the beast wrapped around Berengar's chest and could be tied into a knot, or pinned with a brooch to tightly fasten the cloak to the user's head. Berenger was slightly surprised by this but felt the spirit and characteristics of the bear overwhelming him. He gazed up at the CRS in shock, where a slight smile emerged on her eerily pretty face. "This hide contains the hammer of the polar bear which you have slain. It took some effort on my part to calm the beast's spirit, but now you will embody the power and spirit of the bear when you wear this cloak. On behalf of our clan, I proclaim you Berenger the Berserker." In truth, Berenger knew very little of Norse traditions and beliefs. He had no idea what hammer was, but he could feel the might of the bear flowing through him. Whatever magic the CRS had performed was as real as anything else in this world. He could only nod his head in acceptance of this gift while continuing to drown himself with mead. Thus, Berenger continued to feast and charm the women of the clan with stories of past conflicts and victories. By the end of the night, nearly every woman and girl of age in the village wanted the man to take them to bed. However, he remained chaste. After all, he had enough drama with women in his life, and the last thing he needed was to add another to the list. Eventually, Berenger entered the longhouse that was provided for him and fell asleep by the fire, not realizing that he was sleeping within the home that belonged to Siv and her mother. After only a couple of hours, Berenger awoke with the need to relieve himself, where he walked outside into the dead of night and took care of business. After returning from his little venture, he noticed Siv all asleep, her head lying on her mother's lap, who appeared to be alert to his arrival. An awkward expression appeared on Berengar's face as he realized he had been sleeping in this woman's home without paying proper respects, and thus he sat down by the fire and apologized. "My apologies. I was so drunk that I didn't realize whose house I was sleeping in. Oddly enough, I feel sober already with only a couple of hours of sleep. I should thank you for your hospitality even though I haven't been the best of guests." A gentle smile emerged on the woman's face. It was only now that Berenger was realizing that she was roughly his age, perhaps even younger. Despite this, her beauty was that of a younger woman. As if age had yet to really affect her. She nodded her head in understanding before assuring Berenger he had done nothing wrong. "There's no need. You underwent a difficult challenge today and you will have an even more precarious time tomorrow. I understand the need to celebrate a great victory. However, if you're wondering why you feel sober so quickly after drinking more than your fill, it likely has to do with the ritual you went through. It has been many years since the gods have blessed a member of our clan with such a gift, but I've heard that such individuals are capable of eating and drinking more than before without suffering ill effects such as weight gain or hangovers. So it is not at all unusual given the circumstances. The more Berenger learned about his newfound abilities, the more impressed he became. For whatever reason, he recalled his previous curiosity and felt compelled to ask the woman about herself and her daughter. "Can I ask you a personal question?" The woman could tell exactly what Berenger wanted to know and was quick to interrupt him. "You have yet to even ask me my name, and yet you want to know the specifics about how my daughter was born? Have you no shame?" There was a very clear teasing intent from the woman's words, especially when Berenger gazed upon her pretty face and saw the light-hearted expression she wore. Just when he was about to apologize and ask the woman for her name, she volunteered it. "It's Brynhilde, by the way." This caused Berenger to chuckle as he made a joke regarding the woman's name. "You mean like the Valkyrie?" Brynhilde simply smiled and nodded her head before continuing her story. "That's correct. However, if you wish to know the origin of my daughter's birth, then that is a story best left for after you finish your trials. Assuming you live through them, that is." A feigned expression of offense appeared on Berengar's handsome face as he cracked another joke with the woman as if they were old friends. "What do you mean if I live through them?" "Obviously, I'm going to survive. It's what I do best." This light-hearted response caused the woman to giggle. She knew just how severe Berengar's trials would be, and yet the man did not appear concerned in the least, even after wrestling a polar bear. Despite her initial reservations, Brynhilde unconsciously found herself falling for the man's charm, like every other woman in the village. Of course, she knew why this was. Not only had Berengar's appearance improved with the ritual, but so too did his charisma. So much so that despite knowing this reality, Brynhilde couldn't take her eyes off the man as if he were a shooting star who would disappear in the next moment, leaving her awestruck. Noticing the atmosphere that was forming around him and this woman he barely knew, Berenger decided that now was the time to call it quits before he ended up making a big mistake. He bade Brynhilde good night before hopping onto a nearby straw mattress while wrapping himself up in his new fur cloak, leaving the woman on the other side of the room staring at his sleeping self with a hint of regret in her eyes. When the dawn rose on the next day, Berenger would be faced with his second trial, one that would challenge him, mentally, physically, and spiritually. Chapter 1019, Dismantling the Last Bastion of Catholicism Part LL. While Berenger feasted and slept within a secluded village hidden in the frozen wastes of Iceland, the majority of the soldiers which he had taken on this journey were fast at work investigating the bishopric of Reykjavik. Two teams of Marines worked together to bring down the bishop and his allies. Sergeant Wolfengel led a squad of Germany's finest Marines to the city's cathedral in the dead of night. By now, nobody was left in the building, which gave them the ability to sneak in unnoticed. After picking the lock, Wolf was first to enter, where he used the flashlight in his hand to search for the Chich's misdeeds. Upon entry, Sergeant Engel and his squad were quick to notice how luxurious such a backwater cathedral was, which they were quick to comment about. It's one thing for the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein to be filled with gold and silver everywhere you look. After all, we built the damn thing to mock the papacy and their greed. However, this timber-fucking chapel in the middle of goddamn nowhere is still so lavish? Something smells fishy here. A corporal nodded his head and looked over at a large golden cross which had the figure of Jesus Christ carved into its main beam. He couldn't help but break the third commandment upon witnessing such a thing. Jesus fucking Christ, look at this. How much do you think such a thing is worth? It's got to weigh at least 30 kilos. Now that's a cross to bear. The Marines continued to flash their lights throughout the building looking for any possible evidence of wrongdoing. Eventually they made their way to the back where the bishop's personal office was. Once inside, they dug through books, letters, and any documents they could get their hands on. It was Sergeant Engel who was the first to find any real damning piece of evidence. Take a look at this. It's a correspondence between Lord Eric and the Bishop of Reykjavik. It's dated roughly 4 years ago, shortly after the fall of the papacy. In this document, the bishop informs Lord Eric of the Pope's demise and suggests keeping it a secret from the people of Iceland so they can be extorted. The next one to speak was the corporal who had previously found the golden cross. "Over here, I think I've got something. It's the Chich's ledgers. I see an absurd amount of money coming in and going out. I mean, from what I can see here, the people are clearly being extorted and a large chunk of that is going back into Eric's pockets. Clearly, this is bigger than we initially thought it was." The more the Marines dug through the bishop's documents, the larger this conspiracy became. There were letters of correspondence written to other parts of the Kalmar Union exposing an enormous human trafficking ring of young boys and girls, many of which were being sold into slavery. One thing quickly became certain: throughout Northern Europe there was a network of former Catholic priests and Catholic sympathizers who were running an illegal slave trade, most of which were children taken from Iceland and sold throughout Scandinavia where they suffered God knows what abuse. Upon learning such a thing, Sergeant Engel could only confiscate the evidence and bring it back to his superior. This was way beyond his pay grade. Once on board the SMS Linda, he handed the documents over to Captain Victor Weiss, who gazed upon them with a grim expression on his face. After several moments of silence, the captain spoke to his subordinate with a grave tone in his voice. "Does anyone other than your squad know about this?" With a slight shake of the head, Sergeant Engel confirmed that only he and his men knew about this conspiracy, which allowed the captain to breathe a sigh of relief, where he then explained in detail what exactly was about to happen. "Once the other squad reports to me, I will give them the same talk I am now going to give to you. What I am going to do is report this directly to Imperial Intelligence. They'll allow them to handle this from here on out. As for the rest of you, not a single word about what you have found will ever escape your lips. Do you understand me? It slightly surprised Sergeant Engel when he heard this cautious remark. He did not understand why they should not directly inform the Kaiser about this matter when he finally returned from wherever the hell he had gone to and was quick to voice this concern. Shouldn't we alert the Kaiser? If he were to find out about this, then surely he would be able to do something about it. With a heavy sigh, Captain Weiss shook his head before informing the lowly sergeant on why this was a bad idea. The Kaiser is a brilliant man, one with the utmost virtuous character. However, he is also a passionate man, and passion leads to impulsiveness. If he were to discover this horrific conspiracy, then it is entirely possible that he gets so enraged that he does something foolish like declare war on his own allies in some vain attempt to rid the world of these evildoers. While the Kaiser might succeed in his endeavors, he would likely turn the world against him for doing so. Believe me when I say such matters are best reserved for the Spider Queen and her myriad of minions. This cautious response was understandable when one understood Berengar's character. If there was one crime that the Kaiser despised most of all, it was the abuse of children. In fact, the Reich's laws regarding such crimes were brutal but completely justified. Once convicted, the offender would be castrated, where they would then be sent off to endure the rest of their miserable lives in labor camps that were so atrocious you might as well call them gulags. In the modern world, such a sentence might be considered inhumane, but then again, Berenger didn't consider child abusers to be human beings in the first place. Naturally, Sergeant Engel understood this and nodded his head in understanding. However, there was just one question on his mind which he was quick to give voice to. Wait, who is the Spider Queen? In response to this, Captain Weiss simply snorted as he chuckled. It was common knowledge among the higher-ranking officers of the military just who was in charge of Imperial intelligence, but for the rank and file, such information was relatively unknown. Thus, when he answered the sergeant's question, the man had trouble believing it. The Spider Queen is what most people who are in the know call Kaiserin Linda von Kufstein behind her back. She may appear to be pretty and innocent on the outside, but in reality she is the director of Imperial intelligence and is bar none the most terrifying woman on this planet. When you get to be my rank, dealing with Imperial intelligence is a common occurrence. And I assure you, the Kaiserin is the most capable person to track down these conspirators and make them suffer a fate more miserable than death, all without causing an international incident. Sergeant Engel could hardly believe his ears. The two Kaiserins were practically idols in the Reich. Every man and boy had their own fantasies about the two beauties. Their supporters were in the millions, and generally one was either a rabid fan of Linda or Adela, but rarely both. For Wolf Engel, who was in Lindy's camp, he could hardly believe that the goddess of his heart was such a person. It took him some time to snap out of his stupor, and when he did, he heard Captain Weiss barking commands at him again. That is all, Sergeant, you are dismissed, and before you go, remember to give my words to your squad. Not a single word about this incident is to escape their lips, understood? I will only warn you one last time. This has become a classified matter that is up to Imperial intelligence to solve. Sergeant Engel was still in disbelief over the fact that Linda was known as the Spider Queen and simply nodded his head in a daze before walking out the door. As for Captain Weiss, he could not help but curse aloud once he was all alone. Fucking Catholics. Chapter 1020, The Trials of Odin Part LL. Berenger awoke with the dawn. However, something was different on this morning. His mind was fresh and clear, unlike the groggy state he commonly found himself after first waking up. Usually, the man would need a cup of coffee before he could even think about getting any work done. Yet at this very moment his mind was awake, perhaps more so than it had ever been in his entire life. After rising out of his fur cloak, which he had used as covering the night prior, Berenger noticed that Brynhildr was in the act of cooking breakfast. Meanwhile, SIV was still asleep in another corner of the longhouse. His first instinct was to play a trick on the mature beauty, but the moment he stepped out of bed, she heard his feet touch the floor and was quick to greet her guest. Awake already? Come, enjoy some eggs, sausage, and a glass of fresh milk. You are going to need your strength for today's trial. Partially disappointed that he could not be mischievous so early in the morning, Berenger sighed and did as he was instructed, and in doing so, admitting defeat on this particular day. He was quick to scarf down a lion's share of eggs, sausage, and milk. It immediately became apparent that his appetite had increased, which was no doubt due to the rebirth that his body had gone through. Despite this, Brynhildr continued to feed the man with a happy smile on her face. It was as if her storehouses were unlimited as the woman gracefully cooked more and more servings for Berenger until he no longer felt the need to eat. Once satisfied, he leaned back in his chair and thanked his host for her hospitality. It was truly delicious. Thank you for putting up with me. Exactly as Berenger had expected, the woman was quick to bow her head and reply with a humble response. It was my pleasure. Assuming you make it back from your trial alive, I will prepare a similar breakfast for you tomorrow. If you have any requests, you can tell me when you return. After finishing his milk, Berenger placed his horn on the table and wore a confident expression as he stood up from his seat and headed for the door. He left behind one simple response before exiting the long house. I look forward to it. It was only after the man's figure disappeared that SIV awoke from her slumber. She wiped her eyes in an act of exhaustion before looking across her home, noticing that Berenger had already left. When she realized this, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the girl, causing her to scramble out of bed and into some proper clothes. Brynhilde only smiled and shook her head as her daughter ran out of her home and after her benefactor with a piece of bread in her mouth. By the time Siv finally caught up with Berenger, he was in the center of the city wearing nothing but wool trousers as he entered a small clearing which was used to host duels. This time it was not Wolfgar but the seeress who was announcing the trial. There was a stoic expression on the woman's eerily beautiful face as she announced just what horror Berenger would be facing on this day. Berenger Sighardsson, you are a conqueror who is unrivaled throughout history, and though you have fought in the front lines of war, you did not use your own strength and skill to defeat your enemies. Rather, you relied on superior technology and the aid of your allies to overcome your opponents. The gods have seen fit to give you a proper contest with an enemy from your past who had once bested you in single combat. You will not be fighting here in the mortal realm, but rather in a temporary plane created by the god Odin to oversee your duel. Step forth and enter the battleground where only the gods shall bear witness to your trial. After saying this, Berenger stepped up towards the seer, who placed 2 fingers on his forehead and in doing so instantly sent the man into a pocket dimension. The world around Berenger looked nearly the same as where he previously stood, but he found himself alone with nothing but a sword in one hand and a shield in another. Just when Berenger was about to search for his opponent, a voice called out to him, one that sent shivers down his spine. "Brother!" Berenger immediately turned around and gazed at the other end of the dueling pit where, to his dismay, he witnessed the sight of a teenage boy, one he had not seen in over 10 years. Lambert stood at the opposing side with a hate-filled gaze in his ocean blue eyes. Berenger could only stammer in shock as he tried to express the thoughts in his mind. It can't be. Despite struggling to cope with this reality, there was no mistaking it. The boy who existed on the other end of the dueling ring was his long-deceased brother Lambert, or should I say, the spirit of Lambert. The hatred that was contained within the boy's eyes was enough to devour entire galaxies as he cursed at the men who had sent him to the depths of hell. "What? Are you surprised to see me? It's the head, isn't it? I know what you did to my skull after you killed me. It's not just that. I know everything that has happened after you shot me through the chest. Hell has been especially cruel for me as when I'm not being tortured in a boiling lake of blood, am forced to watch what is transpiring in the mortal plane, specifically everything that my dearest brother has accomplished after he sent me to the pit. However, now I've been given another chance. If I kill you here, we will trade places. That is the agreement that Odin has made with Satan. You will take my place as a tortured soul in the realm of the devil, and I will be given a new life. Where the first thing I will do is rape that red-headed bitch of yours and dine on the flesh of her accursed children. Come at me, brother, let's end this once and for all." Berenger did not even get a chance to respond to Lambert's hatred as the boy jumped into the ring and unleashed his sword. Knowing what was at stake, Berenger silently cursed Odin in his heart before raising his shield in defense. The two brothers circled one another in silence for some time before Lambert unleashed an attack with a sword. With an angled slash towards his brother's neck, the boy attempted from the get-go to claim Berengar's life. It had been a long while since Berenger had last trained with a sword and he knew practically nothing about using a shield. However, he did his best to reflect the boy's attack before piercing towards his heart. But was defeating a skilled knight so easy? Berenger could only curse himself for forsaking his swordsmanship these past few years as he struggled to block and/or deflect the oncoming blows that Lambert lashed at him with. In fact, Berenger was at a complete disadvantage as he was well accustomed to training with the sword while only having one eye. Now that his sight had been restored, everything felt off. Soon enough, first blood was spilled as Lambert's cut nicked his brother's abdomen, spilling the sanguine liquid of life all over the grass beneath their feet. Berenger gritted his teeth as he pressed forward and swung his sword towards Lambert's face with a reverse slash. In doing so, he cut the boy's cheek, an act which would only further aggravate his opponent. Realizing that he had been careless, Lambert readjusted his position and attacked with increased intensity. For every third strike he made, it would pass by Berengar's defenses and cut the man. Just when Berenger thought he had gotten accustomed to the duel, a sword slash came out of nowhere. A vertical strike from a high guard cut through Berengar's right eye in the exact same way it had done so many years ago. After losing the sight in his right eye for the second time in this life, Berenger was thoroughly enraged. He gazed upon Lambert with his one good eye and cursed the boy who was mocking him from afar. "You fucking bastard. I just got the damn thing fixed, and yet for the second time in my life, you have stolen my sight. The joke's on you. After you died, I became quite proficient in the sword with only one eye. Now I can finally test what I have learned." As if he was a phoenix rising from the ashes, Berenger stepped forward with newfound zeal and increased the intensity of his attacks. For every slash or stab that Lambert attempted, Berenger expertly avoided it before providing a counter-attack. In the end, the two men had cuts all over their bodies and pools of blood beneath their feet. Their shields shattered from the sheer volume of blows which they had received in this fight. The hatred that existed between these two brothers could not be buried without one entering the grave. In a desperate attempt to kill his brother, Lambert lunged forward. However, to his surprise, Berenger did not attempt to avoid it. Instead, he took the blade into his gut before grabbing hold of Lambert's wrist with his free hand. The boy struggled to get free, but he could not. After all, Berengar's strength was superior to his own. He looked in horror at his brother's murderous smile before feeling the burning sensation of cold steel piercing through his heart. The last thing Lambert saw in this temporary plane of existence was the sight of his elder brother spitting upon his face before saying the words he least wanted to hear. "Go back to hell where you belong." Having said this, Berenger pulled his sword out of Lambert's heart before decapitating the boy as he fell to his knees. The severed head of the tormented spirit rolled for several feet before it, along with the rest of the body turned to ash, which faded away with the wind. No longer capable of standing up on his own, Berenger fell to one knee where he heard the sound of clapping in the distance followed by a single phrase. "Well done." That was the last thing Berenger remembered before he fell to the ground completely unconscious. By the time he awoke the next day, his wounds would be healed as if they had never occurred, all but one. The right eye, which had been restored during his rebirth, was beyond repair. Luckily, he still had the Eye of Horus in his possession. Chapter 1021, The Trials of Odin Part LLL. Berenger awoke the next day, his body sore all over from the physical contest he had endured the day before. One thing that became immediately noticeable was the complete and utter lack of sight in his right eye. He quickly touched the wound and noticed a scar that was almost identical to the one he had prior to his Bodis rebirth. With a heavy sigh, Berenger climbed out of bed and realized that he was completely naked. Rather than get dressed, like one might do first thing in the morning, he was quick to rummage through his belongings in search of one particular item. After several moments of searching, he found what he was looking for. A crystalline sphere, whose color was gold. It was only after Berenger gazed upon this device did he sigh in relief. Without hesitation, he pulled out his boot knife from among his belongings and slowly but surgically removed his blinded eye like he had done during his time in Egypt. Once the socket was empty, he gently placed the golden gemstone in its place, where it rapidly transformed into a functional eye. With his sight regained, Berenger fell back onto his bedding and sighed once more while he reflected on everything that had occurred the day before. He didn't even have time to process his emotions while he was fighting the same brother he had killed nearly 14 years prior in yet another battle to the death. The look of hatred on Lambert's face and the claims of what he would do should he be given a second chance at life. It would appear that hell had transformed the boy into a monster. It was only now that Berenger realized whether it be in this life or the next, there would be no chance at reconciliation between him and his brother, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. It was while he was thinking of this that the door to the longhouse opened to reveal the figures of Siv and her mother Brynhildr. They gazed upon the naked man and his chiseled body for several seconds before he realized the state he was in. The young girl immediately blushed and ran out the door while Brynhildr wore a seductive smile on her mature face. Perhaps this was the chance she was looking for, but the Icelandic beauty was quick to take advantage of the situation. She placed down her basket of eggs before walking to Berengar's side. "My gods, are these the scars left over from your duel? They're so manly. Here, let me help you get dressed." Though Berenger wanted to reject the woman, his body was still sore and thus he was ultimately left with no choice. Brynhildr did her best to help the man get dressed in the clothes which were provided by the hidden village before aiding him on his walk to the dining table where she was quick to prepare breakfast. It was during this time that Siv re-entered her home, not daring to look Berenger in the eyes. In a moment of curiosity, Berenger activated the Eye of Horus and used it to survey the thoughts and general feelings the mother and daughter had towards him. The aura Siv was presenting was one of overwhelming embarrassment, while the one that surrounded Brynhildr contained an intense lust. Ultimately, Berenger deactivated the divine artifact in fear that if he gazed upon the mature Bowtie's feelings for him much longer, then he would lose control of his own emotions and act in a way he otherwise shouldn't. Before long, Brynhildr brought out a few plates worth of food and set them down on the table in front of her guest and young daughter. There was a lascivious smile on the woman's face as she grabbed hold of Berengar's wrist and whispered something suggestive in his ears. "I do believe I promised to take care of you should you survive your previous trial." Though Siv did not dare look Berenger in the eye, she could tell that her mother was trying to tempt the man and was quick to intervene. "Mother, I believe Berenger has another trial today. So you should cook some more eggs and sausage so that he has enough energy to complete it." A look of disappointment appeared on Brynhildr's face as she realized that her own daughter was, for lack of a better term, cock-blocking her. She could only sigh in defeat and go back to the kitchen where she prepared another serving for her guest. After eating his fill, Berenger left the longhouse without saying a word, not wanting to get any further involved with the mature beauty and her young daughter. After all, the last thing he needed was to sire a bastard in this faraway land. When Berenger entered the village, he was once more greeted by the seeress, who was surrounded by the entire clan. There was a stoic expression on her eerily beautiful face as the woman declared the next trial. "Since your arrival in this village, Odin has demanded you pass 3 trials. While you may not have realized the significance behind these tests, there has always been a hidden meaning behind them. Firstly, you demonstrated your courage and tenacity by fighting a creature superior in strength and size to yourself with only your own means. For your second trial, you have corrected your past dishonors by defeating a man who should have rightly killed you if you had not relied on petty trickery to emerge victorious. In doing so, you proved your ability in combat, something all warriors should take pride in. Now, for your third and final trial, you will leave this hidden land and climb up the nearest mountain. From there you will stand at the top of the world and gaze into the fiery pit below, where you will jump into the pool of molten magma. If your faith is strong, you will find yourself whisked away by the rainbow bridge to Valhalla. However, if your heart wavers for even a moment, you will plunge to your death. Ultimately, it is up to you whether you live or die. Berenger nearly shat himself when he heard of this trial. Wrestling a polar bear, fighting a spectral image of his long-deceased brother to the death, these were easy things to accomplish and required the strength of the body more than that of the mind. However, to have faith in anyone besides himself and willingly throw himself into the jaws of death, that was a true challenge for the man. Every instinct in Berengar's body wanted nothing more than to retreat and abandon this foolish quest. Yet he had come so far, and the path ahead of him was clear. If he succeeded in this endeavor, if he chose to put aside his logic and reason and show faith in Odin, he would finally learn the answer as to why he was brought into this world and what the gods had planned for him. But was the answer to this question worth his life? Berenger stood still for some time, not knowing whether or not he would be able to achieve this leap of faith. Or so he thought. In reality, he had been subconsciously making his way towards the top of the mountain while lost in his own mind, pondering the pros and cons of this trial. When Berenger finally awoke from this stupor, he was standing at the edge of the volcano. He knew not how many hours had passed or how he had managed to find himself in this exact spot. Perhaps the journey in itself was the work of the gods. However, as he stared into the fiery chasm below his feet, his heart began to palpitate. If he took one step back from this cliff, he would fail the trial and never be able to learn of his purpose in this life. However, he would be able to return safely to his family and live the rest of his life in the ultimate luxury. No matter how Berenger thought about it, if he were to take a step forward, he would most certainly fall to his death. It was only logical that such an outcome would occur. However, in his mind, he also knew that there were many things in this world that defied the laws of physics, or at least his current understanding of them. He had seen and heard with his own eyes and ears the figures and voices of supernatural beings. He had come into contact with these deities and in some cases even felt their flesh with his own hands. Even if logic dictated only death awaited him, how could he rationally defy what he knew to be true? The gods were real and they had been guiding his journey in this world from the very beginning. Thus, after careful consideration, he stepped forward and allowed his body to fall into the active volcano. As Berenger fell closer and closer towards the pool of magma below, his mind wanted more than anything to curse himself out for being so foolish, yet an aspect of his character whose will was indomitable was certain in his faith that he would not die from this trial by fire. Just as he was about to close his eyes and embrace his death, a rainbow appeared in front of him and whisked the man away from the fiery pit that was just millimeters below. In its place appeared a rainbow bridge known as Bifrost, and on the other end of this bridge was a great hall whose roof was made from shields and whose rafters were fashioned from spears. After exhaling in relief, Berenger took one step onto this rainbow bridge and walked forward towards the entrance of Valhalla, where Odin and his Einherjar lie waiting for his arrival. Chapter 1022, An Unexpected Truth. Berenger stood on Bifrost and gazed into the distance where a large mead hall stood before him. He had done it, he had survived the final of Odin's trials. No matter how much his mind had told him he would die, he had entered Valhalla safely. His mind still couldn't believe it, every aspect of his character was fighting against his faith, and yet he had somehow swallowed his pride, his logic, and his sense of reason and dared to believe that Odin, a mythical figure, one which he had never set eyes upon before, would save him from his predicament. As Berenger stood on the rainbow bridge and walked forward, he heard the sound of a horse neighing in the distance, where he looked towards its origins and gazed upon an 8-legged steed with a rider on its back. The rider was no man, but a beautiful woman, perhaps better looking than any Berenger had ever laid eyes upon. Yet this woman was vaguely familiar beneath her mask. It was only after the horse stopped in front of Berenger did the man recognize the mature beauty for who she really was. He could only stand there and gawk in disbelief as the name escaped his lips. Brynhildr. A seductive smile formed on the woman's lips as she grabbed hold of Berengar's wrist and hauled him onto the back of the mighty beast. Once he was firmly seated behind her, she nodded her head and responded in an affectionate tone. The one and the same. Berenger could hardly believe that the mother of his young guide and the woman he had been flirting with the past few days was none other than the Valkyrie herself. However, she did not say another word and instead snapped the reins which bridled Sleipnir's mouth and ferried the Kaiser across the rainbow bridge. Berenger wrapped his arms around the woman's waist to secure his position and continued to gaze in as the gates to Valhalla swung open to reveal a large gathering of men and women who welcomed their newest brother into Odin's hall. Once inside, Brynhildr stepped off the 8-legged horse before dragging Berenger down and presenting the man to the leader of the Aesir. Sitting upon a throne fashioned from swords was none other than the one-eyed god of war himself. Odin smiled as he witnessed his champion finally enter his hall. He was about to stand up and greet the man when a terrible cough overcame him, forcing the deity back into his seat. There was a look of concern on Brynhildr's beautiful face as she attempted to step forward, and yet her movements were halted when Odin raised one hand before gaining his balance and standing on his own 2 feet. He then glared at the woman for not introducing his newest guest. "Well, are you going to introduce this man?" The hall suddenly became silent as everyone waited for an answer. As a result, Brynhildr nervously introduced the man kneeling next to her. Your Majesty, this is Berenger von Kufstein, also known among our people as Berenger Sieghardsson, the Emperor of all Germans and the man you have chosen to be your champion. When the word champion escaped the Valkyrie's lips, a gasp of shock emerged from the mouths of every man and woman present, followed by a variety of whispers. Berenger struggled to raise his head so he could get a good glimpse of Odin's features. The man was tall and robust, with a large white beard, an aging face, and an eye patch over one of his eyes. For a man who appeared as if he were in his 60s, there was no doubt that he was in considerable shape, perhaps even greater than Berenger himself. There was a prideful smile on the god's face as he posed a question to Berenger, one that he had been waiting to hear the answer to since he first reincarnated into this word. Berenger Sieghardsson, or would you prefer me to call you by your original name? Julian Weber, do you know why I have used up a considerable amount of my power to drag you into this world? Berengar's heart began to palpitate rapidly as he heard this question posed to him. The first thing he did was correct the god before answering honestly. That name no longer holds any meaning to me. Please, your majesty, call me Berenger. As for your question, I have been looking for an answer to it for a very long time. The room echoed with laughter as Odin began to bellow like a madman. Once he had finally calmed himself, he responded to Berengar's statement as if the two of them were old friends. I figured you would still have some sentiment towards your old identity. It would appear I was wrong. Berenger, the reason I have brought you into this world was to fuck with that little cunt Loki, and what a marvelous job you have done. It was well worth the sacrifice. This reply only caused Berenger to have more questions. This answer was hardly what he was expecting, and because of that, he was quick to voice his thoughts. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I have never had any interactions with Loki, as far as I'm aware. Odin began to cough again and took several moments to calm himself before clarifying matters further. Oh, don't be so sure. Have you ever wondered how Yahweh can be worshipped by his followers as all-powerful and all-knowing and yet leave so little of an imprint into this world? It's because he isn't real. Yahweh, Satan, Jesus, they are all identities that Loki has created to divide the power of the Germanic pantheon and cause chaos in the world. Thanks to that little bastard, the old gods of every religion have lost their power over this world and all others like it. Julian Weber, a brilliant engineer who has dedicated his life to understanding how the world works. Politics, warfare, economics, engineering, these are just some of the few subjects you have mastered in your previous life. You alone held the knowledge and abilities that were capable of building a mighty empire and bringing down the Christian faith once and for all. You have dismantled the Catholic Church and brought Europe under your direct influence. Meanwhile, you have fostered a culture of logic, reason, and science that will inevitably lead to the erosion of the Western world's faith in Christianity, all without me even needing to personally interfere. Soon the Arab world will fall under your influence, or at the very least your descendants, and they too will have a scientific revolution, one which will further degrade the so-called Abrahamic religions of this world. In the end, the power base that Loki has spent a millennium fostering will collapse on itself, and our time will come to reclaim our place in this world. And it is all thanks to you. When the time comes, Iceland will become a bastion of our faith once more, then Scandinavia, and perhaps one day even the German people will come to accept some reformed version of our faith and traditions that go along with their scientific ways of looking at the world. Even now, my power is restoring itself at a rapid rate, and it is all thanks to you. How can I ever repay you? Berenger was stunned into utter silence when he heard this revelation. The Christian God he was raised to believe enduring in his past life and whose followers he fought tooth and nail against in this life was all a lie. It was a trick by the world's most notorious trickster, all to sow chaos among the various pantheons of the world. Never in his wildest dreams would he believe this to be true. Then again, this theory began to make sense when he considered the fact that he was able to combat Lambert's soul, who should be in the Abrahamic hell. Why would Yahweh or Satan agree to Odin's request unless it was a duel between two gods who despised one another and their mortal pawns? Still, it took some time before Berenger could fully accept this theory and move on to the more important matter. A powerful supernatural being owed him a favor, and all Berenger could think of was one thing. Promise me one thing and I will consider us equal. Odin raised his brow when he heard this, expecting some lavish condition that he would have to work for centuries to fully repay. Thus, he had a bit of a concerned tone in his voice when he responded to Berengar's request. Name it, and so long as it is within my power, I promise to fulfill your request. With a heavy sigh, Berenger made his request, half expecting that Odin would not be able to fulfill it. When I finally perish from the mortal world and my family follows me into the void, I want an afterlife of my own, one where my family and I can live in peace and serenity for eternity. No more wars, no more worries, just our own little corner of heaven to live happily ever after together as a family. Odin's response was one that Berenger had not expected. The man bellowed with laughter as he heard this request. It was such a trivial thing that he did not even need to lift a finger to fulfill it. Berenger took this the wrong way and instantly became concerned. He was just about to further interrogate the deity when the man calmed down and responded. That's it? That's all you want from me? Fine, I can make such a thing a reality with little effort. You don't need to worry. When you die, even if you haven't fulfilled your agreement with that jackal-faced shit, I will make sure you and your family have your own little afterlife. No matter how many generations of your family perish from this world, they will be united with you for eternity. I assume you want your mother and father on this list as well, huh? No problem. For what you have done for me and my kind, it truly does not amount to 1/10 of what we owe you. If you think of anything else down the road, just let me know and I will make it happen." Upon hearing that his most ideal ending would come true, Berenger smiled and bowed his head in thanks to the one-eyed god before responding to him with a reverent tone. "You have my thanks, your majesty." "So, what now?" Odin looked around at his hall, which was filled with whispers about what they had just heard. After which he made an announcement. "Tonight we feast. As for tomorrow, I believe you still have a war to fight with the Japanese. So I will let you go back to the mortal plane. Heed my words, Berenger Sieghardsson, you must treat the Japanese empress with dignity even after you have achieved your victory, for that little albino bitch holds a secret identity, and if you were to end her miserable life, I'm certain that you would live with a heavy sense of guilt for the rest of your life." Though Berenger could not fathom what Odin was referring to, he decided to keep the god's words in mind. In truth, up until this moment, he had not even considered what he was going to do to Itami after the war was over. However, Odin would not have spoken these words unless they were important, and thus in that moment Berenger decided at the very least he would not execute Itami after he emerged victorious in their petty dispute. As for what followed next, Berenger would have the party of a lifetime. Chapter 1023, A Heartrending Tale. The party had begun, and Berenger was the belle of the ball, so to speak. Yet, this was no sophisticated event thrown by a prominent German nobleman. No, this was a celebration among warriors. Those who had earned the right to enter Valhalla were few and far between, and yet Berenger stood among their ranks as they showered him with praise for his accomplishments in this life. With a horn of meat in one hand and a mutton chop in the other, Berenger celebrated his victorious trials with the warriors of Valhalla. Among these men were the greatest warriors the Germanic people ever created: Arminus, Merivek, Ragnar Lothbrok, Harald Hardrada, and many others, all of which stood by Berengar's side and treated the man as if he were the greatest among them. For in a single decade he had created an empire that these men could only dream of. Brynhildr poured the mead from Erin's udders and continued to wait upon Berengar's every need, an act which did not go unnoticed by the god Odin, who watched over the feast and celebration as if he were a proud grandfather. Eventually, the one-eyed deity summoned the Valkyrie to his side, where he was quick to approach the subject. "You've fallen for my champion, haven't you?" The platinum blonde-haired Bowtie's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as she looked away with a hint of shame. She would not go so far as to say that she had fallen for Berenger, but there was definitely an intense attraction to the man and a lingering desire she could not dismiss no matter how hard she tried. This reaction was all that Odin needed to see, and thus with a heavy sigh he asked another question regarding the matter. "What about your daughter? How does she feel about your attraction to this man?" Upon hearing this, Brynhildr's mind immediately snapped back to reality. She bowed her head in respect before responding to the Allfather's words. "Siv seems to be resistant to the idea. Though she admires Berenger, I doubt she would actually approve of me getting involved with a man. After what happened between her father and I, it is doubtful that she will ever trust a single man to fulfill that role." A hint of concern emerged on Odin's face as he continued to watch Berenger engage in a drinking contest with the Einherjar. He shook his head at the sight before redirecting his attention to the mature Valkyrie and her concerns. Berenger is destined to have 5 wives. On top of that, he already has many lovers. The number will only increase as the years pass. Though his stamina may have grown with his Bodis rebirth, do you really think you and your daughter will receive the attention you deserve from this mortal man? Besides, you are needed in Iceland. Without your presence, the clan will not have the strength to grow powerful enough to take over the entire island. If you were to follow Berenger back to his homeland, it would only be disastrous for the people who have taken you in and shown you such kindness these past few years. Brynhildr bit her lower lip in frustration as she heard these words. The hidden clan had been nothing but kind to her since she first started living with them. Odin's plan was for them to spread their culture and teachings around the entire island until Iceland was a domain where the old faith lived strong. As a Valkyrie, she played a substantial role in this operation. Despite this, there was a deep, hidden desire in Brynhildr's heart that wanted Berenger to be the father that her daughter never truly had. She was well aware that he already had multiple wives and lovers, but what great king in history didn't? After mulling it over for several moments, Brynhildr came up with an idea, one that shocked Odin when she gave voice to it. "What if I convince Berenger to vassalize Iceland and name our son as king? He has the power and the influence to force Alvar to agree to Iceland's independence, where he can then declare it a protectorate of the Reich. Once it is under his control, he can actively work to help restore the people's faith in the old gods. It would be a much safer and quicker way to achieve your goals." Odin was taken aback by this statement, but after having several moments to think about it, he had to agree that the proposal had some potential. He reflected on the pros and cons of such an arrangement for some time before breaking out into a chortle of laughter. "It seems you have more brains than I gave you credit for, girl. Very well, if you can convince Berenger Sieghardsson to agree to this arrangement, I will have no qualms about your union. Go now, the man's cup is almost empty." A wide smile formed on Brynhildr's face as she bowed her head in thanks, before leaving Odin's side and returning to Berenger, where she was quick to fetch him another drink. Berenger gazed upon the mature beauty who had been gone from his side for a while and was about to ask about her just what she had been up to when she grabbed hold of his hand and led him to another corner of the room. Once they were alone together, she sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts. I believe I made a promise to you after your first trial. If you survived all three, I would tell you about my relationship with Siv's father. If you still want to hear it, I am more than willing to share the details with you. But I must warn you, it is not a story for the faint of heart. Berenger cautiously eyed the Valkyrie, judging by her actions and the tone in her voice. Something had changed between the two of them. They were no longer two adults flirting for fun. Instead, she seemed serious about becoming his woman. It took the man several seconds to think about whether he actually wanted to get any further involved with her. After all, she already had a kid, and if he were to take Brynhildr, a Valkyrie nonetheless, as one of his concubines, it meant he would have to care for a child that was not his own. However, when Berenger thought about it, he actually enjoyed the company of the mother and daughter, and he could always marry Siv off to one of his sons, thus strengthening his bloodline with the DNA of a Valkyrie. After several moments of internal deliberation, Berenger smiled and grasped the woman's dainty cheek with the palm of his hand. With a gentle expression on his face, he nodded his head before giving the woman permission to continue. Very well, I'm listening. A bitter smile formed on Brynhildr's lips as she began to spin her tale of woe. About 14 years ago, when I was fetching the soul of a fallen warrior, something happened to me. Something I'd prefer to forget about. While I was fulfilling my duties as a Valkyrie, I came under attack by one of Loki's minions. I was lucky to have survived, but when I awoke, I had no memories of who I was prior to the assault. Instead, I found myself naked and alone in a land of ice. That was when Eric found me. He was immediately attracted to my beauty and played the part of a kind gentleman in an attempt to lure me into his home. Which I'm ashamed to say that in my dazed state I was foolish enough to do so. Once inside, he forced himself upon me and made me his concubine. Something that I was powerless to resist at the time. A year later, Siv was born, and with her birth I recovered my memories, along with my powers. The first thing I did was take my baby girl and run to the village, where I knew an entryway to Valhalla existed. Once the villagers learned of my true identity, they did everything they could to provide for us. I raised Siv by myself for nearly 10 years before one day she just disappeared. She left behind a note that said she was going out to search for her father. I was devastated, especially since I knew what a piece of shit Eric was. For 3 whole years, Siv was gone, and I could only sit back and imagine what horrors she endured while living in that man's house. However, in the end, you brought my baby girl back to me, safe and sound. Something which I am eternally grateful for. Needless to say, Berenger was not expecting such a wild scenario and instantly found his fists curled in rage. If there were 2 things he hated most in this world, it was rapists and child molesters. He had every intention of taking Eric's skull as a trophy the moment he returned to the mortal plane. Seeing how angry Berenger had become, Brynhildr decided to help calm his wrath in the best way she knew how. Seemingly out of nowhere, the woman grabbed hold of his face with both hands and kissed him passionately. Within seconds, the fire in Berengar's heart faded away and was instead replaced with a burning passion. One which would not go away until he had made love to the woman in front of him. Which is exactly what he did. By the time the dawn rose on the next day, Berenger and Brynhildr had made love a total of 13 times. Chapter 1024, A Divine Union. When Berenger awoke the next day, he found himself once more in the hidden valley where the clan of Vikings continued to follow their old traditions. He lied in the arms of Brynhildr, who pressed his head into her hefty bosom. The Valkyrie was still asleep and did not dare let go of the man she had found herself intertwined with by virtue of fate. A memory flashed in Berengar's mind as he enjoyed the substantial yet soft mounds that he used as a pillow. The night before, he had gotten into a conversation with Odin, who said something that forever changed his perspective on the woman in his arms and her young daughter. So Brynhildr has told you about her history with the mortal realm? I was a bit surprised that she was so willing to be honest about her past. What she doesn't know is that the trauma she suffered is exactly the reason I sacrificed so much to bring you into this world. Normally, I would have waited an additional few centuries before a more suitable host was available for your spirit to inhabit. After all, the original Berenger of this world was just barely a viable candidate. Preferably, I would have bided my time until after the Enlightenment before I summoned you into this world. However, Loki's actions were so reprehensible that I felt compelled to deal him a mortal blow as swiftly as possible. Thus, in retaliation for his attack on Brynhildr, I summoned you so that you may dismantle everything he has built over this past millennium. And what a marvelous job you have done in this regard. While you were building an empire and enjoying your life to the fullest extent, Brynhildr and her daughter were suffering in a remote corner of the world. You could say that your fates are intertwined with one another. I'm just glad the woman has moved past her trauma and found a man she loves. I give the 2 of you my blessing, so don't go breaking her heart. These words repeated themselves in Berengar's mind as he reflected on everything he had been through over the past 14 years. While he was thinking about these matters, a scream filled the longhouse which startled Berenger and caused Brynhildr to awaken from her slumber. Mother, what the hell? Why's Berenger in your bed? You barely even know the man. Lying on the bed were the naked figures of Berenger and Brynhildr, though the sensitive areas of their bodies were covered by a reindeer fur blanket. Standing opposite to them was the young girl Siv, who was furious at what she was witnessing. The voluptuous Valkyrie raised from the bed and in doing so exposed her breasts as she wiped her eyes in an attempt to combat her groggy state. the act of which caused SIV to look away in embarrassment. It was only after a few seconds passed did Brynhilde realize she was back at home. When she did so, she wore a warm smile on her pretty face before kissing Berenger on the lips, all while acting as if it were the most natural scenario in the world. SIV, say hello to your new father. Odin himself has approved of our union. Which means, as far as I am concerned, we are now husband and wife. Berenger was stunned when he heard this news and gazed upon the mature beauty with an incredulous look in his mismatched eyes. Married? Since when? Why didn't anybody tell him about this? Is that what that old bastard meant by giving his blessing? In this moment, Berenger could only imagine Odin looking down upon him and laughing at his current state. He had initially intended to keep Brynhilde and SIV in this secluded village as a secret from his wives and only visit them once every 3 months. However, judging by how the Valkyrie was clinging to him at this very moment, such an outcome now seemed like a distant dream. The word father visibly upset the teenage girl, who was well aware just how big of a piece of shit her biological father truly was. In her naivety, she had gone to find Eric because her mother would never speak of who he was, only to find herself in an abusive environment. One she had no chance of escaping from. If not for Berenger, she likely would still be living in that tiny hovel, eating from the scraps and wearing old worn-out clothing passed down from another family member. Thus, after simmering for a few moments, SIV calmed herself down as she began to question just what her mother had done the night before. Yesterday, when you told me that you would be visiting Valhalla, I never expected that you would bring a man home. Much less get married in my absence. You've known this man, for what, 3 days? 4? I just can't fathom why you would do such a thing. Brynhilde did not feel like explaining herself to her daughter. Even though she didn't know the specific details regarding how her fate was tied to Berenger, she had felt the connection in the depths of her soul from the moment she first came into contact with him. 4 days were more than enough for her to fall in love, especially after witnessing the lengths the man was willing to go to just to prove himself worthy of a declining pantheon of long-forgotten deities. Brynhilde simply responded to her daughter's questions with a vague comment while dressing herself in front of Berenger and SIV, who were watching the woman with multiple questions in their minds. You just need to know that he and I were fated to be together. Let us leave it at that. Now, who wants breakfast? Without waiting for a response, the woman ran off to the kitchen area of the longhouse, where SIV was quick to follow, all while unleashing a torrent of questions which her mother refused to answer. As for Berenger, he got dressed in his clothes before sitting down at the table waiting for his breakfast. His mind was filled with thoughts regarding how he would handle his relationship with Brynhilde. As far as German law is concerned, Brynhilde is not my wife, and I only have 1 slot left, which should be reserved for an important political marriage. However, the relationship between us surely isn't as shallow as the ones I have with Tlexicli, Angrani, Priya, and Corrigan. Which means she will probably fall on the same level as Henrietta. As in, she is my wife in everything but name. Very quickly, Berenger was able to deduce where Brynhilde would fall in his harem's hierarchy. The only question he was unsure of was how his wives and lovers would react to him bringing another woman into their home. Brynhilde could tell there was a bit of unease in Berengar's mind regarding their recent union, and thus when the woman set down his food at the table, she climbed into his lap and whispered something in his ear. I know you have many beautiful women by your side. If my daughter and I are a burden to you, we can remain here in Iceland. Your wives will never have to know about us. All I ask is that you visit us a few times a year. I promise you I will do everything I can during your visits to make you happy. What do you think? Berenger gazed upon the mature beauty with a hint of shock in his mismatched eyes. He could tell by the expression on Brynhilde's gorgeous face that she actually did not want to leave the village behind and had similar thoughts to himself regarding their relationship. This left the man smiling as he nodded his head in agreement with the words his newest wife had spoken. In doing so, he released the woman from any worries she might have about being dragged away from her home. I think that's a wonderful idea. I just have one question. You're immortal, right? So when I finally perish from this world, will you be able to join me in the afterlife? This comment caused the woman to giggle as she nodded her head before responding. I'm a Valkyrie. It's my job to ferry the souls of the valiant dead into Valhalla's gates. You should know that I have the means to traverse through the various planes of existence. I will have no problems getting into whatever little slice of heaven Odin cooks up for you and your family. When you and my children finally pass from this world, I will have nothing left to bind me here. Naturally, I will come to live with you then. However, I have a question for you as well. Just how will you explain my existence to your many lovers when I suddenly appear in your afterlife claiming to be your wife? Berenger could only imagine the fury Linda would have if he kept Brynhilde's existence a secret from the woman. Linda knew everything there was to know about her man. Any and all secrets were strictly taboo in their relationship. If Linda were to only find out about Berengar's little dalliance in Iceland after her death, she was likely never to forgive him. An eternity with a pissed-off Linda was the worst hell that Berenger could imagine. This caused a shiver to go down the man's spine as he gazed up at his newest wife and immediately decided that he would inform his other wives of her existence the moment he returned home. Upon seeing the newfound resolve in the mismatched eyes of her husband, Brynhilde smiled before asking another question which plagued her mind. Now that you have passed your trials and learned the reason behind your existence, what do you plan to do? There was not the slightest bit of hesitation in Berengar's voice as he wrapped his arms around his bride and told her the words she wanted to hear most. I will bring Eric to justice for the crimes he has committed against you and your daughter. Then I will establish Iceland as a protectorate under my dominion, where I will reside here for some time, ensuring that the revival of the Germanic faith is a smooth process. Only after I have set Iceland upon this path will I return home and in doing so put an end to my rivals in the east. But first, I think I need to give you a son. The Valkyrie's cheeks flushed red when she heard this shameless remark. As for Siv, she was in the middle of eating when she heard Berengar's words. The teenage girl nearly choked on her eggs when she learned that she would be getting a little brother soon. Her mother's response was even more shocking. I don't doubt your ability. After all, Freya long ago blessed you with the ability to conceive a son as your firstborn child with any women you share your bed with. In fact, I look forward to experiencing this gift myself. Siv could only respond in disgust as she stood up from her seat and took her meal outside, no longer willing to gaze upon her mother and her shameful behavior. With his trials completed, Berenger intended to do exactly as he said he would. Thus, in the coming days, Eric's slave empire was about to come crumbling down. Chapter 1025, Uncovering a Vast Conspiracy. By the time Berenger returned to the mortal world from his visit to Valhalla, Linda was already aware of Eric's sins. When Captain Weiss said he was going to inform Imperial intelligence about the conspiracy that his men had accidentally uncovered, he did not hesitate to do so. Within minutes, the information had found its way to the desk which belonged to the red-headed beauty, where she began to cast a wide web for the conspirators to become entangled in. Whatever agents Germany had embedded in the Kalmar Union were given a new priority task: infiltrate the human trafficking ring and identify the conspirators. Within 4 days, the agents of German Imperial intelligence had successfully found leads and began to work their case. All that was left for Linda to do was sit back and watch as her minions tore apart a syndicate of criminals which spanned across northern Europe. Thus, Linda was rather bored as she sat by and waited for news of her agent's activities. As a result, she was sitting in the bar located within the Kufstein Palace, where she sipped on a cocktail while discussing familial matters with Honoria. So, how has the life of retirement been for you? Honoria rolled her eyes as she drank from her own cocktail. She had relatively recently retired from the pirate's life and dedicated herself to raising her children. Though the kids were at first resistant to her, they had come around and she was quick to express this. Raising the kids isn't as exciting as raiding ships or hunting natives, but it has its own merits. The one thing I will say is that Heraclius' chicks have grown up and it is a bit difficult getting the kids to look after them. A smile emerged on Lindy's pretty face as she nodded her head in agreement. Since Honoria first arrived in Kufstein, she had that abnormally intelligent pet eagle by her side. Heraclius had built his own nest on the palace's grounds and had raised his chicks to be the pets of Honoria's offspring. However, after learning about the gods and their familiars, both Linda and Honoria had begun to suspect the eagle's lineage. Something Linda was quick to ask about. You ever wonder if Heraclius is the descendant of some deity's familiar? Having spent enough time around Genseric and his cubs, I can say with certainty they are a cut above the normal members of their species. They're so friendly to humans that Berenger has even pulled them out of the zoo and allowed them to live in our gardens. The leopard gardens of House von Kufstein, it's funny just saying it aloud. Still, having a bunch of big cats running around as if they have been domesticated does give our house some form of prestige. Honoria could only nod her head in agreement as she took another sip from her cocktail. She thought about Lindy's question for some time before responding to it. Looking back upon my life, I am almost entirely certain that Heraclius is at the very least descended from some deity's familiar. Though who? I have no idea. The bird is way too smart for his own good. Even his offspring are, like you said, a cut above the rest of their species, which makes them the best pets for my kids. If only the little brats would look after them properly. A slight giggle escaped from Lindy's lips when she heard Honoria's last remark. She could not help but express her true thoughts regarding the woman's frustrations. I'm happy your kids have forgiven you for your adventurous past. The life of a mother may not be as glamorous as that of a pirate, but it has its own rewards. Speaking of, when Berenger finally returns home, why don't you convince him to give you another? It's about time, and I don't need to be rude, but the concubines are catching up to you. In fact, out of all Berengar's women, only you and I are currently not pregnant. Well, excluding Corrigan, that is, but she has yet to really embrace her part in the harem. And you just know our man is out there finding a new lover in Iceland. I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the arms of some blonde-haired bimbo right now. You've got to step up your game while you're still young and fertile. At first, Honoria was taken aback by Lindy's comments, but when she thought about her husband taming some unknown beauty from the far north, she could not help but bite her lip in jealousy. An act which Linda was quick to take note of. Rather than discuss her own lack of procreation when compared to Berengar's other women, Honoria went on the offensive and questioned Lindy's commitment. What about you? Do you not want another child? Contrary to what Honoria had expected, there was a look of content on Lindy's face as she shook her head before denying the desire to have another child of her own. I already have 5 of the little ones running around. You may not know this, but Adela and I have both agreed to call it quits after we both have 5 kids. It's a way of preserving the peace between us. I suggest you do the same. After all, 5 is a pretty good number, don't you think? Anuria's thoughts dwelled upon the idea for several seconds. She already had 3 kids, but even she felt like it wasn't enough. After all, she was competing for Berengar's affection like every other girl in his harem. What was the greatest indicator of the man's love? It was how many children he sired with each of his wives. Thus, after thinking about it for some time, Anuria agreed with Lindy's suggestion and nodded her head before expressing her thoughts. I have no doubt Berenger is going to bring another woman home, most likely one who is half his own age. Which just means I will have yet another competitor to worry about. I'm getting older, and I fear my time is limited. Somehow, Yas was lucky to get pregnant despite the fact that she's in her late 30s now. However, we all know this child will be her last. So maybe it's time to give it another go. They'll just have to steal Berengar's attention from whatever young piece of ass he brings back from Iceland. Linda was about to respond to this statement when a subordinate of hers entered the room. Though she wanted to continue this discussion with her friend, matters of the state were of a much higher priority. Thus she sighed and chugged down the last of her drink before tapping Anuria on the shoulder and bidding her farewell for the time being. Sorry Anuria, but work calls and we are currently in the middle of a very important investigation. I wish you all the best and make sure to give your children my love. I will see you later. After saying this, the red-headed beauty walked by, leaving Anuria by her lonesome. The Byzantine princess could only gaze upon her friend with a look of envy, knowing full well that their husband loved her most of all. Once Linda had left the room, she was quick to inquire about the reason behind this interruption. What do you have for me? The agent handed over a dossier which contained all the information they had gathered in the field regarding high-ranking members of the human trafficking ring. It's worse than we initially thought. Though they have gone underground in fear of persecution, the Catholic priests and their most ardent supporters have been enslaving women and children from Iceland and selling them throughout Northern Europe. These conspirators are using the funds to acquire weapons from corrupt officials in the Danish army, weapons we sold them. They intend to overthrow Alvar's government and create some form of Catholic theocracy within the borders of the Kalmar Union. It would appear that old Alvar hasn't been as thorough in stomping out Catholicism as he said he was. Whether this is a deliberate act on his part or just pure incompetency has yet to be verified. However, our agents are working on uncovering any ties that might exist between these conspirators and any of the Nordic royal families. Give us 2 weeks and we should have the identities and locations of everyone who is involved in this human trafficking ring, as well as those responsible for selling arms to the conspirators. With this update, Linda could rest easy, knowing that soon they would be able to put a stop to this evil. Like Berenger, she had a strong sense of justice when it came to the abuse of women and children, maybe even more so than the Kaiser himself. Thus, she would stop at nothing to destroy the lives of those who were responsible for such wicked acts. Good. Continue as planned. I want to know just how far this conspiracy goes. Use whatever methods you deem fit to uncover the truth. The agent quickly nodded her head and responded in the affirmative before going back to headquarters, where she would convey Lindy's orders to the appropriate apartments. As for Linda, she was no longer in the mood to drink with Anuria and instead went back to her office where she oversaw other important matters of the state. Chapter 1026, A Broken Betrothal. In the dead of night, a storm gathered above the city of Stockholm, blanketing its streets with a torrent of snow and ice. It was in these white streets that a middle-aged man with a blood-soaked tunic ran through an alleyway while pressing one hand to his open wound. Yet it was not enough to stop the bleeding, and thus a sanguine trail followed behind him, marking his every move. Despite the wound in his gut, he did not stop for a single second of rest, for the sound of snow crunching beneath the man's boots echoed throughout the alley, closing in on him with each passing second. Like a bat out of hell, the man ran for the nearest safe house. Upon turning the corner, the man found his destination. At the end of the alleyway was a small building whose door he frantically knocked upon, calling out to whoever was on the other side. Olaf, open the fucking door. It's me, Anders. Hurry, someone's after me. The door opened in the next second. However, when the man named Anders gazed upon who stood behind it, he fell on his ass into the frozen streets with a look of horror on his face. It was not Olaf who awaited him in the safe house, but a stranger who held a bloody knife in his hands. It immediately dawned upon Anders that Olaf was dead and he was next. Before he could cry out for help, the man behind the door lunged forward and cut his throat. Anders bled to death in the streets of Stockholm while his killer cleaned up the scene of his crime, leaving behind not even a hair of evidence for the authorities to find. Contrary to what one might believe, this violent scene was not the least bit uncommon, at least not for the last 2 weeks. Thousands of men lie dead in this brief window of time. Some were petty criminals, while others were high-ranking members of the Danish army. However, most peculiar were the deaths of the Swedish royal family who were covertly assassinated in a single night by an unknown force. For the people of the Kalmar Union, it was as if the apocalypse had begun. Everywhere they looked, bodies were piling on the streets. Naturally, the entity responsible for these deaths was none other than German imperial intelligence, who in Berengar's absence had identified and eliminated every single member of the Catholic conspiracy to overthrow King Alvar and his reformist government. Currently, King Alvar was sitting in a room alone with Linda. There was a stern expression on his fat face while he demanded answers to this encroach on his sovereignty. Who gives you the right to commit these heinous acts on my sovereign soil? You have gone too far. Thousands of men lie dead and in only 2 weeks' time. The people are asking questions and only now am I finding out the answers. You say that there was a conspiracy which sold women and children as sex slaves across my realm and whose profits were spent on funding a Catholic uprising. What evidence do you have of these wild claims? The Swedish royal family has been murdered. The only surviving members are a bunch of small children. Do you have any idea what this means for the stability of my realm? It will be an all-out war between Denmark and Norway to see who can gain the upper hand. This is utter madness. Despite the man's rude tone, Linda had a completely calm expression on her flawless face. She continued to sip her tea as if none of this information bothered her in the slightest. It was only after she had finished her cup that she pulled out a document and handed it over to King Alvar. The folder was filled with photographs, written testimonies, and nearly every form of damnable evidence imaginable, and this was just the dirt that Linda had on the Swedish royal family and their involvement with the conspiracy. Alvar read through the folder and could not come up with a single word in response, which Linda took advantage of to insult the man. Is that enough to convince you? Or do you want to read through the literal pallets of boxes which contains the evidence we have collected on this case thus far? Under your reign, anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 children from Iceland has been sold into slavery. This does not include the number of adult women who have also been trafficked throughout the borders of your empire. My husband has allowed you to reign over your Nordic states without interfering in your affairs because he judged you capable of doing so. However, all you have managed to do is stuff your face while a civil war was brewing within your realm without you being the slightest bit aware. Do you have any idea how outraged my husband will be when he finds out about all of this? He is currently gearing up to fight a war with a near peer on the other side of his globe, and his ally, which sits on his northern border, is on the verge of complete and total collapse. Incompetent would be too kind of a word to refer to your rule as High King. So, Herace, what's going to happen? You are going to cede Iceland to the Reich as payment for the monumental expenses and labor that went into uncovering and eliminating this conspiracy. Then you are going to take your bitch of a daughter and go home to get your house in order. Ingrid is no longer welcome here, nor is she worthy of my son. You can consider the engagement between the two of them to officially be null and void, though good luck finding her another fiancé as my son has already taken her purity. It was bad enough to have to cede Iceland to the Reich, but when Alvar heard about the scandal between his daughter and the German prince, he could no longer contain his rage and was quick to raise his voice. He what? Impossible, your boy is only 13. You're telling me that my Ingrid has slept with the little prick already? I don't believe you. Despite having her precious baby boy insulted in front of her, Linda did not frown. Instead, she wore a sadistic smile as she added salt to the wound that had appeared in Alvar's heart. Hans is a charming young boy and he is at that age. Is it really that hard to believe? In truth, it was easy for my son to convince your slut of a daughter to spread her legs for him. Though Ingrid is not worthy of being his wife, I must admit she has been excellent practice for the boy. It's a shame she has to leave so soon. I can only imagine the incessant whining Hans will make without his plaything around to entertain him. Linda had been looking forward to this moment for years. She could not stand Ingrid and had been patiently waiting for her son to take the woman's chastity so she could kick the bitch to the curb. It was only recently that she found out the things Hans was doing with Ingrid in private. Perhaps the boy could only tolerate such a bitch if he was plowing her. Whatever the reason behind his actions, it came as a great surprise to Linda when she learned that her eldest son was already sexually active. She could only sigh and recognize the fact that Hans was indeed his father's son. As for Alvar, he was practically boiling with rage and demanded that Hans take responsibility for his actions. If what you say is true and they have already slept together, then your boy must take responsibility for his actions and marry my daughter. After learning such a scandal, there's no way I will let you weasel your way out of this engagement. Despite the man's harsh tone, Linda was as calm as ever. Her sky-blue eyes were oozing malicious intent as she made her next threat, one Alvar could not ignore. You are aware of the Reich's punishment for child molestation, right? Your daughter is an adult, one who took advantage of my teenage son and had her way with him. If you refuse to nullify this engagement, I could easily have her sterilized and sent to a labor camp for the rest of her life. Would you prefer such an alternative? Alvar was at a complete and utter lack of words. Regardless of whether the scandal was true or not, he knew that Linda most definitely had the means to fabricate sufficient evidence against his daughter. It was clear as day that the red-headed beauty sitting across from him hated Ingrid with every fiber of her being and would stop at nothing to break this betrothal. After grinding his teeth in a fit of rage for nearly a minute, Alvar finally took a deep breath to calm himself before making a move, one that Linda was already expecting. Bring my daughter here. I want to speak with her. A satisfied smile appeared on Lindy's face as she called out to a nearby servant who was quick to fetch the Danish princess. Ingrid arrived in the room with a wide smile on her face. She was in a particularly good mood after recent events. From Ingrid's perspective, she had made a bold move and taken a head start on the teenage boy's developing sexuality, securing Hans for herself before he could play with any of his other fiancés. It was her belief that this would help convince the boy to adhere to a monogamous lifestyle with her as his only wife. However, when Ingrid saw that her father was sitting across from Linda with a furious expression on his face, she froze instantly, barely managing to get out the question in her mind. Daddy, what's wrong? Alvar immediately rose to his feet, and in doing so, his belly jiggled slightly with the shift of gravity. He walked over to his daughter and grabbed hold of her shoulder with a tight grip before staring into her eyes while blatantly asking the question on his mind. Tell me the truth. Did you sleep with the boy? This question shocked Ingrid to the core. She looked at her father and then at Linda and was able to piece two and two together. She thought she had been covert in her actions, but she was naive to think she could put one over on Linda. Ingrid looked away from her father, no longer willing to look the man in his eyes as she stammered out an answer to his question. Why yes? But, before she could even finish her sentence, her father had backhanded her across the face. An act which left the girl stunned in disbelief. In the next moment, Alvar had grabbed hold of Ingrid's wrist and led her away while screaming commands at her. Get your things. We're going back to Copenhagen. Ingrid tried to protest, but she could only say so much before her father responded to her. But Daddy, Rather than another slap, Alvar simply stared at his daughter with disgust before shaking his head and expressing his thoughts. I'm disappointed in you. After saying this, Alvar was quick to help Ingrid gather her belongings, and it was only right before he stepped out of the door to the Kufstein Palace that he gritted his teeth and accepted Lindy's terms. Iceland is yours, and you can consider the betrothal between Hans and my daughter to be annulled. You can laugh all you want, but I promise you this, I won't forget this insult to my house. Despite the man's vague threats, Linda continued to smile as she saw him walk out of her door. She left one last comment before shutting it behind him. If I were you, I would worry about getting your house in order before you go challenging others. Just a friendly reminder. The betrothal between Astrid and Christopher still stands. So you should remember your place the next time you come to visit. With this said, Iceland officially fell under the Reich's direct control. Hans and Ingrid's betrothal was broken, and the relations between the Kalmar Union and the German Empire had temporarily soured. All the while Berenger was on a brief honeymoon with his newest wife. Chapter 1027, Leaving Paradise. Nearly 2 weeks passed, and all Berenger managed to do in this time was foster relations with the secluded Viking village and make love to Brynhild. With the Kaiser's increased stamina and the Valkyrie's supernatural endurance, the duo were breeding like rabbits all day, every day, something which forced SIV out of the house during daylight hours. SIV had spent this time walking around the village and getting to know the German Marines who were on standby. She listened to their tales about the Reich and all its wonders with wide eyes, wondering what life would be like in such a different world than the one she lived in. The German Marines helped out the village in every way they could, but in truth, there was not much that needed to be done. The land which the clan inhabited was secluded from the outside world and was practically a paradise in its own right. Food was plentiful, pestilence was non-existent, and war was a world away. Thus, these Marines were more than happy to interact with the villagers and tell them about the lands they had come from and the battles they had fought. As much as Berenger wanted to stay in the loving arms of his newest bride, he knew that he had to get back to the Reich. After a 2-week-long honeymoon, the time had come. Thus, on the morning of New Year's Eve, Berenger climbed out of Brynhild's loving embrace and stroked her wavy platinum blonde hair before bidding the woman farewell. I must admit, part of me doesn't want to go. This has been the best 2 weeks of my recent memory. However, I have an empire to run and a war to wage. Before I leave Iceland behind, I promise I will deal with Eric personally. That bastard will pay with his life for what he has done to you and your daughter. A bitter smile formed on the mature Bowtie's face as she nodded her head in silence. She didn't want Berenger to depart so soon after they had become a couple, but she knew what fate had in store for the man, and she would never wish to be an obstacle in his path to glory. However, she would not allow the man to leave without her parting thoughts, which she was quick to give voice to. I want you to know that my home is your home. Whenever you feel the desire, you can return this little slice of paradise and spend the weekend with me and SIV. As much as the girl might protest our union, she still wanted to go with you back to the Reich. However, I didn't allow it. Maybe when she's older, she can explore the world and all it has to offer, but for now she belongs under my protection. Though Brynhilde had said this, she honestly thought it was nothing more than an ill-fated desire. After all, the journey from Austria to Iceland was a long one, which took several weeks to accomplish by sea. Never would she imagine that Berenger had the ability to traverse such a vast distance in a mere 5 hours. Thus, it came as a surprise when the man kissed her on the lips and made a solemn pledge to her. I promise that once a month I will come to visit the two of you for a weekend away from all my worries. After all, it's only a 5-hour flight from here to my home. So don't look so sad. You will be seeing plenty of me from here on out. Now I better get going. If I dare to remain a second longer, I fear I might never leave your side. Not that there's anything wrong with such a thing. With that said, the couple kissed once more before Berenger raised from their bed and dressed himself in his military uniform. He stepped 1 foot outside the door and noticed that SIV was waiting for him. The girl had a flushed expression on her cute face as she leaned forward and kissed Berenger on the cheek before saying her farewells. Goodbye, father. After saying that, she rushed inside her home and shut the door behind her, not having the courage to look the man in the eyes. Berenger touched his wet cheek and sighed before gathering his Marines. All right, men, we've been here long enough. We're returning to Reykjavik, where I have some personal matters to attend to before we cast off for the fatherland. Roars of excitement filled the air as the men were just happy to finally leave the secluded village behind. Though the locals were polite, there simply wasn't much for the men to do here, and they had been not only bored out of their minds, but incredibly envious of their Kaiser, who spent practically the entire time making love to a beautiful woman. With the roars of the truck's engines, Berenger climbed into a vehicle before entering the convoy which departed from the secluded village in style. He looked out the rearview mirror where he saw the figures of Brynhilder and Siv waving him goodbye and continued to gaze upon their figures until they were no longer visible, where he then focused his attention on the long journey ahead of him. After a few hours, he arrived on the outskirts of Reykjavik where the outline of the massive battleship was visible from kilometers away. Berenger quickly got on the radio and informed the Marines of his plans. Converge on the castle. I think it's about time this island came under new management. Having spent the last 2 weeks wasting away in idleness, the company of Marines was filled with excitement at the prospect of finally doing some damage. The drivers shifted their trucks into full gear before speeding towards their destination, where they surrounded the castle's exterior with their vehicles. The vehicles in Berengar's convoy came in many forms. Some of them were supply trucks, while others were technicals. The 4x4 pickup trucks had a variety of weapons mounted in their beds, everything from 2 cm flat cannons to 75 mm recoilless rifles and even Nebelwerfers, which were essentially multi-rocket launchers. These trucks were designed to be fast, reliable, and capable of engaging a multitude of threats such as infantry, light armor, and fortifications. Thus, it came as no surprise when one of the 75 mm recoilless rifles tore through the timber gates as if they were made of wet tissue paper. A rather substantial explosion occurred, and as a result the wooden gates were blasted into smithereens. Before the castle's guards even had time to react, the German Marines had vaulted out of their trucks and begun to open fire on the garrison. Berenger simply sat back in his truck with the windows rolled down while smoking a cigarette, waiting for his highly trained Marines to eliminate the medieval threat they were attacking. Gunshots rang throughout the air, and the screams of men, women, and children alike resounded in the vicinity. After no more than 5 minutes of combat, things became quiet, too quiet. Just when Berenger was about to exit his vehicle and investigate the scene, he witnessed his Marines drag Eric out of his castle and into the courtyard, where they forced the bastard to kneel in the blood-stained snow. Upon seeing this, Berenger exited his vehicle and took a long drag from his cigarette while he approached his newest prisoner. Eric could not help but curse Berenger for his treachery with a rather vile tongue. "You fucking two-faced bastard. You said you'd leave me alone if I gave you the girl. What's the meaning of this? When King Alvar hears about how you have treated me, I will have your head." Berenger could only scoff at Eric's delusional mind while he pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and put it out in the man's right eye. The miserable bastard screamed in agony as the burning sensation blinded him. However, before he could lash out in anger, Berenger pulled out his sidearm and pointed it towards Eric's forehead. A single phrase escaped his lips before he pulled the trigger. "Brynhilder sends her regards." A look of horror overwhelmed Eric's face, and just as he was about to defend his actions, a loud bang resounded in the air. In the next moment, Eric's corpse fell to the floor, his brains splattered all over the snow. There was a stoic expression on Berengar's face as he gazed upon the scene of his deed, as if he had done nothing more than take out the trash. Though the Marines didn't know why they were assaulting this castle, they honestly didn't care. Orders were orders, and if the Kaiser wanted Eric dead, the man must have done something horribly wrong. Thus, they did not give it a second thought and instead waited for Berenger to give his commands, which he was quick to do so. "Scour the castle and free any prisoners you might come across. As for Eric's family, leave them be. There's no reason to cause any further bloodshed." With Eric's death, Iceland would end up under new management as a protectorate of the Reich, where Berenger would work tirelessly to restore the ancient Germanic faith as the primary religion of the island. Chapter 1028, The New Year. After setting up a provisional government in the city of Reykjavik, Berenger and his soldiers soon departed for the lands of the Reich. In the coming days, a new influx of German soldiers and government officials would arrive in Iceland, where they would begin reconstructing the island into a semi-modern state. Officially, Iceland had been ceded to the Reich as a colony by King Alvar during his negotiations with Linda. However, Berenger was unaware of this, and thus he made his own plans. Berenger recognized that Iceland had its own unique culture, and he wanted it to stay this way. Thus, after investing heavily in the island and its reconstruction, Berenger intended to grant Iceland its independence as a kingdom beneath the Reich's protection. Naturally, the son that would eventually be born between Brynhilder and himself would become Iceland's king. Other plans for the island were to lease some land for a German naval/air base, as well as establish the land as a foothold for the resurrection of the Germanic faith. Berenger wanted to fully convert the local population within the next 100 years, an act which would grant the Germanic pantheon a considerable boost in power. Speaking of a considerable boost of power, though Berenger had not mated with a goddess and had instead chosen a Valkyrie as his chosen bride, the offspring of their union would be close enough to a demigod that Odin's plans regarding such a being would still come to fruition, especially when said demigod would eventually become king of Iceland. As for Siv, she was a mortal being, and the reason for this was because the girl was conceived while Brynhilder's divine essence was stolen by NHGGR, though the woman eventually regained her status as a Valkyrie and all the powers that came with it. This occurred long after her daughter was born. The same could not be said for the son she bore in her womb at this very moment. Currently, Berenger stood on board the SMS Linda as it sailed off from the coast of Iceland. For some time the Kaiser gazed upon the island as it slowly disappeared from his sight, thinking about what he was leaving behind. Though he had promised to visit Brynhildr once a month for a weekend getaway, a part of him felt like such a thing was a mere consolation prize for a woman he owed his entire existence to. If not for her, he would have never been reincarnated into this world and given a second chance at life. In a way, everything Berenger had gained in this world was owed entirely to Brynhildr and the suffering she endured. Words could not express how thankful he was to the woman nor how attracted he was to her. Even now, a part of his heart felt empty despite knowing that he would be returning to the loving arms of the woman he recognized as his soulmate. It was with this in mind that Berenger felt he needed a distraction. Thus, he went to the battleship's gym where he immediately found a weight rack. If there was one thing the Kaiser was unsure of, it was just how strong he had become after undergoing a physical rebirth. After observing the weight rack for some time, Berenger decided to test his limits and piled on all the weights that existed in the gym onto the barbell for a total of 500 kilograms. After which he began to deadlift the weight as if it were nothing. During his deadlifts, a Marine entered the gym and noticed the Kaiser's impeccable feat of strength. The man had dropped his protein shake onto the floor in shock as he witnessed what could only be described as a miracle. Berenger did not even break a sweat as he concluded 5 sets before sighing heavily in defeat while voicing his inner thoughts. It looks like I will have to wait until I get back home before I can truly test my limits. It was only now he noticed the Marine gawking at him as if he were superhuman. This caught Berenger by surprise, causing him to put one finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. When the Marine saw this, he nodded his head in silence before slowly backing out of the weight room. Realizing that his body was truly at the peak of human ability, Berenger felt like he would need to update his personal gym to accommodate this change in strength, endurance, agility, and stamina. Thus, he spent the rest of the day reflecting on how he would go about this. Night fell before Berenger even realized it, and he had prepared himself for an important broadcast. On board the SMS Linda, a film crew gathered to record their Kaiser and broadcast his speech across the fatherland. In a few moments it would be the new year, and Germany had accomplished much throughout 1431. Thus, Berenger wanted to take a moment to congratulate the German people and inform them of the difficulties that lie ahead. After going through makeup, Berenger stood at the bow of the ship as it passed by an iceberg. The full moon was on display in the night sky, whose light perfectly illuminated Berengar's handsome appearance. With a microphone in one hand, the Kaiser began to make his speech. Happy New Year, citizens of the Reich. If you don't mind listening, I wanted to take a few minutes to speak of all that we have accomplished this past year, as well as the future of our people as I envision it. Throughout this past year, Germany has made monumental accomplishments. Where should I even begin? I suppose I should start with the field of medicine. Thanks to the efforts of our many scientists, a multitude of medicines and vaccines have been developed to help treat and potentially even eliminate common diseases that have plagued humanity since the dawn of our species. Smallpox has been eradicated among the German population along with polio and measles, with many more illnesses to follow in the coming years. Dangerous diseases from beyond our borders, such as malaria, are now preventable, and our brave colonists are now able to expand into lands previously thought impossible. The child mortality rate is now at an all-time low, as well as the rate in which women die in labor, something which was inconceivable for the average family just a decade ago. As a result, our population is rapidly climbing. Which brings me to the economy. I am happy to announce that within the fatherland, poverty no longer exists. With the poorest of our citizens now capable of living a life without fear of whether they will be able to afford food, shelter, medicine, or any other basic requirements for life. Unemployment is virtually non-existent within the Reich, and the average wage of a German worker is enough to make the nobles of the rest of the world seethe with envy. Inflation is kept at a healthy 2% thanks to the competency of our Treasury Department, and our goods have become sought-after commodities across the globe. With ample investments into public education, even the highest levels of academia are free for our students to pursue. Literacy rates are at an all-time high, and the average intelligence of the German population is the highest in the world. Our universities have become the envy of the world, where even professors from other nations have a hard time comprehending our material. This has led to an increase in scientific achievements across all fields, something which can be seen in everyday life. The very fact that most households are now able to witness this broadcast on their own televisions is proof of this rapid increase in technology. For those of you who still have to listen to my words over the radio, do not fret. With new innovations, television sets will become more common and affordable within the next few years. As for the infrastructure of our great nation, with each year, new railways are opened, connecting every town and city within the fatherland to one another. Plumbing is nearly universal, as is waste management and water treatment. Electricity is becoming more and more common across the Reich, with nearly every major city already being connected to the national power grid. Our roads and bridges are kept under constant repair, with public transportation becoming commonly available throughout cities. While our harbors are the largest in the world, capable of accommodating a constant flow of goods throughout our vast empire. I am proud to say that the city of Trieste has become the primary trading hub of the Mediterranean and the Western world as a whole. As great as this year has been for our people, I will end my speech with a warning. Our current peace and prosperity is under threat, for conflict with Japan seems increasingly likely as they refuse to change their warmongering ways. It is my fear that very soon, diplomacy will no longer be on the table, so tonight, celebrate and welcome the arrival of a new year, but tomorrow we must return to our quiet preparations for the war that will be fought in East. Thank you all for your time and have a wonderful night. God with us. After saying this, the cameras cut and the production crew congratulated Berenger on his speech. An excellent speech, my Kaiser. Our people have a lot to celebrate this year. Berenger remained silent and instead pulled out a cigarette, which after lighting it aflame, he took a heavy drag while gazing off the bow and towards the east, where the only threat to his empire that remained in this world existed. Seeing that he wasn't in the mood to talk, the film crew bowed with respect before departing, leaving the Kaiser alone with his thoughts. Chapter 1029, Returning Home from an Epic Adventure. When Berenger returned to Kufstein, he immediately found himself in the arms of his loving wife, Linda. The woman had a wide smile on her face when she saw her man return from his journey. That is, until she noticed something peculiar. The scar over Berengar's right eye was just slightly different from how it had been for years. Normally one would not be able to notice such a minor change, even under the highest scrutiny. Yet Linda knew her man's body and mind better than anyone. The slightest shift in his appearance was immediately noticeable. Thus, she frowned when she realized this small detail, something which caught Berenger off guard. What is it? Linda pouted and turned around, no longer willing to look at her man, fearing he had done something foolish. She was quick to give voice to her inner thoughts. Your scar is different. Were you ever going to tell me what happened? Berenger could not believe his ears. He had just entered his home and was greeted by his woman's loving embrace, and yet in the very next moment before he had time to say what had transpired during his absence, she had already determined that something major had happened. One thing was certain, Lindy's deductive skills were top-notch, for even he himself had not noticed the small difference in his scar's appearance. With a bitter smile on his face, Berenger forced his wife into his arms and pet her strawberry blonde hair in an attempt to soothe her anger before proposing a solution. Come with me to my office and I will tell you everything that happened in my absence. I assure you it is a tale you will find interesting. With a heavy sigh, the red-headed beauty acquiesced to her husband's demands and followed him into his study, where the two of them had a long discussion about just what Berenger had gotten up to in his absence. After hearing everything, Linda was completely stunned into silence for several moments. She had to carefully think about just what she wanted to ask first. A Valkyrie? You married a Valkyrie? One who was, in a way, responsible for bringing you into this world? Berenger was slightly amused that this was the first thing the woman asked about. He smiled mischievously and nodded his head before insisting that the marriage was not something she needed to worry about. Although our union was blessed by the god Odin himself, it has no legal bearing in the Reich. So I think I will marry my fifth lawful wife for political purposes. Like I had planned in the past. You don't need to worry about Brynhilde. She's content staying hidden away in Iceland and waiting for my eventual return. Linda bit her lip in frustration over the idea that her husband was connected to this other woman via the weave of fate. If there was one thing she always prided herself on, it was the fact that she was the most important woman in Berengar's life. However, Brynhilde's existence created some form of conflict in the red-headed Bowtie's mind. The only thing she could take solace in was the fact that Berenger had secured a place for their family in a special afterlife all to themselves. Berenger could see the frustration on the woman's delicate features and was quick to wrap his arms around her waist and kiss her neck from behind, all the while whispering soothing words into her ears. Though Brynhilde and I are connected by fate, you will always be my one and only soulmate. It was only after hearing these words that Lindy's heart finally found some semblance of peace. After taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, which felt like they were set ablaze, Linda turned around and spoke of what had transpired during his absence. She spoke for some time in discovering and eliminating the conspiracy, as well as Alvar's reaction to it. When Berenger heard how the man had acted so rudely to his wife and insulted his son, he felt a deep sense of rage overtake his heart, which he was quick to give voice to. That fat bastard. He dares to make such trouble for you while I am away? Very well, if that's how he wants to behave, then I have no choice but to temporarily close our borders and halt all trade with the Kalmar Union. Let's see how long he can act defiantly until he realizes just how much his petty realm relies upon my support. Soon enough Alvar will come crawling back to me on his knees, begging to be my dog once more. There was a satisfied expression on Lindy's flawless face as she heard the lengths Berenger was going to in order to protect the dignity of herself and her son. She could only nod her head in agreement with the man's words as he continued to vent his frustrations. After cursing aloud for several moments, Berenger took a deep breath and sighed heavily before locking eyes with his wife. There was a look of passion on his handsome face as complimented Linda for her efforts. You eliminated a threat to our borders and secured Iceland for our empire, all while I was off gallivanting in some foreign land. I am so proud of you. Come here, love, it has been too long since you have been absent from my arms. A sultry expression formed itself on Lindy's lips. She had noticed since the moment Berenger returned home that he had only become more handsome in his absence. And after hearing about his Botus transformation in the magical pool, she wanted nothing more than to test the limits of his newfound stamina. Since she first gazed eyes on his new appearance, Linda wanted nothing more than to have her man inside her, and yet she restrained herself for the sake of getting caught up. Now that there was nothing left to discuss, she could no longer hold back and immediately threw herself into the man's arms, where they would make love for the next 3 hours until Lindy's body could no longer take the punishment any longer. By the time the couple emerged from the Kaiser's study, it was already dinner time and Berenger was more than ready for some nice food. Just as he was finishing getting dressed, Linda voiced a matter which was concerning her. "I can't believe you had to fight Lambert again, and he even scarred your body to such an extent. Not that I have any complaints. Your body is a lot more masculine when marked with symbols of your many victories. Just promise me you won't be getting yourself into another fight anytime soon." Berenger chuckled when he heard his wife's remarks and kissed her passionately on the lips once more. He was ready for another round, but unfortunately it would appear that Linda could no longer match his newfound virility. The upside to this was that he would no longer feel spent pleasuring his many wives and concubines. Thus, Berenger and Linda concluded their business and left the study to visit the dining hall where Berengar's many wives and children were all gathered. What was immediately noticeable was that Hans was sitting at the table. It had been some time since Berenger had seen his eldest son, and the boy just seemed to keep growing. His fiancées, who were fawning over him, surrounded Hans the same way Berengar's wives did to him. Veronica and Noemi were fully grown women and quite beautiful at that, while Natalia was roughly the same age as the boy and was developing into a fine young woman. When Berenger and Linda entered the room, everyone jumped up from their seats and greeted them. Hans specifically walked towards his father and saluted the man, where Berenger responded by hugging the boy and rustling his hair. He then whispered into Hans' ears something which surprised him. "I'm going to need some details later, but I'll leave it be for now." Naturally, Hans knew his father was referring to how his relationship had progressed with Ingrid to a point of physical intimacy, thus he could only blush and look away as he struggled out of his father's grip. As for Berenger, he let his eldest soon go before he took his place at the head of the table, where he was greeted by his 4 wives and his younger sister, who all welcomed him home with a kiss. He then shared a meal with his family and spoke with each member about what they had been up to in his absence. It was only later that night where Berenger was able to fully demonstrate his newfound stamina in the bedroom when, for the first time in a long time, he took all his women into his bed. He finally fell asleep at 2 in the morning after being fully satisfied, where he awoke 4 hours later with the dawn, fully refreshed. From this day onward, Berenger would work hard to prepare for the upcoming war with the Japanese Empire. Chapter 1030, Familial Matters. Berenger sat in his study with only his eldest son to keep him company. There was an awkward atmosphere as the two of them remained silent, too afraid to broach the subject that needed to be discussed. After drinking nearly 3 beers, Berenger finally decided he could avoid the question no longer and swiftly inquired about it. "How long?" A shiver went down Hans' spine as he heard his father's crass tone. Naturally, he felt as if he was in the most trouble of his life, and thus he looked away as he gave the man an honest answer. "About a year." Berenger silently nodded his head while glaring at his son. His distant gaze pierced through the boy's heart and froze him in place. After another few moments of awkwardness, he posed the next question that was on his mind. "What about the others?" Hans could no longer endure his father's icy gaze and was quick to reveal everything that had transpired between himself and his fiancées. "Only Anne. In fact, she was my first. On my 13th birthday, she gifted herself to me under the condition that I marry her when I come of age. We've been seeing each other ever since. As for Ingrid, she approached me roughly 3 months ago, thinking that she could win me over by giving her body to me. Ingrid may be a monumental bitch, but she is a great beauty, and when presented with such an opportunity, I didn't have the strength to reject her. I would have never thought that mother would kick her ass out at the first given opportunity." Berenger sighed heavily as he heard this. At the very least, Hans hadn't slept with all of his fiancées. Still, this created some diplomatic issues, not only with the Kalmar Union but with the House of Wittelsbach, who ruled over Bavaria. After several moments of contemplation, Berenger responded to his son with his thoughts. "You have put me in a rather uncomfortable situation, but what's done is done. I will get your mother to expose the Prince of Saxony's dirty secrets to the public so that his engagement to Anne will be annulled. After that fat slob has been arrested and sentenced, I will speak with Diecker personally about your relationship with his daughter and arrange a marriage between the two of you. As for Ingrid, she is no longer your concern. Just tell me one thing. Did you at least wear a condom with the bitch? The last thing I need is for you to have an illegitimate child." Hans simply scoffed when he heard this question. Though the boy was still too frightened to look his father in his eye, he could at the very least confirm that he wasn't an idiot. "Don't worry, father, that won't be a problem." Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed in relief before giving his son one last scolding. "I will give you one warning. If you dare to get any ideas about Veronica, Noemi, or Natalia, I will transfer your ass to the fucking core. Lay a hand on any of them before you come of age and you can say goodbye to your nice commission and your flight certifications, because you will be frontline infantry for the next 8 fucking years. As for Anne, you have already gone past the point of no return with the woman, so I will look the other way when it comes to her. Just don't get discovered until after I have secured your engagement, you little shit. Now get the hell out of my office. I have a mess to clean up, thanks to you." Hans flinched when he heard how furious his father was. The very idea of spending 8 years in a trench on some far-flung corner of the world made his skin crawl. No matter how tempted he might be to take his relationship with his fiancées to the next level, he would never allow himself to do it. Just as the boy was about to step out the door, his father called out to him, which halted Hans in his tracks. "Oh, one last thing. I thought you should know that you will also be marrying the Italian Princess Claudia Hazelreader. She's a few years younger than you, but she's a bright girl with a good personality and a pure heart. I will arrange for a meeting between the two of you within the next few weeks. So be on your best behavior when the day finally arrives." Hans could only sigh as he left the room. Though he did not enjoy being scolded, he felt lucky knowing that his father and mother were willing to clean up his messes. Shortly after the boy's departure, his mother entered the room with a smirk on her flawless face. She was quick to ask her husband just how his little discussion went. "So? How did it go?" Berenger responded to this by pulling out 2 beers from his mini-fridge, where he handed one to his wife before answering her question. "It's not as bad as we expected. The boy has some self-control. He hasn't been intimate with any of his fiancées aside from Ingrid. Although, I'm not gonna lie. If I was his age and had women like Noemi and Veronica throwing themselves at me, I would not be able to resist the temptation. Though there is one matter we need to take care of. Apparently Ingrid was not his first. That honor goes to Anne, who gave her purity to the boy when he turned 13 in exchange for a marriage vow. So it would be best for everyone if you take care of that fat Saxon slob once and for all. As for the negotiations with Diecker, you can leave that to me." After hearing this, Linda was quick to take a sip from the beer before expressing her thoughts on the matter. "To think my little baby boy would cause so much trouble. Oh, Hans, you are just like your father. All right, he'll take care of it. The Saxon prince will be discredited and dragged through the court system for his crimes. They'll make a proper circus of the whole thing. As a result, Diecker will have no choice but to break the betrothal, where you can sweep in before any other suitors for his daughter line up and secure an engagement for our boy. I must say, I underestimated Anne and the lengths she would go to just so she can marry our son." Upon hearing this last part, Berenger smirked at his wife before posing a question he thought would annoy her. "So, does that mean you like the girl?" Immediately after he had said this, a scowl appeared on Lindy's face. Though she knew her man was deliberately antagonizing her, she remained silent and drank from her beer. It was only after several moments of awkwardness passed did she reveal her thoughts on the matter. "At the very least, I approve of her determination. With the right guidance, she might be a proper fit for Hans. But enough about our son. I have news regarding Frankia." The statement caused Berengar's brow to raise in curiosity. He quickly sat down in his seat and placed down his beer before giving his wife his full attention. When Linda noticed that her man was listening, she began to summarize recent events that happened west of the fatherland. "The Dominion of Frankia, as we call it, is currently undergoing a monumental shift. We have established public schools throughout its borders where German is the only acceptable language. As a result, literacy rates are rising and the cultural conversion rate is up by 25% this year alone. Crime is down by 82% this past year. As we have begun to implement proper law enforcement throughout Frankia's borders. Brigands, highwaymen, and cutthroats have practically been eliminated from the countryside, allowing the common people to live a relatively peaceful existence. To process these criminals, we have established proper court systems based upon German law. Agricultural yields are up by nearly triple the previous amount. With the introduction of horse-drawn mechanized tools along with synthetic fertilizers imported from the Reich and the four-field system, Frankia is estimated to become agriculturally independent within the next 5 to 10 years. With fewer people working in the fields, urbanization has become commonplace and we have begun investing in proper cities. Housing, plumbing, waste management, and ready access to clean water being the primary concerns. With our current progress, I estimate that within 25 to 50 years, Frankia will be properly converted into yet another German state, where we can then annex them as an official province of the Reich. For now, our borders remain secure and any unlawful attempts to enter German soil are met with a swift deportation." Berenger nodded his head in approval with these results. They were more or less in line with what he had expected. After dealing with this matter, he dismissed his wife and allowed her to go back to her work. For the next few months, the Kaiser would have nothing on his table except for war preparations. Something he took very seriously. Chapter 1031, A Hefty Ransom. Emina stood in the German embassy within the city of Beijing while waiting for the Japanese empress to arrive. Over the past year, the young woman had been through a rough time. First, she was tasked by Empress Atami Ryo to spy on the Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, where she was immediately discovered and taken to a black site. After intense psychological torture, Mina revealed many of Japan's state secrets to the agents of the Reich, where she was kept in solitary confinement for many months. During this time, her only human interaction came in the form of her conversations with the interrogator. Eventually, she learned of her foster family's deaths and in her depression agreed to join the ranks of German imperial intelligence for the sake of getting vengeance upon her previous employer, who she blamed for this tragedy. Now, after several months of intense training in the field of espionage and covert operations, Mina would finally return to the Japanese mainland. As one might think, her nerves were completely on edge as she felt an intense desire to dispatch Atami to the afterlife the moment she got alone with her. The only thing which kept her sane were the words of her lover, Agent Friedrich Ziegler, which resounded in her mind over and over again. Do your job and we will ensure your stepmother faces justice. Itami cannot give you what you want. Not with German agents protecting the Josian royal family. Thus, as Mina calmly waited for Itami's arrival, she only managed to suppress her killing intent by remembering her true enemy. The one who had forced her from her home in the first place. If not for that woman, she would currently be basking in the luxury of the Josian royal court without the slightest care in the world. Eventually the doors to the embassy opened, revealing the albino beauty who was the Japanese empress along with her royal guard. Gerhard stood by Mina's side and along with his own security detail and was quick to introduce himself to Itami in a voice filled with sarcasm. Empress Itami Ryo, as always, it is my foremost pleasure to see you in the flesh. Some congratulations are in order. After all, I had previously stated that you were never allowed to step foot into this building again, and yet here you are, a guest of the Kaiser. I trust you have brought the agreed upon amount. There was a hate-filled gaze in Itami's blood-red eyes as she snapped her fingers. The moment she did so, her guards brought forth several chests filled with solid gold bars. The men quickly opened the crates to reveal the treasure inside, where Gerhard gazed upon the bounty with avaricious eyes. It took the man a moment to calm himself before he ordered one of his own men to weigh the gold. While the German Marines were ensuring that the proper weight of gold was in order, Gerhard made small talk with the Japanese empress. 14.369 kilograms of gold is no small amount. Tell me, Empress Itami, were you forced to empty your treasury in order to pay this ransom? You must care for this girl quite a bit, huh? Are the two of you perhaps romantically involved? I won't judge if you are. It was evident by the look on Itami's flawless face that she was not the slightest bit amused by the German ambassador's words. Instead, she chose to ignore the man as she interrogated her chemist on the spot. Did they hurt you? Contrary to what Itami was expecting, Mina shook her head before briefly summarizing what she had been through. No, the Germans didn't hurt me physically, but they attempted various types of psychological torture. Itami narrowed her gaze towards Gerhard, who had a smug smile on his face. The man was quick to retort to this statement in a way he knew would further provoke the Japanese empress. Who do you think we are? A bunch of savages? The Reich has plenty of more efficient means of getting the information we want than to just start cutting into a prisoner's flesh. Something I'm sure you have no understanding of. Itami wanted nothing more than to scream at Gerhard in her loudest possible voice, but she forced herself to remain calm. Before the man could taunt her further, a German Marine approached him and whispered something into his ears. In doing so, a wicked smile appeared on Gerhard's face as he walked over to the scale and dropped his pistol onto one end, which immediately imbalanced the amount. When Itami saw this, her eyes nearly jumped out of her skull. She could not believe the man was so shameless. However, before she could retort, the man responded in a way that infuriated her beyond belief. It appears you are a little short. Itami could hardly believe what she was hearing. She had properly measured the amount multiple times to ensure pinpoint accuracy. Obviously, the only reason the scales were off was because the man had placed his pistol on one end, adding more weight. The Japanese empress could not believe the shamelessness of this man and immediately lashed out at him for it. We had an agreement, Gerhard. For 1,000 pounds of gold was the ransom for Mina. Just what do you think you were doing? There was a smug smile on the German ambassador's face as he stared down the Japanese empress with the utmost confidence. What was the Latin term again? Oh right, vi victis. If you can't make up for the imbalance, then I'm afraid that Mina will remain in the hands of the Reich. Itami could hardly believe her ears when she heard this. Earlier, when Gerhard had asked her if she emptied out her treasury to afford this ransom, he was completely correct. Almost all of Itami's gold was on the scale, and in order to compensate for the loss of such a fortune, she had begun printing banknotes operating under the concept of fiat currency. If Germany wanted more gold, she had none to offer. All she had were banknotes whose intrinsic value was worth nothing more than the paper they were printed on. She was so outraged by this turn of events that she wanted to attack the man for his sheer audacity. However, in the end, Itami calmed her heart with a few deep breaths before reaching around her neck and pulling off a gold pendant which she wore. She then began to strip her rings and bracelets off of her body and even her earrings before placing them on top of the scale, which she hoped would counterbalance the pistol. Unfortunately, she was short on gold and thus she bit her lip in dissatisfaction before glaring over towards Gerhard, who wore a smug smile on his face. Just when Itami was about to curse the man out, he withdrew his pistol from the scale and placed it in his holster, all while chuckling as if this entire offense was nothing more than a joke. Itami, you are far too serious. If you keep furrowing your brows like that, you will get some wrinkles. Which would be a shame considering your legendary beauty. I assure you, I was simply playing a prank. For the Japanese empress to sacrifice her jewelry for a mere prisoner, it is a bit unbecoming of your position, don't you think? Having fallen into such a trap, Itami wanted to scream at this man, but once more calmed herself with a few deep breaths before retrieving her jewelry. After she had done so, she looked over towards Gerhard and chastised him. Enough games, you have your ransom, now free Mina. Contrary to what Itami expected, Gerhard simply smiled and unlocked Mina's bindings before pushing the girl towards the Japanese host. With a graceful bow, he made one last remark, knowing that it would irritate the woman. As always, it has been a pleasure, Empress Atami Ryo. I know it may not seem like it, but I always enjoy our dealings. You have the most expressive emotions and they are simply adorable. You are free to leave the embassy and return to your home with your little pet. Thanks again for the gold. In response to this, Atami merely snarled before dragging Mina off towards her ship which was docked in the Bohai Bay. Once they were safely on board, Mina asked a question with a hopeful look on her pretty face. Before we leave for Japan, may I go see my family? I miss them very much. A remorseful expression twisted itself upon Atami's face as she looked away, incapable of exchanging eye contact with the Josian princess. Naturally, Mina picked up on this and quickly inquired about the Japanese empress' attitude. What is it? What happened? Atami found it difficult to speak the words and struggled to express them. There was a very clear, painful expression on the woman's face as she clutched her chest in agony before revealing the truth. I'm sorry, but your adopted family has perished in a terrorist attack. Although Mina had already known about this for some time and wept for her family's loss, in this moment she began to break out into tears once more as she grabbed a hold of Atami's kimono and demanded answers from her. What do you mean? You didn't attach a security detail to my family? You send me into the lion's den and you don't even bother to protect my loved ones? What is wrong with you? Atami immediately grabbed hold of Mina's hand and tried to calm the woman down as she explained what had happened from her perspective. Of course, I attached a security detail to your family. I even kept them in the most secure area of Busan. However, the Josian terrorists launched several attacks across the region. They even bombed the Kempitai headquarters in Busan. In those dire circumstances, it would appear that the soldiers tasked with protecting your family were recalled to deal with the attacks, which gave the terrorists an opportunity to assassinate your family. I'm sorry, Mina, I know I promised to look after your family and I failed you. However, I won't make that mistake again. I vow to do everything in my power to bring those who have wronged you to justice. This is the fault of those damned Germans. They are the ones who armed the Josian rebels with machine guns. And I will make sure they pay for their crimes. Even though what Atami had said was absolutely true. Mina was operating under a bias and could not find herself to believe the woman's words. After all, humans were likely to cling to the first source they heard information from, especially in regards to tragedies. The Germans had laid out a perfect story to turn the Josian princess against the Japanese empress, and after months of brainwashing, she no longer doubted their words to be true. Thus, even though she was working for the architects of her family's assassination, Mina believed with her whole heart that Atami was the true culprit. However, despite wanting nothing more than to kill Atami on the spot, Mina remained calm. After all, she would never get her vengeance on that woman if she acted out of turn here and now. Thus, Mina secluded herself in one of the cruiser's bunks, not willing to speak with Atami until after they had returned to Japan. Chapter 1032, Formation of the Crimean Khanate. Korigin stood at the bow of the SMS Linda and gazed upon the coast of the Crimean Peninsula, where a small harbor and a sizable settlement existed. Months ago, this city did not exist. Yet now it housed tens of thousands of her people. Though it was far from complete, more and more buildings were being finished every day. In the months that followed Shagadai's defeat in Constantinople, Berenger had made use of his resources to rally the broken members of the Golden Horde and corral them into the Crimean Peninsula, where the Germans assisted with the construction and development of the region. Outside of the city, whose architecture was eerily reminiscent of Russia's from Berengar's past life, were fertile fields which made use of imported German fertilizer and mechanized tools which were drawn by beasts of burden. What was once a rather desolate area now contained a semi-modern settlement. Though it would be some time before the region became self-sufficient, a strong foundation had been built for Korigin and her people. Something which brought a tear to the woman's dark eyes. It was only after staring at the developing city for several minutes in awe did the young woman turn her head towards Berenger to speak her thoughts. Thank you. My people have never known a life beyond being nomads, and in half a year you have helped us build a city of our own. I don't know how I can repay you. Berenger smiled as he heard this before placing his arm around the woman's shoulder. Their relationship had always been one strictly of business, though after months of grappling with one another, the Turco-Mongol princess no longer feared physical contact between herself and the Kaiser. As Berenger brought the woman into his arms, he pointed with a free hand towards the settlement. I have only done what I have promised to do. Besides, most of what you see is still under our construction. This is just the beginning. Under our guidance, your people will be able to live here and prosper on your own within the next decade. For now, we will continue to build and show your people how to maintain what we have established. However, if you think this is great, wait until you see your palace. This last statement only further added to Korigin's shock as she looked Berenger dead in the eye and repeated his words back to him. My palace? Berenger simply nodded his head as he responded to the woman's question with full confidence. You are now a queen, and a queen deserves a proper palace. Come, I will take you to your new home and show you around. Korigin followed Berenger onto a boat which ferried them from the SMS Linda to the shores of Crimea, where they proceeded to walk through the developing city streets until they eventually entered the grounds which belonged to a small palace that was loosely modeled after the Russian Saraceno palace from Berengar's past life. Berenger had spared no expense in the construction of Korigin's palace. Tens of thousands of German workers armed with the most modern equipment had spent the last 6 months building a city from scratch. With the extensive work experience of the German engineers, architects, and construction crews, they were able to design a city that had no rival outside of the fatherland. Naturally, they were able to build a sizable estate that was fit for a minor queen. Like the royal palace of Kufstein, Corrigan's home was embellished with the finest furnishings and internal details. Gold was around every corner, and the opulence was truly fit for a queen. Obviously, her home was considerably smaller than Berengar's, but it was nicer than any palace outside of Germany. Corrigan gazed around at her new home with excitement. She could hardly believe such a wonderful palace was hers alone. So much so that she was quick to question Berengar for his generosity. "This is my new home?" A seductive smile emerged on Berengar's face as he closed the distance between himself and the woman before whispering something into her ear. "Well, yours and our future children." Although Corrigan had agreed to carry Berengar's children every time the subject was brought up in the past, she would distance herself from the man. However, after witnessing everything that Berengar had gifted to her, she could not help but feel attracted to him. Upon seeing he had succeeded in his endeavors, Berengar smiled and grabbed hold of the woman's dainty hand before whispering another phrase into her ears. "Come, how about I show you the bedroom?" Corrigan could only nod her head in agreement as she allowed herself to be whisked away by the man. Soon she found herself in an extravagant master bedroom with a large and plushy mattress. There was a canopy around the bed to hide what the two monarchs were about to do from the outside world. For the rest of the night, Berengar made love to Corrigan, and by the time the dawn rose on the next day, the woman was physically exhausted from the sheer volume of exercise she was put through. As for Berengar, he got up from the woman's bed and entered the kitchen, where he prepared a pot of coffee. He sat down at the table with a German newspaper and read its contents. The headline was not the least bit shocking to Berengar. "The third Prince of Saxony's cruel abuse is revealed." An entire article showing off the abuse the Prince of Saxony put his wives through and the lengths he went to silence them. There were photos of the man's arrest and a sub-article about King Dieter von Wittelsbach breaking off his daughter's engagement to the prince. Linda had done an impeccable job, and now all that was left was for Berengar to return to the Reich and approach the Bavarian king about a proper engagement between Anne and Hans. Something Berengar knew the man would not reject. The history between Austria and Bavaria was a complicated one. It was only a little over a decade ago that the Bavarians invaded Austria, eliminated the Habsburg line, and put most of the eastern portion of the duchy to the sword. Naturally, the Austrians did not forget these crimes. However, the Bavarians had more than paid an appropriate amount in reparations and made up for their past mistakes by aligning themselves with Austria during the Unification War. After a decade of peace and prosperity, the wounds between the two kingdoms had begun to heal. With the Austrian prince marrying the Bavarian princess, one might say it was truly the end of hostilities between the two realms, even if Bavaria had already been subservient to Austria for nearly a decade. Much like his father, out of all of Hans' brides, only two of them would be capable of bearing children who had the right to inherit the throne, one of which was still open to legal interpretation: Princess Veronika Brezanova of Bohemia and Princess Anne von Wittelsbach of Bavaria. With Bohemia's Germanization in full effect, her offspring would just barely meet the qualifications to succeed Hans should the boy become the next Kaiser, which was becoming ever more likely as the years passed. While Berengar was dwelling on these thoughts, Corrigan emerged from the bath while dressed in nothing but a lavish silk robe. She surprised Berengar by approaching him from behind and wrapping her arms around his neck before kissing him on the lips. After which, the Crimean queen sat down in the man's lap and asked him a question. "So I guess this means I'm your woman now?" Berengar simply nodded his head in response before giving Corrigan a fair warning. "Now, until the day you die, you are mine and mine alone. They'll have you know I'm a very jealous lover. Should you take another man into your bed, I will raze this kingdom of yours to the ground and place someone else upon its throne." This remark only caused Corrigan to giggle as she grabbed hold of Berengar's mug and took a sip of his coffee before responding to his threat with a flirtatious look on her pretty face. "They'll keep that in mind." "So what now?" Berengar sighed and placed his paper upon the dining table before looking Corrigan square in the eye and declaring what needed to be said. "Now I return to the Reich. I will come back here once a month to pay you a visit and help you manage your kingdom's affairs. In the meantime, I have left a list of things you need to do as the new queen of Crimea and the surrounding regions. In time, I will help you build an army which will be capable of conquering your neighbors to the east. After all, it is not just this land that you inhabit that you and our children are destined to rule over. However, for the meantime, internal matters are more important. You are a newly established kingdom, and it will take some time to build a proper reputation and, more importantly, gain respect from the other world leaders. For now, you have the protection of the Reich, so should anyone try to bully you, give me a call and I will set them straight." Corrigan responded to this information by kissing the man one more time. She then held onto her belly, which was still filled with the man's seed, and nodded her head before accepting the terms of their relationship. "In 9 months, I will give birth to your son. I hope you will be with me on that day." Berengar simply chuckled in response to this. After all, he had missed the births of almost all, if not all, his children. The likelihood of him being present for such an event was dreadfully low. Still, he did not outright say this and instead gave the woman hope. "We will see." With this, the Crimean Khanate was officially established and would become yet another puppet of the Reich. Chapter 1033, Settling the West Coast. While the German Empire had invested an ungodly sum of money and resources into the creation of a new kingdom located in the Crimean Peninsula and the surrounding regions, they had invested an even larger sum into the development of its colonies abroad. Few people in this world knew just how much money Germany had spent constructing towns, cities, farms, and military bases across the globe, but the figure was certainly in the trillions of marks. And yet, in nearly a decade, many of these colonies had paid back this debt in full and then some. Gold, silver, rubber, oil, coal, cash crops, iron, copper, among countless other resources. Each colony produced something of value, which was then shipped back to the fatherland for refinement and production, where it would then make its way across the world in the form of trade. The wealth which was generated from this trade would then be invested into the development of the Reich as a whole, including the colonies where these resources were extracted. It was an ever-increasing profit stream. The more resources Germany came across, the more wealth that was generated. Naturally, this gave the Reich some liberty in how fast they could settle new lands and create new colonies. For example, at this very moment off the coast of what was referred to as California in Berengar's past life, lie a massive fleet of merchant ships which were protected by a small naval escort. A total of 50 Dominion I-class cargo ships were sailing towards the Bay Area. The goods they carried on board were specifically designed for a single purpose: the rapid establishment of a colony and military base within the west coast of Lindenheim. With the opening of the New Schwaben Canal, Germany now had easy access to the other side of the New World, something they planned to take advantage of in preparation for the upcoming war with Japan. Admiral Horst Schwarz stood on board the bow of a Henrietta-class battlecruiser as he looked through his binoculars and gazed upon the new land, which Europeans had never set foot upon before. There was an expression of excitement on his gruff face as he gazed upon the untapped resources of the region. The admiral quickly gave an order to a nearby deck officer, one which would change the fate of California forever. Prepare the landing craft and send the Marines ashore. If they encounter any savages, they have my permission to shoot on sight. By now, they should know the colonial policy of the Reich. The deck officer quickly saluted his superior officer before relaying the orders to the proper departments. Within the hour, a group of landing craft which were being towed by the battlecruiser hit the water and sped off towards the direction of the shoreline. On board these landing craft were a series of the newest models of the Schützenpanzer Marder IFs known as the Ostby. Based upon the chassis of the Panther tank, these armored vehicles were filled with German Marines whose task was to secure the region. Within one of these armored vehicles was none other than Lindy's little brother himself. Captain Hermann von Habsburg had transferred from the German army to the German Marine Corps in preparation for the war with Japan. It became abundantly clear to him that in this upcoming conflict, the Marines would see the majority of the action. Thus, in the need to prove himself, he had transferred to the Corps, where he now sat in a Marder IFV with his STG-27 automatic rifle in his hands. Soon enough, the armored vehicle hit the shores and began to press forward. Naturally, the arrival of large steel warships, as well as the landing craft and IFVs, had drawn the attention of the local tribes, who raced to the coast to see just what was going on. Before long, there were hundreds of tribesmen that had gathered near the coasts and gazed upon these machines of war as if they were witnessing the arrival of aliens themselves. The loud roars of the engines spooked the natives, who did not know how to react to what they were seeing. As for the IFVs, the moment they noticed the natives, they deployed the Marines from the back hatch and aimed their autocannons onto the gathered mobs. The Ostby model of the Marder IFV upgraded its main turret from a 2 cm autocannon to a 3.7 cm autocannon. In doing so, it increased its lethality against soft targets and armored vehicles by a wide margin. Thus, when the IFVs opened fire on the gathered mobs, the high explosive shells practically tore the natives' bodies to pieces before the Marines could even get a shot off. The savages did not even have the ability to react to these strange machines before they had already perished. With what little survives being mopped up by the Marine infantry, Hermann gazed upon the utter annihilation of the locals with a stoic expression on his face before issuing orders to his troops. Back inside, we will storm the local settlements and annihilate them before the main host arrives. With that said, the company of Marines quickly piled back into the back of the IFVs, who sped up their engines and ran over the bloody remains of the slaughtered natives without the slightest bit of remorse. Naturally, the thunder of the guns which accompanied the large steel ships in the bay alerted the local tribes to the hostility of the Germans, causing each local tribe to prepare themselves for war. However, what could they do against such an advanced empire? Sticks and stones had no place on the modern battlefield, something which was about to become painfully obvious to these savages. The 10 IFVs split off into groups of 3, with the command vehicle staying behind on the beach to coordinate comms with the main fleet. These 3 groups went in separate directions, looking to clear up the immediate vicinity of any local settlements, which is exactly what they did. When the first group of IFVs encountered a nearby village, they immediately came under fire from arrows which laughably bounced off the sloped steel armor of the martyrs. The response to these attacks was swift retaliation via the automatic fire of a 3.7 cm flak gun, which effortlessly tore apart the grass huts as well as those who lived inside. As for the German Marines, they deployed from behind the IFV and used it as cover, where a machine gunner mowed down the natives with his MG-27, a gun modeled after the MG-42 from Berengar's past life. The angel of death had descended from the heavens and claimed the lives of every villager, whether they be young or old. He did not discriminate. It was only after every single life was snuffed from existence did the flamethrower operator clear what remained of the straw structures with his weapon. The flames eroded away at the village and the surrounding areas. All the while, the perpetrators re-entered their war machines and headed off into the distance to kill again. The German death squads deployed to every village in a 100 square kilometers radius of the landing zone using the same tactics. First, they would light up the village with the 37mm high explosive shells of the autocannon, then they would deploy machine gunners and auto riflemen to deal with the survivors before finally using flamethrowers to burn what remained to ash. By the time the sun had set, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of lives had perished without the Marines suffering a single casualty. It was through this fire and smoke that the Bay Area was cleansed of its original inhabitants, an act which made the land itself ripe for colonization. It was only after the all-clear was given by Captain Hermann von Habsburg did the ships land on the shore, whose crews immediately began the construction of a harbor, naval base, airstrip, and settlement. The names of these tribes would forever be lost to human history, for the Germans had massacred them without even bothering to learn such a thing. All that would be written was a small passage about the cleansing of the land and the word savage being universally applied to all cultures which inhabited the Bay Area. Upon these countless graves a massive settlement would be built, one which would one day become the pride of Lindenheim and the Reich's gateway to the Pacific. From here, trade would traverse from sea to shining sea, and the German colonists would benefit dearly from the location. Chapter 1034, Kneeling Before the Lion Crown. In the city of Anangpur, Emperor Darya Tamara sat at his dining table. Today was not a normal day for the man who ruled over the entire Indian subcontinent. A prestigious guest from beyond his eastern border had come to visit. King Kreensak of the Uthong dynasty, who ruled over the Ayutthaya kingdom, had traveled a long way to visit the young Indian emperor. With the world rapidly changing around him, Kreensak felt a need to seek protection from a major power. If he failed to do so, then his realm would soon fall prey to the more predatory empires of this world. However, the man was still undecided between becoming a tributary of the Indian Empire or the Ming dynasty, thus he had decided to meet with both emperors and discuss what concessions he could gain in exchange for his allegiance. By now Darya had become an efficient statesman, at least capable enough to be a proper subordinate to the Reich, and thus he had put on a large feast for his foreign guest while showing off the wealth he had obtained from his ties to Germany. King Kreensak, I must say, it is indeed my greatest honor to host you here in my home. I understand you have some concerns, specifically regarding the current political crisis which faces Southeast Asia. I want to assure you that if you choose to align yourself with India, I will allow you to rule over your own lands with little interference. A yearly tribute is all I ask in exchange for my protection. As you may already be aware, the alliance between my empire and the Reich is a strong one. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein is, in many ways, like a father to me. He took me in when I was forced into exile and provided a proper education for me regarding how to effectively rule over a nation. I assure you, if Japan or the Ming dynasty were to attack your lands, then not only would the full weight of the Indian army be at your beck and call, but the German army would also be available to aid you. This is something that the Ming dynasty cannot provide you with. Though there was a lot of truth to these words that Darya had spoken, King Kreensak was not entirely convinced. It wasn't just a matter of defense of his lands that had caused the man to seek an ally, there were other concerns which he had. Naturally, he was quick to give voice to these. While it is true that the Indian army has been armed and trained by your German counterparts, your navy is severely lacking when compared to the Ming dynasty. Emperor Zhu Wudi has purchased a large amount of warships from the Reich, including a heavy cruiser. Even Empress Atami herself isn't foolish enough to interfere with their territorial waters. By aligning myself with your empire, and by extension the Reich, I will be opening up my maritime borders to the Japanese navy should Germany and Japan end up in an armed conflict. Who will protect my trade then? Certainly not you. Whereas the Ming are neutral in this brewing conflict and their navy can provide more than enough protection for my trade fleet in the event of an all-out war in the east. Darya knew this matter would be mentioned eventually and was quick to throw shade at his rival's naval capabilities. He did so after drinking from his chalice, which was filled with imported wine from South Tyrol. While it is true that the Ming dynasty boasts a more capable navy than my empire, I must remind you that the majority of the warships they have purchased from the Reich are none other than literal combat ships. Small craft designed to protect the Ming coastline. They are not capable of deploying into deep waters, let alone protecting your trade fleets. As for the Ming's actual deep-water naval capabilities, they have a few dozen obsolete armored frigates and one cruiser. Which, if I'm being honest, is entirely ceremonial, as the Ming sailors do not even know how to properly operate the vessel. The only reason they have such an advanced warship is because the Kaiser wished to antagonize Empress Atami. Should the Japanese navy truly turn hostile against your trade fleets, then the Ming do not have the ability to protect your maritime commerce. Something which isn't an issue for the Germans. By submitting to me, you are, in turn, submitting the Reich, who are more than capable of protecting their tributaries and allies. Darya's words were mostly correct. The warships that Germany had sold to the Ming were designed with one purpose in mind: coastal defense. As for the others, they were so obsolete they had no chance of standing against the might of the Japanese navy. There were even rumors that Japan was watching Indochina with a close eye and could pounce on the region at a moment's notice. If the Japanese were to truly invade the area, then it would be all-out warfare between them and the Ming dynasty. If he were to side with the Ming, and this scenario were to occur, then he would be dragged into a war either way. The only difference was, the Ming could not protect him while the Indians and their German allies could. Initially, Kreensack had planned to speak with both Daria and Zhu Wudi, but after hearing the Indian emperor's argument, he was fully convinced that siding with India was by far the better option. Thus, with a heavy sigh, the Thai king bowed his head in respect before announcing his decision. You make a solid argument. I am more inclined to pledge my allegiance to your empire than the Ming. However, if I were to do this, then I would demand access to the German markets in exchange for our allegiance. Upon hearing that he had succeeded in convincing the man, a wry smile emerged on Daria's lips as he nodded his head in agreement with this demand, before voicing his thoughts. I would expect nothing less. Do not fret, such a thing can be easily arranged. For now, let us enjoy this feast. We can discuss the exact details of this treaty in the coming days. Please enjoy yourself. King Kreensack did not refuse this offer. Instead, he made a toast to the Indian monarch and their newfound relationship. After drinking his fair share of wine, and eating more than enough food, the man scampered off to the quarters he was afforded for the night where he passed out. As for Daria, he stayed up late into the night, thinking about the upcoming war that was bound to be bloody. The new equipment that the Germans had sold to his army was terrifying, to say the least. Though he did not know whether Japan's army was more advanced, he knew that as long as India received support from Germany, they could play a pivotal role in the war that was on the horizon. However, he couldn't help but feel worried about the near future. Not only for himself and his people, but specifically for his sister. Priya had been living with Berenger for some time, and now carried his child in her womb. This worried the man. Although he had witnessed just how effective the German army was in warfare, rumors from further east said that Japan's army was just as mighty. Undoubtedly, a bloody conflict was about to take place, and in the event that the Reich was defeated at the end, Priya would surely suffer dearly for her relationship with the Kaiser. Daria needed no further proof than the horrific acts he had seen in the Japanese army and their allies commit in the field of war. In the end, all that Daria could do was put his faith in Berenger, and the man's ability to emerge victorious. After all, he doubted Japan had the ability to project strength a world away. That was something only the Germans were capable of in this world. Thus, after drinking quite a bit of wine, Daria made his way to his bedroom, where he was all alone. Despite being an emperor, Daria had yet to marry, nor had he taken a lover. His life was far too busy to entertain a woman. Instead, he lived a lonely life in this palace by himself with nothing but his servants to keep him company. After climbing into his bed and pulling the covers over him, he fell into a deep sleep. In the coming days, the Indian Empire would sign a treaty with the Ayutthaya kingdom, establishing the realm as a tributary beneath their Indian overlords. In doing so, Daria opened up the land to German trade routes, something which had helped many a nation prosper over the past decade. Chapter 1035, Alvar's Disgrace. It had been months since relations had soured between the Kalmar Union and the German Empire. In retaliation for how poorly Alvar had treated his wife, Berenger had not only closed the Reich's borders with their northern neighbor, but had also halted any and all trade. The official reasoning for such a drastic measure? The human trafficking ring that had previously existed within the Kalmar Union. As far as the German people were concerned, it was no longer safe to travel north. At first, Alvar had laughed at this petty response by the Kaiser. However, now he was beginning to become desperate as the Kalmar Union's reserves of both luxury goods and necessities, which had previously been imported from the Reich, were now drying up. For too long, the Nordic kingdoms and their economies had relied upon the overwhelming amount of trade which existed between their region and their southern neighbor. Without these resources, the economy of the Kalmar Union was now in shambles, and even worse, people were dying. Not only from malnourishment but also diseases which had previously been cured by German medicine. Public outrage among the Nordic people was at an all-time high, and the demand to deal with these human traffickers had sparked protests outside High King Alvar's palace. As a result, the man and his family were trapped inside their own hold, waiting for the people's wrath to pass. Ingrid was particularly worried about the whole ordeal. She had thought that her relationship with Hans was going great, but instead, the boy merely used her to feed his growing desires. Now she was left without an engagement to the boy who would one day become the most powerful man in the world. Self-reflection was not in a woman's nature, and yet at this moment, Ingrid sat in her room, disparaged by everything that had occurred in these last few months. No man wanted her, after rumors of her actions had spread across the nobility of Scandinavia. At most, she would be able to marry the second or third prince of some backwater, like Scotland. something she could never be satisfied with after living in the Reich for the past few years. Needless to say, her future was utterly ruined. While Ingrid sulked in her depression, Alvar bit his nails with anxiety. If he did not solve this dispute soon, then his reign would come to a bitter and bloody end. However, after so rudely biting the hand that fed him, he would have to grovel like a properly beaten hound, something which he knew Berenger would take full advantage of. The price for his sins would be heavy, and Alvar did not know if he could actually afford it. Despite this reality, the Danish king had no option but to escape from the mob outside his gates and enter the German embassy in Copenhagen, hoping that they would have some means to contact the Kaiser of the German Empire. With this in mind, he carefully plotted his venture before embarking towards his destination. The call came late in the night, so much so that when the maid entered the Kaiser's bedchamber to awaken her master, Berenger was lying naked in his bed, next to his sister and cousin, all three of whom were fast asleep. After being physically reborn, Berengar's body no longer required many hours of sleep. 4 was a healthy number, and despite this fact, he hated more than anything to be unnaturally awoken from his slumber. Thus, when the servant entered his room and quietly woke him, Berenger glared at the woman with intense fury, an act which caused the girl to shiver in fear. She could barely get the words out of her mouth as she informed the man of what had occurred north of his borders. My Kaiser, there is a telephone call for you from the German embassy in Copenhagen. They apologize for contacting you at this late hour, but the ambassador says the matter is urgent. Berenger rose out of his covers and sighed heavily when he heard this, his pale white figure glistening under the moonlight, a sight which caused the maid to flush in embarrassment. Though she had on more than one occasion seen her master naked, she had never gotten accustomed to the sight. Naturally, as a man who was confident in his own appearance, Berenger did not care in the slightest that his flesh was exposed for the young woman to see. Instead, he climbed out of his bed nonchalantly and wrapped a silk robe around his body, before informing the girl to make some preparations for his call. Prepare me a cup of coffee. If I'm going to be entertaining Alvar this late at night, then I will need something to help keep me awake. The girl instantly nodded her head before running off from the room to do as she was instructed. Meanwhile, Berenger yawned as he left his bedroom and strode through his halls until finally entering his study, where he quickly shut the door behind him. Berenger then sat down at his desk where he dialed the German embassy in Copenhagen on his telephone. Over the past 2 years, Berenger had invested a substantial sum of money into establishing a landline phone network, which extended across the entirety of the fatherland, as well as into Denmark, for swift contact with the German embassy in the region. Currently, there were even efforts to lay down transatlantic underwater cables so that Berenger could have easier contact with his colonies. His plan was for, in the next 5 years, to have an empire-wide phone network, which would allow all citizens from every corner of the empire to contact one another with their personal telephones. After his call went through, Berenger heard a rather timid voice answer the line. The Kaiser recognized who it was immediately. The voice belonged to the German ambassador to the Kalmar Union. My Kaiser, I am terribly sorry to awake you at this ungodly hour, but the High King of the Kalmar Union is sitting in my office, begging for a chance to speak with you. I figured this matter was urgent enough to warrant this terrible sin of mine. Berenger sighed and rubbed his fingers onto the bridge of his nose, as he struggled to deal with this matter with some form of tact. He was silent for several moments before speaking to his ambassador. Svein put Alvar on the line. The obvious hint of dissatisfaction in the Kaiser's voice did not go unnoticed, but rather than further waste his superior's time, the German ambassador quickly did as instructed. The moment Berenger heard Alvar breathing on the other end, he began to chew out the man. You have a lot of nerve for calling me so late at night. Whatever you have to say, get on with it. I don't want to waste any more time than I have to. Despite the obvious rudeness in Berengar's tone, Alvar bit his tongue and spoke like a properly beaten dog, with the utmost respect in his voice. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, I ask this as your friend and ally. Hasn't this blockade gone on long enough? My people are dying. You've already eliminated those who were responsible for the grave sin of human trafficking. Won't you lift your sanctions already and restore the peace between our realms? Contrary to the response Alvar was expecting, Berenger merely scoffed. The moment he did, so the door opened to reveal his maid, who had prepared him a proper cup of coffee. She handed the cup over to her master before silently leaving. Once she was gone, Berenger took a sip from his drink before responding to Alvar's questions. Where was this respect when you were last in my palace? While I am away on important matters of state, my wife saves your kingdom from open rebellion, while your bitch of a daughter takes advantage of my underage son. And yet, you dare behave so rudely to my woman, even after everything she has done for you? Maybe it would have been better to have removed you along with the Catholics. You have disappointed me, Alvar. Berenger could practically hear the Danish king bow his head in regret on the other end of the line. However, He did not give the man a chance to speak, and instead made his demands outright. There is only one way that I will reopen my borders and continue trading with your realm. The day that my son Christopher comes of age and marries your granddaughter Astrid, you are to name him your sole heir. You are then to abdicate your throne and forsake any claims your family has to it. This is non-negotiable. It has become increasingly clear to me that only a member of my household is fit to rule over the North. Swear to me that you will do this under pain of death, and I will restore things to the way they were prior to your lack of respect. Alvar had known when he first visited the German embassy that he would have to pay a heavy price to re-establish ties with the Reich. However, to give up his throne to an outsider, that was far too cruel for him to accept. And yet, the man had no choice. If the flow of goods from the Reich was not restored soon, the most likely outcome would be open rebellion. Something he was not prepared to face, especially if Berenger decided to fund the rebels. Not only that, but his granddaughter was essentially a hostage at this point in time. She had remained in the Reich while Alvar had taken his daughter home with him. If he refused this demand, any number of things could happen to the sweet little girl. Of course, Berenger would never harm a hair on the innocent girl's head. He was many things, but a monster was not one of them. Still, Alvar did not know this, and thus he sighed heavily before finally accepting his utter defeat. Very well. If that is the price to pay, I shall pay it in full. I swear to you that the moment your son comes of age and marries my granddaughter, I will name him my sole heir before abdicating my throne and forsaking any claims my family might have to it, once and for all. If I fail to live up to this vow, then you may claim my worthless life whenever you see fit. The line remained silent for several moments as Berenger continued to sip on his coffee with a sadistic sneer on his face. It was only after he had finished his drink did he respond to the Danish king's vow. Good. Get a good night's rest, Alvar. For tomorrow I will reopen my borders and restart the flow of goods into your lands. I trust you won't disappoint me a second time. After saying this, Berenger hung up the line, not giving the man a chance to respond. Though Alvar had no way of knowing it, Berenger had recorded the entire conversation. Thus, even if Alvar did try to back out of this deal, the evidence of his pledge would still exist, and could easily delegitimize the Danish king and his entire family line. Chapter 1036. The New Lundian Capital. Roughly 8 months had passed since Daria was named Emperor of India, and during this time the German military had been hard at work constructing one of their largest naval/air bases in Sri Lanka, which had been ceded to them in the treaty which ended the war. For years, Singapore had been the primary means of naval operations in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. However, that was now changing. With each passing year, more and more warships were being produced by Germany's many shipyards. So much so that there were now 10 carrier strike groups in total, most of which boasted the most modern warships at the Reich's disposal among their ranks. Naturally, in preparation for the upcoming war with Japan, Berenger had placed 2 of these strike groups in the east. One stationed in Singapore, while another was docked in Sri Lanka's harbor. However, with recent investments into the Pacific, it would not be long before a 3rd carrier strike group was permanently stationed in Hawaii, while a 4th was docked in Australia. This meant that the Kriegsmarine had effectively cornered the Imperial Japanese Navy into a tiny section of ocean to operate within. Currently, Berenger stood on the shores of Sri Lanka, gazing upon his most recent naval base with a sense of pride in his mismatched eyes. He could hardly believe how quickly the German Empire had expanded across the globe. For the first time in world history, a civilization now had the means to control the world's oceans and project force around the globe. This was something that both Germany and Japan had been competing for, but only one of the 2 empires was able to achieve. By Berengar's side was the admiral he had placed in charge of the carrier strike group which sat in the harbor. Because his was a fleet that was tasked primarily with countering the Imperial Japanese Navy, he had received priority for the newest battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, modeled after Germany's most efficient designs from the Second World War of Berengar's past life. While the 2 men gazed upon the fleet, the admiral, whose name was Herbert von Hesse, commented on the power which just one of these carrier strike groups was capable of wielding. Excuse me if what I'm about to say is inappropriate, but I truly pity the Japanese. They are a paper tiger which has provoked a mighty dragon. Just one of these fleets is more than enough to sink the entire Japanese Navy, and yet you want 4 of them located in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. I can't tell whether you're a sadist or a man who is overly cautious. This remark caused Berenger to laugh for some time. It was rare for his subordinates to speak to him in such a way. The only men who usually dared to do so were close friends like Ludwig, Adelbrand, Heimerick, and, of course, Eckhard. For this admiral, who was not particularly close with his Kaiser, to make such a statement was truly amusing. Thus, it came as no surprise when Berenger made a light-hearted remark of his own. Can't I be both? The 2 men laughed at Berengar's comment before remaining utterly silent. After several moments had passed, Berenger placed his hand on the man's shoulder and gave him a nod of approval. Everything looks in order. I have no complaints. My journey here was not wasted. To see such a mighty fleet in person, it is as you say, the Japanese are truly pitiful. Keep up the excellent work. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat much longer for I need to catch a flight to Anangpur. Continue as you were, Admiral. After saying this, Berenger approached the airfield where he took his personal plane to the city of Anangpur, where Emperor Daria Tamara awaited his arrival. After stepping out of the aircraft, Berenger was greeted by his foster son. Since seeing a military psychiatrist, Daria was able to work through a lot of his issues regarding his past trauma and his overly protective nature of his sister. He had come to accept Berenger and Priya's relationship, albeit begrudgingly. Thus, there was not the usual animosity between the two men as they approached one another. Daria, it's good to see you. How have you been lately? Daria smiled and led Berenger towards the carriage, which would take the two of them to the palace. Once inside, he was quick to answer the Kaiser's question. I have no complaints. I have been busy lately working on your proposal, and I think you will be interested in what I have come up with. Berenger nodded his head slightly in approval and maintained a casual conversation with Daria until the two men entered the Anangpur Palace, where a scale replica of a conceptual city existed on a large table. The Kaiser closely observed the city and all its details, while Daria explained what it represented. I must say, when your architects and engineers arrived in my palace with your recommendation of building a new capital city closer to the coastline in order to improve trade between our two realms, I thought that you were out of your mind. However, your men worked together with my own architects to create something reasonable. What you see is an effort to reconstruct the city of Dvarka into a modern capital. The architecture is our own, but your civil engineers designed the layout of the city and how it is structured in order to accommodate things like plumbing, waste management, roads, bridges, etc. Your men preach how you yourself are an accomplished engineer, and thus they wanted you to give our model a proper look before we begin investing into its construction. Berenger examined every single corner of the city with his advanced mind for several minutes before concluding that the men in his employ had done an excellent job in making sure this new capital would have everything it needed to succeed. While the Kaiser was closely examining the model city, his engineers had gathered and were practically biting their nails in anticipation of the man's verdict, which he was quick to give once he had concluded his survey. It looks good. I have no major recommendations. When will you begin construction? Daria did not hesitate to answer this question, as he wore a proud smile on his face. Effective immediately. We project that within 5 years, Dvarka will be fully reconstructed into a modern city, one worthy of being my empire's new capital. Berenger simply nodded his head with approval while maintaining his silence on the matter. He was not going to personally invest a large sum of money into this venture. Most of the finances were coming out of Daria's own pocket. However, having a coastal capital, when one lacked the infrastructure to swiftly transport resources across their empire, was a good idea, especially since India was becoming more and more reliant on trade with the Reich. After waiting for Berengar's response for over a minute, Daria decided to switch the subject to something he thought would interest the man more. Oh, by the way, the Ayutthaya kingdom is now a protectorate of my empire. Berenger smirked when he heard this before responding to Daria's statement with an expression of utter confidence. You think I didn't already know that? Since the moment the Ayutthaya king first set sail towards your lands, I was already aware of his intentions. I must say I am proud of you. The man was leaning more towards the Ming dynasty as his protector, but you convinced him otherwise. It would appear that I have taught you well. Daria did not know why, but he felt a sense of pride overtake him as he heard Berengar's compliments. In the past, he had been bitter and resentful towards the man for taking his sister as a mere concubine. But now, Daria was grateful for everything the Kaiser had done. For without Berenger, Priya would be dead, and he would still be a puppet of his uncle. Thus, he bowed his head respectfully before responding to Berengar's praise. Thank you for your kind words, but I do not believe I am yet worthy of your praise. A simple scoff emerged from Berengar's lips as he heard this humble remark, before changing the subject to something else that had been lingering in his mind for some time. By the way, Priya has been pestering me to ask you, when are you going to find yourself a proper bride? She's beginning to worry that you might be a homosexual. Daria could feel his cheeks burn in embarrassment as he heard what his own sister thought of him. He could only shake his head and sigh before answering the man honestly. I have been much too busy to even think about entertaining a wife, let alone marrying one. Besides, I'm still young. I can wait a little while longer before I take a bride. Berenger did not respond to this and only nodded his head silently in understanding, all while making a mental note to prepare a bride for the poor and lonely man. Although such a union could pose problems for succession, Berenger had already planned for this eventuality. The two emperors would spend the rest of the day catching up before Berenger flew back home to the Reich. After inspecting the naval base in Sri Lanka and discussing with Daria about the construction of his new capital, he had accomplished both his goals in visiting the region. Chapter 1037. The invasion of Borneo begins. In the midst of a midsummer night, dozens of landing craft waded through the waters off the shores of Borneo. Tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of armored vehicles lie in wait for their boats to hit the shore. The moment they did so, an invasion would begin. Empress Itami Ryo had given no notice to the lands which were on her newest list to conquer. While these soldiers prepared for a war against the Royal Majapahit Army, another invasion force was heading towards the northern isles of the Philippines. It was bad luck that these soldiers were sent towards the heavily fortified and well-guarded region of Borneo. Unlike the Philippines, the Royal Majapahit Army was well armed and trained by their German allies. A Japanese lieutenant by the name of Ide Katsumitsu clutched the hilt of his sword with both hands, fearing the possibility of an opposed landing. Only the darkness of the night concealed their presence from the Majapahit defenders who had entrenched their coastline with steel-reinforced concrete bunkers, heavy machine guns, and coastal artillery. In the next moment, a loud crackle filled the air as flares were launched high into the sky, revealing the Japanese landing craft to the enemy defenders. A language which Lieutenant Ide did not understand could be overheard shouting from the bunkers as the Majapahit defenders loaded their guns in preparation for an invasion that had completely caught them off guard. Thunder echoed in the air as 10-centimeter field guns lined up their shots and opened fire on the landing craft, which slowly made their way to the shore. The water of the ocean splashed onto Lieutenant Ide's face as a shell narrowly missed his boat, and instead exploded in the water beside it, causing the man to feel an intense tingle down his spine, as if the angel of death was watching him closely, waiting for the precise moment to claim his life. Other landing craft were not so lucky, as artillery shells struck their sides, forcing the men and armored vehicles to bail out before they were ready. Screams filled the air as machine guns echoed in the distance, their bullets shooting into the water, where the Japanese infantry now tried their best to swim to the shore. While Lieutenant Ide was throwing up from his own anxiety, the door to his landing craft opened, as the ship hit the shore. The moment it did so, the heavy machine guns began to rain fire into the landing craft. Bullets pierced through the torsos and limbs of the Japanese soldiers who were unfortunate enough not to be sheltered by the armored vehicles, while others bounced off the Type 4 Cheeto tanks and their accompanying armored personnel carriers. With the landing craft open, and the armored vehicles roaring to life, Lieutenant Ide gave the order to advance while unsheathing his blade and restoring his warrior spirit. Tenehika Banzai. The bugle resounded in the air, and the charge began as multiple landing craft hit the shores, allowing the Japanese invasion force to charge forward and into the machine gun fire as if their lives depended on it. Lieutenant Ide took the lead with sword in hand as he scaled across the beaches, where barbed wire lied in place, to hold off the advance of the infantry. Unfortunately, the Majapahit Empire had not expected the introduction of Japanese armored vehicles, and thus these meager defenses were quickly steamrolled by the large tanks which aimed their 75mm guns down onto the bunkers and fired their shells without relent. The explosions rocked the bunkers, clearing out machine gun nests and artillery pieces alike. All the while, the armored vehicles provided protection for the Japanese troops from the enemy defenders. Ide stacked up behind a tank, along with several men of his unit. In one hand he carried a pistol while in the other he carried his sword. He randomly fired his shots towards the heavily defended bunkers, while the riflemen and machine gunners of his unit did the same. However, the Majapahit artillery fire was still a threat, and in retaliation of the tanks' bombardment of their positions, the Majapahit soldiers quickly adjusted the aim of their field guns to target the tanks, and fired at the massive war machines. The 100mm high explosive shells of these artillery pieces were more than enough to severely damage the tanks at close range, let alone the armored personnel carriers. However, so too were the Type 4 Cheetos main guns, capable of eliminating the entrenched artillery pieces, and unfortunately the Japanese had more tanks than the Majapahit had artillery. Very soon, the Imperial Japanese Army, where men like Lieutenant Ide entered the trenches with bayonet and swords in hand, overran the first line of bunkers and trenches, all while screaming their battle cry, Tenehika Banzai. With this shout, Ide slashed down at a Majapahit defender's chest with his katana, splitting open the man's unarmored torso and ending his life on the spot. He then aimed his pistol towards an oncoming attacker and fired his shot straight into the man's heart. The Majapahit defenders did not give up so easily, and shifted the aim of their semi-automatic rifles towards the Japanese invaders, gunning down hundreds of men in a matter of seconds. While the Majapahit did not expect the Japanese to be armed with tanks and armored personnel carriers, so too were the Japanese unaware of the capable small arms which the Majapahit defenders wielded into battle. Despite this fact, the Japanese fought their way into the bunker system, and though thousands of their men fell by the wayside, they continued to advance forward with absolute ferocity. After all, the cultists of the war goddess wielded submachine guns and ruthlessly gunned down those among their ranks who dared to take one step back. The sight of which spread fear among the Majapahit troops as they retreated from the first line of bunkers and back inward towards the second line of defense. All the while, the Japanese army fired upon them from behind. Once the retreating men had cleared the trench line, the second row of defenders returned fire into the Japanese ranks. Men were cut down left and right as they tried to navigate through the barbed wire labyrinth. That is until the Type 4 Cheetos caught up to their advance and plowed through the wire barricades as if they posed not even the slightest of challenges. Once beyond the first line of defense, I'd waited to charge forward until he could hide safely behind the protection of a tank. The armored vehicles of the Imperial Japanese Army had become the spearhead of this invasion, allowing the Japanese soldiers to escape from the wrath of machine gun fire until they were close enough to take the trenches and bunkers. However, as I jumped into the second trench, he was immediately shot in the gut by an 8mm projectile. He struggled to remain standing as defied his death and charged towards the man who shot him. With a sword in one hand, he decapitated his opponent before turning around to find another soldier's bayonet lodged into his waist. A cry of pain erupted from the Japanese officer's lips as he pointed his pistol towards the man who had stabbed him and fired through shots into the enemy's chest. Soon after, his own troops entered the trench to protect him. However, the fighting was fierce, and as Lieutenant Ide was struggling to reload his sidearm, a Majapahit machine gunner, armed with a MG-27T, sprayed a burst of lead into his chest, claiming the officer's life. Lieutenant Ide Katsumitsu fell back into the muddy trench and gazed up towards the sun, which rose in the east, dreaming of his homeland and wondering why they were fighting such a pointless war while he drew his last breath. As for his unit, they continued to advance without regard to their superior's demise. By the time the dawn had risen on this day, the Imperial Japanese Army secured the first section of Borneo's beach, all while another invasion was taking place in the northern Philippines. Despite the initial victory for the Japanese, the price they had paid was steep. Over 3,000 of their soldiers had died, and several armored vehicles were no longer operable, thus setting the stage for a long and brutal war. Chapter 1038. The German Reaction. Berenger sat back in his war room and gazed upon a map which was sprawled across a large table. The island of Borneo in particular had caught his interest while his military officers continued to update the positions of the wooden figures which represented the factions at play. Empress Itami Ryo of the Japanese Empire had invaded the Majapahit Empire in a bid to secure a stable supply of bauxite, something Berenger had not only anticipated, but had an active hand in deciding. However, in her hubris, Itami had also invaded the northern Philippines at the exact same time. As a result, two areas of conflict were occurring, and while the Majapahit Empire managed to hold some of its ground, Manila had fallen within the hour of the Japanese invasion. Despite all of this, there was a stoic expression on the Kaiser's face while he listened to a comms operator report on the latest losses the Imperial Japanese Army had suffered. It is confirmed 3 out of 3 floatplanes are Kia. The credit goes to Majapahit flak guns stationed in the interior of Borneo. As of this moment, the Imperial Japanese Army is advancing while blind. In the next moment, a German officer approached the map and removed the wooden figures which represented the 3 floatplanes that the Nagata-class battleship carried on board its deck. These reconnaissance aircraft were crucial to the Japanese war effort, and had only been taken out so early on because the Japanese had not expected their enemy to be equipped with anti-aircraft capabilities. No doubt Itami would be seething when she finally learned of this disaster. Despite this good news, Berenger remained completely unfazed with an ice-cold expression on his face while he continued to listen to the incoming reports. It has just been confirmed. 5 Type 4s Kia. The Japanese Army has made first contact with Majapahit anti-tank guns. The weapon the comms officer was referring to was none other than the 8.8 cm PAC-43, which Berenger had invested a large sum into mass-producing for the sake of his allies in the East. The Indian Empire, the Majapahit Empire, the Joseon dynasty, and the Ming dynasty had been sold thousands of these weapons over the past 6 months in direct preparation for this conflict. After learning that Itami had begun the mass production of tanks and aircraft, Berenger made sure that not only were he allied equipped with proper countermeasures, but he himself was. In doing so, Berenger created a modified variant of the Jagdpanther from his past life as a dedicated tank destroyer. It wasn't difficult to make, as the tank destroyer used the same chassis as all of his armored vehicles, while also making use of 8.8 cm PAC-43 as its main armament. Though Germany had yet to fully dedicate its forces into this war, as Berenger did not have a defensive pact with the Majapahit Empire. He knew it was only a matter of time before Itami fucked up and gave him a casus belli. Thus, with every day that passed, the German war machine toiled to produce more equipment. Updates continued to stream into the room, while the map continued to be updated according to the latest intel. Until finally, the comms operator gave Berenger the words he wanted to hear most. The Japanese advance in Borneo has halted. It appears they are waiting for more men and supplies before continuing their assault. However, it would appear that the northern isles of the Philippines are completely under Japanese occupation. Since the moment the Imperial Japanese Army invaded the 2 regions, Berenger had remained completely emotionless. It was only after hearing this last bit of news that Berenger had finally begun to smile, Naturally, the Ming Emperor would be upset about this recent invasion of the northern Philippines. After all, the territory was owned by several Ming tributaries. However, now that the entire region had fallen into the hands of the Japanese Empire, Berenger could make use of this tragedy to spring a trap against his rivals in Japan. Thus, it came as no surprise when he issued a direct order to one of the comms operators after hearing this news. "Get the Ming Emperor on the line. I need to speak with him." The comms operator did exactly as he was told, and within a few minutes Berenger was having a private discussion with the Emperor of the Ming dynasty. "Zhu Wudi, I suppose by now you have heard of what the Japanese have done?" There was an obviously disgruntled voice on the other end, as the Ming Emperor spat back to Berenger in a rather foul tone. "Have you come to gloat, O mighty Kaiser, or do you actually have a solution to my current headache?" This crass response elicited a chuckle from Berengar's lips, before a deep sneer stretched itself across his face. His next words would deal a mighty blow to his rivals in Japan. "For this unprovoked attack on several of your tributaries, I feel that economic sanctions are in order, don't you think?" Despite Berengar's suggestion, the only thing which was on Zhu Wudi's mind was his fury, and the man was quick to vent it. "Economic sanctions? How many times has this little bitch gone out of her way to provoke me? And what have I ever done to her? I have half a mind to sail my troops across the pond and attack her home directly for this outrage." Berenger lowered the phone from his ear and allowed the Ming Emperor to continue his rant for some time, briefly checking in every few seconds. The level of obscenities which Zhu Wudi had cast upon Itami were no small amount. In the end, the man had calmed himself enough for Berenger to get a word in, which he was quick to take advantage of. "Wudi, my friend, you need to calm down and think rationally here. If you were to actually invade Japan at this moment, all you would manage to accomplish is create a power vacuum for the next greatest asshole to take advantage of. Listen to me, Itami's economy is struggling as it is. If you were to cut off her only means of trade, it will completely collapse upon itself. Then she will have to deal with the outrage of her starving people as she sends their sons to die in vain for some foreign country. Your response should be simple but effective. Cut off all trade with Japan, and together we will convince the rest of the world to do the same. Once we have done this, her paper currency will be worthless. Besides, you may not be aware, but Itami's transition away from the gold standard has already upset many of the samurai clans under her reign. Make that paper worthless, and they will be lining up to cut off the bitch's head. First, we respond with economic sanctions. Then, if the bitch still continues to act like this, military intervention comes next." Naturally, Berenger had left out the part about his wife's counterfeit operations, which were set to take place the moment the Ming dynasty ceased trade with the Japanese Empire. By now, millions of false banknotes were already within the borders of the Japanese mainland, just waiting to enter circulation. As Berenger was thinking about this, one of the comms operators reported some news that Berenger had not expected. "It is just now confirmed. 2 Japanese destroyers have struck mines off the coast of Java and have been destroyed. The Japanese invasion force that was inbound to the Majapahit capital is turning back to Borneo." Berenger nearly shouted in excitement when he heard this news, but he retrained himself because he was still on the radio with the Ming Emperor. He had not only made ample preparations by supplying the Majapahit Empire with weapons and training for this war, but over the past 6 months, the Kriegsmarine had also laid thousands of mines throughout critical waterways within the maritime borders of the Majapahit Empire, making it nigh impossible for Itami's fleet to attack their capital. After calming himself, Berenger returned his focus to the radio, where he could hear Zhu Wudi pondering Berengar's suggestion. Ultimately, after several moments of silence, the man responded, "Very well, we shall do it your way. Together, we will convince the entire world to halt trade with the Japanese Empire. If the bitch continues to struggle, then I will be forced to intervene in the northern Philippines and the Joseon dynasty." Itami had made a grave mistake by invading the northern Philippines. It was one thing to seize Borneo for its vast bauxite deposits. However, by taking the strategically important land in the northern Philippines, Itami had stabbed her largest trading partner in the back, an act which they would not tolerate a second time. As for Berenger, he simply sat back and fanned the flames of war so that they burned his enemies and his enemies alone. It was not yet time for the Reich to display its true power to the world. Not until a proper casus belli had occurred. But when it did, Japan would feel the wrath of the German Empire like no other had endured in history. Chapter 1039. The Japanese Reaction. Itami stared at the map, which displayed the most recent information about her current operations overseas, with a gaze of disbelief on her immaculate face. She did not understand how this had occurred. For 6 months she had kept her plans to invade Borneo as an absolute secret, so much so that the majority of the troops who were sent to conquer the island had no idea they were headed to Borneo until the day of their assault. Instead, all effort was directed towards the northern Philippines being her target. And yet, the Majapahit Empire not only knew she would be attacking, they had made ample preparations. While Itami had known for some time that Germany was supplying and training the Majapahit army, she had assumed it was at a technological level on par with the Anangpur and Bengal armies. Never in her wildest dreams would she have expected heavy machine guns, light machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, anti-tank guns, flak guns, and advanced artillery to spread across the islands, let alone ocean mines protecting the Majapahit capital from her fleets. The war had only just begun, and in a single day, Itami had lost roughly 10,000 troops, 24 armored vehicles, 6 float planes, and 2 destroyers, all for a measly 50 square kilometers of land in Borneo. Luckily, the operation in the northern Philippines had gone off as planned. Within a single day, the Imperial Japanese Army completely occupied the entire region, and Itami had half a mind to conscript the locals and send them into Borneo in order to replenish her losses. Ultimately, Itami was forced to halt her advance in Borneo and rethink her strategy. It had become abundantly clear that a single division was not enough to defeat her enemies in the region. She would have to send at least 50,000 men if she wanted to take Borneo, and that was a low estimate. As the albino beauty was wallowing in her losses, further distress entered the room, as one of her statesmen interrupted her brooding session to add to her pile of disappointments. Tenehika-sama, the Ming dynasty has responded to our invasion of the northern Philippines. They have placed economic sanctions against our empire. As of right now, we have no trading partners. A murderous glare appeared in the Japanese empress' blood-red eyes as she heard this news. She knew this was a possibility, but she at the very least expected a diplomatic discussion about her surprise invasion. To just outright sanction her over this minor offense, there was only one man responsible, and she knew exactly who to blame. Through her gritted teeth, Itami hissed the name of her greatest enemy, Berenger von Kufstein. Itami's mind was already at its limits of stress, and when she heard this news, she could not help but shriek at her generals as if she was a banshee. Everyone out. Out. Not wanting to upset the empress. Every man and woman who stood in Itami's war room fled, as if nerve gas had flooded the room. Once they were gone, and the door was shut behind her, the albino beauty flew into a fit or rage, knocking the wooden pieces which represented the factions at war off the map with a swipe of her hand. While she gazed upon the scattered figures, she felt a deep sense of calm overwhelm her enraged heart, as if the arms of her most beloved had wrapped themselves around her. In Itami's mind, she heard the words of a man she knew did not exist in this world. My love, what is wrong? So your plans did not go your way. Such a thing is natural in life. What you should be doing is adapting to your circumstances, and thinking how best to make your counterattack. If the enemy is heavily entrenched in the jungles with weapons that are capable of halting your advance, then there is really only one solution, is there not? Did you not prepare the DH.98 Mosquito specifically for this possibility? Itami sighed heavily as she looked behind her and gazed upon the figure of her past live's love interest, which she knew was only a figment of her imagination. And yet in her mind it was so vivid, as if he was truly standing right there in front of her. But Julian, they have sufficient anti-air capabilities, and I don't have any carriers. How am I supposed to get enough bombers into the air above Borneo to perfectly bombard their entrenched positions? The ghost of Julian grabbed hold of Itami's dainty chin and wiped the tears from her eyes while he assured her that such a thing was entirely within her power. As usual, my love, you are overthinking things. Your bombers have a range 2,400 kilometers, and you have already established air bases in the southern Philippines. You have more than enough mosquitoes for a round trip. Sure, you might lose a few of your bombers, but your industry is more than capable of replacing them, especially since they're largely made out of wood. There's a reason you invested into aircraft like the Ki-106 and the DH.98 Mosquito. It's because you know that you lack access to bauxite. However, you can mass-produce wooden planes at a quicker rate than the Germans can manufacture their aluminum ones, and thus you have the advantage in terms of how many aircraft you can spam against your enemies. The solution to your problem is simple. First, you must flatten the enemy bunkers and trenches, and then, when they are reeling from the damage, you should advance your armor and infantry from all sides. Once they are surrounded, and their most heavy weapons are destroyed, they will fold like a paper tiger. The tears in Itami's eyes had long since dried, and a smile appeared on her lips as she thanked the spectral image of her dead love interest before attempting a kiss. Thank you, Julian. I don't know what I would do without you. However, just when the Japanese empress was about to kiss the figure in front of her, he disappeared, leaving her all alone in the war room. A slight pout emerged on Itami's lips, as she realized yet again she wasn't able to fulfill her desire. However, she quickly snapped out of it, and summoned her forces into the room, where she relayed Julian's orders to the lot of them. With this strategy in place, Itami had planned her second offensive, one that she felt she would have much more success in. As for Berenger, when he learned of how quickly the woman was able to adapt against him, his opinion of the Japanese empress would raise ever so slightly. Chapter 1040. Negotiating a Betrothal. While Itami was focusing all her efforts on her campaign in Borneo, Berenger was rather lax about the whole situation. He spent very little time in his war room, catching up on the latest updates. The reason behind this was simple. Over the past 15 years, he had established a highly competent chain of command that was entirely capable of waging war without his input. And since this was a proxy war at the moment, there really wasn't much that Berenger needed to do himself. This was something that Empress Itami Ryo was completely lacking in her own government, and as a result, she was forced to micromanage every second of the war that she was awake for. As for Berenger himself, he had a very important meeting with another German monarch. The political structure of the German Empire was split into several small kingdoms, principalities, and grand duchies, at least as far as the fatherland was concerned, with the King of Austria also being the Emperor of Germany. However, there were other monarchs in name only, and one of these men was Dieter von Wittelsbach, the King of Bavaria. It had been some time since the engagement between Anne and the third Prince of Saxony had been broken, and suitors had lined up at the door of the Bavarian king looking for the girl's hand in marriage. Naturally, Berenger had sent a letter to the man informing his intentions of marrying and off to his eldest son, Hans von Kufstein. A prospect which Dieter took interest in, but decided to play hard to get in an attempt to gain a more considerable dowry from the Kaiser. This was a game Berenger did not want to play, and thus he said nothing for several months, while working behind the scenes to spread rumors about the girl's romantic involvement with his son. After a while, Dieter had no choice but to visit the Kufstein Palace, where Berenger sat on his throne with a cup of tea in his hands. All the while, his Bavarian counterpart kneeled before him. With a cruel sneer on his face, Berenger spoke to the Bavarian king in a haughty tone. "Dieter, my old friend, how nice of you to visit me on this fine morning. Tell me, have you considered my offer? You should already be aware of how smitten your daughter is with my boy, and I think it would be best for everyone if the two of them ended up together. Who knows, the child born between the two of them one day might even be the Kaiser himself." There was a frown on Dieter's face as he rose from his kneeling position and stood before the Kaiser. He had attempted to win a greater prize and had lost. Once news had spread about, and being one of Han's girls, nobody dared step on the toes of the firstborn prince. Soon enough, everyone who had presented an offer to Dieter withdrew it, all except for one, the man sitting in front of him. Thus, with a heavy sigh, King Dieter von Wittelsbach admitted defeat. "I should have known I couldn't win against you, my Kaiser. You are far too powerful for a petty king like myself to play against. Very well, I accept your offer. My daughter and will be betrothed to your eldest son, Hans. In exchange for this, I accept a substantial dowry. After all, the girl is highly sought after." However, Berengar's response nearly drove the man mad as the Kaiser sipped on his tea before speaking with an arrogant smirk on his handsome face. "Was highly sought after. I'm afraid her value has been heavily diminished. In fact, you are unlikely to find any man but my boy Hans to be her husband, should the truth of their relationship be revealed." This comment caught Dieter by surprise, and the man was quick to inquire just what meaning Berenger hid behind his words. "What do you mean? What has your little brat done to my precious daughter?" A frown appeared on Berengar's face as he slowly placed his teacup on a nearby saucer before glaring at the man standing across from him. There was a hint of malice in his tone as he gave the King of Bavaria a strict warning about his language. "Careful, Dieter, have you forgotten your place, or where you currently stand? You are in my house and I demand respect. As for who is at fault here, I would wager that your daughter was the one who took advantage of my underage son. Quite the temptress, that one, spreading her legs for a teenage boy in return for a commitment to marriage. Truly a devious scheme, wouldn't you say? They'll give you this. Your daughter knows what she wants and how to get it. Now, if you want this delicate matter to remain a secret between our two houses, I suggest you accept what I decide to give you in exchange for your daughter's hand in marriage to my eldest son." Dieter's face had turned unsightly as he thought of the prospect of his youngest daughter doing such a scandalous thing. He quickly retorted to Berenger in a voice filled with fury. "You lie. My daughter Anne would never do something so scandalous." To this, Berenger simply scoffed before bringing the roof down on Dieter's entire world. "You can ask your daughter if you wish, though if she hasn't elected to share her plans with you by now, then I doubt she will be honest should you corner her about this subject. I assure you, my son cares for her deeply, and though he has been manipulated by Anne, he doesn't seem to mind. Your daughter will marry the first prince of Germany, a boy who, as it currently stands, is the most likely to succeed my position. A boy who your daughter has already willingly gave her body to, and who she seems to deeply respect. In the event that Hans does become the next Kaiser, your daughter will be one of two women whose bloodlines are capable of succeeding the throne. Is that not enough for you? Are you really so impoverished that you would demand a large chest of gold from me?" Dieter had no words. He did not know what aggravated him more, the fact that his daughter had done something so scandalous behind his back, or that the Kaiser just insinuated he was poor for wanting a proper bride's price. At this very moment, Dieker wanted more than anything to break into the Aerial Warfare Academy and interrogate his daughter about just what she had been doing without his notice. However, the confidence in Berengar's voice as he blatantly announced the young woman's shameful actions was very convincing. So much so that Dieker had no choice but to bow his head and once more accept his defeat at the hands of the man sitting upon his gilded throne. Very well. I accept whatever offer you are willing to give me in exchange for my daughter's betrothal to your eldest son, Hans. If that is all you have to say on the matter, then I will be returning home immediately. I wish I could say it was a pleasure speaking to you, but it rarely is. With that said, the King of Bavaria marched out of the Kufstein Palace with his tail between his legs. As for Berenger, he would inform Hans of this good news upon his graduation, which was rapidly approaching. For now, the boy still had to meet with yet another of his fiancées, and Berenger did not wish to complicate matters further. Chapter 1041. Meeting with Claudia. Claudia Hazelrieder was a young princess of the Kingdom of Italy. Her lineage was a complicated matter. Her father was an Austrian soldier from South Tyrol who had been chosen by Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein to rule over the Kingdom of Lombardy, and later Italy as a whole. While her mother was a native Italian from a rather minor, but notable noble family known as the Da Vincis. The Da Vinci bloodline had nearly been wiped out during Berengar's War for Independence. But one young woman remained, who won the heart of King Bruno Hazelrieder. Claudia was a kind and gentle girl, no older than 10. She had olive skin like her mother, dark hair, and matching eyes. In fact, one might mistake her for a full-blood Italian at first glance, something she shared in common with her siblings. Out of all of Bruno's daughters, Berenger found Claudia to be the most fit for his eldest son to marry when the two of them came of age. For starters, her intellect was superior to her sister's, and her appearance was adorable, as if she were a living doll. The Kaiser knew that when Claudia grew older, she would be a beauty to rival any of Hans' current women. Hans had been given the day off from university at the orders of the Kaiser to visit Claudia in her home within the city of Milan. He sat in Bruno's palace in full uniform as he sipped on a cup of tea, and awkwardly spoke with a girl 4 years younger than himself, who he was meeting with for the first time in his life. It became immediately apparent that the girl was shy, or perhaps this was just around Hans himself. As she struggled to give voice to her thoughts and silently ate her sweets while drinking her tea like a refined young princess. Hans was well experienced with the opposite sex, well beyond what a boy his age should have. Thus, he could only smile and be charming as he spoke to the young girl about his future career as a pilot in the German Air Force, a topic which seemed to garner Claudia's interest. Well, you see, Claudia, in Germany we have these machines that are capable of flying high in the sky. We call them airplanes or planes for short. These planes can be used as a means to transfer goods and personnel, or as dedicated attack craft. I'm personally certified to fly several types of aircraft, and when I graduate from university, I will join the ranks of the Luftwaffe. That basically means Air Force, which is a branch of our military that deals with airplanes. The young princess gradually began to come out of her shell as she looked upon her Prince Charming with wide eyes while he spoke about technological wonders she could only dream of. Naturally, she had her own questions regarding air travel and was quick to give voice to them. Really? You mean you have flown in the sky before? That's amazing. To most of the people Hans usually associated with, that was par for the course. He associated mostly with other pilots, or those who would become a pilot after graduating from the Aerial Warfare Academy. However, in this little girl's eyes, what was a basic function of his job was the most amazing thing she could think of. It sort of caused the boy to have an overinflated sense of pride, as he further talked about his career. There's a war coming, Claudia. It's not something you have to worry about, as Italy won't be involved. But I will soon be flying over the Pacific, fighting against the Japanese pilots in the air, far above the ocean. I hope to make my family proud when I am finally let loose on the enemy. Claudia had a hint of worry in her dark brown eyes. She had just met this boy, but she already enjoyed spending time with him, and the idea of him marching off to war not only filled her little heart with fear, but confusion as well. Why must you go to war? Aren't you a little young for that? Father says that only men 18 and older are allowed to join the Italian army. Hans simply chuckled and petted the girl's wavy hair as he explained his exemption to this rule. In Germany, when a man turns 18, he is required to join the armed forces. However, I am a little smarter than most boys, and am already about to graduate from college at the age of 14. My father has decided to make an exception, and allow me to join the Luftwaffe 4 years early. I already have my flight certification. All I need to do now is graduate from the Aerial Warfare Academy and officially enter the ranks of the Luftwaffe. You see, my father believes that this war with Japan will be the last war that Germany faces for a very long time. Thus, he has decided that as his future successor I need actual combat experience to effectively lead the German military when I finally become the next Kaiser. From the moment I saw my father take flight as the first pilot in this world's history, I knew that I wanted to spend my years of service as a pilot, and as the Imperial Prince, my father has made sure that my dreams come true, even if it means sending me to the battlefield at a young age. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she heard how impressive her fiancé was. She blushed and looked away as she complimented the boy for his courage. You must be very brave, facing such dangers at such a young age. I doubt even father would have the courage to do so when he was your age. Unbeknownst to the young couple, the King of Italy was closely listening to their conversation from the other side of the door. He immediately grasped hold of his wounded heart when he heard his precious daughter insult him in such a manner. There was a look of unimaginable agony on his face, as if he had just had his heart thrust through by a lance. Naturally, neither Hans nor Claudia saw this, and thus they continued their conversation, with Hans blushing the slightest bit before responding to the girl's question. Well, I wouldn't call myself brave, more so confident. I know my own abilities, and I am certain that they can't be matched in the air. Thus, I have no fear of being able to return home safely, no matter what difficulties I may face in Asia. Claudia smiled when she thought of how much of a war hero her future husband would be, and nodded her head before coming to a decision. She leaned over and kissed Hans on the cheek before saying something that he would remember while he was at war. Well, I'll be waiting here for your safe return. I don't know how long wars last, but when you next visit me, I hope we are old enough to get married. Hans' face was fully flushed upon hearing this comment. Compared to his other fiancées, Claudia was just too young, pure, and naive for him to properly respond to. If Noemi or Veronica had said such a thing, he would have been able to respond with a stoic facade, but the innocence in Claudia's words had forced him to look away in embarrassment. Thus, with this first meeting, Hans could definitely say that he looked forward to visiting Claudia often and see what kind of women she eventually grew into becoming. As for whether he would be able to do that, only time would tell. After all, war with Japan was not far away, and the moment he graduated from university, Hans would be assigned to a unit before being shipped off to some airbase or carrier across the globe. For now, he just enjoyed the time spent with the girl, because tomorrow he would be back in Kufstein finishing up his classes. Chapter 1042, The Invasion of Borneo continues. What was perhaps the first instance of anti-aircraft weaponry being used in warfare was displayed over the island of Borneo. The Japanese invasion of the Majapahit Empire continued, and it became clear very quickly that the 8.8 centimeters flak cannons employed by the Royal Majapahit Army were more than capable of annihilating the float planes used by the Japanese battleships as a means of reconnaissance. Within the first 24 hours of the invasion, Itami had lost 6 planes and 6 pilots from these AA installments. As a result, she had become desperate to eliminate these installations and had issued the order to dispatch 100 bombers from the Japanese airbase in the southern Philippines to bomb the fortified positions where these anti-aircraft guns were located. Lieutenant Ishino Sadayori was among Japan's first pilots, and yet this was his first actual mission. Inside the cockpit of the mostly wooden DH-98 Mosquito multi-role combat aircraft, he carefully flew the plane towards the destination. This mission was extremely dangerous as the weapons the Germans had sold the Majapahit army were more than capable of taking out these bombers if they were not careful, and Lieutenant Ishino knew that there was a high probability of death. Yet for the war goddess, he was more than willing to give up his life, and thus he flew at full speed towards the island of Borneo where several fortifications housed the anti-aircraft guns he and his fellow pilots intended to destroy. The crewmen in his aircraft were shouting towards the pilot as explosions detonated left and right, rocking the feeble aircraft as it continued to pursue forward. Keep it steady. The last thing we need. However, before the airman could finish his complaint, he peered out the left side of the plane and saw another bomber no further than 50 meters away get blasted into pieces by an anti-aircraft shell. What remained of the plane was lit aflame and fell from the sky at high velocity. This frightening sight immediately caused the man to shut his trap as Lieutenant Ishino focused on surviving just long enough to drop the payload. Left, right, front, and back, dozens of the 100 or so bombers that were taking part in this operation were torn apart by the heavy fire of the Majapahit flak guns. The airmen said their prayers to their gods as they feared the next explosion would claim their lives, and indeed one had detonated nearby, causing one of the engines on board the aircraft to be lit aflame. The bomber quickly began losing altitude as the airmen prepared their parachutes to escape through the side hatch. Once the last crewman was in the doorframe, he gazed back at Lieutenant Ishino and urged him to join with the rest of his crew. "Lieutenant, it is time to bail. We must jump now or we won't make it." However, the pilot refused to do and yelled back at his crew with determination in his voice. "Go. It has been my honor to serve alongside you." The airman hesitated before saluting the pilot once last time, where he proceeded to plunge into the sky and freefall until he was at the maximum depth to pull his chute. As for Lieutenant Ishino, he quickly placed a rising sun headband over his pilot's cap and screamed a battle cry as he drove the plane directly into the nearest anti-aircraft installation. Tenahika Banzai. In the very next moment, he dropped the payload of 4 230-kilogram bombs onto the facility before crashing directly into the largest gun. The combined explosion was enough to demolish the fort and everything within it. As for the rest of the Japanese bombers, 50 out of 100 would complete their mission and only 25 of those would return to the airbase in the Philippines, where they would rearm, refuel, and head straight back out again with reinforcements. Within a single week, Itami had lost nearly 200 bombers but had effectively eliminated 90% of the enemy's anti-aircraft capabilities, allowing the remainder of her bombers to pelt the surface of Borneo with impunity, and in doing so weakening the Majapahit fortifications. Within a week after their initial invasion, the Japanese had effectively mobilized 50,000 soldiers, many of which were conscripts from the colonies who were given a uniform, rifle, and told to charge a machine gun nest under threat of death from behind. The more veteran ethnic Japanese troops had begun to march in the rear, pushing these conscripts forward. It was only after a total of 52,000 men and hundreds of armored vehicles had landed on the shores of Borneo did the Japanese plan their next stage of advancement. Since the Imperial Japanese Army had halted in its tracks, they had been sending out advanced troops to burn down the thick jungle foliage with flamethrowers to carve a path for the tanks and APCs. These pioneers had come under attack a multitude of times by Majapahit guerrillas, and the overall losses suffered in this invasion to date were roughly 8,000 men in total. Relieved to have new reinforcements at their backs, the Japanese soldiers were quick to advance forward. Among these men was Staff Sergeant Oyama Hirayori, who was the commander of a Type 4 Cheeto medium tank. He sat in the small confines of the vehicle as it advanced on the path that had been laid out for it. After traveling for nearly 30 kilometers, they finally reached what could be considered the front lines of the ongoing conflict, where an infantry brigade was assaulting a heavily fortified enemy trench line. A smug look appeared on the tank commander's face as he received his orders from the tank in front via the waving of a flag out the hatch to advance forward and trample over the barbed wire perimeter. However, as the tanks began to fan out and attack, a curious sight appeared through Sergeant Oyama's periscope. An explosive projectile hit the lead tank of their battalion and exploded on the spot. The Type 4 Cheeto medium tank proved incapable of resisting a single shot from the 8.8 cm PaK-43 anti-tank guns that the Germans had supplied the army with. The sight of their leader being obliterated with a single shot caused Oyama and his crew to nearly soil themselves in fright. However, before they could react, another cloud of smoke emerged from the trench line, along with a crackle of thunder. Before they knew it, another Type 4 had been obliterated. In the Spuro-Femin, Oyama instantly ordered the gunner in his tank to target the PaK-43, and with a precise shot an explosion occurred in the trench line where one of many anti-tank guns was located. Oyama instantly cheered, however in the next moment his tank was targeted by another PaK-43, and before he and his crew could fully celebrate, an anti-tank shell penetrated through their vehicle's armor and detonated inside the cabin, killing the entire crew, including Oyama. Despite the death of yet another tank, the Japanese conscripts were forced forward through machine gun fire in what could only be referred to as a banzai charge as they overwhelmed the trench line with superior numbers and firepower. Though the assault was costly, the fortifications were in the end seized by the Japanese, and any prisoners of war were rounded up and hauled off. After all, Itami had been forced to sign the Vienna Accords in exchange for Mina, and because of this, the Imperial Japanese Army was now held at a higher standard than before. The war for Borneo would continue to be a bloody business, and the Imperial Japanese Army would suffer heavy losses. However, bauxite was needed to create weapons that could go against those of the Reich, and thus Empress Itami Ryo was willing to pay any price for victory. Chapter 1043, A Thorough Debriefing. It had been months since Mina had returned to the Japanese mainland, and during this time she had shut herself away in order to properly grieve her family, or so Itami thought. In reality, the girl had been skulking about, listening into the Japanese Empress conversations while never making contact with her. She secretly reported this news to German agents embedded in Japan who would convey it back to the Reich. Of course, Itami knew none of this and instead was operating under the policy of giving the woman time to properly settle her emotions. However, the war in Borneo had lasted for a little over a week at this point, and during this time Itami's losses were substantial. She had not expected such fierce resistance in the region, nor was she able to navigate her fleet to the Majapahit Empire's capital in a bid to end the war swiftly. Thus, as the bodies continued to pile, Itami had no choice but to force a conversation with Mina and learn what the woman had seen and heard during her time in the Reich. Currently, Mina was lying in her villa's bed when she heard a knock on her door. She had mistaken the interruption for one of her servants, thus it came as a monumental surprise when she opened the door to reveal Itami's sublime figure. The albino beauty stood in the doorway. Over the past few weeks, she had been styling her snow-white hair a bit differently than normal. Though it was still long and straight, she wore double buns on the side much like her younger sister. The ends of her hair and bangs were cut with squared ends, giving her a rather unique appearance. This change in hairstyle had only increased the young woman's beauty to the point where even Mina was having a hard time taking her eyes off of Itami. For the first time in a long time, Itami wore a pleasant smile as she motioned towards the room and asked permission to enter. "Is it all right if I come in? I would like to have a chat with you about something important." In truth, Mina did not know how to respond. Every inch of her soul wanted nothing more than to lash out at Itami and claim her life at this very moment. However, she forced herself to remain calm and mustered all strength to wear a false smile on her face before leading Itami into her bedroom and preparing some tea. Of course, your majesty, what did you wish to talk about? Itami's brow raised slightly when she heard the way Itami referred to her. Such a Western title was not what she was accustomed to. However, she suspected that this was the result of the psychological torture the girl had endured and decided to let it slide as she posed the immediate question on her mind. I need to know. Did you meet with him? Did you meet with Berenger von Kufstein? Mina's eyes drifted aside as she noticed the tea was ready and was quick to avoid the subject. Naturally, Itami noticed this and thus her voice grew a bit more firm as she asked the question again. Mina, I need to know who he is and what he is capable of. I'm already struggling to conquer a proxy he has funded. Something he had no difficulty of achieving against my own. If you had the chance to meet with him before your capture, I need to know what you think of him. Memories resurfaced within Mina's mind about the one time she had seen the Kaiser in the flesh. The man was confident, charming, and, above all else, handsome. However, what stuck out the most to her was the red-headed beauty by his side. Aside from perhaps Itami herself, Mina had never seen such a beautiful woman before, one who made her feel deeply envious. Naturally, Itami noticed the look in the woman's eyes as she recalled these memories and called out to her once more. Mina. It was at this moment the Josian princess snapped back to reality where she sighed heavily before pouring the tea. It was only after she had concluded this task did she kneel down at the table and report what little she knew about the man in question. I only interacted with him once, but it was enough for him to tell that I was up to no good. You see, after entering the Reich, I was effectively quarantined to a small area of the capital city called Little Kyoto. It is where the Germans keep the Japanese defectors. During this time, I was forced to seek employment and thus I worked at a small restaurant as a hostess. One night the Kaiser came in with his wife. Mina seemed to lose track of her thoughts as she reflected on the overwhelming beauty of Linda and sighed lightly as if she were a schoolgirl with a crush. Itami mistook this for an attraction to Berenger and immediately complained. I know he is attractive, Mina, but keep your mind on track. Mina once more snapped back to reality and was quick to clear any confusion Itami might have. I'm not thinking about him. Although he was rather dreamy. No, I'm talking about his wife. Flawless alabaster skin, long legs, thick thighs, a perfect hourglass body with curves in all the right places. And her breasts. I dare say they are every bit as perfect as your own. Her golden red hair which flowed like locks of fire and her stunning face. Her eyes were as blue as the azure sky. In all my years I have never seen such a breathtaking woman and the way she smiled it's enough to melt even the most stubbornly heterosexual woman's heart. Oh Itami, she was marvelous. Itami could only glare at her subordinate who looked like a love-stricken schoolgirl and shuddered at just how stunning this woman was to make the Josian princess play for the other team. Mina continued talking about the dinner date Berenger and Linda had for some time before Itami snapped at her. Mina. I want to know about Berenger, not his wife. You're telling me all he did was have dinner at your restaurant and he immediately pegged you for a spy? There was nothing else? No other interaction? Just this? Mina quickly gulped down some of her tea before responding with a nod of her head. She was quick to give voice to her thoughts regarding the matter as well. I think it was his wife who noticed me. Although she never directly looked over at me, I could tell that she always kept my figure in the corner of her eye. Then there were rumors I overheard while listening to some of the guards who spoke outside my cell. Rumors that the leader of German Imperial Intelligence was one of the Kaiser's wives. If that red-headed beauty was the one these guards were speaking about, then it wouldn't surprise me if she had pegged me for a spy the moment I immigrated to the Reich and decided to use dinner with her husband as an excuse to verify my intentions. I don't know for sure, we never spoke. Nor did I say anything to the Kaiser beyond my employment as a hostess. Itami was beyond frustrated with how inept Mina had been during her time in the Reich. She had paid a monumental price for the woman's return and the only information Mina had about Berenger was how beautiful his wife was and unverified rumors about her being the leader of German Imperial Intelligence. There were simply no words in Itami's mind about how to deal with the situation. She could only inquire about the Reich's technological capabilities and infer some information from them, thus she was quick to change the subject. Enough about the Kaiser and his beautiful wife. I want to know about what you saw while living in the Reich, before your capture. Mina sipped from her tea slowly before giving Itami her honest opinion with a single phrase. If I were to tell you that you were out of your depth, would you believe me? This had completely and utterly shocked Itami, who was quick to voice her disagreement. What do you mean? Just how advanced were they? The Josian princess looked around the room and sighed heavily before responding. In my honest opinion, even with your divine mirror, it would take you another 5 to 10 years to catch up to the Reich. Maybe more. I can't exactly explain all the technological wonders I witnessed during my time in Germany because I myself don't understand them. Just know that you are lagging behind and the gap is getting larger with each passing year. The good news is, the Germans have an overseas empire to manage, one that even I don't know how large it is. This means the amount of forces they will be able to dedicate to their war with you will be limited. So maybe, just maybe, you might have a fighting chance. Itami later left the room stunned at this news and severely disappointed in herself. She had nearly tanked her economy to get Mina back and what she gained in return was an abysmal amount of intelligence. She had hoped that Mina would be able to provide her with an insight into Berengar's character, but in the end, all Itami learned was that even with her most recent advancements in technology, the Germans were still far ahead of her. Chapter 1044, The War for Borneo continues. Itami sat within her war room with a frustrated expression on her pretty face. The war in Borneo had been going on for roughly 2 weeks at this point, and the losses she suffered were growing with each passing day. Still, the ground she gained was no meager amount. Many of the Majapahit fortifications within the northern portion of the island had been completely seized by the Imperial Japanese Army, and yet the gains she had made were met with new difficulties. In a shocking display of events, the anti-aircraft guns that the Japanese bombers had eliminated were quickly replaced, and once more Itami's planes were denied air superiority. Without the ability to safely launch reconnaissance aircraft in the skies above Borneo, it was anyone's guess at just how the Majapahit had been preparing their defenses. As if things couldn't get any worse, Itami was, of course, met with more bad news, as was spoken by an agent of Japanese intelligence who had a nervous expression on his chiseled face as he summarized the reports in his hands. As a result of our conquest of the northern Philippines, the Ming Emperor has officially condemned us and cut off all trade as well as any diplomatic ties. Our merchants in China have been expelled, and we have lost contact with our intelligence agents in the area. If that wasn't bad enough, every Japanese citizen currently located within the Majapahit Empire has been arrested and detained under suspicion of espionage and sabotage. Furthermore, we have received letters of condemnation from every major power that has signed the Vienna Accords. In other news, the German Navy has secured the waters leading to Java and Sumatra, claiming they are protecting their trade routes to China and access to their colonies in the south. This means that attacking the Majapahit capital to end this war quickly will not be possible without going through them. So far, they have shown no direct aggression, but they are preventing us from attacking the supply lines which they are providing for the Borneo defenders. This is actually how the anti-aircraft guns which we have destroyed were so quickly replaced. It would appear the Germans either have a bunch of these weapons lying around or have an industrial capacity that we have sorely underestimated. Itami could only sigh in defeat. Even though the Germans were supplying her enemies, there was no way she would dare to give the order to attack German shipping. That would be counterproductive. The entire reason she had invaded Borneo was to get her hands on aluminum, which was required for more advanced aircraft. If the Germans were to become directly involved in this conflict, then it was truly only a matter of time before her forces were thoroughly defeated. The Japanese Empress had to think carefully about how she would move forward with her plans. If she made one wrong move, she would have to face the full fury of the Reich. Itami sat in silence for several moments before dismissing the intelligence agent, where she began to concoct the next phase of her offensive. While Itami was sitting back in her palace coordinating the war effort in Borneo, the Majapahit defenders were doing everything they could to hold the line. After years of listening to German propaganda against the Japanese, few men were willing to surrender willingly, and most units had fought to utter annihilating in the face of the Japanese advance. In the jungles of Borneo, a few camouflage men rushed through the woods with their weapons in hand. Suddenly, the sergeant of the squad raised his arm, and immediately the unit halted in their tracks. They could hear the engines of the Type 4 medium tanks roaring in the distance, and thus the men slung their rifles over their shoulders and replaced them with a peculiar weapon. Not only had the Germans been selling the Royal Majapahit Army dedicated anti-tank guns to be used in their trenches against the enemy armor, but they had also been selling Panzerfausts to the Majapahit Empire. Each man in this guerrilla squad was equipped with one of these weapons, and thus they hid in the foliage, waiting for the enemy armor to reveal itself. Among these Majapahit guerrillas was a boy no older than 16. He loaded his Panzerfaust 250 and ensured it was ready to fire while aiming down its sights onto the dirt road in front of him. Soon enough, the tanks and APCs began to roll by, where the sergeant of the squad gave the order to attack. With the pull of a trigger, a series of rocket-propelled grenades flew through the woods before exploding against the enemy's armored vehicles. The damage was devastating, as the Type 4 tanks in the front and rear of the formation were rendered inoperable. This forced the Japanese soldiers to bail from their APCs, only to be welcomed by machine gun fire. Among these Majapahit guerrillas was a man with an MG-27T light machine gun who immediately began to spray lead into the Japanese ranks. Blood burst forth from the torsos as multiple bullets found their way into the bodies of the Japanese soldiers. Though they desperately tried to return fire, the Japanese were perfectly caught in an ambush, and those who left the safety of their vehicles were quickly slaughtered. As for those who did not dare to present themselves, they were unfortunate enough to die where they sat. As the Majapahit guerrillas opened up the hatches to the armored vehicles and tossed stick grenades inside, which killed any living being contained within. It would be some time before the Japanese realized that this armored column was annihilated, and by the time they did, the guerrillas who had taken it out would be long gone. The Majapahit guerrillas looted whatever weapons and munitions they found useful from the corpses of the slain before hauling ass back to camp. Berenger sat in his office with the Majapahit princess on his lap. Angrani was naturally deeply worried about her people and had visited her lover to hear about the latest updates of the conflict in Borneo. The man had not said much and instead stared at a document on his desk. The folder contained a detailed report about the Royal Majapahit Army's capabilities and was written by German field agents embedded in Borneo. This caught Angrani's glimpse, who was quick to inquire just what her lover had been staring at. "What's in the folder?" In truth, Berenger did not want to have to make an immediate decision on what was contained within the document. However, since the woman had asked, he was quick to give her the honest truth, especially when it was about her people. It's a report about the ongoing conflict in Borneo. There are a few suggestions from my agents in the field on how to increase the zeal of the Majapahit defenders. This caught Anggrani's curiosity, and thus she looked over at her man and interrogated him about his hesitation. Suggestions? Like what? Berenger sighed heavily before taking a large swig from his chalice. It was only after he felt the effects of the alcohol did he reveal what was troubling him. One of my agents has suggested we introduce a bounty system where we would pay Majapahit soldiers for every Japanese soldier they kill. It's a minor sum really, but for them it would be quite a bit of money. This would, of course, increase morale and make your people more willing to engage in combat. Anggrani did not understand why Berenger was hesitating to implement such a system, which she was quick to give voice to. Is there any reason in particular you haven't yet agreed to this bounty system? The Kaiser could only sigh and take another swig before announcing the issues he had with such a thing. Eventually my people will go to war with Japan, and if we were to introduce such a system against them in Borneo, then they would likely retaliate in kind. The last thing I need is for my soldiers to be dismembered for proof of a kill. Though Anggrani understood Berengar's reasoning for hesitating, she still wanted to do everything she could for her people, and thus she pleaded with her man to take the risk and implement the bounty system. I know I'm being selfish, but if this bounty system can help increase the morale of my people in their defense, then I think it is worth the risk. Won't you at least consider it? Berenger gazed over at the document once more and took another sip from his chalice before opening up the document and giving his stamp of approval. He knew that this idea would compel the Majapahit defenders to begin hunting the Japanese soldiers as sport, and as long as he could deny that this was an idea of the Reich, then he could ensure that such a brutal system was not implemented against his own armies when the time came for war. Upon seeing her man stamp his approval on the document, Anggrani jumped with joy before kissing Berenger passionately on the lips. The two of them would spend the next few hours getting reacquainted with one another, as it had been some time since Anggrani had been intimate with her lover. Chapter 1045, A Deadly Outbreak. In the Bay of Brunei, a fleet of ships sat transferring loads of men, equipment, and supplies onto the island of Borneo. The Imperial Japanese Navy was far from large enough to land multiple divisions worth of men in a single go. Instead, they had spent well over a month ensuring that a constant influx of personnel and resources ended up in their theater of war. After being at war for nearly 2 months now, the Imperial Japanese Army had seized Brunei and the lands which sat north of it, where they had already begun searching for bauxite deposits to mine. However, despite this progress, the war was going far less smoothly than Empress Itami Ryo and all her generals had anticipated. The Royal Majapahit Army had adopted a strategy of combined warfare, mixing guerrilla units with conventional forces to a deadly effect. The death toll climbed with each day. By now, over 10,000 Japanese soldiers lie dead in the jungles of Borneo. The willingness of the Royal Majapahit Army to never surrender was the result of years of German propaganda, which showed the horrific acts that the Imperial Japanese Army had committed in past campaigns. The men of Borneo were more than willing to die in battle against the enemy invaders rather than subject their families to the atrocities the Japanese were known to engage in. However, with each mile the Japanese gained, they were forced to step over a mountain of bodies, and in doing so they had unknowingly stumbled upon a deadly disease, one which the Germans had planted for them. In an act of biological warfare, Berenger had ordered his scientists to create a deadly bioweapon which came in the form of fleas who carried cholera. By now, thousands of Japanese soldiers were puking and shitting themselves to death in the trenches. So much so that they could no longer maintain their advance. Instead, the Imperial Japanese Army had dug themselves into their occupied territory, waiting for the disease to pass. In the capital of the Japanese Empire, Itami Ryo stood in astonishment as he heard reports of the outbreak come from her front lines. The albino beauty was furious, but not because a sudden outbreak of cholera had hampered her soldiers' advance, but because she knew with every fiber of her being that the ones responsible for this pandemic were her German adversaries. In a fit of rage, Itami suddenly found herself lacking the means to contact her enemies. After all, the Ming dynasty had forsaken all ties with the Japanese Empire as a result of their invasion of the northern Philippines, and the Germans had only ever contacted her through their embassy in Beijing. With no access to China, Itami had no way of screaming her thoughts at Berenger or one of his representatives. Biological warfare was not a possibility that she had considered when she first challenged the Reich. From Itami's perspective, such a thing was not only criminal, but a great evil. One that no sane man would ever take part in. Of course, the woman had no proof of these accusations, and for all anyone knew, it was entirely likely that an outbreak of cholera naturally occurred in the region. But Itami knew better, or perhaps she just wanted someone to blame, and her rivals in the West were the easiest target to pin on. Eventually she could no longer hold her tongue and lashed out at one of her generals who was standing by her side. This is Berengar's fault. I know it is. I don't know how he managed to do it, but the cholera outbreak in Borneo had to have come from Germany. Itami's general gazed upon the woman as if she had gone mad with paranoia. Unlike the German Empire, the Japanese utterly lacked the medical industry to pull something like this off, and were only slightly better off than they were in the field of medicine than they were prior to Itami's reign. The idea of the Germans being capable of introducing a disease to the battlefields of Borno when they had very little presence in the area was simply absurd to them. On some levels, humans had been engaging in biological warfare since time immemorial, however, it was very crude, usually by disposing disease-ridden carcasses into an enemy's stronghold. Obviously, no such thing had occurred. Never would the Japanese generals had suspected that the Germans had deliberately taken fleas infected with cholera and bred a colony of them, only to deliver them to the island of Borneo as a means of infecting the Japanese soldiers. Such an idea was simply preposterous to the Japanese generals who knew virtually nothing about biology, let alone its weaponized form. Thus, one of the men was quick to voice his disagreement with the Empress of Japan. While the outbreak of cholera among our forces is unfortunate, I would hardly say the German Empire is responsible. How would they even manage such a thing without infecting themselves? It would be an utterly foolish endeavor to attempt. But Itami knew better than these men, for she had come from a world far more advanced, a world where antibiotics were prevalent and biological warfare was outlawed by international law. Though Itami did not know how advanced the German Empire was, she still knew they were more advanced than her own civilization. But to think they had advanced medicine to such a degree, it was truly staggering. Perhaps if Itami still had the Ming dynasty as a trading partner, she could pay a hefty price for some antibiotics which made their way into China via trade with the Reich. But that was no longer a possibility. Now Itami had no choice but to pull back her forces, who were still deploying to the region in fear that the cholera outbreak would spread to them. She could not afford to send tens of thousands of men to a disease-ridden area where they were more likely to die in a puddle of their own waste than they were to the enemy's bullets. Thus, she gave an order that her generals were not expecting her to quarantine our occupied territory in Borneo. Until this outbreak is over, not a single soldier is to step foot on the shores of Brunei. Our men who are already stationed there will have to fend for themselves. To just leave tens of thousands of men to their deaths, it was far too cruel of an order for any of these generals to stomach. And yet, they would not dare defy the orders of the Empress. Thus, they were forced to put a temporary halt to their invasion until a time where the outbreak had passed. As for the soldiers still stationed in Brunei, they were given an order to advance upon the Majapahit positions even if it cost them their lives. Any ground conquered would be worth the price in lives that Empress Itami Ryo had already considered lost. No longer willing to listen to further reports, Itami returned to her bedroom and went to sleep at night thinking of all the ways she planned to get back at Berenger for this greatest of injustice. However, when she finally fell asleep, her unconscious mind had other thoughts, as the albino beauty dreamt of a rather intimate moment with the man she hated most in this world. Chapter 1046, A Pitiful Massacre. The cholera outbreak in Borneo had temporarily halted the number of soldiers, equipment, and supplies which the Imperial Japanese Navy transferred to the shores of Brunei where their primary outpost was located. The situation in Brunei was absolutely dreadful for the Japanese soldiers, many of which were too ill to even march. Vomit and feces coated the trenches where the Imperial Japanese Army sat back and awaited for medical support, which never arrived. Morale was at an all-time low for the roughly 50,000 men who had already deployed to the battlefield. With each passing day, their numbers dwindled as men succumbed to the disease, which made their lives a living hell in this tropical environment. As for the Majapahit defenders, though they too were initially afflicted with cholera, it was not long before antibiotics manufactured within the borders of the German Empire made their way into their ranks. By now, the cholera outbreak was a one-sided affair, killing off the Japanese invaders in the thousands, while not even harming any of the Majapahit defenders. In fact, the Majapahit emperor had, under Berengar's direction, ordered his troops to stand down and wait for the Japanese numbers to dwindle to such a point that they would have a fraction of their men left defending the territory which the Japanese currently occupied. However, how would Berenger ever anticipate the utter madness of a woman once she had been scorned? In what perhaps could only be called an act of spite, Itami had ordered all the Japanese soldiers who still remained living in Borneo, regardless as to the degree of sickness they suffered, to charge the Majapahit fortifications which acted as a barrier between them and the southern half of the island. Encouraged by the cult of the war goddess who threatened to torture any man who did not willingly die for Itami, tens of thousands of sickly Japanese soldiers were forced to march with their equipment towards the Majapahit lines. Those who fell were left to die in the mud as the sickly Japanese soldiers marched to certain death. Naturally, the Japanese left behind their armored vehicles for the next wave of Japanese troops to take advantage of. It was one thing to lose infantry. They could easily be replaced, but to lose an entire armored division's worth of vehicles, that was a loss the Japanese Empire would not easily recover from. Thus it came as a surprise when in the following days gunfire echoed in the air outside one of the largest fortifications the Royal Majapahit Army had built in preparation for this war. The crackle of rifles, machine guns, and artillery alike resounded within the Majapahit trench line as the defenders quickly rose from their slumber and placed their helmets on their head. What could only be described as a lethargic army of zombies was slowly making their way up the hill with weapons in their hands as they struggled not to soil themselves in the midst of their assault. One officer, who held his katana lazily by his side, doubled over and hurled into the mud as a bullet whizzed past where his head just was before once more walking towards the trench as if all the strength had left his body. The Majapahit defenders aimed down their semi-automatic rifles and heavy machine guns towards the horde of Japanese soldiers, ruthlessly spilling the blood of the ill all over the jungle. Despite this low and clearly suicidal charge, it was by no means easy to repel, as the Japanese forces numbered in the tens of thousands, while the defenders of this large outpost were only a fraction of that. Eventually, the same sickly officer who narrowly avoided death in moments prior made his way into the trench with his soldiers by his side. The man struggled to raise his pistol and fire shots at the Majapahit defenders, which missed their targets before running forward with his sword raised. It was evident that the officer was using all the strength in his body to do so as he yelled his battle cry, "Tenahika Bans." However, before he could complete the sentence, he puked all over the soldier he was trying to stab and fell to his knees, no longer capable of standing in the tropical heat. The Japanese officer only glared at the Majapahit soldier with hatred before he tried again to raise his sword. However, for he could do so, the enemy plugged his skull with an 8mm projectile. There was a look of utter pity in the Majapahit soldier's eyes as he gazed upon the now deceased officer. In the next moment, a stray bullet narrowly missed his helmet, causing the man to look up and aim his Gur 27 at a Japanese rifleman who was standing rather weakly above the trench with his rifle raised. The gaunt man tried to jump into the trench with his bayonet, but was shot twice in the chest by the Majapahit soldier before he could do so. The sickly body fell into the trench completely lifeless. More and more Japanese soldiers died trying to make their way to the trench line. Perhaps if they were in a condition capable of running, they would have overwhelmed the position and easily slain the meager numbers of Majapahit defenders. However, the Japanese were too sick to run in most cases and struggled with all their strength to even place one foot in front of the other. Many of them passed out in the field of barbed wire before they could properly meet their deaths at the hands of the defenders. For the Majapahit defenders, this was both a horrific and pitiful sight. The Japanese army continued to march to their deaths in a rain of machine gun fire as they struggled to ascend the hill and attack the defenders. If not for the fact that these men had invaded their homes, the Majapahit soldiers might have pitted their Japanese counterparts. Despite everything, the Japanese continued to move forward. For the fear of the men behind them, those fanatical cultists who worshipped their empress were leaning on trees with submachine guns in their hands, ruthlessly gunning down any man who even took one step backward. In the end, the Majapahit defenders ran out of ammunition and were forced to defend their trenches and bunkers with their bayonets, which ultimately proved to be their downfall. The Majapahit soldiers had slain between 10 to 20,000 Japanese who attacked the fort, but it did not matter, for there were another 20,000 men who forced themselves forward with their last breaths to attack the defenders. Bayonets were driven through the bodies of Majapahit and Japanese soldiers alike, and in the end, the defenders of the fort were forced to retreat. While the Japanese had suffered what could only be described as a massacre at the hands of the Majapahit defenders, there were still enough of them to break through the front lines and hold it long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Not that they were likely to live to see the day. On this day, Itami had lost nearly half of her forces, who she had spent the last month sending into Borneo, but she had broken the stalemate that existed for well over a week. However, for these deathly ill soldiers, this was not the end of their journey, as those who survived were on the march again to take the next target, many of which died on the way there. By the time the next wave of Imperial Japanese soldiers arrived in Borneo, all that would remain of the previous 50,000 men were a bunch of trench lines filled with disease-riddled corpses and tattered banners. Itami would ensure that the bodies of her soldiers were properly disposed of in order to help combat the cholera outbreak from affecting her newest invasion force. Chapter 1047, The Haunting of Borneo. The deaths of nearly 50,000 men came as a shock to the generals beneath Itami's command. However, only the Empress of Japan herself realized just how efficient biological warfare was. Some ground was gained in the stage of the war as tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers threw themselves into the meat grinder, knowing that they were already dead from the affliction they suffered through. However, without the Japanese being capable of fielding ample reinforcements to take advantage of this, the Royal Majapahit Army used this opportunity to reclaim ground which had been occupied by the Imperial Japanese Army. It was only with swift action via the use of coastal bombardments and bombing campaigns that Itami was able to hold on to her newfound territory. Before long, tens of thousands of more Japanese soldiers were tossed into Borneo, with thousands of men arriving each day, where they worked hard to retake the gains their predecessors had made. During this time, Itami did her best to mitigate the damage caused by the cholera outbreak by quarantining those with symptoms and disposing of their bodies after they had perished with flamethrowers. Some Japanese soldiers survived by confiscating antibiotics from the trenches they invaded, while others evaded the deadly disease mostly by luck. What had been the cause for thousands of deaths on a weekly basis slowly trickled down to roughly 100 in the same time frame. Currently, a Japanese private by the name of Tanuma Morisada was tightly clutching his rifle in his hands while on a nightly patrol. He was one of many recent conscripts to join the war, and like so many others, he found that the jungles of Borneo were dreadfully frightening, especially after dusk. Private Tanuma and his company had been sent deep into the jungle to secure a trench line that had been abandoned after the last invasion force was nearly wiped out in its entirety. Nobody knew what lay in this earthen fortification, but some said the spirits of the dead continued to haunt the jungles at night. Most Japanese soldiers thought such a thing was nothing more than a scary story that their counterparts made up to entertain themselves. However, on this night, as Tanuma stalked through the jungles beneath the moonlight, he and his fellow soldiers heard something mysterious. In the distance, within the trenches, an eerie moan could be heard, followed by heavy sobbing. The Japanese soldiers immediately halted in their tracks as they heard this ghostly wail. Eventually, they heard voices spoken in the Japanese language, which spoke of being stuck in this mortal plane of existence, cursed forever to roam the lands where they had died in battle. A cold sweat broke out across Tanuma's forehead as he called out the origin of this voice, his heart beating heavily as if he were about to have a heart attack in the very next second. "Who is out there? Show yourselves." In the next moment, a transparent figure appeared in the distance, hovering in the air. It took the form of what could only be described as a wounded Japanese soldier, the sight of which caused the living soldiers to jump with fright as they aimed their weapons and fired towards the ghost. However, as if what they had just encountered was truly a wandering spirit, the bullets ran through the transparent figure without doing it the slightest harm. It then called out to its comrades and gave them a grim warning about their fates. "Flee now. As I should have done, for if you stay here, you will join me in this accursed state, doomed to wander the jungles of Borneo for eternity." After witnessing this baffling scene, the Japanese soldiers threw down their arms and ran as fast as they could in the other direction. It was only after they disappeared that the ghost vanished. In reality, this was not a haunting but an illusion created by German field agents via the use of an illusion known in Berengar's past life as Pepper's ghost. As for the voice, it was a recording played loudly for the Imperial Japanese soldiers to hear. This was a clever method that German Imperial intelligence had come up with to wage psychological warfare against the Imperial Japanese army. All over the jungles of northern Borneo, Japanese night patrols reported sights of these hauntings, which in turn had inspired hundreds if not thousands of soldiers to strip out of their uniforms and desert their ranks. When news of this mass desertion and low morale spread to Empress Itami Ryo, she was extremely furious. Standing in the war room of her palace in Hyankyo, the albino beauty was practically raging at her subordinates who were discussing how to make these restless spirits move on from this plane of existence. If not for the fact that she had physically witnessed a living deity in the flesh, Itami never would have entertained such superstitious nonsense. However, if deities existed, then perhaps ghosts did as well. The idea that her soldiers had come back from the dead and had inspired her forces to break ranks and desert the Imperial Japanese army was not something that Itami took lightly. As much as her own generals pressured her to stop the night patrols as morale was rapidly deteriorating as a result of these hauntings, Itami was not entirely convinced that this was the work of the supernatural and instead suspected it might be a trick by the opposition, specifically the agents of Germany, which she knew were embedded in the field. After all, she remembered reading in the West Point Library about a similar tactic being used by the CIA during the Vietnam War of her past life. Though they didn't manifest ghosts visually via illusions, they did play recordings of spirits of the dead Vietnamese soldiers in the jungles as an attempt at psychological warfare. In the modern era, this was generally seen as a failed attempt on behalf of the American military, as the North Vietnamese soldiers and the Viet Cong whose such methods targeted knew that the voices didn't really belong to ghosts. However, this was still the medieval era and Itami had not done much to dispel the myths of yokai, ghosts, and other fictitious monsters among her population. Thus, they were far more likely to believe the spirits of their dead comrades, especially after the recent massacre, were indeed haunting the jungles of Borneo. This presented a problem as her people were already suffering from biological warfare. To be the targets of an extensive psychological warfare operation on top of it, Itami could only clench her fists in anger and deter further desertion via strict punishments for those who were caught in the act. The Japanese generals gazed upon their empress, who refused to halt the night operations and instead chewed them out for being a bunch of superstitious old fogies. "You think Borneo is haunted? Fat chance. This is far more likely an extensive operation of psychological warfare that the Germans are playing at. I say the next time one of these so-called ghosts are spotted, we drop an artillery barrage on its position and see if it still remains unharmed." Looks of utter disbelief appeared in the war room. As Japanese generals and intelligence operatives gazed upon their empress with total shock, many of them had indeed believed that the sightings of these wailing spirits were indeed reality. Yet their empress was sure that this was merely a trick the Germans were playing. Nobody in this room aside from Itami herself knew exactly how such an illusion could be created, and thus they thought that she had lost her mind for daring to challenge the supernatural. Still, not one of these men denied the orders of the Japanese empress and instead gave her a solid salute before dispatching the orders on how to deal with these hauntings. As for Itami, she was no longer feeling well enough to look after the war effort and retired to her bedroom completely exhausted from the day's work. She could not help but voice her true thoughts aloud now that she was alone. Idiots, the lot of them. Believing that our dead are now ghosts haunting the battlefield and encouraging our soldiers to desert. Utter foolishness. How can they not see that this is clearly the work of the damned Germans? Itami then gazed over longingly at her Julian pillow and wrapped her arms around it before asking it a question as if it were the man who she longed for in the flesh. "Oh Julian, how would you handle such utter foolishness among your own ranks? I can't very well disprove the idea that these are actual hauntings, but I know in my heart that this is the work of that bastard Berenger. After saying this, Itami gazed over at a portrait of Berenger which hung on her wall. This was not, however, the one that previously stood in its place. After all, she had damaged that piece of art in a fit of fury. Instead, Itami had paid a small fortune to a Ming art collector to smuggle in a new painting of the Kaiser. Interestingly enough, Princess Helga von Kufstein had actually painted this portrait, and as such it was of an even greater quality than the last one. However, one thing Itami noticed was that in this new portrait, Berenger was even more handsome than before. After all, it had been painted by Helga after her father had come back from Iceland and undergone a physical rebirth. Even Itami herself would get lost in thought, staring at this portrait from time to time. Thus, it came as no surprise when she finally bit her lip and admitted defeat to the man who she claimed to despise most of all in this wretched world. Well played, Berenger, it seems you have outmaneuvered me once again, but I assure you just because I have lost this battle, that does not mean I have lost the war. After saying this, Itami stripped out of her clothes, placed a white lacy nightgown over her flawless body, and climbed into bed where she would get more sleep than she had over the past 3 days combined. Chapter 1048, Naval Preparations. Berenger sat in his office with Adelbrand and Linda by his side. They both had reports in their hands about the ongoing conflict in Borneo and the preparations which the Reich was making for the eventual war with Japan. Adelbrand seemed happier than usual, possibly because he had just taken another wife, which Berenger had attended the wedding as his best man. There was a smirk on the German field marshal's face as he handed over a document which was a summary of the ongoing efforts to establish military bases in Australia, Hawaii, and the west coast of Lindheim. As you can see, over the past year we have made significant progress in the region you refer to as Australia. Though the natives initially proved somewhat difficult to remove due to the sparsity of their settlements, I can proudly say that we have now exterminated an estimated 82% of their total population. We have also invested a considerable sum in the construction of a large naval/air base in the northeastern corner of the continent, which acts as a refueling station for our fleets in the Pacific. Speaking of which, progress is underway for the establishment of a similar base within the island chain of Hawaii and on the west coast of Lindheim. According to reports from the field in each location, the natives are being purged at a significant rate. In an estimated 2 to 3 years, there will only be Germans inhabiting the regions. With the finished construction of the base in northeastern Australia, we now have 3 carrier strike groups permanently stationed in the east. 1 in Sri Lanka, 1 in Singapore, and 1 in Australia. With a 4th on the way in Hawaii. You will be proud to know that the Kriegsmarine has become large enough to properly project force anywhere on the globe. We have 10 carrier strike groups in total located around the world, each composed of a single carrier along with its complementary carrier air wing, which consists of 30 dive bombers and 12 fighters. One of our newest class of battleships, as well as 2 of our latest cruiser designs, protect the carrier of each strike group. A single destroyer squadron also guards the carrier for a total of 6 destroyers of our most modern variations and 2 U-boats. There is also the matter of 2 supply ships which provide logistical support such as fuel, food, ammunition, etc. In total, this means we have 10 carriers, 10 battleships, 20 heavy cruisers, 60 destroyers, and 20 submarines spread out across the world's oceans. As for protection of maritime trade, we have delegated that role to a mixture of our older battleships, battlecruisers, destroyers, and plenty of U-boats. Aside from the dedicated warships, we have manufactured thousands of Dominion II-class cargo vessels since their introduction, along with an estimated 250 LCDs, which are more than capable of transferring multiple armored divisions and their supplies across the seas in a single journey. The reason Adelbrand knew so much about the Kriegsmarine's capabilities, despite being an army field marshal, was because Berenger had selected the man as his chief of staff. Other than the Kaiser himself, who acted as Reichsmarschall, which was his empire's variation of America's commander-in-chief, Adelbrand held the most authority in the German armed forces. Adelbrand's work was cut out for him as he was in constant communication with generals from the Heer and Luftwaffe as well as admirals from the Kriegsmarine. As for Linda, as Director of Imperial Intelligence, whose Foreign Operations branch worked closely with the military, she knew all of this information by heart as well. Thus, it came as no surprise when the red-headed beauty added to the list of information. In addition to what General Feldmarschall von Salzburg was speaking about, I am pleased to announce that our spies report that the Imperial Japanese Navy is severely lacking in the ships required to ferry their troops and resources from Japan to Borneo. As such, they have resorted to making multiple trips to compensate for their lack of transports. It would appear that Empress Itami has put a heavy emphasis on the manufacture and deployment of battleships and heavy cruisers. In terms of her battleships, she has 7 or 8 of them in total, with another batch on the way. As for cruisers, Japan has a dozen, maybe more, but no more than 20. They also have 13 destroyer squadrons for a total of 78 of such warships and of course as many if not more submarines. While it is true that our Navy is far more vast and capable, a significant majority of our ships are of older designs which are inferior to the Japanese warships. Luckily, all of our carriers' strike groups, which will be the heart of our maritime operations in the upcoming war, consist entirely of our latest developments and are more than capable of taking on the Japanese Navy. While the battle capabilities of the Imperial Japanese Navy are at a threatening level, it has become abundantly apparent by this invasion of Borneo that the enemy is completely lacking in means of transport and shipping, with a severe lack of dedicated landing craft and cargo ships being their largest concerns at the moment. I suggest removing some of the older warships from their current job of protecting the merchant fleet and instead task them with forming into raiding flotillas who will be dedicated to harassing Japanese shipping and transport. This will inevitably make matters worse for Japan as they struggle to resupply and reinforce the islands that we will most likely be fighting on. Berenger looked up from the reports in his hand and smiled as he questioned his trusted friend about his opinion on the matter. Adelbrand, you're in regular communication with the Admiralty. What do you think of my wife's suggestion? Linda slightly frowned when Berenger did not take her advice at face value, but she allowed Adelbrand to speak his piece. The man merely smiled and bowed his head with respect before responding. My Kaiser, I believe the Kaiserin is correct in her assessment. The fighting against Japan's warships can be left to our carrier strike groups. However, we have hundreds of submarines and dozens of destroyers of the old design lying about. Not to mention the ungodly sum of old battleships and battlecruisers we have, which are dreadfully lacking in anti-air capabilities compared to the newest warships. I believe we can protect our merchant fleets with destroyers and submarines alone. However, if we were to dedicate these larger, obsolete warships to attack Japanese shipping and transport, there's not much they will be able to do to stop them, short of chasing them off with their own battleships and heavy cruisers. Upon hearing both his Director of Intelligence and Chief of Staff share their united opinions, Berenger nodded his head before handing the dossiers back to them and responding in agreement with their assessment. Very well. We will begin the formation of dedicated raiding flotillas immediately. Adelbrand, select the ships you think are most qualified for the job and send them to Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Australia to stand by and wait for the war to begin. If that is all, then you are both dismissed. There are plenty of matters at hand to concern myself with regarding this upcoming war. After saying that, Linda and Adelbrand paid their respects before leaving the room behind, where Berenger continued to work on organizing the fleets and the armored divisions for the sake of the eventual war with Japan, which was rapidly approaching. Chapter 1049, An Act of War. Despite Itami's best attempts to squash the so-called hauntings of Borneo, they continued to pop up here and there during the dead of night. By now, morale was at an all-time low for the Imperial Japanese Army as they continued to push forward into the meat grinder in an attempt to take the island by storm. Currently, a squadron of Mi-264 strategic bombers and their fighter escorts were flying through the night sky over Borneo. Though instead of bombs, these planes carried propaganda leaflets which were written in the Japanese script. Their mission was simple: dump the pamphlets over the northern half of the island before returning to Singapore. As tensions rose in Borneo, the German Empire became more and more active in non-combatant roles. As such, many of the Reich's greatest talents were flooding into the region, preparing themselves for the day the fighting truly started. Among these men was Hans' former flight instructor, who was now a colonel of his own air wing. Colonel Ernst Meyer was peering through the corner of his eye at his radar as he noticed a small blip appear, which was followed by several more in the seconds that followed. He snarled in disgust before getting on his comms and alerting the rest of the unit. Just our luck, we've got company, boys. Do you think these fuckers have radar? Another voice appeared on the end with a slight chortle before responding to the question. If they did, they would be pounding us with AA right now. I think it's just a small patrol. Remember our orders. Do not attack unless we have been fired upon. I'm sure we can all agree that we don't want to be the fools who caused this war to begin. After that, the voices went silent over the comms as the Japanese planes entered the same airspace. No matter how Colonel Meyer looked on the radar, it appeared that the Japanese planes were inbound, and when the enemy noticed their airspace, they would surely attack. With a heavy sigh, Ernst gave a command to the bombers in the wing. Bombs away, boys. Better drop those flyers before the enemy mistakes them for explosives. A voice responded on the other end of the comms with a short and simple acknowledgement of the orders. Roger that. In the next second, the bottom hatches opened and thousands of paper leaflets dropped from the night sky above Borneo onto the Japanese positions below. Naturally, they got picked up by the wind and were carried for some time. It was completely unknown how many of these flyers made it to the proper region. However, after dropping the leaflets, the Japanese pilots took notice of the German air wing and began to immediately intercept them. When Colonel Meyer saw this, he immediately broke off from the bombers and gave them an urgent command. You guys head back to Singapore. Well, make sure these yellow bastards don't intercept you. Go. The last thing they needed was for the Japanese anti-aircraft guns on the ground below to open fire on their bombers. With this in mind, the Ta-152 fighter interceptors began to take to the skies, their altitude rapidly increasing as they laid out the bait for the wooden Ki-106 fighters to follow. The Japanese pilots did exactly as Ernst thought they would and desperately tried to keep up with the German fighters who were both too fast for Ki-106s to keep up with. This caused the Japanese pilots to become extremely frustrated, with one of them losing control of his emotions before opening fire on the Germans. The Germans had no way of knowing whether the Japanese had been ordered to shoot them down or had acted out of frustration. Either way, now that shots had been fired, this little game had quickly turned into a deadly dogfight. Ernst, who was very high in the sky, quickly maneuvered his plane around so that it was facing the Ki-106s who were quite a bit away from him and put the pedal to the metal. Descending rapidly from the sky, Colonel Meyer fell upon the first 3 Ki-106s to enter his sight with guns blazing. The combined might of a single 30mm autocannon and two 20mm autocannons sprayed the nose of the first enemy plane, blasting it into bits within in the air. The moment the high explosive rounds touched the wooden fuselage, the Ki-106 practically fell apart in the sky. Needless to say, the pilot was killed instantly. Yet Ernst did not stop them and quickly aimed down his optical sight onto another plane which flew side by side with the one he just shot down. With a burst of fire from his autocannons, so too did this Ki-106 detonate in the air. However, before Ernst could take out the third plane in front of him, a burst of fire rained down from above where another German pilot had taken a shot directly through the Ki-160's cabin, killing the pilot instantly and shredding the enemy fighter apart. Ernst felt a bit irritated having his third kill stolen from him. However, he continued to fly through the enemy fire, who missed their shots before being quickly gunned down by the overwhelming number of Ta-152s which were in the air. In less than 5 minutes, all 24 of the Japanese planes were shot out of the sky without a single German casualty. Once they were sure that there was nobody left to oppose them in the air, Colonel Ernst gave command to the rest of the fighters to head home. "All right, boys, let's get out of here before the AA realizes we are still up here. I just hope that we didn't just kickstart the war." With that said, the German fighters pressed their gas pedals and flew as fast as they could back to Singapore without looking back to where they had just wiped out an entire Japanese fighter squadron. Word quickly arrived on the Japanese mainland about the loss of an entire fighter squadron. In fact, Itami was awoken from her sleep and personally alerted by one of her generals. The albino beauty rose from her bed and rubbed her eyes in her groggy state, barely hearing what the man had heard. All she knew was that one of her generals was within her personal quarters without permission, standing over her with a stern appearance. Itami immediately assumed perhaps a coup was taking place and thus reached under her pillow and pulled out a pistol which she pointed at the man's head with a murderous glint in her blood-red eyes. "You have exactly 3 seconds to explain why you are here in my room before I put a bullet in your brain." The general raised his hands in his defense and quickly informed the woman of what had happened in the given time frame. "The Germans have attacked." Itami thought that perhaps she was still half asleep and gazed at the general as if he were a moron. She quickly demanded he repeat what he said. "I'm sorry, what? For a second I thought I just heard you say that the Germans have attacked us." The general remained silent as he eyed the pistol still pointed directly at his forehead. He simply nodded, confirming that was what he had said. In doing so, Itami tossed the gun aside and jumped out of her bed before pulling a coat over her nightgown. "Summon my generals and inform me just what has occurred while we head to the war room." What was about to take place were 2 separate meetings on both sides of the world which would determine whether or not war would commence as a result of this aerial engagement. Chapter 1050, The Borneo Crisis. After a brief encounter with one of her generals, Itami placed a military jacket over her nightgown and followed her subordinate into the war room where her generals and admirals were already gathered. Before anyone could speak, she had already begun to bark commands at the men. Status update now. During her walk over to the war room, she had been alerted about what had transpired in the skies above Borneo no more than an hour ago. What she was more concerned about was how the Germans were responding to this incident. A balding fat man who looked almost like a turkey stuffed into a military uniform was quick to speak as he addressed the Empress of Japan with the utmost respect. "Tenahika-sama. In case you are not already aware, we have made contact with the German Air Force over the skies of Borneo. They have gunned down one of our squadrons before fleeing back to their air base in Singapore. What are your orders?" Itami was naturally already aware of this and was quick to lash out at her general for repeating the same story that the other had already told her. "I am already aware, General. What I need to know is how are the Germans reacting? Do not waste my time." The gluttonous general who had just spoken had a nervous expression on his oversized face as he began to sweat bullets after receiving such a violent outburst from the Empress. He knew she would be furious at his next words, but he also knew hiding the truth would only get him into further trouble. Thus, he sighed heavily before admitting that they knew absolutely nothing about the Germans' movements. "As of right now, we have limited knowledge about German deployments outside of Borneo. However, there seems to have been an increase in activity from the Royal Majapahit Army. It is as if they are preparing to go on the offensive. A large gathering of troops is being deployed to the front lines as we speak." Itami frowned when she heard this. She wanted more than anything to curse out her subordinates for being so useless in a time of crisis. However, she knew screaming at them would get her nowhere, and thus she did not hesitate to respond to this news with a strategy of her own. "Advance the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions from the rear lines to the front. We must stop this attack before they have a chance to press forward into our occupied territory. I also want as many fighters and bombers that we have in the Philippines to hit the air and take over the skies of Borneo. We must establish air supremacy before the Germans can arrive, or else the war will be lost before it has even begun. As for our 1st and 2nd Fleet, have them immediately set sail from Osaka and head to Singapore. I doubt the German Navy will sit still after such an attack. Gentlemen, as of this moment we are officially at war with the German Empire. A look of dread appeared on the faces of every general and admiral gathered to witness Empress Itami Ryo's bold declaration. Not a single soul dared to inform her that it was their men who had first opened fire on the Germans. For some, they had grown impatient in waiting for the war with the German Empire to begin and made use of this opportunity to spark conflict between the two industrial powers. For others, they were fearful of how the Empress would respond if their blunder was to be discovered. Either way, unless Berenger made some move to halt hostilities before they began, it would appear that war had now become inevitable. Berenger was awoken in the middle of the night and immediately alerted to the crisis which the entire German nation was currently facing. It was a crisis quite unbeknownst to the public at large, but the consequences of inaction would surely mean the deaths of thousands, if not tens of thousands. Knowing that he would get no further sleep on this night, Berenger rushed out of his bed and dressed himself into a military uniform before storming through his halls and to his palace's war room, where soon enough generals, admirals, and politicians would gather to discuss a very dire situation that occurred over the skies of Borneo no more than an hour prior. It did not take long for these men of great importance to gather in the war room and discuss the crisis at hand. In fact, the moment General Feldmarschall Adelbrand entered the room, Berenger snapped at him, still rather irritated at being awoken from his slumber so late into the night. Just what in the hell is going on in Borneo that I have to be woken up at 0200 hours? Adelbrand, having just been informed about the situation himself from his staff, was quick to point towards the map where the problem currently lies. He did not hesitate to voice everything he had learned on his march to the Imperial Palace. It would appear that during a propaganda mission, a squadron of Japanese fighters had intercepted and fired upon our air wing. In doing so, our pilots retaliated and shot down the enemy squadron. As far as we know, there were no casualties on our side. However, this incident is clearly an act of war and we must react before the Japanese have a chance to attack, which they most certainly appear to be mobilizing as we speak. Berenger was startled that such a scenario had happened while he slept and was deeply concerned about the potential ramifications of the incident. He was quick to ask a follow-up question about the enemy and how they had responded to the incident. You say Japan is currently mobilizing its forces? I need to know the exact details. Have they begun to deploy their fleets and where are they headed? Have the Japanese launched their planes stationed in the southern Philippines? Is there any noticeable activity from the Imperial Japanese Army? Adelbrand was quick to move wooden figures representing the 1st and 2nd Fleet of the Japanese Navy which had departed from Japan where it was headed to Singapore. He then moved the figures representing 2 different Japanese armored divisions advancing forward to reinforce the front lines in Borneo, from which the field marshal then explained in detail what their agents had reported. It appears that there is a mass mobilization effort on the part of Japan. As we speak, their 1st and 2nd Fleet are moving from Osaka to Singapore in what appears to be a preemptive strike. In total, there are roughly 24 warships in this attack group. As for their air force, they have launched every fighter and bomber they have in the southern Philippines and are preparing to launch more from the northern Philippines who will land in the south and refuel before taking flight to Borneo. We are looking at the possibility of hundreds of enemy aircraft attempting to establish air superiority over the island. As for the Imperial Japanese Army, they have mobilized the 1st and 2nd Armored Divisions which were held back in Brunei towards the front lines in preparation for the Royal Majapahit Army's attack. I am proud to say that we have already reported to our allies about the incident in skies above Borneo and they have responded with a mass mobilization of their own forces. There are also signs of civilian ships being appropriated in Korea and the Japanese mainland to act as a means of transport for the Imperial Japanese Army. If they succeed in this endeavor, then we are looking at potential region-wide conflict. Berenger gazed upon the movements that the Japanese military had made and had felt that war was imminent. If he were to respond in kind, there would be no avoiding an armed conflict. However, he still had hope that the Japanese Empress could see reason and was quick to give out his instructions. Send a message to Ambassador Gerhard von Graz at the German embassy in Beijing. I need him to get in immediate contact with the Japanese Empress. Tell him not to go out of his way to infuriate the woman and to patch me through to her the moment he has made a connection. As far as our own forces are concerned, I want you to immediately mobilize Carrier Group 6 stationed in Singapore and send them to intercept the Japanese fleets outside Borneo. We cannot allow the enemy to trespass into our maritime borders. As for the Luftwaffe, have every fighter stationed within range to take off and head to Borneo. However, keep them above the Majapahit lines, make sure they do not trespass into Japanese-occupied airspace until we have attempted contact with Japan. As for our ground forces, prepare the LCDs stationed in Singapore and dispatch both a Panzer Division and a Panzergrenadier Division to the shores of Borneo. If this war becomes hot, I want German troops on the ground. I must emphasize once more that nobody is to attack Japan unless we have first been fired upon or I have given the signal. There is still time to salvage this crisis and prevent it from escalating into a full-scale war. Adelbrand snapped to attention and saluted Berenger before responding in the affirmative. Yes, my Kaiser. As for Berenger, he concentrated on the map as the comms operators began making their calls to deliver the Kaiser's orders. All while thinking to himself that he hoped to God Itami was not the psycho bitch he always thought she was. Chapter 1051, Narrowly Avoiding All-Out Warfare Part 1. Both the German and Japanese empires were facing an imminent crisis. The war rooms of both palaces were filled with generals, admirals, and politicians alike, all of whom coordinated together with their forces who, as of this moment, had begun mobilizing to war. Itami was anxiously staring at the map, which was continually updated by one of her officers to represent the latest news they had received from their forces on the front line. It would appear that the Germans had responded to this crisis in the same manner she had. War seemed to be inevitable, and the Japanese empress knew that her armed forces were currently not up to the task. However, as Itami struggled to keep herself from biting her nails, a message came through from the German embassy, who had contacted a Japanese relay ship stationed in the Bohai Bay. Just when she thought that all hope was lost, the other side had reached out to her, which was reported by one of her comms officers. Tenahika-sama, it would appear the German ambassador in Beijing has sent a priority message declaring that the Kaiser wishes to speak with you. Shall I patch you through? Itami could hardly believe her ears when she heard this, and as a result it took several minutes for her to understand just what she had been told. However, after a few moments of awkward silence, she quickly responded with a nod of her head and a voice filled with anxiety. Why, yes. Absolutely, give it here. Itami then walked over to the radio and picked up the headset, which allowed her to speak to the other side. She heard a familiar voice, one which was usually filled with a taunting tone. However, today the voice was grim, as if he were preparing himself for the deaths of thousands of his own people. Hello, Empress Itami Ryo, it's a shame we must speak again under such dire circumstances. However, I have been instructed to tell you that my Kaiser wishes to speak with you about today's incidents. Are you willing to accept his call? Or shall I tell him that our two nations are now officially at war? Itami's heart pounded rapidly as she heard these words spoken by the German ambassador. Though she was outraged that her own forces were attacked without provocation, or at least as far as she was aware, she was not so enraged that she would throw away an attempt at peace. Thus, after taking a few breaths to calm her anxious mind, she responded with a nod of her head. Yes, I would very much like to speak with your Kaiser. Patch me through. Gerhard's voice immediately erupted on the other end of the line with what appeared to be an excited tone in his deep voice. One moment, please. Berenger was standing in his war room with a smoking hemp cigarette placed firmly between his two fingers. He exhaled a great puff of smoke before immediately taking another drag of the herb. Though his appearance was as calm as can be, his actions spoke otherwise. In the past 5 minutes, this was his third cigarette. He was smoking like a chimney as he attempted to calm his nerves, which seemed to be lit aflame. Then, the comms operator handed him a headset and informed him that the Japanese empress was on the other line. He took one last drag of his cigarette before stamping out its flame and reaching for the device. Despite the fact that his heart was beating like a steam piston, he spoke with a voice that was filled with tranquility. So, we finally meet at last? There was total silence on the other end of the line for roughly 5 seconds before a hyper-feminine voice appeared in his ears. Itami sounded shocked as she voiced her disbelief. You speak Japanese? Berenger had to prevent himself from scoffing, as such a gesture would appear rude, and instead spoke with a warm tone in his voice, as if he were chatting with an old friend. But of course. I knew our meeting was inevitable, and so I took it upon myself to learn your language. I must say I'm rather surprised you have not done the same. Despite the fact that he could not see the face which the voice belonged to, he could definitely see a scowl on the woman's face within his own mind as she spoke back to him with a rather bitter tone in her voice. You think awfully highly of yourself, don't you? Berenger immediately pulled out his pack of hemp cigarettes and lit another one aflame. The sound of his drag was overheard by the Japanese empress along with his exhale. She remained silent, patiently waiting for his response, which eventually came with a rather stern tone in the man's voice. I'm afraid, Empress Itami, it is you who thinks awfully little of me. After all, is that not how you and I got here to begin with? Berenger Gain could see in his mind's eye the woman frowning at this statement as she began to question his words with a rather shrill tone in her feminine voice. What's that supposed to mean? In response to this, Berenger sighed heavily before responding in a rather cryptic manner. There can only be one. Can't there? Or so you thought when you first learned of my existence. I'm not wrong, am I? When you finally realized that there was another person like yourself on the other side of the world, you immediately thought the worst of me and plotted to interfere in my affairs. If you had just stopped to think for a moment that perhaps I am not a wicked man, then maybe we would have gotten along, you and I. Itami held her breath for several seconds, and it was clear to Berenger that she had been bewildered by his comment. It took her a moment or two to grasp hold of her thoughts, which she was quick to speak with a venom-laced tongue once she had done so. Your men shot down my planes. Berengar's brow raised ever so slightly as he swiftly responded to the woman's claims with a confident smirk on his face. Only because they were fired upon first, naturally they had a right to retaliate, or do you believe they simply should have waited for their deaths at the hands of your fighter pilots? Funny, isn't it? This seems to be a perfect example of the relationship between our two nations. You attack us, we retaliate, and then you blame us for the blood that has been shed. However, I am not a particularly vicious man, nor am I a warmonger like you seem to think I am. In fact, every war I have ever fought in this life has been defensive or retaliatory in nature. I don't believe you can say the same. Despite our differences, I think it would be prudent if we could come to a compromise before we start blowing each other's heads off. I must inform you that my men are willing to die for Kaiser and fatherland even if it is in some foreign part of the world. I have already deployed a carrier strike group to intercept your fleet, which is heading to my base in Singapore. 1,000 planes have launched from our bases in Singapore and the Majapahit Empire, and as we speak, 2 armored divisions are making their way across the sea to reinforce our allies in Borneo. I dare say this is more than enough to counter your efforts, is it not? Now, I think it would be best for everyone if we can come to some kind of agreement that will prevent the deaths of tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. But to do so, I need your word that you will immediately tell your forces to stand down as we negotiate things. I am more than ready to do the same. There was utter silence on the other end of the line for nearly a minute. Berenger had no way of knowing that Itami was confirming with her generals whether her forces had opened fire first and then screaming at them when one of them finally revealed the truth of the matter. Finally, after waiting some time, her voice, which seemed to be in a state of suppressed rage, responded. I am willing to negotiate a ceasefire. If you are, I have just ordered my troops to stand down and I expect you to do the same. If not, then there is nothing we need to talk about. Berenger looked over to his generals and placed down the headset for a second to confirm that the Japanese military had indeed stood down. Once he was assured of this, he ordered his men to do the same before placing the headphones back on his skull while responding to Itami. Very well. I have just ordered my men to do the same. Now shall we begin? Chapter 1052, Narrowly Avoiding All-Out Warfare Part 2. Berenger stood in his war room with a headset on his head which allowed him to effectively communicate with the Japanese Empress. The 2 monarchs were in a heated discussion regarding the recent events in Borneo which saw an entire Japanese squadron shot out of the sky. Having agreed to a ceasefire for the duration of their negotiations, the topic of discussion was about compromises that would have to be made for both sides to agree not to bare their fangs at one another. There was a tranquil tone in Berengar's voice as he opened the negotiations with his rival from the east. So, where do we begin? There are so many things I want to ask you, though most of these questions have nothing to do with our current predicament, and thus I will wait until a later date to speak with you about these matters. I suppose I should start by asking what demands you have of me? It is abundantly clear that if we wish to avoid all-out warfare between our 2 nations, then something has to be given from both sides. Tell me, Empress Itami Ryo, what is it you want me to concede on the most? Itami remained silent for several seconds. She was expecting the man to start out by making demands of her, but instead he had asked what she wanted from him. She could hardly believe her ears, but when she finally realized that she was not being deceived by her own senses, the albino beauty spoke up with a rather stern tone in her high-pitched voice. You want to know what I want? It is a rather simple demand. Withdraw all support from the Majapahit Empire and allow my campaign to continue without your interference. Immediately, Itami could hear Berenger sucking his teeth on the other end, which was an obvious sign that he would not concede this point. Naturally, such a response followed shortly thereafter. I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, I have plans for the Majapahit Empire, and I will not so easily surrender an ally to your conquest. It's funny, this whole situation reminds me of something similar that happened in another life. I'm sure you know what I'm referring to. It's not common knowledge, I'm afraid. Naturally, after their victory, the Allied powers wanted to control the narrative of the war and the evils their enemies committed while blatantly ignoring their own crimes. However, the fact remains that the non-aggression pact between the Third Reich and the Soviet Union collapsed because the USSR made an ultimatum to Germany. Give up your eastern lands and abandon your allies to Soviet conquest, or we will come marching into Berlin. Of course, this threat was completely valid. In fact, before it was even made, the Soviets had amassed a fair amount of their divisions on Germany's eastern borders. Naturally, Germany would never allow itself to be bullied into submission, especially not after Versailles, so on the 22nd of June, the German army invaded the Soviet Union and began the notorious Operation Barbarossa. There was a very clear, irritated tone in Itami's voice as she swiftly interrupted Berengar's speech. And how, pray tell, is such a thing relevant to our current circumstances? A slight chuckle emerged from the other end of the line, followed by a smug voice which instantly got on Itami's nerves. It's relevant because you are acting just as Stalin did before he got millions of his own people killed. Do you truly want to be remembered in such a likeness, Empress Itami? I'm afraid, just as in that timeline, I, the ruler of the German nation, must put my foot down and declare that under no circumstances will I be abandoning my allies to your conquest. After all, I have seen what your troops do to their conquered subjects, and I can say with certainty that I would not desire for even my worst enemies to suffer such a horrific fate, let alone my allies. So, now that abandoning the Majapahit Empire is off the table, what else would you ask of me? Something I hope that is far more acceptable for the both of us. Itami did not like being compared to Stalin. After all, the man was a monster, one who was responsible for such levels of human suffering that only a few men in history could possibly compare to him. However, despite her fury at being compared to the man, she understood the intent behind it. Abandoning the Majapahit army was not in the cards for Berenger, and thus she had to think of something else that would help her cause. Very well, you say that you cannot withdraw your support from the Majapahit Empire, then, at the very least I demand you cease your aerial operations over the island of Borneo. After all, reports are coming in of propaganda flyers designed to worsen the morale of my troops, something that I find to be intolerable. The only thing Itami could hear on the other end after making this demand was silence, which lasted for several moments as Berenger pondered the ramifications of such a move would have. The Japanese empress waited patiently for a response for several seconds until finally the voice, which she now recognized as the Kaiser's, emerged on the other end. Very well. I can concede this point. I swear that I will prohibit the Luftwaffe from flying over Borneo for the extent of your campaign in the region. However, in return I want something from you. I need you to publicly recognize that the attack on my pilots was unwarranted, unjustified, and a complete violation of your military law. I also need you to hold the man accountable who was responsible for authorizing the attack on my pilots. An example needs to be set that firing upon my forces is completely unacceptable unless your troops have been attacked first. This way we will be able to avoid any unfortunate incidents like this in the future. After all, if something like this were to occur a second time, I will be far less forgiving. You are just lucky that none of my men were injured in this incident, or we would not be having this discussion. In truth, there was little Itami could give Berenger in these negotiations. There was nothing tangible that the Japanese Empire had in its possession that the German Empire did not. In fact, Berengar's goal in this whole conflict was to bleed the Japanese Empire dry of its manpower and resources before he himself got involved in the war. Thus, while there were some things Berenger could do like implement a no-fly zone to aid his allies, in the end they would be detrimental to his own cause, as this would effectively take Itami's pilots out of the war zone, and they were one Itami's greatest resources, one that Berenger hoped to drain in this conflict. However, a public recognition of fault on behalf of the Japanese Empire for this incident? That was worth its weight in gold. The German propaganda machine would have a field day using Itami's own statement against her. Itami knew this was exactly what Berenger wanted, but compared to the other demands he could have made in exchange for keeping his own air force out of the war, it was definitely the most tolerable. Thus, after thinking about it for several moments, a loud sigh erupted from the albino bowtie's mouth as she agreed to this condition. Very well, I will publicly announce that the attack on your pilots was unwarranted, unjustified, and a complete violation of military law. I will also hold the man who authorized the attack responsible for his actions and of those pilots who acted on his orders. Is that really all you want from me in order to maintain the fragile peace that exists between our two nations? A confident smirk emerged on Berengar's lips as he spoke into the microphone with a smug tone in his voice. As long as your only demand is that I prevent my planes from flying over Borneo, then yes, that is all I ask of you. Itami did not hesitate to respond to this, though there appeared to be a defeated tone in her voice as she did so. Fine, I will do as you ask, and I expect you to do the same. If that is all there is to be said, then I suppose these negotiations are concluded. I would say I look forward to hearing your voice again, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, but I fear the next time I am able to do so, we will be at war. Berenger managed to get one last comment out before the other line went silent. Good luck. With this conversation said and done, the German Empire and the Empire of Japan had just narrowly avoided all-out warfare between their two nations. Chapter 1053, Punishing Treason. Having narrowly avoided all-out warfare with the Japanese Empire, Berenger sat down in his seat within the war room and took a deep breath to calm his nerves before exhaling it sharply. He could hardly believe he and Itami had come to an agreement and ceased hostilities for the time being. Berenger had to admit, although there was a hint of irritation in the woman's voice, it was deeply alluring. For perhaps the first time in his life, he began to wonder what the Japanese empress looked like. Berenger had long since heard of the woman's esteemed beauty, but he had never been curious enough to ask about it. After all, he had one of the most beautiful women in the world by his side, and he had always assumed no matter how pretty Itami might be, she could never compare to Linda. Or so he thought. However, after hearing Itami's charming, albeit frustrated voice, he began to consider that maybe the rumors were true. As swiftly as these thoughts entered Berengar's brain, so, too, did they disappear. He had far more important things to think about than how beautiful the Japanese empress was, and thus he was quick to order his gathered generals around. Have our troops returned to their previous positions. We have just narrowly avoided a war with the Japanese, and the last thing I need is for their empress to think I am going back on our arrangements. Also, from this point until I say otherwise, our planes are not to fly over Borneo. Any attempt to do so will be seen as a breach of our agreement. Am I understood? The gathered military personnel all snapped to attention and saluted the Kaiser before responding. Yes, sir. With that said, Berenger nodded towards his generals while leaving one final statement prior to his departure from the war room. Excellent. I trust you all to keep track of things. In the meantime, I'm going to go make sure breakfast is prepared for my family. Until we meet again. Having said that, Berenger left the war room and returned to the more peaceful areas of his palace, specifically the kitchens, where he ordered the staff to prepare an exceptionally large breakfast for his large family. On the other side of the world, it was already well past 11 in the morning. The Japanese empress had an unseemly habit of sleeping in late, possibly as a means to cope with her growing depression. Perhaps on a normal day she would have slept in past noon, but instead, due to the crisis she faced, Itami had been woken 2 hours prior. Naturally, because of this and everything else that had occurred within the past hour, she was not happy. Itami glared with her sanguine eyes towards her generals. A chilling gaze pierced through the hearts of her followers, and they knew that one of them would not survive for long. I want the truth and nothing but the truth. Who was the officer who had authorized the attack on the German pilots? You all have been withholding information from me yet again, and I am not the slightest bit amused. Had you told me that it was our forces who first engaged, I would have been prepared to properly deal with this incident. Instead, you all told me that the Germans had opened fire on our troops. If not for General Catano and his honesty, I would have accused the Germans of lying to me and in doing so, started a war which we are not yet prepared to wage. So, unless you all want to lose your heads like your predecessors, I believe it is in your best interest to start talking. Now. Wada Masari, who was the fat and balding general who looked like a turkey stuffed into a military uniform, had begun to sweat bullets. He knew exactly who was responsible for giving the order, but he did not dare to say it, for if he did, his life would be forfeited. After all, he had heard Itami agree to Berengar's demands, which was to punish the man responsible for this attack. However, contrary to what the general was expecting, none of these colleagues stepped forward and volunteered this information. At least at first, however, no more than 3 seconds had passed until General Catano stepped forward and spoke the truth like he had done when Itami was forced to investigate if Japan was really at fault for this incident. Tenahika-sama, I know who authorized the attack. It was General Wada Masari. I do not understand his reasoning for doing so, especially when the German aviators had shown no sign of hostility, but when asked permission to open fire, he was quick to give his approval. This disaster was entirely his fault. Itami's icy gaze focused itself upon General Wada as her eyes narrowed into a murderous glare. She was quick to unsheath her blade and point it to the man's fat neck as she interrogated the errant general on the spot. The only reason you are still alive is because I have to make a public declaration of your folly. In doing so, I intend to make your execution an example of those who would dare to act so foolishly while I am asleep. Honestly, Wada, what in Amaterasus' name possessed you to give the order to open fire on the German pilots? Could you not see that such an attack was as good as a declaration of war? Or perhaps is this what you wanted? You do realize that in our current state we have no chance of defeating the Reich in an all-out war. To deliberately provoke the Germans into an armed conflict, well, I'd wager that is high treason, is it not? Does anyone here disagree with my assessment? It was no secret that many among the samurai class who made up the majority of Itami's officer corps had desired war with Germany. Many among them were growing impatient, such as Wada, and wanted to spill the blood of those who had interfered in their imperial expansion for the past few years. There were even those in this very room who agreed with Wada's decision and were scornful about the fact that Empress Itami had not only negotiated a ceasefire before the war could truly begin, but had ended the conflict in its infancy. However, now that General Catano had spoken out against Wada and his actions, none of them would voluntarily join the man on the chopping block, and thus they remained silent, even if they silently agreed with the man's actions. Thus, they all remained speechless when Itami asked for their opinion. This had caused Itami to frown in disappointment as she quickly gave an order to her Imperial Guard who stood at the ready in the war room. Arrest General Wada Masari for acts of high treason against the Empire of Japan and prepare a public venue where I can declare his guilt. As for the rest of you, I suggest you remember Wada's fate, for if any of you dare to think about provoking a war before I decide we are ready to wage it, you will share his fate. Dismissed. After saying this, Itami departed from the room while still dressed in nothing but a nightgown and a military jacket. At the moment, she desired more than anything to have a proper bath after such a stressful morning. Chapter 1054, Graduation Day Part 1. Having successfully deterred a full-scale conflict, Berenger fulfilled his promise and returned his forces from whence they came. As for Itami, she quickly held a public declaration of guilt for the general who was responsible for the attack on the Luftwaffe. General Wada Masari was executed by beheading in the following day, and the event was captured on video by German agents embedded in the Japanese homeland. With both sides fulfilling their obligations, the war in Borneo continued as it had prior to this incident. The Majapahit army, while initially emboldened by the backing of German Marines, was soon filled with despair as those same men abandoned the island and returned to Singapore. However, this was not any of Berengar's concern, for today was a special day for the Kaiser and his family. Why, you may ask? Well, because his eldest son was finally graduating from the Aerial Warfare Academy. It had been roughly 4 years since Hans von Kufstein first entered the German military academy, which was dedicated to the Luftwaffe, and in this time he had not only met another young woman who he would soon call his wife, but had also learned the skills needed to become a proper officer. Berenger and Linda sat in the crowd of parents and relatives who had gathered to witness their children getting their diplomas. As the top student of his graduating class, Hans was invited on stage to give a speech and to receive his diploma before all others. The boy was now 14 years old and had grown remarkably similar to his father in terms of appearance. However, he had his mother's signature red gold hair, something which Hans wore with pride. After stepping onto the stage, the dean of the university handed Hans his diploma. In doing so, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The boy then stood up at the podium and spoke into the microphone so that all who had gathered today could hear his words. Thank you all for coming here today. I must say that it is with remarkable pride that I find myself among the first men to graduate from the German Empire's Aerial Warfare Academy. Though I am by far the youngest in my class, I have also received the highest marks, and because of that I have been asked to say a few words to you all. First and foremost, I would like to thank the administration of the school who have spent the last 4 years diligently preparing all of us cadets for the difficulties we may face in the upcoming months. Many of us who stand here today receiving our diplomas will spend the next 8 years of our life in service to the Luftwaffe as the officer corps which all other airmen should be proud to follow. And although today is a cause for great celebration, I fear that it is my duty to remind all of you about the threat that lingers in the East. It is not my intention to be deliberately grim in this speech, but I know that I must speak out about something that few of us in this academy have truly thought about. For as of today, we will now be embarking into unknown territory. For years, the German Empire and the Kingdom of Austria has had an enormous technological advantage over our rivals thanks to the brilliant mind of the Kaiser and all who follow him. An advantage, I must admit, that has led to a monumental reduction in casualties on the battlefield. Something which I dare say has led to a certain sense of complacency among our service members. However, for the first time in the last 15 years, we now find ourselves with a near-peer adversary on the other side of the globe. The Japanese Empire and their warmongering ways bring our two realms closer to a full-scale conflict with each passing day. Something which was just only narrowly avoided days ago. And although nobody wants to hear such a sobering reality, it is my belief that when this war finally breaks out, we the German people will see more death and suffering than we have become accustomed to during this brief period of peace that my father likes to refer to as the Pax Germania. It is why I am honored to stand beside those here today who now risk everything to stem the tide of the Yellow Menace. However, I feel that as a prince, and more importantly as your comrade, that I must remind you all that although you have graduated from the world's greatest school in regards to aerial warfare, that your lives going forward will not be without peril. In fact, by this time next year, I suspect that half of this graduating class will no longer be among the living, and that I myself may very well not survive long enough to see what becomes of Germany. So celebrate today, as we have all earned the right to do so, for tomorrow we begin our careers as soldiers of the German armed forces and must be prepared to lay down our lives for the eternal glory of the fatherland. For the blood and soil of the German people must never be tarnished. God with us. Utter silence existed in the air for several moments as Hans' speech had an astonishing impact on the graduates and their families. However, it lasted only briefly as Berenger soon stood in the stands and began to clap for his son, which was eventually followed by Linda and later the entire crowd. Yet the cheers for the prince were not as excited as they had been when he received his diploma. Instead, there was a grim and sobering nature behind them, as if the people who attended the ceremony were finally waking up to the threat that lied in the Far East. After saying his speech, Hans left the stage and stood among his fellow graduates, where he waited until the last man had received his diploma. After doing so, he approached his father and mother, both of which seemed to be incredibly proud of the boy. Linda stuffed Hans' head into her hefty bosom as she stroked his strawberry blonde hair. After several embarrassing moments of being smothered by his mother, Hans finally broke away from her embrace, where Berenger gave the boy a firm handshake. However, when the man finally spoke, Hans was surprised by what he had to say. "Linda, dear, do you mind going back to the palace without us? There is somewhere that Hans I need to attend to, alone." Hans looked at his mother and noticed an extremely anxious expression on the woman's face. It was an expression he was all too familiar with, as the red-headed beauty commonly wore it when her husband was away at war. This filled the boy with dread as his thoughts began to drift to just what horrific thing his father had in store for him. Linda bit her lip and glared at Berenger with an expression that almost looked as if she was silently scolding the man. However, he returned her gaze with one of fierce authority, causing the woman to back down. She forced a smile on her pretty face before kissing her son on the forehead one last time. "Hans, you go with your father. I will see you soon." After which, Linda fled from the scene, looking over her shoulder anxiously as she entered a car which would take her home. As for Berenger, he firmly grasped his son's shoulder before motioning towards an all-black car which waited nearby. "Follow me, Hans, there is something important that I must show you." The cold tone in his father's voice caused the boy to immediately become concerned. However, he remained silent as he obeyed his father's commands and entered the car with him. Before long, the vehicle had left the city and headed deep into the mountains, which finally forced Hans to question just where they were headed. "Father, where exactly is our destination?" However, Berenger remained completely silent until the car had arrived at a peculiar area. What appeared to be a heavily restricted government zone lied in front of the car as the vehicle was stopped at a checkpoint. The driver handed over certain documents before the gate opened and allowed the car entry to the facility. Before long, the vehicle stopped in front of what appeared to be a small fortress, where Berenger exited the car with a stoic expression on his face. Hans obediently followed his father into the facility, where he saw that it was heavily guarded by men in black uniforms with the most modern body armor and weapons available. There was an eerie atmosphere to the facility as they began to pass by padded cells whose steel doors only had a small window for viewing. In fact, the only sound that could be heard were screams of agony, which caused Hans to gulp his pooled saliva in anxiety. Just when he was about to ask his father what exactly this place was, they stopped in front of a certain cell where Berenger pulled a small key out of his pocket and unlocked the door. Hans gazed into the room to see a man bound in a straitjacket. There were scars all over his face and his eyes were completely devoid of thought. It would appear that he had been tortured to the point of insanity. Naturally, Hans could no longer hide his curiosity after seeing this and was quick to ask his father about the nature of this facility. Father? Where are we exactly? Berenger had a chilling expression on his face as he looked into the cell before answering his son. This is one of several government black sites that exist across our empire. Those few prisoners who call this place home have committed crimes so heinous that death would be considered a mercy. Naturally, rather than wasting their lives with a swift execution, we have deemed it fitting to perform human experiments on these twisted individuals. Hans examined the near-paralyzed state that the man-lying cell was in and shuddered at the thought. However, his curious mind was quick to ask a follow-up question. Human experiments? For what purpose? Berengar's brow raised slightly as he gazed upon his son before answering him honestly. Mostly for the development of medicine. What, you didn't think our rapid development in the field was due to extensive animal testing, did you? No, these prisoners have all undergone medical experiments. After all, that's all their lives are good for now. If some good can come from the evil these men have committed, then I see nothing wrong with it. Most die of harmful side effects, but the knowledge we gained from their deaths has helped us rapidly advance the field of medicine. This man, however, is guilty of a crime so severe that I felt that only a life of torture could make up for his sins. Apparently, after years of suffering, his mind finally broke, and as you can see, he is just shy of a vegetative state. After saying this, Berenger withdrew his sidearm from its holster and handed it to Hans. A curious look appeared in the boy's sapphire blue eyes as his gaze shifted from the prisoner to his father. However, the Kaiser remained stoic as he gave his son instructions. Your speech today was truly marvelous, so much so that I felt compelled to give a present that only you are worthy of receiving. You will now understand what it feels like to kill a man, so that you will not hesitate when the time comes for you to pull the trigger on the battlefield. A look of dread appeared on Hans' face as he questioned whether he would be capable of following the orders he had just received. Before he killed this man, he had to know what he had done that was possibly deserving of such a fate, and thus, with a frightened tone in his voice, he asked his father. Father, what exactly did this man do to deserve such cruel punishment? There was not the slightest bit of emotion on Berengar's face as he informed his son of that which he wished to know. He's the man responsible for the attack that nearly claimed your Aunt Henrietta's life. Upon hearing this, there was not a second of hesitation as Hans aimed the pistol at the former Duke of Luxembourg's head and pulled the trigger, blasting his brains across the padded wall of the cell. After doing so, Hans handed the sidearm back to his father and took one glance at his first kill before spiting upon the corpse. Berenger was evidently pleased with this result as a sadistic grin curved itself upon his lips. He swiftly stashed away his pistol into its rightful place before leading the boy out of the facility and back to the car, where once safely inside he held the boy's shaking hand and assured him that everything would be all right. I'm sure you can tell that your mother did not want me to take you here today. She thought you were too young to bloody your hands. However, as of today, you are a soldier, and the last thing I need is for you to hesitate on the battlefield. Such a thing will surely get you killed. Now that you have experienced firsthand what it feels like to kill a man, you will be able to pull the trigger much more easily when the time comes. You will be fine. There is much to celebrate today, and I have several gifts for you once we have returned to the palace. It will help take your mind off things. However, Hans did not hear a word of what his father had said as he was staring blankly out the window of the car as it drove out of the facility and down through the mountainous path towards the city below. Chapter 1055, Graduation Day Part 2. Hans stared out the window of the car in utter silence. Rain pelted the vehicle as it descended from the mountains and into the city of Kufstein below, and yet the boy had barely taken notice. His mind was a storm of thoughts. Most boys his age would be worrying about their final exams. But not him. No, Hans was a particularly exceptional child, one who had graduated from high school at the age of 10 and college at the age of 14. He had just received his diploma from the prestigious Aerial Warfare Academy in the field of mechanical engineering. This was the university of choice for students wishing to join the Luftwaffe. For the next 8 years, he would be deployed around the globe where it was unknown whether he would survive. Yet it was not the sense of impending doom that troubled him. No, instead it was the fact that he had just killed a man in cold blood. An unarmed prisoner, to be precise. Despite the fact that his victim was well deserving of the punishment, such cruelty did not bode well in the young boy's mind. Of course, he was quick to rationalize it as a necessary evil. After all, his father was right. If he had hesitated to pull the trigger after entering the battlefield, he would be a dead man, and though at the moment it may not seem like it, the boy quite enjoyed life and had much to look forward to. These were the thoughts that swirled in the boy's mind as the car pulled into the driveway of his family's palace. By the time he realized he had returned home, he was already inside the building. Hans had expected his mother to come rushing over to him in an attempt to comfort her child. However, to his surprise, it was not Lindy's bosom who his head was quickly clutched to, but his fiancée Veronica. Hans looked up at the young woman's mismatched eyes and struggled to find the words to speak. He quickly gazed over at his mother, who stood at the other side of the room with a rather anxious expression on her pretty face. It appeared as if the red-headed beauty wanted nothing more than to comfort her son in his time of need, but was forcing herself to allow that task to fall to his fiancé. Just when Linda was about to falter and rush over to her son, Berenger placed a firm hand on her shoulder, stopping her in place before speaking to his son. Hans, why don't you go upstairs with Veronica while your mother and I wrap your presents? Take as much time as you need, son. There was a warm smile on Veronica's face as she led the boy upstairs and into his room where he sat next to him on the bed and clutched his head into her large bosom. She knew the boy was forcing himself not to cry as she pet his hair and whispered softly to him. There, Hans, everything will be all right. I'm here for you, now and forever. Naturally, the girl had been alerted to what her fiancé had done, a passing of the torch, so to speak, from his mother. It was under Berengar's orders that Linda was not allowed to comfort the boy who had now become a man. This was a task best left up to his future wives. Before long, Noemi and Natalia entered the room, each of which hugged Hans dearly and did their best to comfort him as he struggled to come to terms with what he had just done. While Hans was being pacified by his women, Berenger was arguing with his wife down below, who was absolutely livid with him. I can't believe you did that. He's just a boy. He should not have to stain his blood at such a young age. As much as Linda raged on at Berenger, not once did he move, his expression ever emotionless as explained his perspective on the matter. Do I need to remind you that our son has just graduated from the Aerial Warfare Academy at the age of 14? He has already completed his flight training and in a few short weeks he will be shipped off to Singapore where he will be stationed on board the SMS Österreich, a carrier in which he will be a pilot in its air wing. I must remind you that should war break out with Japan, our son will be among the first deployed to the battlefield. He needed to know what it was like to kill and how to process such a thing so that he does not hesitate while he is in the air above the Pacific. Linda began sobbing as she clutched hold of her husband's suit and held him tightly, repeatedly whimpering into his coat. Hans is just a boy. He is just a little boy. My precious baby boy. Berenger stroked the woman's strawberry blonde hair in an attempt to comfort her as he corrected her views of their son. No. He is a man now, for he has already gone through both rites of passages that a boy must undertake to truly become a man. This is why it is so important for his fiancées to comfort him as he processes what he has just done. It had been quite some time before Hans descended from the gilded staircase that led to the upper floor with his women in hand. However, the young man seemed to be much calmer now after having processed his internal turmoil and was quick to inquire about his graduation presents. Father, you said there were gifts for me? Berenger smiled and nodded his head before leading his son into the great hall where several presents laid wrapped. On top of these presents was a small clipboard which Berenger handed to his son. A look of shock appeared on Hans' face as he gazed upon the document. He quickly shifted his sight back to Berenger, who smiled and nodded his head before confirming the boy's thoughts. It's official, you're married to and is set a few weeks after you have turned 16. I must say, her father was not happy to hear about what the two of you have gotten up to, but I persuaded him to see reason. Congratulations, my son, you have a harem almost as beautiful as my own. Linda immediately nudged Berenger in the ribs and pouted after he made such a crass remark, but that only seemed to make their son laugh as he smiled and put the clipboard which contained his marriage contract aside. After doing so, he unwrapped a small box which he could only assume contained a ring. However, when Hans gazed upon what lay inside, he was truly surprised. It was indeed a ring, but it was one that his father had worn for years. It was a treasure he had taken after sacking Rome and executing the Pope. The boy could not help but voice his disbelief. Father, this is? Before he could finish his question, Berenger smiled and nodded before informing the boy of his gift. The Ring of Soul. Promise me one thing, boy, that when you are deployed overseas, you will always wear this ring, no matter what. After all, it has a powerful charm which protects its user from any and all harm. Hans simply scoffed when he heard this last part. He did not believe in such superstitious nonsense. However, in the end, he made a solemn vow to his parents that he would always wear this ring while overseas. Linda, however, had stared at her husband as if he were the greatest father in the world. Unlike Hans, she knew all about the gods and divine artifacts. In fact, that very ring had kept her husband safe from harm for years, and yet now he was giving it away to their son. She could hardly believe he, of all people, would be so selfless. After examining the ring for some time, Hans placed it on his finger. At the very least, it was an aesthetically pleasing accessory, and since his father had made him swear to wear it at all times while overseas, he would never remove it even if he didn't personally believe in the so-called protective charm placed upon it. Shortly thereafter, unwrapped all his presents. They were mostly shiny accessories and things he would need for his career as an officer in the military. He thanked his parents by hugging them both, where they proceeded into the kitchen to have a large feast with the rest of the family. By the time night fell and Hans retired to his room, he had left behind the turmoil of killing the bastard of Luxembourg and internalized it as a necessary lesson in life. Instead, he was rather anxious about his upcoming deployment to Singapore. Hans had no idea if his father had specifically chosen him to be among the vanguard for the upcoming war as a way of proving himself, or if he had just been particularly unlucky. However, there was fierce ambition in the young man's heart as he wanted more than anything to prove himself worthy of the surname von Kufstein, for which inherited from his illustrious father. Chapter 1056, Shipping Off to Singapore. Hans stood at the entrance of his family's palace with his luggage sitting near the door, waiting for his eventual departure. There was a calm and collected expression on his youthful face despite being deployed to the vanguard of the German armed forces, which would no doubt be the first to intercept the Japanese Navy when war finally broke out between the two mighty empires. The boy was surrounded by family who all prepared to say their goodbyes. It was entirely unknown when the war would begin, but the idea of having a member of their own family march to war was a sobering and grim thought for most. After all, it had been some time since Berenger had last stepped foot on the battlefield, and in these peaceful years none had expected the next generation to take up arms so soon. Linda was in tears as she hugged her son and kissed him on the forehead goodbye. Naturally, she was deeply concerned about the boy's safety and continued to whimper a single phrase. "He's too young. He's far too young." After saying her farewells, Hans was approached by several of his fiancées who had gathered with the rest of his family to say goodbye, each of which gave him a passionate kiss on the lips before whispering their own words of encouragement into his ears. "I love you, Hans. Promise me that you return to me in one piece. Hans, if you die out there, I will never forgive you. I want you to know that no matter what happens, I am yours, now and forever. Be safe out there, little brother, and whatever you do, don't be a hero." Hans smiled and nodded his head silently to each of the four young women's statements. However, when he heard what Noemi had to say, he could not help himself but to scoff. For how could the Prince of Germany not be a hero on the battlefield? Soon after each of the boy's fiancées had said farewell, his siblings approached him one by one, with Helga being the first. The girl reached into her bag and handed Hans a small framed painting which contained an image of all the boy's women. She then hugged him with all her strength and kissed him on the cheek before bidding her older brother farewell. "Good luck, Hans. I know you will be brilliant." After this brief interaction, the remainder of Hans' siblings, including those who had been born by other mothers, hugged the boy and said farewell. Once Hans had said all his goodbyes, his father approached him and lifted his luggage before opening the door. "Come on, boy, the plane is already waiting for you. If we delay your flight any longer, you will be chewed out by your CO." Hans wore a bitter smile as he nodded his head in silence and cast one last glance over his shoulder before following his father into the car, which took them to the nearest airfield. Like his son, the man was dressed in a military uniform. However, while Berenger wore an army variant, Hans wore a pale blue uniform that symbolized his service to the Luftwaffe. In fact, the uniform was almost a replica of those worn by pilots during the Second World War of Berengar's past life. The car drove through the city of Kufstein while Hans looked out the window and examined his hometown, wondering perhaps if he would ever see its glory again. It was during this thoughtful observation that his father spoke to him for the first time since they entered the vehicle together. "I feel like a broken record saying this, but I must give you one last reminder that no matter what happens, you are not to remove that ring. I know you find the idea ridiculous, but I assure you that specific piece of jewelry has the power to save your life. I will be honest with you. I don't know when the war with Japan will begin, but when it does occur, you will be right in the thick of things. So, trust your instincts and remember your training. Do this and I have no doubt that you will be marvelous. I know that you wish to prove yourself on the field of battle, and right you should. However, you must always remember to be smart and vigilant. Do not take any unnecessary risks, and whatever you do, don't hesitate. This is the best advice that I can give you from one man to another." Hans remained silent as he continued to stare out the window. Despite this, Berenger felt that the boy had understood every word he said and decided to leave it at that. Shortly thereafter, the car arrived at the military airbase stationed outside Kufstein, where Hans was forced to regroup with his unit. However, before he could do so, Berenger pulled his son aside to give him one last farewell. Berenger held Hans tightly and whispered in his ear something that the child had not expected. "I love you, son. And I know that no matter what happens, you will make me proud. I will see you sooner than you might think. So until then, obey your orders and keep your head on a swivel, you got that?" Hans remained utterly silent as he broke away from his father's embrace and saluted the man, which Berenger was quick to return before watching the boy head off with the rest of his unit. Unlike the rest of his graduating class, who now had to complete specialized training, Hans had already completed flight school and was the first among his peers to enter active service. Thus, the pilots who composed of Hans' unit were all strangers who gazed curiously at a boy who appeared far too young to see service. Despite this, Hans did not break under pressure and regrouped with his unit, whose commanding officer was starting roll call. Berenger silently watched his eldest son until the moment his plane took off, where he then sighed heavily and returned to his car. He said nothing throughout the entire drive home. Instead, he gazed out the window, much like Hans had done during the journey to the airfield. Eventually, the Kaiser returned home, where, for the first time in his life, he witnessed the atmosphere that existed in his palace when he had gone off to war in years past. It was a depressing silence. The only sound which echoed throughout the halls occasionally was that of a woman's wails. Whether it was his wife or one of his daughter-in-laws who was crying so profusely, Berenger did not know, nor did he seek an answer. Instead, he sat down in his study and broke out a bottle of whiskey, where he poured himself a cup and drank in silence while gazing out the window and onto the dreary landscape which was covered in rain. Berenger immediately thought that the scene was cliché, a storm raging in the background as a young member of the household marched off to war. If he were superstitious, he might take this as a bad omen about his son's future, but he was not, and thus he drank his whiskey silently while watching the torrent of rain crash down upon the Alpine city. It would be some time before the Kaiser emerged from his study, and when he did so, he noticed that more than a few of his family members had puffy eyes. It became immediately apparent that he as the head of the house needed to give his family a pep talk, and thus he gathered all his wives, his daughters-in-law, and his many children into one room where he poured every one of them a drink. For those old enough, they were given an alcoholic beverage while the young drank from fruit juice. As the members of his family gathered around him, Berenger gave a toast to Hans, who had just embarked on a perilous journey. "You all should know why I gathered you here on this gloomy evening. A member of our house, my eldest son, Hans von Kufstein, has now entered military service and is deploying to Singapore as a member of the Vanguard. Should war break out with Japan, he will be among the first to take part in combat. This is indeed grim news, and I understand your feelings regarding the matter, as I, too, share them. However, Hans is now a man, and a man must defend his family and fatherland as I have done in years past. It is his duty, as a prince of this great nation, to stand at the front lines of war and lead his troops by example. For if Hans were to sit on the sidelines and watch as young men died around him, then he would not be a man, but a coward. And no son of mine is a coward. So, to Hans. May the gods protect him during his service to the fatherland, and may he return to our loving arms safe and sound." Every member of Berengar's family lifted their glasses in the air and toasted Hans before drinking their fill. As for Linda, she gulped down the wine as if she had been dying of thirst. Berenger could only do his best to comfort his wife, who seemed to take their son's deployment the hardest. It would appear that for the next few days he would have to be by her side, along with his other wife Anuria, who had a special relationship with the red-headed beauty. Chapter 1057, Mass Desertion. On the island of Borneo. Thunder echoed in the air as the flak guns pounded the skies and the Japanese planes who flew above. With each passing second, these magnificent weapons shot an enemy aircraft out of the air. Despite their losses, the Japanese bombers continued to move forward. Their goal was simple: drop their payload onto the enemy forces who were currently blocking the Imperial Japanese Army's path into the southern half of the island. As explosions rocked the aircraft, one of the airmen on board called out to the pilot, who had a determined expression on his face. "The enemy is too strong." At this point, the bombers had already dropped their bombs on 3 separate locations. The flames from the explosions spread across the area, causing massive damage to everything around it. However, despite the losses they sustained, the Japanese pilots still had enough fuel in the tanks to make another round. Despite this, it would appear to the crew on board the plane were convinced that they would not survive their next attempt. "Our losses are far too high. We're going down for sure." Irritated by the negative comments made by his crew, the pilot cursed back to them in an attempt to gain some much-needed silence. "Will you shut up already?" After saying this, he steered the aircraft further towards the next target, which was a rather large bunker complex. Inside this fortification were several flak guns, artillery pieces, and anti-tank guns. If they managed to succeed in this next attempt, then the battle was sure to shift into Japan's favor. With an eager expression on his face, the pilot yelled out to his crew the command which would earn them great prestige. "Bombs away." With the said and the pull of a lever, several large bombs fell out of the hatch, dropping down onto the unsuspecting targets below. The explosions echoed in the air, and the flames engulfed the fort's defenders. Nothing could have possibly survived such destruction. Upon realizing this, the flight crew broke out into cheers as they turned their plane around and headed back to the Japanese airbase located in the southern Philippines. While the Japanese Air Force continued to bomb the Majapahit Empire's fortifications into ruin, the Imperial Japanese Army was on full march. 2 armored divisions had been deployed to Borneo in the wake of the cholera outbreak. The disease continued to spread and ravage the ranks of the Japanese army, and in doing so morale continued to suffer. Although Itami had reached an agreement with the Kaiser for his planes to remain outside of Borneo's skies, he had already conducted an operation which had caused significant effect on Japan's forces. Tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of propaganda flyers had been dropped into northern Borneo, written in the Japanese language as well as Korean and several Filipino languages. These leaflets warned the Japanese conscripts to surrender willingly, for the real enemy was stationed behind them. This had caused a growing sense of unrest among the Imperial Japanese Army, many of which were from recently conquered lands and who had been forced into service at the barrel of a gun. There was no love or loyalty for the Japanese mainland for these men, nor did they care much for their new empress. However, despite the effects that these propaganda posters had on the Imperial Japanese Army's morale, they had continued to march forward and into machine gun fire. In the ongoing battle, these cultists sat back and only acted when their own men had begun to flee. However, as they sprayed their submachine guns onto the fleeing conscripts and riddled their bodies with bloody holes, something interesting happened. Mortar shells fired upon the cultists from where they did not know. However, the explosions had begun to blast these barrier troops into mincemeat. Those who were not killed by mortars were quickly taken out by sniper fire. Eventually, the Japanese conscripts realized what was happening behind them. If they moved forward, they would be walking into a minefield, and perhaps if they were lucky, gunned down by a machine gun. However, now an opportunity had emerged for them to escape from their predicament. The cultists of the war goddess were being assassinated left and right, and this might be their only chance to escape with their lives intact. Yet nobody dared move as they hid behind their cover, trying not to get killed by the island's defenders. In the end, one man dropped his rifle and ran off into the distance, fleeing the scene while laughing like a madman. Once he had done so, another man followed in his steps and then another, and finally entire units were abandoning their military equipment in the mud before running off into the jungle away from friend and foe alike. The Majapahit troops gazed in awe as thousands of men abandoned their duties and fled the battlefield. Some of them even forgot to fire upon the enemies who still remained. In the end, over 10,000 men deserted the battlefield, leaving only those from the Japanese mainland behind to fight. However, these men had much more resolve to fight than the conscripts, and thus during the bewildering scene they had boldly advanced forward into the enemy's defenses without fear for their lives. Many of them stumbled upon landmines and were torn apart by the vicious weapons, while others were hit by machine gun or rifle fire. Still, this did not deter the Japanese advance. With the banner of the rising sun in hand, a Japanese soldier stormed through the minefield and somehow miraculously made his way into the Majapahit trench line, where he was quickly gunned down by the defenders. However, as he kneeled on the ground, the life fading from his eyes, he used the last bit of his strength to stake the banner into the ground as a guide for his comrades to follow. Soon thereafter, thousands of Japanese soldiers poured through the minefields and into the enemy trenches with rifles and bayonets at hand. They fired their shots into the bodies of the Majapahit defenders and with a zealous war cry slayed any man who was not Japanese. Tenahika Banzai. The battle raged, and the Majapahit defenders stood their ground, knowing that if they lost this battle, then the gateway to the south would be breached, and it would not be long before the Japanese took the island of Borneo as their own. With every ounce of their strength and pride, the Majapahit defenders continued to fire their rifles and machine guns into the advancing ranks of the Japanese. When the enemy came at them with their bayonets, they met them in kind. The echo of machine guns resounded in the air as the Majapahit defenders struggled not to drown in the mud of their trenches. Meanwhile, the Japanese continued to pour through the minefield, explosions occurring with every few steps, as if completely unfazed by the prospect of death. Though the bulk of their army had deserted, these men were true believers in the empire, and they would gladly give their life for their homeland. After all, when compared with the rest of Asia, Japan was the most advanced state in the East. That was something which these men took great pride in. With the trench line invaded by the enemy, the Majapahit defenders tried their best to drive out the Japanese, but to no avail. Before long, the last Majapahit soldier fell to the blade of a Japanese officer, where the banners of the rising sun were raised over the trench line, symbolizing the Japanese victory. On this day, the Imperial Japanese Army had broken through their greatest barrier on the way to the south. However, they had also faced mass desertions, something which would force Empress Atami Ryo to re-evaluate her position when it came to making use of foreign conscripts. In the coming days, the Majapahit guerrillas would begin attacking the cultists in the rear lines. In doing so, they would cause chaos and panic on the battlefield as the Japanese struggled to maintain their ranks. However, this would do little to stem the tide of the Japanese invasion. As a result of losing half of Borneo, the Majapahit king would send another 100,000 men to reinforce their position in the south, forcing Empress Atami Ryo to respond in kind. Though the Japanese had succeeded in breaking through the southern half of the island, they would soon find that the war for Borneo was far from over. Naturally, Germany would do everything in their power to make the lives of the Japanese soldiers as miserable as possible. However, ultimately their goal was not to retake Borneo for the Majapahit Empire, but rather force Empress Atami to bleed as much manpower and resources into the conflict. For the Kaiser knew that the true war was just on the horizon. Chapter 1058. First day on the job. Hans stepped foot off of the plane's ramp and immediately felt as if he was being barraged from the sun on all sides of his body. The humidity of Singapore was something the boy, who had throughout his entire life grew up in the Alps, could not easily handle. In fact, the first instinct Hans had was to roll up his sleeves and unbutton his collar, which appeared to be the common fashion of those men deployed in the tropics. While Kufstein had its own airbase, it was actually a rather small facility. Truly, when compared to the vast naval/air base that existed in Singapore, which housed tens of thousands of German soldiers, Hans felt as if the facility which he had first learned to fly was utterly inadequate. However, the boy did not have much time to take in his surroundings, as the highest-ranking officer who sat on the same plane as Hans was quick to give out his orders to the men who disembarked. You see, not everyone on this plane was in Hans' unit. In fact, he seemed to be one of the few pilots who was leaving Kufstein. Most of these men were veterans who were coming off of their leave of absence, now returning to the tropical paradise which housed the German Empire's largest coalition within the eastern half of the world. The officer gave Hans the directions to where he would be stationed, which was on board the SMS Österreich, where it sat proudly in the bay as the largest warship Hans had ever seen. The carrier was massive, enough to support thousands of crew and the 42 planes which sat on its deck. It was practically a floating city as far as the boy was concerned. Though many people stared at what they considered being a child in a Luftwaffe uniform, none dared to get in his way. After all, Hans was a well-known celebrity throughout the Reich. Known as the first Prince of Germany and an exceptional genius, his name was frequently in the tabloids over the past few years, specifically in regards to his relationships with his multiple beautiful fiancées. Thus, Hans had no difficulty entering the massive ship, where he was pointed in the general direction of the pilot's quarters. Once entering the room, Hans noticed that the pilot's quarters were a rather spacious area with several bunks where men dressed in nothing but their trousers lied in their cots while reading books or letters from home. Others appeared to be playing a game of cards, betting their own currency and contraband as they did so. However, all eyes darted towards the teenage boy who had just entered the room, causing Hans to remain silent as he approached the bunk which had his name written over it. The pilots gazed in awe at the boy who placed his bag in the allotted cupboard before jumping into his bed. After the lengthy flight that Hans had endured, he was exhausted and wanted nothing more than to sleep for the next few hours. Unfortunately, he would not be afforded such a luxury as a particularly tall and lean man approached him. I didn't believe it when I saw them writing your name on that bunk. After all, there aren't many men with the name von Kufstein in this world. However, it appears the rumors are true. The little prince has graduated from the academy and is now a part of our unit. Hans sat up from his covers, knowing that he would not get any sleep, and silently nodded his head where the man quickly introduced himself. Sorry, where are my manners? Lieutenant Johannes Wagner, but you can call me Haywire. The man then reached out his arm in an attempt to shake the boy's hand. Hans lightly smiled before returning the gesture as he introduced himself to the unit, despite everyone already knowing who he was. Lieutenant Hans von Kufstein, it is a pleasure to meet you, Haywire. Lieutenant Wagner nodded his head in approval before introducing the rest of the unit. That surly-looking fuck over there is Lieutenant Walter Vogel, but we just call him Apex. Over there shuffling the deck of cards is Captain Werner Krauss, his call sign is Caveman. And back there, jerking off to a picture of your mother, is our good friend Rudolf Kruger, however he is more commonly referred to by our unit as Ghost. There are several others in our bunk who are out and about. He'll introduce you to them later, so what's your call sign anyway? Hans swiftly looked over to Ghost to see if he was actually jerking off to a picture of Linda, and while the man wasn't actually engaging in such a scandalous act, he was indeed admiring the beauty of the Kaiserin whose picture was posted on the front page of some fashion magazine. Hans' attention was immediately shifted when he heard Haywire's question, which he was quick to answer. They call me Prince. The crew broke out into a fit of laughter, and Hans could distinctively hear one of his new comrades mock him for such an obvious call sign. That's not very creative, is it? I guess your class wasn't the most imaginative bunch, were they? Call signs were nicknames given to pilots during flight school. Any number of things could inspire them, from certain behavior to surnames that people had. However, Hans was given his call sign simply because of his unique position in life as the eldest prince of the imperial family. In all honesty, he too felt it was a bit lacking compared to some of the others he had met. However, there was no use complaining, at the very least it wasn't something distasteful, and thus he laughed together with his new unit as Haywire volunteered to show him around the ship. Hans and Johannes continued through the interior of the SMS Österreich as the man asked him more questions about how such a young boy had become a pilot in the Luftwaffe. So, Hans, tell me, how did you end up in this position at such a young age? I always heard you were a genius, but as far as I'm aware, the minimum age for military service is 17, and that's with your parents' permission. Hans sighed heavily as he repeated the same story he told to practically everyone at the Aerial Warfare Academy when he was first admitted nearly 4 years ago. I graduated from high school when I was 10 years old, where I convinced my father to allow me to attend the Aerial Warfare Academy. I then went through 4 years at the school while also undergoing flight school at the same time. Again, it was due to my father who decided to get my flight training done with before I actually entered active service. Naturally, as the Kaiser, he pulled some strings in order to get me admitted at such a young age. If I'm being honest, I think he desires that I see combat, knowing that this upcoming war with Japan might be my last chance to actually serve with distinction. After all, once we have broken the Japanese Empire, there will be no real threats to the Reich, and any wars we wage in the future will be against savages armed with bows and spears. It's not really all that interesting of a story. Sorry to get your hopes up. Haywire nodded his head in agreement with Hans' perspective. He thought that there might be something more interesting to why such a young boy was already a pilot in the military, but it ultimately came down to the least entertaining reality: nepotism. Ultimately, the Reich was a meritocracy, but there were some instances where those in power, like Berenger, used their connections to give their particularly gifted kids a head start over others their age. However, it was still an uncommon occurrence. This led Johannes to change the subject and ask Hans another question that was burning in his mind. Alright, I get it, so what planes are you certified to fly? I need to know if you're going to be my wingman or not. Hans did not hesitate to answer this question with a confident smirk on his youthful face. Aside from the standard trainer, I certified to fly both the Ta-152 fighter interceptor and the Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber. Though if I'm being honest, I would much rather be in the fighter interceptor. However, I will fly whatever I am needed to. Johannes stared at Hans in disbelief when he heard the boy was certified to fly 2 different warplanes. Nobody else on this ship had accomplished such a feat, thus he was quick to pat Hans on the back and compliment him. You really are a genius, aren't you? Though I should remind you, the Stukas on board this carrier aren't your standard variation. The Kriegsmarine have redesigned them with foldable wings and to carry torpedoes rather than bombs. Though I'm sure whatever you're ordered to fly, you will manage just fine. Alright, we should be getting back to our bunks. The wing commander will be gathering us soon enough for flight exercises. Sorry kid, no sleep for you. Hans could only curse underneath his breath at the thought of doing flight exercises while suffering from horrific jet lag. However, he was in the military now and naturally had no say over his own sleep schedule. Thus, he hauled S back to the bunk with Haywire in tow where they would wait for the wing commander to arrive. Chapter 1059, Experimental Flight. As the war in Borneo continued to rage on, the Reich continued to produce more weaponry on a massive scale. It was not just the German military that weapons were being manufactured for, but to allied nations in the east as well. The Indian Empire, the Majapahit Empire, the Joseon dynasty, and the Ming dynasty were all fighting against each other to purchase as many weapons and munitions from their German trading partners as they could get their hands on. Germany had invested a substantial sum into research and development, particularly in the field of military weapons. After all, there was currently an arms race between the Empire of Japan and the German Empire, one that Germany was winning. Still, Berenger did not dare to lie idly about and had commanded his best engineers to continue the development of weapons systems. Currently at the Kufstein Royal Armory, a group of engineers led by Jacob von Thegau, who was the eldest son and successor to the legendary Ludwig von Thegau, was working on a top-secret project, one that would allow an entirely new era of aerial warfare to take place. Sitting in the bay of an aircraft hangar was a single prototype fighter aircraft. What made this fighter different from the currently mass-produced Ta-152 fighter interceptor was the fact that this plane no longer made use of turboprop engines. Instead, it had a single turbojet engine embedded in the fuselage. After much experimentation and some input from the Kaiser himself, a new jet fighter was produced in this hangar. Though it was completely experimental and had yet to fly, the men who had worked on the project were rather proud of their creation. This jet fighter was similar to second-generation jet fighters from Berengar's past life, such as the F-86 Sabre and the MiG-15, as well as the later MiG-17. All of which were somewhat based upon the Ta-183 prototype jet fighters that the Germans had experimented with during the Second World War. The jet fighter was capable of transonic flight and came with a radar. Since this was a prototype, it was not yet armed with weapons, but in the future when this model went into production it would be equipped with 4 30mm autocannons and 8 air-to-air missiles. Overall, the aircraft shared the appearance of the Focke-Wulf Ta-183/3 jet fighter, which in a particularly popular video game was erroneously labeled the Focke-Wulf FW-252. As the engineers gathered around the experimental fighter, they could hear the sound of boots clanging against the hard floor of the hangar. From the sound of it, there appeared to be multiple people approaching. Surely enough, when Jacob looked over at who had dared to disturb them, he saw an overly excited Berenger gazing upon the jet fighter with a fat grin on his face. Jacob was just about to introduce the prototype to the Kaiser when the man broke out into a fit of joy. "My God! You mad lads have actually done it. A fully functional jet fighter. I would not believe it if I were not looking at it myself. As soon as we get these bad boys in the air, the war with Japan is as good as over." There was a grim look on the engineer's face as he told Berenger all he needed to know about when these planes would be capable of mass production. Jacob cleared his throat as he began to explain in detail the schedule for this particular aircraft. "We were planning to have the first flight tomorrow, but since you are already here, we might as well bump our schedule by a day. Assuming everything goes well, we project at least 6 months before these aircraft enter full production. Maybe a year at the most." Berenger could only smile as he heard this and nod his head. He was glad to hear that these planes would likely see service at some point during his war with Japan. He was perhaps a bit too excited as he immediately began to climb into the cockpit to the sounds of several of his engineers' dismay. "My Kaiser, what are you doing? Get out of there, it is not safe. We have a test pilot who is more than happy to take the risk for you." It took Berenger a moment to realize that he was not safe in the slightest. Unlike his previous attempts at experimental flights, he was not equipped with the Ring of Soul and therefore could not guarantee his own safety. As a result, he was forced to restrain his urges to test out the world's first jet fighter and in doing so, climbed out of the cockpit with a sullen expression on his handsome face. "Very well, you're right. I shall wait for your test pilot to arrive." Shortly thereafter, the engineering team moved to notify the test pilot of their change in schedule where he was quick to arrive, fully suited up for the adventure he was about to have. The man was one of Germany's top pilots and was happy to see the experimental aircraft sitting in the hangar. He had been one of many pilots to share his insights with the engineers and his input had been critical to its development. After sitting in the cockpit and getting a feel for the controls, the pilot ignited the engine and began to drive the plane onto the airstrip, where he waited for permission to take off. Once he had been cleared, he held down the throttle and lifted the jet into the air, which took off at a much higher speed than any previous aircraft he had ever flown. There was a distinctive cry of joy on the radio as the many expressed his euphoria as he raced through the air at speeds higher than any man in this world had ever endured. "Woo! This is the fastest plane I have ever flown." Berenger looked up into the sky with a hint of jealousy in his heart as he watched the experimental jet fighter fly around the airbase at rapid speeds. Though it was a far cry from what he had seen operated by the American military during his past life, it was still a remarkable sight. The engineers continued to run tests on the plane and communicate with the pilot for some time before they were convinced of their results. The pilot then landed the jet onto the airstrip and continued to drive the plane back to the hangar where it would be kept under lock and key. There was an overwhelming expression of euphoria on the man's face as he stepped out of the cockpit where he witnessed the cheers of the engineering team and the Kaiser, who were all amazed at the performance of the experimental aircraft. Berenger waited for the engineers to interview the pilot before forcing his way into the conversation. "So, I assume things are looking good then?" Jacob smiled and nodded his head before expressing his contentment with the tests. "Everything went as expected. However, we will have to undergo much more thorough testing before we can approve this fighter jet for production. If we don't run into any significant issues along the way, then I am sure that within another 6 months, this plane will be seeing regular flight over the skies of Borneo and perhaps even Japan." Berenger nodded his head and looked back at the prototype aircraft before voicing his approval. "Very good. I look forward to it." After saying that, he walked off from the hangar and left the engineers and the flight crew to celebrate by themselves. Chapter 1060, No Bullets Fly. Hans awoke at the crack of dawn along with the rest of his unit. He had officially been in active service for 2 weeks now, and he had to admit he was not the slightest bit thrilled with his career choice. Though military service was mandatory for all men in the German Empire, he was beginning to feel that he should have just enlisted instead. That way he only had to complete 4 years of service. While the environment in the Aerial Warfare Academy had been strict, it was still located in the boy's backyard where his father was able to get him out of trouble. Because of this, Hans was given a lot of leeway during his years at university. This was no longer the case. It turned out that in the Luftwaffe, being a prince had no advantages. He was expected to behave like all other soldiers, and if he acted out, he was thoroughly disciplined. Perhaps his status as the eldest son of the Kaiser and a renowned gifted child increased his burden rather than lessened it, as his commanding officers expected more out of him than he did his other pilots. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Hans regrouped with his unit on the flight deck, where 42 different planes sat ready for takeoff. There were 30 Ju-87 Stuka torpedo bombers and 12 Ta-152 fighter interceptors. As the most skilled pilot during flight school, Hans was naturally selected as one of the 12 fighter pilots. Hans stood on the deck and struggled to prevent himself from yawning as the commanding officer stood before them, explaining the details of their daily operation. The commander was none other than Hans' former flight instructor, and much like Ghost, he was an avid fan of the boy's mother. In fact, it was impossible to find a man within his unit who did not have a thing for one of the boy's many mothers. Usually, these men would argue in their spare time about whether Linda or Adela were the most beautiful woman in the world. However, Caveman's life ambition was to marry the Princess Henrietta. Hans could only scoff as he heard the captain getting into a dispute with his fellow pilots regarding the subject, knowing full well that his aunt was, in fact, her brother's most beloved concubine. Of course, the official story was that Henrietta was a pure maiden, incapable of having kids after receiving a bullet to the womb on that fateful night. However, as a member of the imperial family, Hans knew that Henrietta had given her brother 3 children and that there were more to come. These were the thoughts on Hans' mind as he listened to Colonel Ernst Mayer's speech about their daily operations, which was, in fact, yet another day of pointless patrols around the Malacca Strait. The carrier strike group had departed a week ago today, and during this time the planes were constantly launched. Though all they did during this time was patrol the fleet's immediate vicinity, something radar was more than capable of doing on its own. The reality was that these operations were meant to do one thing: get the pilots experienced with taking off and landing on the carrier's massive deck. However, as the long and rather boring speech came to an end, something shocking was announced by the colonel. As the CSG Carrier Strike Group approaches the island of Borneo, it will be the duty of our fighter pilots to fly just outside restricted airspace and conduct aerial reconnaissance on the nearby conflict. Though we are not allowed to fly over Borneo itself, we are more than able to fly around it. Alright, that's about it, gentlemen, prepare to take off. All of a sudden Hans was rather excited. Instead of just doing some basic patrols, he would actually be skirting just below the limits of their restrictions, at least according to the agreement between the Kaiser and the Japanese Empress. As Hans had never seen a battlefield before, he was a bit anxious. Despite this, he found his courage as he jumped into his Ta-152 fighter interceptor before being catapulted off the deck. It was not long before Hans and the other 11 fighters approached the island of Borneo. Almost immediately, they could make out explosions in the air, which were undoubtedly the result of the flak guns down below. As the Luftwaffe pilots further approached the island, they were able to make out a few dozen Mosquito bombers which were being picked off left and right by the Majapahit anti-aircraft installments. Though some bombs made their way onto their targets, it would appear that with each passing second, more and more bombers were being blown out of the sky. Hans had begun taking photographs of the battle below when his unit began to veer off from the island. They had reached the edges of restrictive airspace and communicated over comms that they would have to circle the island. However, Hans did not hear this and continued to fly over the island of Borneo by himself. It was only after several minutes had passed and Hans began to realize that he was perhaps too far inland and that he had violated the treaty made between his father and Itami. He immediately began to climb in the sky to reach a high enough altitude that the flak guns could not reach him while turning out to the left and towards the Philippines. While he was climbing, Hans noticed a Japanese bomber with a damaged airframe and a smoking engine trying desperately to escape the battlefield. The bomber was entirely isolated from the rest of its allies and was an easy kill. Knowing that there was no possible way for anyone to witness his actions, Hans began to dive on the target, which climbed further and further out of the conflict and towards the sea. As he approached the side of the aircraft, it became abundantly apparent to the Japanese crew that they were being tailed by a fighter which at first they thought was their own. That is, until the two planes were side by side and the Japanese airmen noticed not only was this fighter painted in camouflage, but it also had a large Balkenkreuz plastered on the rear of its fuselage. The Japanese crew was mortified to see a German fighter tailing them, and Hans could see in their eyes the dread which had overtaken them. He slowed his plane down a bit to line up his optical sight with the tail of the aircraft. And only when he was about to pull the trigger and gain his first kill did another flak shell fire up from the ground below, which detonated just far enough away from the damaged bomber to not completely destroy the aircraft. However, shrapnel struck one of the crew members and he fell back into the airframe holding a bloody gut. In reaction to this, Hans bit his lip as he struggled to decide what he should do in this situation. Ultimately, after thinking it through, the boy flew up towards the cockpit of the Japanese bomber, where motioned to the rival pilot with his hands that he was not a threat. Because Hans was flying a German aircraft, the Majapahit AA crews knew not to fire upon him and had instead assumed that he was protecting a captured bomber. It was only after the two planes were safely escorted out of the kill zone that Hans gave a short salute to the rival pilot, who was quick to return the gesture, before swiftly departing back towards the formation where his comrades continued to take photos of the battlefield from afar. Despite violating several Luftwaffe regulations, nobody in the German military would learn of the boy's actions on this day. Thus, Hans wore a rather satisfied smile on his face as he flew back to his unit while replaying the scene that had just taken place in his mind. In the heat of the moment, Hans had rationalized to himself that since the German Empire was not officially at war with Japan just yet, that by shooting down the rival pilots he would be committing an act of murder, and had thus chosen instead to escort them out of the kill zone and towards safety. Unknowingly, Hans' actions on this day would have a tremendous effect on the Japanese Air Force as a whole, who would later hear of this story from the surviving crew and think that perhaps they had been lied to by high command regarding the alleged bloodthirsty and vicious nature of the German people. This would ultimately result in an unspoken pact between Luftwaffe and Imperial Japanese pilots who, when the time for war between their two nations came, would both refuse to shoot down those pilots and their crews who had ejected from aircraft. Chapter 1061, A Mother's Lament. Adela sat within the nursery of the Imperial Palace of Germany. She, like many of Berengar's other women, had recently given birth to another child. As per her agreement with Linda, this would be her last. The infant boy slept in her arms as she carefully cradled him as if he were the most delicate being in the world. While Adela was looking after her child with a loving smile on her face, Henrietta entered the room with her newest offspring in her arms. The woman rushed over to her cousin and sat down next to her as she asked the question on her mind. "How is little Manfred doing?" Adela gazed upon her young son, who was fast asleep in her arms, and grinned before looking over at Henrietta with an excited expression on her face. "Manfred is doing well. Ewald says he's a perfectly healthy little boy. What about you? How is little Berenger doing?" There was a tinge of envy on Adela's face as she spoke the name. Out of all of Berengar's women, Henrietta alone had been blessed with a son who carried his father's name. This had not only created a slight rift between the two cousins but also all of Berengar's wives who wondered why Henrietta was given such preferential treatment. While Berenger loved Linda with all his heart and, in fact, considered the woman to be his soulmate, he doted on his little sister like no other. Henrietta had said she wanted to name her youngest son after her brother/lover, and the man could not deny her request. Berenger, too, much like his half-brother Manfred, was an infant boy with a full head of golden hair. His sapphire eyes were the exact same as his father's, which was no surprise considering the close blood ties that existed between his parents. Like so many other of his siblings, there was an intelligent glint in the boy's eyes as he closely examined all his surroundings with a curious gaze. Berenger too seldom ever cried, which was considered an oddity even among his father's most intelligent children. However, the family physician, who was one of the most educated men in the world regarding biology and medicine, had determined there was nothing wrong with the boy. Henrietta had reflected on all of this after hearing Adela's question and wore a proud smile as she spoke about her newest son. Never better. In fact, Berenger suspects that little Berenger might one day be the most brilliant of all his children. Though I don't exactly know what basis he has for this assumption. All he will tell me is that he can see it in the boy's eyes and that the boy is worthy of his name. Naturally, as far as the public is concerned, little Berenger here is your son. I must say that you have a remarkable ability to conceive twins, Adela. This comment caused both the women to giggle. As far as the public was concerned, all of Henrietta's children were Adela's. This thought was amusing to the two cousins who considered the story to be wholly unbelievable. Still, if the Kaiser said that his wife Adela was giving birth to multiple sets of twins, then the public had no reason to doubt his word. After having their share of fun at the public's expense, Adela and Henrietta placed their young sons, Manfred and Berenger too, into two different cribs before leaving the nursery while holding hands. Much like Linda and Anuria, Adela and Henrietta shared a special bond between the two of them and preferred each other's company while their husband was not around to shower them with love and affection. Adela took the lead and led Henrietta to the palace's bar where the usual bartender was working her normal hours. When she witnessed their entrance, she quickly pulled out 2 shakers and began mixing a couple of martinis for the 2 women. After all, she had been serving the members of the royal family drinks for several years now and knew exactly which women liked. However, when Adela and Henrietta sat down at the table, they noticed they were not alone. Lindy's sublime figure was spotted at the other end of the bar where she looked to be in a dreadful state. The red-headed beauty was slurring her words as she repeated a single name over and over again, all while being consoled by Anuria. Hans? Oh Hans. My baby boy. It was no secret that Linda had entered a state of depression and anxiety ever since her eldest son first deployed to Singapore. Perhaps because she was the director of Imperial Intelligence, she had a more difficult time than most parents when their sons went out to war because she had the ability to check constantly just what dangerous missions her boy were being sent on. When the bartender handed Adela and Henrietta their drinks, she leaned over and whispered something to them which they weren't expecting. I'd hate to ask you a favor, but this is the 3rd time this week I've had to cut the Kaiserin off. Anuria doesn't seem to be of any help. Can the 2 of you please get her out of here? Judging by the sound of her sobbing, she hasn't had any real rest in days. I'm afraid if I keep serving her, the Kaiser will start to get angry at me for putting his beloved wife's health at risk. Adela and Henrietta looked at each other and silently communicated with a nod of their heads before giving the bartender their answer. No problem. After saying this, the 2 women pounded their martinis before approaching Linda and Anuria, who both had sullen expressions on their faces. Adela quickly grabbed hold of Lindy's arm and wrapped it around her shoulder while Henrietta did the same for her other side. Come on, Linda, let's get you to bed. You need some sleep. Linda, however, struggled to get out of the 2 women's arms and continued to cry as she refused to leave the bar. I'm not going. I haven't had enough to drink yet. Besides, I can't sleep, not when every time I close my eyes I see. However, the words did not escape the woman's lips as if they were too horrific to speak aloud. Even so, both Adela and Henrietta could make an educated guess about what was haunting Linda. Ultimately, Adela sighed heavily before whispering something in Lindy's ears that made the red-headed beauty blush. With a silent nod of her head, she agreed to be carried to her room, where Anuria followed after the group. Once alone, in a particularly large bedroom with a rather substantial mattress, Adela and Henrietta lowered Linda on the plushy bedding before stripping her out of her dress and undergarments. Once they had done that, Adela did the same, which quickly caused Henrietta to raise her brow in curiosity. However, before she could ask the question, Adela glared at both Henrietta and Anuria before posing one of her own. Well, are you 2 going to strip and join us? Or are you just going to watch? Anuria did not hesitate to strip out of her clothing and enter the bed with the other 2 women, which caused Henrietta to sigh before following suit. Once they were all undressed and under the covers, they spooned with Linda, who had passed out from her own intoxication. The warmth of their bodies spreading into the red-headed bowtie's heart and mind as she slept with a smile on her pretty face for the first time in days. After waking up the next day and feeling refreshed, the 4 women would have a lengthy conversation about Lindy's worries, and by the end of it she would be feeling much less aggrieved regarding the dangerous situation her eldest son now found himself in. Chapter 1062, Counterfeit Operations. While the war in Borneo waged for all the world to see, a much more clandestine conflict was occurring on the Japanese mainland. It had been some time since the German Empire had infiltrated Japan with their field agents, many of which were Japanese defectors recruited into the ranks of German Imperial Intelligence for just this purpose. Linda had plotted long ago to begin counterfeiting Japanese banknotes, and now was the time to implement this plan. A native Japanese man by the name of Yoshida Akihira was currently in a discussion with a group of criminals within the domain of the Shimazu clan while posing as a rogue agent of the Japanese Treasury Department. In her rush to build a Japanese empire capable of contending with the Germans across the sea, Itami had neglected many of the things necessary to create a solid, centralized state. As a result, the old samurai clans, especially those who were once daimyos, held a significant amount of authority over administrative regions and the military. One of these belonged to the Shimazu clan. Yoshida Akihira held a money printing plate in his hand and a stack of counterfeit bills in the other, as he tempted a local gang leader with ideas of wealth and prosperity. I'm sure by now you are aware of the fact that the Treasury Department has stopped minting silver coins and has instead begun the production of paper banknotes. As I informed your subordinate when I first came to him with this offer, my name is Ayanokoji Moriori and I am an agent of Her Majesty's Treasury Department. I know your gang has been battling with your rivals for turf in this domain. However, wars are expensive, and I am sure, as you well know, that a substantial supply of currency is needed if you wish to buy the tools that you need to be successful in your ambitions. What I'm about to offer you is an opportunity that you alone will be given. As you can see here, this is what is called a printing plate. It is a tool that is used by the Treasury Department to print new banknotes. I just so happen to be lucky enough to snatch one of these from my place of work. With this, you will be able to create completely undetectable counterfeit banknotes that can be spent anywhere in the entire empire. You will have so much money that you will even be able to bribe armorers to give you military weapons. No more swords and spears. Your crew will be armed with pistols and submachine guns. You will be able to completely sweep away any and all competition. How does that sound? The leader of the gang, who was a middle-aged man with a goatee, long unkempt hair, and severe scarring on his face, smirked and, in doing so, revealed his missing teeth. When a subordinate of his had informed him of this opportunity, he did not honestly believe what he had been told. However, looking at the printing plate, along with the fat stacks of counterfeited cash that Yoshida Akihara had displayed as proof of the plate's abilities, the gang leader could not help but become interested. Still, he had his doubts about all of this, and he was quick to interrogate the man posing as a federal agent. Tell me this, if these so-called printing plates of yours are capable of achieving everything you have claimed, then why come to me with them? Why not print your own stacks of cash to buy whatever it is that you need? I'm curious. Why would you ever bother selling such a valuable object? Naturally, Yoshida had a response for this prepared in advance, and he feigned exhaust as if he was a perfect actor before explaining his supposed woes. Well, to be honest, I currently find myself in a bit of a dire situation. As you may already be aware, when Her Majesty becomes particularly agitated, she has a tendency to purge those who she deems inadequate or disloyal that are among her ranks. My performance has not been exactly up to par as of late, and I fear as this war continues to amass losses that she will perhaps turn her sight onto me. After all, the economy is not doing too well if I'm being honest, especially after all the sanctions placed against our empire. I truly believe that it is only a matter of time before she starts lopping off heads at the treasury, and I fear I will be first among them. Judging by the fact that you are part of the underworld, I'm assuming you know that the Ming smugglers do not accept Japanese banknotes as a valid currency, and as a result, I am in a desperate need of silver to smuggle myself and my family out of Japan. The only valuable thing I possess is this printing plate, and thus I decided to sell it to you. The gang leader thought carefully about Yoshida's response. He strictly examined the story to see if there were any plot holes or any risks to himself for accepting this trade. Naturally, as the leader of one of the most prominent gangs in the Shimazu domain, he knew fully well that the Ming smugglers only accepted silver as their currency of trade. So he had no doubts about this aspect of Yoshida's story. He was also aware of the many political purges that had occurred in recent years and how far down the ladder they affected employees of the government. So this aspect of Yoshida's tale was also believable. What the gang leader had a problem with was just how Yoshida had acquired this invaluable device and whether the Treasury Department would notice its disappearance. Thus, he was quick to ask about this. All right, say I believe your story. There's just two things I'm curious about. How exactly did you nick such a valuable object, and will the Treasury Department notice it is gone? Because if they do, they can easily trace it back to me once I have begun counterfeiting banknotes. Contrary to what the gang leader was expecting, Yoshida wore a confident smirk on his face as he leaned back in his chair as if such a question were awfully silly. He shook his head before responding with the most assured tone he could manage. You don't need to worry about such a thing. The Treasury Department has a policy where, after a certain amount of bills are printed, they dispose of these plates. However, despite the fact that they have been marked for recycling, these printing plates are still more than capable of producing a few million more bills that are adequate enough for circulation. I simply skimmed one of these out of the waste bin. I assure you nobody noticed what I have done, and this plate is still extremely serviceable. Even after your counterfeit bills enter circulation, they will be entirely undetectable. So the Treasury Department will have quite a hard time tracing them back to you and your gang. So if you are interested, then my price is a reasonable 1,000 taels of silver. If you can give me that, then the printing plate is yours. The gang leader thought about this price for several moments while scratching his goatee. In the end, he smiled and nodded his head before accepting the trade. Deal. A wide smile emerged on Yoshida's face, not because of the meager amount of silver he had gained, but because he knew all across the Japanese mainland, printing plates like these were being handed over to criminal gangs who would begin producing a massive sum of counterfeit banknotes, which would cause inflation to rise rapidly, thus tanking the Japanese economy in the days to come. After making the trade, Yoshida returned to the safe house where he reported back to his superiors about the success of his mission. Chapter 1063, One Final Act of Service. Months had passed since Hans first graduated from the Aerial Warfare Academy and entered active service. It was now the midst of autumn, and during this time the Japanese had suffered heavy casualties during their campaign in Borneo. Within the borders of the Reich, a conversation was being had between an active duty soldier and his physician. Though neither of them knew it at this time, the effects that this meeting would have on the fate of the world would be monumental. The aging medical practitioner gazed upon the grizzled veteran with a look of pity in his eyes. He sighed heavily before revealing the bad news. I'm sorry to say this, but it would appear that you have terminal lung cancer. The soldier in question was none other than Sergeant Major Lochgraf von Wichten, a man who had spent his entire adult life in service to Berenger and his house. As someone who had faced death on numerous occasions, Locke reacted to his grim fate better than most. Instead of questioning whether the physician was off his rocker, he merely asked one simple question. How long do I have? The physician was honestly surprised that the man was so comfortable despite hearing that he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Locke was not the first man to come into his office within the past month who had a similarly fatal condition. However, he had been the quickest to embrace death. With this in mind, the doctor admired the soldier's bravery before commenting on his condition. You have at most 6 months to live. Though you are likely to perish before then. I suggest you get your affairs in order as soon as possible. After hearing that he only had 6 months to live, Locke sighed and nodded his head before leaving the doctor's office. As an active-duty special operations soldier with a family, he had long since written his last will and testament. However, he was only an enlisted member, and because of that, his savings were far from sufficient to support his family after he had passed away. He had no idea how he was going to break the news to his loved ones, nor how they would survive once he was dead and buried. News reached Berengar's ears about Locke's condition almost as soon as it had been discovered. The man was a war hero of the highest caliber and had served Berenger for many years. Naturally, Berenger paid attention to the man's career as he continued to conduct warfare across the globe. To lose a man of such status and to cancer nonetheless, Berenger felt it was an unfitting end to a lifetime of glory and valor. Thus, after learning of Locke's diagnoses, he dropped everything to meet with a man who had been loyal to him for over a decade. Locke did not immediately return to his home and inform his family of his condition. Though he was on his leave of absence, he had decided to spend this day alone at his favorite diner while contemplating his fate in silence. The man was currently sipping on a cup of coffee when the most unexpected thing happened. The Kaiser entered the diner dressed in civilian clothing before sitting down in the booth across from him. Immediately, Locke guessed exactly why such an important figure had stopped by to visit him and scoffed before making a crass remark. I should have known you would find about my condition before I even had time to alert my family. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? Berenger had a stern expression on his face as he ordered a cup of coffee for himself. The moment it arrived, he pulled out his flask and poured a shot of whiskey inside before offering Locke the same. The man did not refuse such a generous gift, and thus the two of them sat there in silence for some time before Berenger finally spoke up. You have served in my armed forces since I was nothing more than a lowly count. During this time, you have proven yourself a war hero of the highest order, and you have been awarded for your efforts in the field of battle. What you have sacrificed for Kaiser and fatherland is beyond my ability to repay in full, and I know I have no right to ask this of you, but I require one final act of service from you. After spending years serving in Berengar's army, Locke had a general idea of what was about to be requested from him, and thus he silently nodded his head, allowing the Kaiser to make his request. Once he had done so, Berenger wore a bitter smile before speaking again. What I need from you is a casus belli. A justification for war with Japan. I know that you have at most 6 months to live, and I also am aware of your current financial situation. If you do this for me, I will make sure your family is looked after for the rest of their days. Naturally, Locke was expecting such a request and simply sipped from his coffee in silence for several moments before responding to Berenger. When he did so, there was a smug look on his face. Rather than spend my last days in the loving arms of my family, you would ask me to give my life in service so that you can provoke a war with Japan? I assume you have an entire unit of forsaken souls like myself prepared for the task and you want me to lead them? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before leaning back into his booth with a smile on his handsome face. He nodded thrice before responding to Locke's question in a jestful manner. You know me so well. So, will you do it? Locke did not even need to think about his reply. After all, it was better to die early on the battlefield as a true hero of the Reich and in doing so leave behind a vast fortune for his family so that they could survive without him, than die a withered old husk with nothing to show for his life's efforts. Thus, it came as no surprise to Berenger when the man accepted his offer. My life is yours, my Kaiser. Use it how you see fit. Once more, a bitter smile emerged on Berengar's face. Though he didn't know Locke personally, he was sad to see such an exemplary soldier lose his life before he could even retire and bask in his glory. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he stood and prepared to depart, but before he did so, he left behind one last statement. I'm truly sorry to see you go. I assure you that when the time comes to bury you, it will be a state funeral. You deserve at least that much after all you have done for me over the years. In response to this, Locke simply nodded his head in silence and watched Berenger leave the diner with a grim expression on his face. When he returned his sights to the table in front of him, he noticed that Berenger had left sufficient payment for both of their drinks, along with enough for him to order a nice meal. He decided in that moment that he would not inform his family of his illness because he would rather have them remember him as a man who gave his life in service to his Kaiser and fatherland. Chapter 1064, A Declaration of War. Sergeant Major Locke Graf von Wichten had spared no time to prepare for his last mission. He bade farewell to his family who had no idea that this was the last time they would see him before departing on a plane for the island of Borneo. During the journey, Locke and his unit of terminally ill soldiers were informed that their task would be a simple one. Their objective was to bait the Imperial Japanese Army into attacking their unit. How they would do this was a rather simple method. According to the treaty between Germany and Japan, the Reich was prohibited from playing an active role in the conflict and was not allowed to fly above the island of Borneo. However, they were permitted to provide non-combative support to the Majapahit Empire, which was exactly how Locke and his men would provoke the Imperial Japanese Army into attacking them. When Locke and his unit arrived on the island of Borneo, they were given Majapahit camouflage patterned uniforms to wear for their operation. However, there were a few minor distinctions between these fatigues and the ones that their allies wore. In fact, these garments had German markings which were hard to notice as their color was an olive drab green which blended in with the uniform fairly well. After applying camouflaged paint to their faces and forearms, the German soldiers grabbed hold of their G-27 semi-automatic rifles and hiked it to the front lines of the conflict, which were rapidly collapsing to the Japanese invasion force. Locke and his men eventually made their way towards the brush where they began to survey the area. They could see a Japanese infantry brigade marching through the jungle roughly 500 meters out, which they began to report via their radio operator back to the rear lines. At first, the Japanese did not spot the Germans and continued marching closer and closer to their position. But when Locke intentionally shifted his position, a soldier about 50 yards away spotted his movement and did not hesitate to open fire on the German position. There was barely a squad's worth of men selected for this operation, and once they had been fired upon by one soldier, 100 more shot at their location. Though they knew their duty was to die on this mission, they took cover and returned fire, hoping to at least bring down enough of the enemy to bring honor to Kaiser and fatherland. Locke aimed down the iron sights of his semi-automatic rifle and pulled the trigger, instantly sending an 8mm projectile downrange and into the torso of the enemy. The Japanese soldiers had not even noticed who the Germans actually were and continued to fire on their position. One by one, the German soldiers fell to bullets and mortar fire alike. After all, they were facing down thousands of soldiers who were rushing to their position, and there were only 10 of them to begin with. Still, they managed to take roughly a company's worth of the Japanese. In the end, Locke was all alone. Knowing that his death was near, he pulled out one of his grenades and stood up to throw it towards a nearby enemy. He shouted with every inch of his strength his battle cry before tossing the grenade into the air. For Kaiser and fatherland. As the grenade flew through the air, a burst of bullets tore through his chest, causing him to fall back onto the muddied floor, spread-eagled, with his rifle in one hand. As Locke took his last breath, he could have sworn that he saw a platinum-haired winged beauty swooping down towards him with her hands stretched out. In the next moment, the life faded from the sergeant major's eyes and the Japanese surrounded the corpses of the slain reconnaissance team. It was only after they had carefully observed the corpses did the Japanese soldiers realize just how much they had fucked up. Contrary to what they thought, these were not Mujahid soldiers. Their features were far too angular, refined, and regal. While the markings on their uniforms were different than what the Japanese had encountered before. Despite the obvious European features, the enlisted personnel of the Imperial Japanese Army still didn't recognize who they had killed. It took an officer's examination to realize that they had violated the treaty and slain a German support unit. A look of fear emerged on the officer's face as he left the scene with panic in his eyes. He quickly approached the nearest comms officer and gave him a command. Report back to base. The treaty has been violated and war is now inevitable. Due to the advanced nature of German communications, the death of Sergeant Major Landgraf von Wichten and his reconnaissance unit was immediately reported to German High Command, far before Itami was able to learn of this development. The immediate response by Berenger was to send a team of Sturmkommandos to retrieve the bodies of the fallen. Meanwhile, he took to a public broadcast which was echoed across the entirety of the Reich, including the colonies that were spread across the world. Unlike his usual public appearances, Berenger did not wear his imperial regalia, instead he wore his military uniform, which was a telltale sign to anyone with a brain that the Kaiser was about to declare war. Berengar's brows were furrowed and his expression was furious as he took to the mic and made his declaration. At approximately 0900 hours on the island of Borneo, a squad of German soldiers who were providing non-combative support to the Mujahid Empire were murdered by the Imperial Japanese Army in an unprovoked attack. Among the deceased was Sergeant Major Landgraf von Wichten, who, as most of you know, is among the most decorated war heroes of the Reich. Over the past few years, I have made my stance clear on the Japanese Empire and their warmongering ways. And yet I have gone out of my way to maintain peace between our two realms. Because it is my belief that war is undesirable and must only be waged as a last resort. By now you are all aware of my patience, and even after our pilots were attacked in the skies above Borneo, I went out of my way to negotiate with Japan and, in doing so, I am ashamed to admit that I made certain concessions that in no way benefited our empire. All for the sake of peace. But no longer. I am proud to announce today that I am taking this battle on at last, and I am taking it on with the same determination with which I always take on battle. And that is, fight until the very last. They wanted it. They shall have it. They wish to destroy Germany. It is I who will show them who shall be destroyed. To the Japanese people, for which I only have sympathy, you can thank the common criminal Itami Ryo for this. Ms. Itami Ryo has, with this war, started the greatest military nonsense for which any leader or warlord has ever been responsible. She is fighting a war which one way or the other will destroy Japan. Upon concluding this declaration of war, thunderous applause echoed all across the Reich with repeated shouts of a single word. War. 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 The German people had been fighting primitive savages on the frontiers for too long. The repeated setbacks in their negotiations with Japan had created a bloodlust like no other, and with the death of one of the greatest war heroes of the Reich, this fury had reached the boiling point. Immediately after making this announcement, Berenger deployed all forces located within the Indian and Pacific Oceans to converge on the Japanese Empire. The German Empire was now officially at war. A war that the Germans would not stop waging until the very foundations that Itami had built were burnt to ashes. Chapter 1065, Countering the Enemy. Shortly after Berengar's declaration of war, Itami received news of her own troops' misdeeds. Just as Borneo was about to fall into her hands, her soldiers had killed a group of German scouts and in doing so brought war upon her empire. Naturally, the albino beauty was suspicious of the circumstances. From what she had been told, the German soldiers were equipped in Majapahit pattern uniforms and had painted their skin in a woodland camouflaged. It was almost as if Germany was deliberately baiting her troops to attack. Itami would not put it past her rival to stage a false flag like this. She just couldn't understand why he would sacrifice a national war hero in the process. The Japanese empress would never know that the sacrificial lambs were all terminally ill soldiers who died in service of their country in exchange for having their families looked after by the state. None of that was important at this moment, though. What she needed to do was address her empire, and because of this, Itami was currently dressed in her most militant attire while having her makeup done by a team of professionals. After they were sure that their empress looked ferocious, Itami stepped forth onto the balcony of her royal palace and addressed the gathered soldiers with a stern expression on her otherwise beautiful face. By now, I'm sure many of you have heard the news. The German Empire has declared war on our mighty nation. In doing so, they have brought upon themselves the wrath of the Japanese people. We will face this horde of Western barbarians head-on, and we will do so with the utmost ferocity. The Kaiser claims that we do not understand war the way the Germans do, however he is sorely mistaken. For in the beating hearts of every Japanese citizen there is a soul of a warrior. So, soldiers of Japan, show your unwavering determination to these foreign invaders as you step forward and defend your empire. As of this moment, every man and boy who is capable of bearing arms is hereby conscripted into the Japanese armed forces. For everyone else, you will dedicate your lives during the duration of this conflict to manufacturing the supplies and equipment necessary to continue this fight for our very survival. We will not be bowed, we will not be broken, and we will continue on as the world's mightiest empire. Tenahika Banzai. With the closing of her speech, the final words that Itami spoke were repeated back to her by the tens of thousands of young men who had gathered for the sake of her response to the German Empire. Tenahika Banzai. After hearing this, Itami smiled before returning inside her palace, where she was quick to meet with her generals and admirals who stood at the ready in her war room waiting to report on their enemies' movements. Tenahika-sama, the German Empire has already deployed their troops to the Pacific. I am afraid to say that we are facing a far greater invasion than we first expected. From their base in Singapore, the Germans have sent a fleet of warships towards Borneo and the Philippines with the intent to liberate the two regions. They are being backed by the entire might of the Majapahit Royal Army. We estimate that within the next 2 weeks, a total of 200,000 troops will be deployed to the area. While at the same time, our borders with the Joseon dynasty have utterly collapsed. It would appear that a combined force of German and Joseon troops have marched south with the intent of liberating the territory which we have conquered. An estimated 100,000 troops have been mobilized for this invasion, which is mostly composed Joseon soldiers. We have begun deploying 3 divisions worth of the units who have previously been tasked with protecting the homeland to reinforce our troops stationed on the Korean peninsula, along with another 5 divisions to the Philippines and Borneo. Itami nodded her head in agreement with these deployments before staring at the general directly in the eyes. Her chilling voice echoed in the otherwise silent room. As of this moment, we are at war with the most powerful enemy we have ever faced. We must give everything we have to defeat the German Empire, or else I fear it will be the end of Japan as we know it. Let it be known that right now none of you are fighting for my sake, rather for the sake of your entire race and culture. So any of you who have had mutinous thoughts in the past, I implore you to focus on what matters, and that is the survival of your homeland. All the generals in the room steeled their resolve after hearing such a speech. In the past, many of the men in this room had conspired in their own minds against Itami, however at this moment such thoughts had suddenly disappeared, instead replaced with the utmost loyalty. If not for the Empress, then for Japan itself. Very quickly, the Japanese generals began to counter the German deployments as one admiral began to speak of his own plan to defeat the German fleet, which was being sent to support the invasions of Borneo and the Philippines. I am not afraid of the German Navy. I will personally embark with my fleet to intercept their position before they reach Borneo. However, might I suggest sending 2 fleets so that we outnumber the Germans? Itami silently nodded in agreement with the admiral's request, which caused the man to salute her before departing from the room so that he could begin his deployment. As for the rest of the high-ranking officers, they each voiced their plans about how they would proceed with the war effort. Among these men was a rather rotund Air Force general who was quick to speak about his particular field. Tenno Haikasama, it would be most wise to begin the deployment of our warplanes stationed in the Philippines and Borneo to intercept the Luftwaffe. If we allow the Germans to assume air superiority over the region, the conflict will be lost before it can truly begin. Itami once more nodded her head in silence towards the general's suggestion, which caused him to bark commands at a nearby comms operator, who relayed the general's message to the troops stationed in the affected regions. There was just one thing which worried Itami, and that was the fact that she knew the Germans had colonized Australia. Perhaps a second fleet was heading towards Japan itself, which would be disastrous if she could not intercept it. Thus, she gave an order that her admiralty thought was peculiar. Ensure that there is at least one fleet protecting the mainland from German forces. The moment after she said this, Itami noticed the frowns on the faces of her admirals who wanted to deploy their full naval might to the Philippines, expecting it to be the major zone of conflict. However, when Itami saw these reactions, she scowled before reminding them whose orders they followed. Do I need to remind you where your loyalties lie? It seems you have all forgotten that we have previously made contact with the German Navy in the region I have referred to as Australia. Perhaps they have a fleet located there which is heading towards our homes as we speak. We can't afford to deploy all of our naval forces to the Philippines. If we are left unprotected here in Japan, then the war is as good as over. After being reminded about the German forces in Australia, the admirals looked ashamed as they found themselves in agreement with Itami's course of actions. The Japanese mainland could not afford to be invaded by a German expeditionary force. Not while the rest of their empire was burning in the flames of war. Thus, the Empire of Japan had begun to counter their enemies' movements while the Germans themselves had gone on the attack. Chapter 1066, The Crimson Prince. As Berenger had anticipated, his eldest son Hans was among the first units to respond to his declaration of war. Hans rushed into his flight suit early in the morning and hit the deck, where he was quick to hop into his Ta-152 fighter interceptor along with the entire fighter wing of the SMS Österreich. They were to be the spearhead of the invasion of Borneo along with the planes stationed in the Singapore and Majapahit air bases. Their objective was to secure air superiority within the region so that their strategic bombers could get to work against the Imperial Japanese Army on the ground below. For the sake of this operation, the carrier-borne Stukas replaced their torpedoes with bombs before being launched after the fighter interceptors. Hans felt a deep pit of anxiety in his gut as his plane was catapulted off the carrier's deck. As he took to the skies, Hans prayed to whatever god was listening to protect him. It did not take long for the carrier's air wing to regroup with those planes who had launched from Singapore and Indonesia. Hundreds of German fighters were in the skies, heading towards Borneo where the Japanese pilots and anti-air defenses lie in wait for them. Eventually the German fighters and dive bombers reached their destination where Hans heard over the radio a voice which belonged to his wing commander. All right boys, keep your eyes on the prize and watch each other's backs. I hear the enemy planes are made out of wood, so if any of you fuckers get shot down, I will piss on your graves. Let's do this. After hearing such a vulgar comment, Hans could only scoff before pushing his plane higher into the sky. As he gained altitude, he saw the enemy on his radar, who was gathered below. Once he was certain that he had gained enough of an advantage, Hans began to dive towards the nearest enemy fighter. The Ki-106 was a wooden variant of the infamous Nakajima Ki-84 from Berengar's past life. It was a fast plane with great combat capabilities, however its largest weakness was the wooden fuselage, which could easily be torn apart by a Ta-152's autocannons. With the altitude in his favor, Hans dived onto the nearest Ki-106 and aligned his optical sight onto the cockpit of the enemy fighter. Remembering the graduation gift he had received from his father and the warning behind it, Hans did not hesitate to pull the trigger, and when he did so the explosive projectiles blasted through the cockpit and tore apart the pilots, spilling his blood across the shattered glass. The plane quickly fell out of the sky and towards the ground below where it exploded on impact. However, Hans did not pay attention to this and instead quickly aligned his sights with the second enemy fighter where he once more fired a short burst which tore off one of the wings and sent the plane spiraling towards the earth below. This pilot was fortunate enough to eject where he safely landed on the island. Hans could hear a cheer resound in his ears as a familiar voice congratulated him on achieving first blood. Haha, Prince just scored 2 kills. Leave some for the rest of us, why don't you? The voice belonged to Haywire, who had flown beside Hans and gunned down a Ki-106 which was tailing him. Hans, however, did not pay attention to this and continued to swoop through the skies like an eagle, ruthlessly shooting down plane after plane. Every time he did, he could hear Haywire's voice congratulate him for another kill. Within 5 minutes, Hans had achieved as many kills while remaining completely unscathed, much to the shock of his unit who, while outperforming the Japanese pilots, had taken a few losses of their own. As Ghost shot down a Ki-106, Hans saw another Japanese plane sweep across his comrade's topside and in doing so, damaging Ghost's engine. Immediately the plane ignited and began to lose altitude as Ghost's voice could be heard on the radio. Shit, I've been hit. I've got to eject. After saying this, the man ejected from his plane, his parachute immediately deploying as he slowly fell to the island below, which was now fully occupied by the Imperial Japanese Army. Rather than worry about his brother in arms, Hans decided to avenge him and thus quickly shifted his plane around so that he followed the Ki-106's tail. Hans fired a single burst. However, the explosive projectiles missed, causing him to fire another spray and then another before finally hitting his target on the third try. The Ki-106 practically disintegrated midair and in doing so, killed its pilot. Hans could not help himself from cursing the man he had just killed. That's for Ghost, you Japfuck. After saying this, a burst of fire shot just above Hans' cockpit as he noticed a Ki-106 diving upon him. He swiftly maneuvered his plane out of the firing line, which caused the enemy fighter to follow him. Despite being an exceptionally gifted pilot, Hans had a difficult time dodging this plane. Everywhere he turned and twisted, the enemy would follow him. Just as Hans was about to make an evasive maneuver, a burst of the enemy's autocannons shot through the rear of his fuselage and into his cockpit. He closed his eyes and braced himself for death, knowing that such a burst was good enough to kill him. However, death never came for him, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a slight golden shield surrounding his body, which was protruding from the ring his father had made him swear to wear. Hans stared in complete disbelief for several moments before realizing that he was still very much alive and still had an enemy on his tail. Rather than try to make sense of just how he had survived the attack, Hans immediately began to climb as high as possible into the air, knowing that the enemy pilot would follow him. Which he, of course, did. As he began to twist his plane into a 360, narrowly dodging the bullets that followed him, Hans' engine began to stall, as did the Ki-106. Just like the maneuver he had practiced during flight school, the two planes began to fall out of the sky, nose first towards the dirt below. As Hans fell, he aligned his optical sight on that of the enemy who should have killed him and pulled the trigger, blasting the plane into bits as he continued to descend through the air. Realizing that he was about to crash into the ground below, Hans continued to play with his engine until his propeller began to spin just in time to avoid hitting the dirt. He pulled with all his strength on the joystick and climbed just high enough that the bottom of his fighter hit the tops of Borneo's trees, where he screamed in joy as he climbed back into the sky so that he could get into the fight once more. After shooting down a total of 25 fighters, Hans' plane was too damaged to continue fighting, and thus he had informed his unit that he would be returning to the carrier to undergo repairs. Hans hit the deck with absolute precision before jumping out of his cockpit, where he was greeted by the cheers of the other pilots who had been forced to land. Among these pilots was Haywire, who himself had gained 5 confirmed kills. However, that was nothing compared to Hans. The man grabbed hold of the teenage boy and hugged him tightly before giving him a nickname that would last until the end of time. There he is. Our Crimson Prince. 25 confirmed kills in one battle, absolutely fucking legendary. You're now not only an ace, but I'd be willing to bet my left nut that you get an Iron Cross after what you just did. Hans could only smile and take in the cheers that he was receiving from his fellow pilots and several of the deck crew who overheard just what the boy had accomplished during his first combat operation. The war between Germany and Japan had only just begun, and yet in the first stage of aerial combat, the Germans had emerged victorious. 100 Japanese fighters lie in flaming wreckage on the island of Borneo, nearly half of their pilots killed in action. Out of these 100 kills, a quarter of them had been scored by a single German ace, a young man who would forever be known from this day forth as the Crimson Prince. Chapter 1067, Assaulting the Southern Beaches off Borneo. Captain Hermann von Habsburg sat silently in the interior of his squad's infantry fighting vehicle. Days had passed since the hostilities between the Reich and the Empire of Japan had begun. At the moment, several divisions worth of German Marines were being deployed to the island of Borneo in their attempts to liberate the region from its Japanese occupiers. While the rest of his unit were saying prayers while their armored vehicle sat on board a large landing craft, Hermann was instead gazing at the interior lining of his Stahlhelm. There was a photograph embedded within the liner of a rather gorgeous woman. In the eyes of many, this woman was considered to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Since his father's execution, Hermann had a conflicted relationship with his elder sister, who was now one of the 2 Kaiserins of the Reich. Linda had, in his eyes, betrayed their family, and for the longest time he had deemed her unworthy of forgiveness. However, after battling natives across the colonies of the New World for most of his military career and witnessing the expansion of the German Reich into the world's foremost superpower, Hermann had come to terms with his sister's betrayal and now had a photograph of her tucked safely away within his helmet's lining. One which he had clipped from a popular fashion magazine that Linda commonly modeled for in her spare time. Despite being in his 20s, Hermann was still unmarried. He would rather not leave behind a wife and several children without a father in the likely event of his death. Thus, he had been a bachelor for many years. However, there was a common tradition among the Reich's soldiers to keep photographs of their loved ones with their helmets. It was considered by many to be a good luck charm. Naturally, the only woman who was remotely a part of Hermann's life was his elder sister, and thus he had rather shamelessly used Lindy's photo without her knowledge. Of course, he was not the only one in the ranks of Germany's armed forces who had done such a thing. Many of the Lindy's admirer who had no sweethearts of their own took her public photographs and used them as good luck charms. With this in mind, Hermann scoffed before stuffing the photograph back into his helmet's lining. He was not so foolish as to kiss it for extra luck, like so many men in his unit did to the photos of their loved ones. After placing his helmet upon his head, Hermann racked the charging handle of his assault rifle to make sure that his weapon was loaded. Any minute now, the landing craft would be hitting the shores of southern Borneo along with about 100 others, which by now, the coastline would be heavily fortified by the Imperial Japanese Army. It was ironic, the fortifications which Germany had built for the Majapahit Empire to deter the Japanese from invading were now being used by those same invaders to prevent a German assault. In order to account for this, a group of outdated German battleships and battlecruisers had sat off the coastline for the last 3 days, during which they had bombarded the coastline with everything they had. It not looked like a barren hellscape devoid of all life. However, for good measure, the Luftwaffe, who had gained air superiority of the island, had begun a campaign of strategic bombing. Any and all positions which remotely displayed signs of life were carpet-bombed by the Germans in preparations for their invasion. After such a fierce campaign of bombardment, it was assumed by many of the enlisted troops that there would be nothing left to fight when they finally landed on the shores of Borneo. However, Herman knew better. In fact, with the defenses that the Germans had made and the Japanese now occupied, it was entirely likely that their enemies had just hid underground and were now waiting for the German assault. Herman could not count the number of times he had taken part in military exercises specifically designed to replicate opposed landings. And if there was one thing he had learned from these mock battles, it was that the assaulters were always left with high casualties. Sure enough, the landing craft had hit the beach and opened its gates for the Panther tanks and Martyr IFEs to assault the shores. Unfortunately, as Herman had expected, they immediately came to a stop, as not far in front of them were a series of tank traps and other obstacles designed to prevent the tanks from advancing forward. All the while machine gun fire and explosions echoed in the air, sending chills down the spines of those less veteran soldiers. It would appear that the coastal bombardment, which had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, had done nothing to stamp out the Imperial Japanese Army, who now made use of the Majapahit anti-tank guns which were left behind during their evacuation. Eventually, the rear hatch opened and Herman gave the command to deploy, which as the captain of the company, he was the first to step into battle. In doing so, he narrowly avoided his death, as the moment he stepped foot onto the beach, an 8.8 centimeters anti-tank round hit his IFE and blasted it apart, killing the other 9 men who were stationed in the rear of the vehicle along with the crew. Herman was sent flying face first into the sand from the explosive blast. It took him a few moments to look up and see that the men in his squad were all dead. Rather than lament their loss, he racked the charging handle of his STG-32 assault rifle and rushed through the enemy machine gun fire towards the Japanese-occupied bunker complex. While running through the labyrinth of tank traps and barbed wire that littered the beach, Herman noticed his fellow soldiers falling left and right. Yet he did not pay attention to this. His attention was distracted by the sounds of German battle cries resounding in the air and echoing alongside the side of machine gun fire. God with us. For Kaiser and Fatherland. Hail victory. Herman squeezed the trigger and held it down for a second, allowing a controlled burst of 4 rounds to fire towards the entrenched enemy. After doing this, he charged again before repeating his actions over and over again. Every few bursts his bullet would hit its mark and claim the life of a Japanese soldier. However, when he was roughly 30 meters out from the trench, a bullet hit him square in the chest, which knocked the air out of his lungs. An intense pain erupted from Herman's torso, but this was not the sharp pain of being pierced by a bullet. Rather, this was the agony one received from the blunt force trauma of an airborne projectile which smashed itself to bits against a ceramic composite plate. Rather than stay in one spot for too long and risk getting shot again, Herman mustered his strength and rushed into the trenches, where he sprayed down a line of Japanese soldiers who had fixed their bayonets in anticipation of his arrival. After changing his magazine, Herman began stalking through the trench, ruthlessly gunning down any Japanese soldier he could get in his sights. The enemy was completely unaware that one man had entered their trench with an automatic weapon and that he was wreaking havoc on their forces. 1 soldier became 2, 2 became 5, 5 became 20. The more Japanese blood that Herman spilled, the more of his men could enter the trench line and begin to seize the shores of Borneo. By the time the surviving members of his company had caught up with him, Herman was covered in the blood of his enemies, his uniform stained beyond recognition. When they entered the trench and witnessed one man standing alone among dozens of corpses, they could hardly believe their eyes. Yet Herman did not look the slightest bit remorseful. No, there was a look on his face as if what he had just done was completely normal. After all, he had spent most of his military career within the colonies, purging savages and claiming their lands for the Reich. He had no remorse left in him for those he deemed to be enemies. Once the front bunker complex was taken, the German soldiers began to mount their machine guns towards the Japanese rear lines and began to open fire on the enemy. With the overwhelming rate of fire which the MG-27 produced, the Imperial Japanese Army was effectively pinned down in their own trenches, while Herman and the rest of the German Marines scaled over the walls of their recently captured bunker complex and charged towards the Japanese with reckless abandon. By the time the sun had set, the Germans had secured the southern coastline of Borneo for their own landing operations. Nearly 10,000 Japanese lie dead in their bunkers, while the German casualties amounted to less than half that. Perhaps the Germans would have suffered far more deaths if not for their advanced body armor, which for the most part limited their casualties. As for Herman himself, he washed the blood off his body the best he could manage before regrouping with his company and giving them commands. All right boys, I know we suffered some losses. However, the objective is clear. The Kaiser wants this war ended as swiftly as possible, thus there will be no reprieve. I want your magazines loaded and your methamphetamines digested. Because from here on out we are storming Borneo in full force. Now that the tanks have cleared through the obstructions, we will be able to rely more on our armor for protection. Make no mistake, the landing was bound to be the most dangerous part of our mission here in Borneo, but that does not mean any of you can relax. Keep your heads on a swivel and shoot anything you think looks hostile. Herman was right, of course. Opposed landings, while rare throughout history, always made for some of the bloodiest battles. The fact that they had lost only a few thousand men in this assault was actually rather mild considering how well defended the southern beaches of Borneo were. After loading his own magazines from the supplies which made its way to the shores of Borneo after the assault had finished, Herman replaced his fractured front plate with a new one, as did many of the men in the army. Soon enough, Herman would find himself once more the spearhead of the invasion of Borneo. One which he hoped would be far less bloody than the Japanese conquest of the island, which occurred just months ago. Luckily, so far, casualties appeared to be low, but he began to wonder for just how long they would remain so. Chapter 1068, Wolfpack/Armored Warfare. Roughly 4 days had passed since the war between the Reich and the Japanese Empire had begun. During this time, fierce conflict had erupted on the southern shores of Borneo. However, this was not the only theater of war, and while Hans soared above the skies of Borneo like a majestic eagle, a sinister shiver of sharks lay off the coasts of southern Korea. If there was one thing which the Empire of Japan was severely lacking when compared to their German rivals, it was a way to swiftly deploy large numbers of troops to the regions most affected by the war. Thus, they had relied on a mixture of dedicated transports and civilian ships to get the job done. Naturally, the Imperial Japanese Navy seized whatever they could get their hands on to transfer their soldiers from the Japanese mainland and to the battlefield. While the 1st and 2nd Japanese fleets were sailing towards Borneo to engage in a massive battle with the 6th German Carrier Strike Group, a group of U-boats were converging on the Japanese shipping convoys who were headed to the Korean peninsula. Rainer Schulz had been operating as a submarine sonar technician for several months now and was among the many men within the so-called Wolfpack. The Wolfpack was a German tactic from the Second World War of Berengar's past life, which used groups of submarines to attack and sink enemy convoys. It had proven highly effective and was the major naval strategy of the Kriegsmarine during the Battle of the Atlantic. Now, in this new world, Berenger had planned to use this very same tactic against his own enemies. The sonar continued to bloop for several moments as Rainer watched its display, waiting for his targets to present themselves to him. After patiently waiting for nearly 5 whole minutes, the sonar revealed the presence of several Japanese ships in the water off the coast of the Yellow Sea. Undoubtedly, these ships were carrying troops and supplies to the Korean peninsula to help reinforce the Japanese position against the invading Joseon army. Upon noticing roughly 10 ships in total, Rainer called out to his commanding officer, alerting him that they would soon be converging on the enemy. "Sir, there are 10 ships in total, roughly 4,500 meters north of our current position." A wicked grin emerged on the captain's face, as if he were a shark who had just caught the scent of blood in the water. He quickly ordered the submarine to advance towards the enemy while alerting the rest of the Wolfpack of their findings. A total of 25 German U-boats began to speed off towards the Japanese convoy, who were completely unaware of their presence. Among the Japanese convoy were a handful of destroyers which were escorting the larger transport ships to their destination. These were the initial targets of the Wolfpack, who silently converged around their enemies like a shiver of sharks. Once within range of the enemy vessels, the orders resounded on the German radios, which were encrypted by Enigma machines. "Open fire." Thus, 25 torpedoes sped through the water and towards 6 destroyers. There was complete and utter silence as the German U-boat commanders gazed through their periscopes, watching as the torpedoes closed the distance between their targets until finally a loud thunder echoed in the air above the ocean's surface. One might call it overkill, but all 25 torpedoes had hit their marks, and in doing so, sent the 6 Japanese destroyers to the depths of the Davy Jones locker. The explosions caught the interests of the troops on board the transports, who gazed in dread at the sight of their escort so suddenly eliminated before their very eyes. Nobody had seen the German U-boats nor their torpedoes, which nimbly swam through the ocean's depths and towards their targets like silent assassins. However, it did not take long for the Japanese soldiers to realize that the predators who had so easily devoured their escort were still lurking in the waters. Soon enough, another series of explosions occurred as the German torpedoes struck the front, rear, and aft of the large transports. 3 simultaneous detonations blasted the vessels apart, causing them to rapidly sink into the ocean's depths, as if a whirlpool had begun to swallow them whole. Those fortunate Japanese souls who had survived the 3 large explosions on board their ships quickly deployed their life rafts and jumped into the Yellow Sea, hoping that the rafts would be enough to carry them to shore. Rainer had a large grin on his face as he sat beneath the ocean's surface, seeing the blips on his radar disappear before his eyes. One by one, the ships of the Japanese convoy were being sunk. Each German U-boat had 6 torpedo tubes and could carry 24 torpedoes on board. On the shores of southern Korea, the Imperial Japanese Army watched in horror as their reinforcements sank beneath the sea. They could not believe what they were witnessing. No German vessels within the region appeared. From their perspective, it was as if the Japanese ships had spontaneously combusted. Before long, all the Japanese vessels were sunk, along with their supplies and most of the men they carried. Perhaps maybe 1,000 or 2 of the Japanese soldiers and sailors had made their way to the life rafts in time, while the others sank with the tides. For the Empire of Japan, which was already severely lacking in transport ships when compared with their German rivals, the loss of these vessels was not one they could easily replace. Not only were the ships irreplaceable on short notice, but the men who were carried on board and had now drowned beneath the ocean's surface would also be difficult to replace. While the Japanese convoy was sunk off the coast of southern Korea, the Royal Joseon Army had marched south into Japanese-occupied land alongside a German panzer division. The same tactics which were used in India to rapidly rout the Bengal army in India were now being used in Korea. Inside a Panther tank was a man by the name of Manfred Krauss, who was the gunner of the tank. On top of the vehicle was a squad of Joseon infantry who were using the panzer to ferry them into battle. The moment after Germany had declared war on Japan, the Panzer Division along with several Korean infantry divisions sprang forth from their southern border and into the Japanese-occupied half of the peninsula. Resistance had completely crumbled during the initial stage of fighting, and the Imperial Japanese Army was currently retreating southward in the hopes of reinforcing their lines outside Seoul where the bulk of their army lie in wait. Manfred looked through his sights and aimed the bore of his gun down range where he spotted a Japanese Type 4 tank aiming up at his unit from the foothills below. It took only a second for the German gunner to shoot a 7.5 cm shell down towards the enemy vehicles, which struck the front armor of the tank and detonated. Despite this shot, the enemy's armor had successfully prevented an outright kill, and thus Manfred began loading another shell into his gun before firing it again, this time at a weaker part of the vehicle. Though the enemy tank had fired a shot towards him, it had utterly missed, allowing Manfred's follow-up shot to pierce through the Japanese armor and kill every living being inside its interior. It became abundantly clear after rounding the corner and gazing upon the wreckage of the enemy tank that over 1,000 armored vehicles lie in the foothills waiting for the combined Joseon-German advance. As the first in line, naturally Manfred and his crew were fired upon by several of the tanks down below. Perhaps it was the will of the gods, but for whatever reason a dozen shells detonated within the general vicinity of the lone Panther tank, and all this managed to accomplish was killing the Joseon infantry who sat atop the vehicle. However, before another volley could be fired on Manfred's location, several more Panther tanks who were lagging along behind in the convoy maneuvered alongside their comrade and opened fire on the Japanese tanks. It became abundantly clear to the German Panzer Division that they were severely outnumbered by the Imperial Japanese Army. It would appear that Empress Atami Ryo had sent the majority of her armored vehicles to the Korean peninsula in anticipation of the war with Germany. With this exchange of fire, the first true instance of armored versus armored warfare was about to take place in this world. In the mountains of Korea, the Germans and Japanese were now determined to eliminate one another. Whoever emerged victorious in this battle would be given an excellent advantage in this particular theater of war, whereas the loser would suffer severely. Even for the industry of the Reich, the loss of several hundred tanks was not easy to come back from. Thus, the fate of Korea was about to be determined by this one battle. Chapter 1069, The Battle of Taebaek. While the war between Japan and Germany continued to wage on, a coalition of troops from both the German and Joseon armies had steamrolled over the southern border with the intent of fully expelling the Japanese occupiers from the Korean peninsula. A wall of steel existed between the Taebaek Mountains and the city of Busan, which was the Imperial Japanese Army's only hope of escaping these lands with their lives. Yet High Command had dictated that the war for Korea was not yet lost. After all, it had only truly just begun. Thus, in anticipation of the Germans' movements, Japan had dispatched 3 of their armored divisions to the Taebaek Mountains with the intent of intercepting their enemies before they could gain too much ground. Manfred Krauss was just one of many within the lone Panzer Division who had swiftly moved beyond the borders of the northern Joseon dynasty in this blitzkrieg-like assault. Now he and his comrades were surrounded by the enemy, and yet there was not the slightest bit of fear on his face as his vehicle's dedicated loader placed a shell into the bore of his weapon. After aiming his sights on the nearest target, Manfred pulled the trigger, and in doing so, blasted the enemy's turret off of the top of the chassis. Whether the crew inside the Type 4 Cheeto had survived or not was of inconsequence, for the vehicle was thoroughly eliminated from the battle. With a ferocious cheer, Manfred listened to the ongoing thunder of guns which echoed as the Panther tanks unleashed a torrent of shells upon the enemy's Type 4s. With each explosion, another piece of armor was destroyed and their crews were either wounded or dead. While this exchange of gunfire had erupted, the Joseon infantry deployed from the top of the German armored vehicles and quickly moved to the flanking positions so that they could box the enemy in. Every soldier was equipped with a Panzerfaust 250, which when used at close range could be deadly even to the most heavy of Japanese armor. Though the Japanese tanks outnumbered the Germans by 3-1, the Germans had come prepared with a superior combination of firepower. A typical Panzer division was equipped with Panther tanks, Marder IFVs, Flak Panzers, and Hummel self-propelled artillery, all of which were fully capable of defeating the enemy armor. While the Japanese had come to battle with mostly Type 4 Cheeto medium tanks and a few Type 1 Hoki armored personnel carriers whose main armament was none other than a Type 92 heavy machine gun. Unfortunately for the Japanese, while the 3.7 cm autocannon mounted on the German IFVs was capable of piercing the armor of their enemies, the 7.7 mm projectiles of the Type 92 heavy machine guns was far from adequate enough to so far as leave a dent on the German armor. If one were to observe the battle from a bird's-eye view, they would see an exchange of cannon fire and rocket-propelled grenades, which eliminated the armored vehicles on both sides. Though the combined might of the German weapons were indeed a fearsome opponent, the overwhelming number of Japanese tanks appeared to be an equal match. As the battle continued to wage on, the Japanese infantry deployed from the back of their armored personnel carriers to counter the German Josian grenadiers who stood behind cover and fired rockets towards the enemy tanks and, in doing so, added further insult to injury. While the armored vehicles and grenadiers fought within the foothills of the Tyranny Mountains, a more intense battle was taking place in the skies above. Hundreds of planes from both sides had gathered to support their troops on the ground below. Among these aircraft were the Luftwaffe's Bf-110 heavy fighter, HS-129 strike fighter, Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber, and, of course, the Ta-152 fighter interceptor. The Japanese, who had utterly failed in their war aims to acquire bauxite from Borneo, were flying their Ki-106 fighters and their DH.98 Mosquito multi-role combat aircraft, both of which were primarily made of wood. From a purely technical standpoint, the Germans had the advantage in the air, who were supported by their Flakpanzer 341 self-propelled flak guns, which were more commonly given the nickname of Flak Panther by the German soldiers. Streaks of flames shot through the clear blue sky like shooting stars before crash landing on the earth below. With each passing second, the intensity of the battle continued. Soon enough, the Germans gained an advantage as their air support swept through the ranks of the Japanese aircraft and unloaded their autocannons and bombs upon the unsuspecting Japanese armor. The sirens of the Stukas were particularly terrifying to the Japanese tank crews. The closer the Stukas came to the ground, the louder their sirens became, and just before hitting the ground, they would drop a bomb directly on their target before taking flight once more. The Japanese had little counters for these dive bombers as they lacked any self-propelled AA guns, and at the same time their fighters were held up dogfighting with the Luftwaffe's superior aircraft. It was not just the dive bombers that were proving a problem to the Japanese more, as the HS-129 strike fighter was specifically designed to fly low and pepper the Japanese armor with its semi-automatic 40mm cannon, which in high volumes was more than capable of penetrating the Japanese tanks. With such overwhelming air support, the Japanese armored divisions had quickly lost a significant portion of their fighting force, and while being flanked by both the German and Josian armies who had thousands of grenadiers in their ranks, they were ultimately forced to fall further and further back. Manfred had the widest smile a man could make on his face as he scored yet another kill. His vehicle was at the forefront, pushing the Japanese armored divisions back against the Tyranny Mountains. However, just as he was about to fire another shot, his tank came to a sudden halt, as did the rest of the German armor. He quickly shouted towards the tank commander as he questioned why they had stopped when they were so close to total victory. "Hey, Fritz, what the hell is this? Why aren't we pursuing the enemy?" Rather than answer the question worth words, the tank commander remained silent as the Japanese tanks pressed further and further towards the mountain range, hoping to make a slick escape. It was in the next moment that a roar louder than anything that Manfred had ever heard erupted in the air, and it was continuous at that. Manfred gazed through his sights and towards the mountains above, where he saw what looked like thousands of rockets take to the air. The veteran tanker could not help but exclaim his shock in the next moment as he stared in disbelief at what his eyes were seeing. Jesus Christ! Stationed in the mountains above the battlefield, the German rocket artillery had been waiting for the Japanese army to make their way into a trapped position, where they then unloaded all of their rockets onto the grouped together enemy armor. Within seconds, the rockets had begun exploding all across the landscape. Their combined blasts were so powerful that Manfred began to fear that maybe their vehicle would be swept up in the aftercurrent. Cheers erupted over the German radio communications as the explosions continued to rock the foothills of the Tyranny Mountains. The fiery blasts melted the Japanese armored vehicles and consumed the lives of those who dwelled within, and yet they did not stop. Manfred did not know just how many rockets had been fired onto the 3 Japanese armored divisions or what remained of them, but he was certain it was at least 10,000. By the time the flames died away and the smoke cleared, all that was left of the enemy vehicles was a giant blast zone. The land itself had been scorched by the rocket artillery, and Manfred truly believed he saw a large crater standing before him. With the enemy armor utterly annihilated, the journey to Seoul and Busan would be a swift one. After laying siege to those 2 cities, the German and Josian armies would be able to swiftly expel or eliminate what remained of the Imperial Japanese Army on the Korean peninsula. Chapter 1070, Cracking the Code. While the war between Germany and Japan continued to wage in full intensity, Berenger was sitting back in his palace's war room with a stoic expression on his face. He had just now heard from Adelbrand about the breakthroughs that the German soldiers had made in both Korea and Borneo. While Berengar's heart was heavy after hearing that in both combined fronts, the Germans had lost nearly 10,000 soldiers within the first week of the war. The casualties inflicted upon the Japanese were 2 to 3 times the number at the very least. While men and machines could be replaced, every drop of German blood which was spilled in this war was seen as a monumental waste by the Kaiser. Still, that did not deter him from doing what was necessary. Thus, he had been sitting in his war room waiting for the most recent reports from the battlefield. He was almost in a trance as he took in the various information that was being discussed by the agents of military intelligence along with the military officers who ran each major branch. This trance was eventually broken by a particularly gleeful shriek which occurred in the Luftwaffe's dedicated section of the war room. Before he could even inquire as to what had just happened, a familiar face appeared before him. Anne von Wittelsbach, the youngest princess of Bavaria and the fiancée to Berengar's eldest son, had entered into service shortly after graduating from the Aerial Warfare Academy. She had opted to become a leading part of the Luftwaffe's cryptanalysis department, whose entire task until this point was to break through the Japanese code of encryption. After much effort, the day had finally come, and Anne rushed forward towards the Kaiser with a translated document in her hand. "My Kaiser, please take a look at this." Berenger swiftly looked over the document and was surprised to see the report from Japanese High Command to its naval forces. Priority command to the admirals of the 1st and 2nd fleets by order of the Empress herself. You must eliminate the German fleet stationed outside the southern tip of Borneo by any means necessary. Berenger had suspected for some time that Itami was targeting his carrier strike group, which was currently conducting operations off the coast of Borneo. However, he had no idea where the Japanese fleet was located or how many ships would be involved in the battle. The document further continued with commands of each ship. In total, the Japanese had dispatched roughly twice as many ships to defeat Berenger as he had in a single carrier strike group. This was definitely concerned, but judging by the fact that Itami had only a few years to prepare her navy, Berenger suspected that this was at most 2/3 of her entire navy, if not all of it. Thus, he had a sadistic grin on his face as he gave a command to and that she would relay to the 6th Carrier Strike Group. Order Admiral Noel Schreiber to withdraw the CSG from Borneo's coastline and force the Japanese fleet to give chase to Midway. By the time he and his fleet reach there, they should have the full support of the 8th and 10th CSGs. It's time that Japan learns just how outmatched they are in this war. And did as she was instructed and quickly relayed Berengar's commands to the 3 carrier strike groups stationed in the Pacific. Though she was internally worried, knowing that Hans would be partaking in the massive naval battle that was sure to occur as a result of these orders. While Berenger was making plans to entrap the Japanese fleets, Itami was blissfully unaware that her codes of encryption had already been cracked by the agents of the Reich. Currently, she was facing a crisis like no other. Barely a week had passed since the war had begun, and already she had lost anywhere between 30 and 50,000 men, over 1,000 armored vehicles, 6 destroyers, and a quarter of her transport ships. This was frankly a disastrous start to the war and was made even worse by the fact that most of her best pilots had been shot out of the skies above Borneo and Korea. Planes could be swiftly replaced, but pilots took 2 years of training, and she knew in her heart that she did not have that much time to end this war. Especially as her front lines had already collapsed in both major theaters of combat. Berenger had chosen the most optimal time to declare war. She had at most 3 days from the start of the war to take what little remained of Majapahit Borneo while also reinforcing the beaches to withstand a full-scale German invasion. Unfortunately for the Japanese, less Germans died in the landings of Borneo than Americans did on D-Day in her past life. Itami knew that if the war continued on like this, it would be a matter of months before her army was isolated on the Japanese mainland, awaiting a German invasion from all sides. Once that had occurred, there was no hope of victory. Currently, the albino beauty was looking over the maps within her palace's war room, intensely focused on the figures which represented the German carrier strike group. Any minute now, the first major naval battle of the war would occur outside that small incident off the coasts of Korea where her transport convoy had been sunk. She knew Japan had to win this battle or else there was no conceivable way she would be able to build enough ships to replace her losses. Which seemed to be a common theme for Japan at the moment. Thus, she patiently waited for her admirals to inform her of the battle's status. Naturally, it came as a monumental surprise when the admiral looked up at her with a rather grim look on his face. Itami could not believe that 2 of her fleets had been sunk so quickly, and quick to bark at the timid admiral, every word she spoke was laced with venom. "What is it?" The admiral tried his best to gain his composure, but his voice still cracked as he gave the news he knew would enrage the young empress. "Tenehika-sama. The German fleet has taken off in the opposite direction. Should we pursue the fleet or bombard the German position on Borneo?" Itami knew that the one fleet in Singapore was not the Reich's full naval strength, and she was also aware that if they stopped their pursuit of even a moment, it was entirely possible for the German fleet to regroup with another. If such a thing occurred, her chances of total naval supremacy would come to a swift end. Thus, she did not hesitate to give the order to hunt down the German fleet. "Under no circumstances are our fleets to halt their pursuit. I want the German fleet sunk before they have time to regroup with their allies. Do you understand me?" Naturally, the admiral nodded his head in agreement before relaying the Empress' orders to the 2 fleets in question. The room remained dreadfully silent as Itami glared at the map, waiting for the moment the decisive naval battle had begun. A single question escaped her lips as she did so. "Just where are you headed?" Chapter 1071, Battle of the Marshall Islands Part 50. Hans was resting in his bunk after a long day's work. Over the past week, he had been an instrumental part of the war effort against Japan. By now, he had shot down a total of 50 Japanese aircraft and was considered Germany's premier fighter ace. Following his initial victory, the crew of the SMS Österreich had painted Hans' plane crimson, with the fore end of the plane being painted in a white and black checkered pattern along with a matching spiral propeller. Obviously, the pattern was not designed to blend in with the landscape which Hans flew over and instead was a statement about his identity as the greatest fighter pilot in the world. The fighting had been intense for the first week as the Japanese forces came from the Philippines in larger numbers to contest the German invasion of Borneo. Hans had already lost 5 members of his squadron to the Japanese fighters shot down over the Borneo and never recovered. It was uncertain whether they were KIA or MIA, but their loss had a noticeable effect on the carrier, whose pilot's quarters were down by 5 men. Haywire had miraculously survived despite his reckless piloting and continued to fly as Hans' wingman. He had scored quite a few kills himself, enough to become an ace in his own right, but compared to Hans, his glory fell short. However, before the 6th Carrier Strike Group could fully perform their duties, they were ordered to pack up and embark towards the Midway Islands in an attempt to regroup with the 8th and 10th Carrier Strike Groups. The reason for this was obvious. A large battle group of Japanese warships which were roughly twice the number of the 6th CSG had been spotted in hot pursuit of the German fleet. However, Hans still felt a bit dissatisfied over the fact that he and his comrades were now essentially running with their tails between his legs. As much as the boy wanted to rest, he was more concerned about getting out there and doing his job. Thus, he waited patiently as the night passed by, slipping in and out of sleep, before looking over at his alarm clock to check the time. For days, Hans endured such an existence as the war continued in Borneo and Korea, with more casualties piling up by the day. He felt it was his sworn duty to assist the men on the ground by eliminating the air forces of the enemy. Yet now that they were so far out at sea, there was truly nothing that he could do. After nearly 2 weeks at sea, the 6th Carrier Strike Group found itself outside the Marshall Islands, which were still a bit further away from their ultimate destination. However, the 8th CSG located, which was normally stationed in Australia, along with the 10th CSH, which was usually housed in Hawaii, were not far away, and thus, despite their orders to continue on to Midway, Admiral Nolf Schreiber decided to engage the enemy. The siren interrupted Hans' half-asleep state shortly before the crack of dawn. With this, the entire crew of the carrier rushed into uniform and to their positions in preparation for the upcoming battle. After getting dressed in his pilot's uniform, Hans rushed to the meeting room where his wing commander had gathered to give a speech to the pilots who would be taking the most risk on this day. "All right, men, any moment now, a battle will take place between our fleet and the Japanese armada. Luckily for all of us, we have 37 of the best damn pilots this world has to offer. Lieutenant Hans, I want you to lead our fighters to engage the enemy float planes. As for the Stukas, I will take command. Remember, you are to get within an acceptable distance and launch your torpedoes at the enemy's ships. Those same vessels will have extensive anti-aircraft capabilities, so don't get yourselves killed." With that short speech given, that pilots saluted their wing commander before embarking towards the deck, where they hopped into their planes and begun to take off. Immediately after hitting the air, Hans saw the enemy fleet in the distance. Out of the roughly 25 Japanese warships that were visible above the surface, roughly 8 of them were battleships, while the rest were a mixture of cruisers and destroyers. Still, that's an enormous amount of firepower when compared with the German Carrier Strike Group, which deployed its sole battleship and 2 cruisers in front of the carrier to protect it against the enemy's large-bore guns. Still, if the enemy thought their battleships would win this engagement, then they were sorely mistaken. In the distance, Hans could see the 8th and 10th Carrier Strike Groups flanking the Japanese armada. In total, there would be well over 100 German planes in the air, most of which were torpedo bombers. Thus, Hans had a good feeling about the battle that was about to take place. Thunderous echoes roared in the air as the German and Japanese warships began to engage one another on the seas. While the Japanese anti-aircraft weapons fired into the skies, trying their best to nail the 37 planes that had just entered the airspace after being launched by the SMS Österreich. One of these flak guns narrowly missed Hans' wing as he tilted his plane out of the blast radius of the 20mm shell. Hans could not worry about the ships below, as his job was to deal with the Japanese float planes. The Japanese float planes, which were launched from the battleships, were loosely modeled after the Nakajima A6M2N from Berengar's past life. There was, however, certain extensive modifications in place to make the aircraft primarily constructed from wood. Steel was used in place of aluminum where necessary, however, this ultimately made the aircraft heavier and slower than it otherwise would have been. There were perhaps at most 16 of these fighters, which were roughly the same number, give or take a few, as the German fighters that had launched from the SMS Österreich. As for the rest of the warplanes attached to the other CSGs, they had yet to launch from their respective carriers. Knowing that it was now do or die, Hans began to take altitude, making sure he could get an advantage over the enemy fighters, which were not designed to go nearly as high as the German Ta-152. However, he could guess that the sight of the legendary Crimson warplane was enough to install a sense of dread into the other pilots. He was right to assume this, as the moment the Japanese pilots witnessed his noticeable plane, they all began to chase after him, not a single one paying attention to the other German pilots. Looping through the air, Hans used his superior speed and altitude to get behind the enemy float planes, where he opened fire on his first target. The 30mm autocannons on board his plane mercilessly tore the tail off the Japanese float plane, sending it spiraling down into the ocean where it crashed on the deep blue surface. While he was engaging another plane, the rest of the German pilots began to pick their own targets and dogfight it out in the air. Since the two sides were roughly equal in number, Hans decided to give a bit of encouragement to his comrades as he spoke over the radio towards them. "If any of you fuckers manage to get shot down without killing a single enemy, I will piss on your graves." Hans knew that the other pilots were laughing in their cockpits even if they did not voice it over the radio. He then swept down and shot another Japanese float plane which was about to unleash its twin 20mm autocannons onto Haywire's backside, who was in his own reckless way chasing after another Japanese plane in front of him. Naturally, Hans felt the need to scold his fellow pilot, which he was quick to do so after breaking off from the man's tail and pursuing another fighter. "What did I just fucking say?" Hans could hear Haywire's voice on the radio apologizing for not watching his six properly. "Sorry boss, you know how I get with my tunnel vision." However, Hans did not want to hear it. Instead, from the corner of his eye saw Haywire shoot out one of his target's engines, who was rapidly spiraling down towards the ocean's surface. However, he noticed something peculiar. The Japanese pilot had not ejected and was instead aiming his plane towards the surface of the SMS Österreich. This caused Hans to curse out loud as he dived as fast as he could to intercept the enemy plane before it could cause serious damage to the carrier. Fuck. Hans began to count down the seconds until the enemy plane collided with the carrier's deck as he dived from the opposite direction. Luckily for him, his plane was substantially faster, and thus he was not only able to close the distance but surpass the other pilot, where he nearly hit the ocean's surface before pulling on his flight stick and shooting up towards the underbelly of the Japanese float plane. Just as the two aircraft were about to collide in midair, Hans veered to the side and fired his autocannons. In doing so, he had blasted off the float plane's wing, causing its trajectory to veer off course, ultimately missing the SMS Österreich and crashing into the water's surface where the plane and its pilot disintegrated upon impact. Seeing how he had just saved a German carrier from sinking, Hans expected a Knight's Cross for such a feat, and he would make sure that Haywire planted the idea into the wing commander's brain. Thus, while Hans and his fellow fighter pilots had utterly annihilated the Japanese float planes, the two fleets were engaged in a frightening display of firepower. Chapter 1072, Battle of the Marshall-Landspartel. While Hans and his fellow pilots fought in the skies above the ocean's surface, the German warships continued to unload their large bore guns onto the Japanese fleet. However, it became abundantly clear that the Kriegsmarine was heavily outnumbered. Within 30 minutes of the entire display, the 6th CSG had lost all 6 of its destroyers. What remained of their crew had hit the lifeboats and entered the water as their large steel vessel sunk to the bottom of the ocean. However, it was not all fun and games for the Japanese armada, as the German battleship and cruisers focused their fire on the enemy's fleet. In these 30 minutes, the Japanese had lost a total of 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, and 6 destroyers. How is this possible, you might ask? Well, for starters, the German battleships had vastly superior accuracy over their Japanese counterparts. The reason for this was the computers on board, which were used to make the calculations necessary to fire a precise shot. The second reason behind why so many Japanese vessels had been sunk by a single carrier strike group was because of the 30 torpedo bombers who had taken to the sky and done their best to drop their payloads in a way that accurately hit their targets. And while the Japanese AA had eliminated roughly half of these planes, with most of their pilots ejecting, enough torpedoes had struck the Japanese warships to cause significant damage to their armada. The echo of naval guns roared through the oceans as Admiral Noel Schreiber gazed through the bridge of his carrier and towards the distant ocean, where he could make out the shapes of his reinforcements. It had been 30 minutes, and all he needed to do was hold out for another 15 before the 8th and 10th CSGs arrived to support him. He gazed up through his binoculars and saw something terrifying. A Japanese float plane was heading right towards the carrier's deck. There was no knowing how much damage such a thing would cause if it were to impact the ship. He was quick to shout his commands as his heart nearly exploded with fright. Brace for impact. However, just as the Japanese plane was about to crash upon the deck of the carrier, a Crimson plane came out of nowhere and shot off the enemy's wing, causing it to veer off course and into the water's surface. As respectable and dignified as the Admiral was, he could not break out into a hysterical laugh as he saw the Crimson Prince pull off a mind-shattering feat. Holy fuck! That little bastard just saved us all. It took several seconds for the Admiral to realize that he had just called the Kaiser's eldest and most beloved son a bastard, which caused him to quickly cover his mouth and look around to see if anyone else had heard him. Luckily, nobody appeared to have done so, or at the very least, they were being polite enough to pretend that they didn't. However, the joy of seeing the carrier saved came to a sudden end when a German cruiser was struck in the center by a Japanese battleship. The explosion rocked the cruiser, however it did not outright sink it. Yet it did appear to have devastated the vessel's engines as it immediately became dead in the water. German sailors were quickly abandoning ship as they knew it was only a matter of time before another barrage sank them entirely. With only 2 ships left to protect the carrier, things were looking grim. However, that was until the Japanese flagship was struck from behind by a full barrage of the German battleship attached to the 8th CSG. All 20 guns had fired their shots and accurately hit the Japanese flagship across its entire surface, blowing it into smithereens before it even had a chance of properly retaliating. With another battleship in the game, along with 2 more cruisers and 6 more destroyers, it would appear that the German fleet now had a fighting chance against the Japanese armada. Soon enough, the 30 additional torpedo bombers took to the skies and got down to their business, doing their best to avoid the Japanese flak guns while dropping their payloads into the water. As much as the Japanese tried to fight back, it would appear that with each passing second, an explosion rocked one of their ships. Whether it was from a torpedo or a naval gun, nobody could really tell. Within another 5 minutes, another Japanese battleship was sunk, meaning that Japan had effectively lost half of their greatest warships. Shortly thereafter, another Japanese cruiser had been blasted apart. It was only after losing so much of its armada, along with the flagship which housed the highest-ranking admiral, that the Japanese Navy realized they were not going to win this battle. Swiftly an order to retreat was given, but the only way out was through the gap where the 10th CSG lied in wait for them. Of course, the Japanese, who lacked long-range radars, did not know that they had effectively become surrounded and thus broke away from the battle while firing off as many shots as they could towards the enemy ships which had begun to pursue them. Soon enough, the air wing on board the carrier which belonged to the 10th CSG had launched into the skies, and in doing so brought with them more torpedoes which struck the Japanese warships over and over again, sinking what remained of their destroyers who had been deployed with the fleet. Now all that left were 2 battleships and a handful of cruisers which, if the Japanese could not escape their encirclement, would soon sink beneath the ocean's waves just like the rest of their comrades. On board one of the 2 remaining Japanese battleships, the admiral was quickly reporting what was happening to the Japanese mainland. "I repeat, we have been walked into a trap. The German fleet led us to the Marshall Islands, where they had another fleet lying in wait for us. We have lost most of the armada and are now retreating." A shrill voice erupted on the other end, which the admiral knew belonged to the young empress. There was a very heavy tone of anger along with an overwhelming sense of panic in her tone. How did you lose so many ships? I sent 8 battleships with you. 8. Along with enough cruisers and destroyers to wipe away the 10 or so ships the Germans had. Explain to me how almost 2/3 of my navy is gone. The admiral was practically sobbing. After receiving such a verbal lashing, in truth he didn't know how the Germans had so much firepower. He could only make educated guesses, which he was quick to voice. I don't know for sure, but their battleships and cruisers are far too precise. Every shot they fired landed on one of our vessels, whereas even our most experienced gunners had missed a fair portion of theirs. Then there were the planes. We thought they were mere dive bombers like we have seen in Borneo and Korea, but they were equipped with torpedoes. No matter how many of our AA killed, they just keep coming and coming. And finally, I think there are a few submarines beneath the surface. But they have never surfaced, so I can't say for certain. Oh dear God, what is? However, the communication stopped there as the Japanese battleship was struck by another 20 guns belonging to its counterpart, which was attached to the 10th CSG, who had finally shown themselves. After being surrounded by 3 German carrier strike groups, the Japanese armada, which composed of 2/3s of the entire Japanese Navy, was completely sunk beneath the surface of the Pacific. Those who survived the ordeal had been taken aboard the German ships and captured as prisoners of war, where they would be treated with the utmost humanity by their German captors. The Battle of the Marshall Islands had achieved what the Americans had displayed in Midway during Berenger and Itami's past life. Proof that the battleship was effectively obsolete and that the carrier strike group had become the basis for all modern naval tactics. Chapter 1073, Hyperinflation. After the battle was over and the Japanese armada was sunk, the Germans spent the next few hours rescuing as many men as possible from the Pacific Ocean. Whether they be Japanese or German sailors, those on board the vessels of the Kriegsmarine did everything they could to save the men whose ships had sunk. Meanwhile, back in the city of Kufstein, Berengar's war room was lit with celebrations. Everyone was extremely happy with the results of the battle, all except for one. The Kaiser himself was lamenting the loss of not only his warships but his sailors who had died during the battle. The casualties of this war were rapidly increasing by the day. Several thousand sailors had lost their lives in the Battle of the Marshall Islands, while even more were killed during the ground wars of Borneo and Korea. Between 10 to 20,000 Germans had died so far in this war, and Berenger was far from pleased with this result. Adelbrand noticed his gloomy expression and approached him with a stiff drink in his hand. I know what you're thinking, but you should be celebrating. It is true we lost several warships, but it was less than we had expected to occur, and at the same time we wiped out 2/3 of the Imperial Japanese Navy during a single battle. The cruisers and destroyers that were sunk can instantly be replaced with the older Henrietta-class battlecruisers and the Adela-class destroyers, which are already in the Pacific collecting dust as we speak. It turns out the wolf packs are far more effective at raiding Japanese shipping than we anticipated, thus those old warships are no longer needed for that role. It is clear from this engagement that the Japanese have vastly underestimated our naval forces. I would recommend taking some time to replenish the losses that the 6th CSG has suffered, while sending the 8th and 10th carrier strike groups to patrol the South China Sea to ensure that Japan cannot reinforce and resupply their troops in Borneo. My Kaiser, you should not fret over the casualties, instead you should worry about winning the war as quickly as possible. so that we may preserve as many of our people's lives as possible. So celebrate today's victory while you can, because tomorrow we will need you to command our forces once more. Berenger silently listened to Adelbrand's speech of encouragement while drinking from the alcoholic beverage he had been handed. Though he felt a sense of loss at the shedding of so much of his people's blood, he knew that the casualties were an acceptable figure, judging by the fact that they were fighting a properly industrialized enemy. Thus, he silently nodded his head in agreement with Adelbrand's words and joined in with the celebrations. On the other side of the world, the news of the Japanese defeat at the Marshall Islands was not met with celebration but rather with frustration and depression. Itami sat in a chair with a lifeless expression on her face. Ever since that last transmission, she had remained utterly silent. Even though she was lacking details about the botched operation, Itami knew in her heart that the Germans had dispatched at least 3 fleets to trap her armada and eliminate it in a single battle. If Germany could spare 3 fleets for the war in the Pacific despite having an empire on the other side of the world, then it meant that she had overwhelmingly underestimated the might of the Reich. Thinking about it now, the Germans have sent at most 5 armored divisions to Korea and Borneo, which she doubted was even half of their ground forces. If they could project such overwhelming force across the globe in such a short amount of time, then it was abundantly clear that she had been doomed from the start. Her generals, of course, demanded their losses be repaid tenfold, but the young empress could not think how such a thing was even possible. Still, all was not lost. The Imperial Japanese Army in Borneo and Korea continued to put up a fierce resistance, and if she could make the Germans bleed a little more, they might be willing to come to the negotiating table. However, with each passing second, Itami began to believe such a plan was utterly naive. Still, she could not outright surrender, at least not now. Thus, after nearly an hour of silently sitting in her chair, she finally rose to her feet and gave a command to her nearest officer. I want a new fleet constructed as quickly as possible. Do whatever is necessary to ensure that this fleet has been constructed before the Germans attack our homeland. I don't care if you have to work our peasant class day and night until they drop dead from exhaustion. We must replenish our losses. While it was true that Japan was already in the process of manufacturing a fleet of warships that was close to being completed, their industry simply could not keep up with the demand of creating 2 new fleets at the same time. Thus, it was no surprise when an advisor quickly approached Itami with a grim expression on his face. He knew he was going to get chewed out by the Empress for telling her the truth, but if he concealed this fact, then his punishment would be far more severe. Thus, he sighed heavily before announcing the problems with this order. Tenehika-sama, such a thing will at the very least cost us 6 trillion yen. When Itami heard this, she thought that perhaps her hearing had suddenly become impaired. She gazed over at the secretary who said this with her blood-red eyes and carefully questioned what she had heard. I'm sorry, I must be hearing things. Repeat that again. The man could not endure the woman's fiery gaze and thus stared down at his feet as he meekly repeated the statistic. In order to construct a second fleet, it would cost us at least 6 trillion yen. Itami was stunned into silence for several moments. She could only rub her temples in an attempt to decrease the monumental headache she was feeling at this moment. 6 trillion yen? Since when did it cost 6 trillion yen to construct a new fleet? She was quick to inquire about this fact. That's 10 times our national budget. Explain to me exactly how we are going to get the funds to construct this new fleet, or should we just admit defeat here and now and allow the Germans to enter our homeland without the slightest resistance? Nobody in the room wanted to help the secretary after hearing the shrill voice of their empress echo throughout the war room. Ultimately, the man found the strength to speak about the measures that the Japanese Treasury Department was taking at the moment. Tenehika-sama. The Treasury Department is currently working overtime, printing enough cash to support the war effort. Give us 2 weeks and we will have the 6 trillion yen in hand. While Itami was not the most proficient in economics, she understood that by simply printing money they were going to create a massive inflation problem. This would be disastrous for her already struggling economy, and she was forced to voice this concern. Your solution is to just print money and pay for our military with worthless paper? Inflation is already up over 100% in the last year. Do you want it to go up by 1,000%, or perhaps even 10,000%? Though Itami was already furious about her increasingly unstable economy, she was more concerned about the war she was waging at the moment, which was against a seemingly invincible power. In this moment, she began to wonder just how badly the German economy was suffering, if it even was at all. If Itami were to know that the Reich's yearly spending was at a monumental surplus rather than a deficit, and their inflation was tightly controlled at a healthy 2%, she might just surrender then and there, and give Berenger a personal call where she would speak the words "Annex me senpai" to him in the most shameless way possible. But Itami did not know this, and thus she could only sigh and accept her lot in life as she approved a measure which she knew was not only desperate but would surely be catastrophic to the already struggling Japanese economy. After sinking back into her chair in a state of depression, she somehow managed to speak the words that she never thought she would say. Fine. Just do it. Tank our economy if that's what it means to resist a German invasion. Thus, while Germany was enjoying a time of prosperity even while at war, Japan would now enter the stage of hyperinflation that had been the ruin of so many great nations in human history. Chapter 1074, A month goes by. Nearly a month had gone by from the start of the war between the German and Japanese empires, and the casualties were high on both sides. though considerably less so for the Reich. So far, the German Empire had suffered approximately 25,000 casualties, most of which were either wounded or missing in action. As for those killed in action, they were a minority of the statistic. The Japanese, however, had suffered greatly in this time, with their casualties being nearly twice as many as the Germans, most of which were killed in action. During this time, the Germans had completely cut off their Japanese adversaries from reinforcing the island of Borneo. Rather than rush the conflict in the region, they adopted a strategy of sitting back and bombarding the enemy forces for weeks on end. Knowing the exact details of the fortifications constructed on the island, as the Germans were the ones who built them in the first place, it was a simply matter of coastal, artillery, and aerial bombardment. Berenger did not know how many conventional and cluster munitions were dropped over Borneo during this time, but it was enough to drastically change the landscape in certain portions of the island. While the Germans continued to bombard the island, the survivors of the Majapahit Royal Army who were initially stationed in Borneo to resist the Japanese invasion had begun engaging in guerrilla warfare against the Imperial Japanese Army, adding to the losses they suffered. As for the conventional forces of the Royal Majapahit Army, they had begun taking the front-line roles of combat, while the Germans supported them via air and armor. The German Marines had seen little combat after the initial invasion, preferring to use their Majapahit proxies as the primary fighting force. The same could not be said for Korea. Initially, the Germans made significant progress in the region. However, after the battle in the Taebaek foothills, the Japanese had done everything in their power to reinforce their front lines and prevent them from collapsing. To help combat the armored threat that the Germans presented, the Osaka Armory had come up with a rather crude improvised rocket launcher design that intended to be used once and then thrown away. Though not enough to penetrate through the heaviest portions of a Panther's armor, this rocket launcher was more than capable of blowing out a tank's tracks or damaging other critical components. Thus, the Blitzkrieg had come to a sudden stop, and instead the German Panzer Division, which was supported by their Josian allies, slowly began to march through every village, town, and city, facing rocket-propelled grenades, anti-tank mines, IEDs, and machine gun fire on every street corner. Unlike in previous conflicts, the Germans couldn't just bombard these urban war zones into oblivion, as they were technically providing support to liberate them for the sake of their Josian allies and naturally bombing the Josian civilians, who had endured the atrocities of the Imperial Japanese Army, was not something Berenger was willing to do. Just like in the Bornean theater, the German infantry had taken a backstep and allowed their Josian allies to do most of the fighting. The Royal Josian Army was equipped and trained by their German allies, and as a result, they were more than capable of fulfilling the task. In fact, they were not at all dismissive of the Germans' approach to the war. This was their land, and they wanted to be the ones to liberate it from the Japanese occupiers. If all the Germans did for the rest of the war was provide armored, naval, and air support, then they were happy enough. Currently, Hans was sitting in his bunk on board the SMS Österreich. It had been weeks since the Battle of the Marshall Islands, and during this time, the 6th Carrier Strike Group, which he was stationed with, had returned to Singapore for repairs, resupply, and reinforcements. Germany had lost 1 cruiser and all 6 destroyers in their battle against the Imperial Japanese Navy, and these ships needed to be replaced, along with a fair portion of their crews. They had also lost quite a significant amount of aircraft, with the 6th Carrier Wing losing over half of their planes and a quarter of their pilots, mostly due to Japanese flak guns. Thus, it had taken some time for these things to get in order. During this time, Hans had received not only a promotion but one of the highest awards for valor the German military offered. Upon returning to Singapore, Admiral Noel Schreiber had presented the young pilot with the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with swords, oak leaves, and diamonds, gold variant. Aside from the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, which was almost exclusively awarded to generals who were responsible for victories over major theaters of conflict, this was the highest award a German soldier could be given for an act of valor. Why had Hans been awarded this medal? It was because not only did he now have 55 confirmed kills as a fighter ace, but because he had gone above and beyond the call of duty, by risking his life in a dangerous maneuver that ultimately saved the SMS Österreich from a kamikaze pilot's daring attempt to sink it. The Admiral's exact words during the presentation ceremony continued to ring throughout the boy's mind. Never in all my years of military service have I seen an act of valor so deserving of this award. Rumor had it, the Admiral had to argue with Berenger whether Hans was truly worthy of such a prestigious honor. Something Hans knew was true because of his father's exceptionally strict requirements for his children. As a Prince of Germany, Hans' ascension through the ranks of the Luftwaffe was actually harder than the average airman. Berenger did not like being accused of nepotism, and thus he made it deliberately difficult for his eldest son to receive the awards any other pilot would be given. However, Hans' achievements as a pilot were so great that even the admiral of the carrier he served on was willing to go to bat for him. After receiving a rather persistent request from Admiral Noel Schreiber as well as from Air Marshal Wilhelm Krieger, who was tasked with leading the Luftwaffe as a whole, Berenger was forced to agree to the award. While thinking upon all of this, Hans sat on top of his bunk and polished the prestigious medal before hanging it around his collar once more. Once he had done so, he stood up and jumped off his bunk, much to the chagrin of Haywire, who was trying to rest below him. The man was quick to voice his complaints. "Jesus Christ, you nearly kicked me in the fucking face. Just because you're a captain now doesn't mean you can abuse us peasants. By now Hans was accustomed to the man's odd sense of humor and merely chuckled in response to it. Just when he was about to retort with a quip of his own, another member of their unit rushed into the room. Hey, if you guys need anything from Singapore, now is the time to get it. I just got word, repairs are finished and all of our reinforcements have finally arrived. Within an hour or so, we're going to be heading back to the South China Sea. Haywire immediately tossed his magazine aside and jumped out of his bunk before questioning the pilot who had brought him the news. You say all I have is an hour? The man responded with a subtle nod of the head which caused Haywire to swiftly pull his tunic out of the rack and placed it over his torso while making sure that all his medals were in place and easily noticeable. After doing so, he looked into the mirror and combed his hair. Hans could only scoff as he knew exactly where the man was headed, but the other pilot, who was a recent arrival as he was one of the replacements for those who had been lost in the Marshall Islands, was confused by this, and was quick to inquire about the man's odd behavior. Lieutenant Wagner, sir? Haywire had also been promoted from second lieutenant to first lieutenant. However, if there was one thing he hated most, it was being called by his rank and name. He sharply turned his head over to the new pilot and glared at him before correcting him on his proper title. I told you it's Haywire. The pilot lowered his head in fear of Haywire's stern gaze. It took several seconds for him to find his courage to ask the question on his mind. Haywire. Sir, what exactly are you doing? Haywire wore a charming smile after turning away from the mirror and placing down his comb. He then spoke with complete confidence as he adorned his socks and boots. We have an hour before we depart for sea. God only knows how long we will be gone. They'll have you know that the local ladies love a man in uniform, and I will be damned if we leave before I get to say a proper farewell. Hans, who had climbed back into his bunk after hearing they were soon departing, snorted before responding to this comment. What he means is that he is going to have one last trip to the nearest whorehouse. Haywire shot Hans a glare as he heard this before responding with a quick quip as he rushed out the door. Hey, we can't all have 5 beautiful princesses betrothed to us by our royal parents. Hans merely flipped the page of the book that he was reading while making one last sarcastic remark as he saw Haywire rush out of their cabin. Good luck. The new pilot had a bewildered expression on his face as he looked over at Hans and asked another question. Is he always like that? Hans' response was far from reassuring as his sight never left the pages of his book. Still, he managed to respond with a casual tone in his voice. You get used to it. Just like that, within the next hour, the 6th Carrier Strike Group would depart from the German naval base in Singapore and begin patrolling the South China Sea like the other 2 fleets who had already been dispatched to the region. Chapter 1075, Overcoming Dread. While the war continued to wage in the east, Berenger had other matters to attend to. Governing an entire empire that is at war with another industrial power was no easy feat. Even though the war was a large part of his focus, Berenger needed to keep his attention on a wide variety of issues. Currently, Adela was working on the important task of setting up the Memorial Day Festival. Like the United States of America in Berengar's past life, the Reich had several national holidays dedicated to the military and the labor force. Memorial Day was a time of mourning and remembrance for all those who had died in the many wars that Austria and the Reich had fought over the last 15 years. However, it was also a time of celebrating those who had given their lives for the Reich. Thus, there was a large festival and feast conducted in all major cities of the Reich that were held every year in the autumn. Adela had approached Berenger on this day to get his thoughts about some of her plans for the upcoming festival. She was dressed in a rather lavish sapphire blue gown which matched her eyes perfectly. The jewelry which adorned her neck and fingers was made of rhodium and sapphires. There was a pretty smile on the woman's elegant face as she detailed what she had in mind for the festivities. I was thinking that along with the festival and the feast, we will hold a tournament this year. I don't know if you're aware, but there is a new sport which is rapidly gaining popularity across the Reich. It's called football, and the athletes who compete in it are very talented. Unlike the other major sports, this one is competition between teams. Adela then spent a lengthy period discussing the details of football, or as Berenger knew, it's soccer which had sprung up over the past few years in some variation. As a former American, Berenger could not care less about the sport, but since it was gaining popularity within the Reich of this world, he felt it would be a good way to entertain the public. Thus, he nodded his head before expressing his approval of the plan. Very well, we can host it in the Grand Kufstein Arena. Some work will have to be done to convert the facility from a combat stadium to a football field, but we should have the renovations completed in time for the festival. What else did you have in mind? Adela quickly pulled out a binder which had all of her notes regarding her and her team's ideas for the memorial festival, and she spent well over 2 hours discussing the details with her husband, who in the end approved everything she had come up with. It was not until the sun had begun to set that the two of them completed their preparations, where Adela finally spoke about some more personal issues that their family was facing. I don't know if you have been paying attention, but Linda isn't doing too well. I have tried all I can to help her process her anxiety, but I think it is getting worse. When was the last time you spoke with her? Berenger leaned back in his chair and thought about when the last time is that he had a proper discussion with Linda about her worries, and ultimately he sighed heavily before pouring himself a drink. He did not hesitate to down the entire glass before answering the question. It's been about 2 weeks. This war has kept me so busy, I can seldom find the time to be a proper husband to my wives and father to my children. In fact, I'm not going to lie. It has been rather nice to talk about something other than strategy, tactics, and casualty reports. Perhaps I should have a word with Linda now that I have some spare time. Would you care to accompany me in this endeavor? Adela could only smile, albeit with a bit of bitterness, as she shook her head and declined the offer. I have done all I can to help Linda through her dread. However, I think she needs you right now more than any of us. This should be a discussion that the two of you have alone. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably at the palace's bar right now. I'm not sure if you know this, as you have always been the one to go to war in the past, but she always copes with her worries by drinking rather excessively. However, I think she has set the bar so as to speak this time around. Berenger nodded his head in silence before standing up and approaching the door. He gave Adela one last smile before departing from his office, leaving the woman all alone in his study. Berenger then journeyed through the enormous estate that was his home and masterfully glided through its corridors until he found the location which he desired to enter. After walking into the bar, Berenger noticed Linda was not alone. In fact, there were several members of his home's staff who were off duty and enjoying a drink, as well as a few generals and admirals who had slept in the palace's guest rooms during the length of this war. In fact, the massive palace had kept quite a few guests over these past few weeks, all of which were military personnel. As the Kaiser and a bit of a natural introvert, Berenger preferred spending time in the safety of his home. Because of this, it had everything he needed not only to manage day-to-day operations of the Reich, but also to conduct warfare across the globe. Thus, rather than wait for his generals and his office cadre to commute to the palace, he set them up in their own quarters so that they could respond at a moment's notice to critical developments. Adelbrand was sitting at the bar and instantly snapped to attention and saluted Berenger when he saw the man enter the room. Either Berenger took no notice of this or he deliberately avoided the man because he made a direct line towards his sulking wife, who sat at the bar with a cocktail in her hands. The young bartender who had worked in Berengar's palace for several years had a wary expression on her face when she saw the Kaiser enter and approach his wife. She made a wide berth to give the royal couple as much space as they needed, as did everyone else in the room. Berenger sat down next to Linda and ordered a whiskey highball before grabbing hold of her dainty and kissing gently. The act of which caused Linda to look up at him with a bitter smile on her face. Though her eyes were both puffy and stained with tears, which, despite her dreadful appearance, was still attractive in its own right. As a result, he wrapped his arms around the woman and hugged her tightly before kissing her forehead and whispering in her ears words of comfort. I know this war has been especially hard on you, more so than any of my other women. And I want to apologize for not being there for you when you needed me most. I thought that perhaps Honoria and the others could properly comfort you while I managed the war effort, but it is evident to me now that this was the incorrect course of action. Linda, my love, if you need a shoulder to cry on, I am all yours. If you need a distraction from your woes, I am here for you, and if you need a friend to confide your worries with, I am your man. So please, stop torturing yourself about our son. He is a man now and is fulfilling his role better than I had ever expected him to. Linda pressed her head into Berengar's shoulder and let out all the tears her body could muster, as she had done so many times before over this past month. Berenger could only sit there and stroke her strawberry blonde hair as he drank from his beverage, letting the woman sob away until there was nothing left. After some time, Linda wiped the tears away from her eyes, revealing her stained makeup as she began to speak about the crippling anxiety that had overtaken her since her eldest son had first marched off to war. I don't know what it is, but I just have this wrenching feeling in my gut that our baby boy won't return to us. I've never felt this way whenever you went off to war. Sure, I was anxious, but I always knew you would come back to me in one piece. It's not the same with Hans. Berenger grasped the woman's hand firmly with his own and wore a reassuring expression as he tried to calm her dread. Linda, I gave the boy the Ring of Soul. Even if his plane was struck by a surface-to-air missile, which, as you know, the Japanese do not have in their arsenal, the boy would still survive and remain entirely unharmed. There's nothing you need to worry about. He has the power of a literal god protecting him. The weapons of man, no matter how powerful they are, have so far proven incapable of piercing the Ring of Soul's defenses. You know as well as I that I thoroughly tested the thing as much as I possibly could after first gaining it in my possession. Linda once more sniffled as she nodded her head, knowing full well that Berengar's words were perfectly logical and reasonable. However, she could not shake this ominous feeling she had, thus she was quick to give voice to it, not willing to hide anything from the love of her life. I know, I just still feel worried, no matter how much I try to rationalize it. She was just about to take another sip of her cocktail when Berenger snatched it from her hands before lecturing her on her recent excessive alcohol abuse. I think you've had enough. In fact, I think we need to get you on a detox. We will be limiting your alcohol intake until your body can properly process all the poison you have forced into it this past month. You will do Hans no good if you kill yourself on this stuff. I'm not saying that your worries are invalid, you're the boy's mother, and you should be worried for his safety because even though he has soul's protection, he is still in an active war zone. However, you should not let your anxiety overwhelm you and prevent you from doing your duty to your family. I hear you have taken a sabbatical from work during the most critical time of our empire's development and that you have left the raising of our kids up to the others while you waste away here in this bar. So, take today to cry out the last of your tears. I will be here with you all day and night if I must. But tomorrow we get back to our normal lives. No more excessive drinking, no more skipping work, and certainly no more neglecting your family. I love you, Linda, and you know that I want what's best for both you and our family." After saying this, Linda got right back to crying. A flurry of conflicting emotions bombarded her after hearing her husband's speech, and thus the couple spent the entire day together to help process these feelings. Chapter 1076, German Saboteurs. Since the Battle of the Marshall Islands, the Imperial Japanese Navy had completely lost the ability to ferry troops and supplies to the island of Borneo. What with the German fleets patrolling the South China Sea and eliminating any Japanese vessels which dare to enter the region. Meanwhile, the German wolf packs continued to harass Japanese shipping and transport as far north as the Sea of Japan, causing a massive headache to the Imperial Japanese Navy and Army alike. As a result, the only means of support the Japanese were able to give their troops on Borneo was via the air. With their air bases stationed in the northern and southern Philippines, the Osaka Armory could pump out aircraft and hop them across the islands until they reached Borneo. However, due to the losses they had suffered in the past month, Japan had been forced to conscript pilots and give them a crash course style of training before sending them off to fight in the skies over Borneo and Korea. Naturally, this only increased the casualty rate among Japanese pilots, which attributed them the grim nickname of coffin jockeys. As a result, the Germans were facing continuous waves of Japanese aircraft, and while each Luftwaffe pilot had gained their fair share of kills before being shot down, the overwhelming number of wooden aircraft with poorly trained pilots was beginning to take its toll on the Luftwaffe, who would have to ferry more planes from the fatherland to the Pacific in order to make up for their losses. A process which took months. Thus, the Sturmkommandos had been called in for a special mission. At the moment, Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jaeger sat on board a plane which flew above the skies of the Manila during the hour of twilight. There was a stoic expression on the man's face as he gazed upon the vampire night vision device which he had tucked away in his rucksack for the sake of the drop. He and about a dozen other Special Forces operatives were about to jump from a high altitude and into the Japanese air base stationed in the northern Philippines. Their objective was simple: sabotage the facility so that the Japanese could no longer hop their planes from Japan to Borneo. After all, the air base outside Manila was critical to refuel the Japanese fighter planes before they could send them down to the south. Without this airbase, the Japanese military would lack the means to contest the skies above Borneo, which were mostly already in the hands of the Germans aside from a few battles for supremacy which occurred once a week. Without saying a word throughout the entire journey, Andreas sat there waiting for the green light to illuminate the cabin, which once it did, he was the first to jump. Having made more halo jumps than he could accurately remember, Andreas effortlessly fell from the sky with the grace of an angel before opening his chute at the last possible second. A mere 80 feet above the ground. The cloudy night sky, which blocked out even the moon, had provided the perfect cover for the German soldiers, who quietly descended from the sky like a group of ravens before hitting the dirt, where they covertly disposed of their parachutes, while attaching their night vision optics to their assault rifles. The German commandos were equipped with short-barreled STG-32s, which fired special subsonic 8x33mm Kurz ammunition along with suppressors threaded to their muzzles. These weapons also made use of underfolding stock along with a specialty front-sight gas block combo. The barrels of these rifles were also ported in a way that reduced muzzle velocity. As such, even a standard supersonic load would end up being subsonic after being fired from the rifle. Thus, when combined with the suppressor and subsonic ammunition, the sound signature of these rifles was dreadfully quiet. The Sturmkommandos did not bother to regroup after landing on the airfield. They each had their own objectives on this clandestine operation. Thus, they each set off in a different direction. Andreas' job was to find a way to disrupt the runway so that no planes could take off or land. His job was actually the most simple of them all. After running through the night and towards the center of the airfield, he pulled a small device out of his rucksack and tossed it into the dirt. He then threw a small camouflaged webbing over the device to conceal it from the naked eye. This device was a radar beacon that would interact with the V-1 cruise missiles that were stationed on board a nearby destroyer. Once locked onto the beacon and fired, a total of 3 cruise missiles would launch from the destroyer and pulverize the airstrip. As for the rest of the men in his unit, they were attaching thermite bombs to the planes that were currently located on the airbase. Ideally, they would not have to eliminate a single enemy soldier. However, in Andreas' experience, these kinds of missions never really went as planned. After ensuring that the beacon was giving out a strong signal, Andreas spoke through his radio as he patched himself through to the nearby destroyer. "This is Hunter, the Raven is roosting. I repeat, the Raven is roosting." Static existed on the other end of the line for several moments before another voice spoke up. "Roger that, Hunter, we are receiving your signal. We will fire when you give us the signal." With his end of the operation finished, Andreas stealthily made his way back to the rendezvous point. As he did so, he thought he heard the low thuds of a suppressed weapon firing off nearby. Thus he decided to investigate, and when he found the hangar where the noise originated, he saw that there were 3 dead Japanese soldiers along with another Sturmkommando standing above their bodies. Andreas approached the soldier and slapped him on the back of the helmet before scolding him for the mess he made. "You couldn't have taken the fuckers out any other way?" I know these guns are suppressed and designed to be as quiet as possible, but you can still be heard 50 yards away with ease. What the hell were you thinking? The soldier was slightly offended but made no gesture of it. Instead, he ignored his superior officer's complaints before attaching the thermite bomb to the bottom of the Key 106's wooden fuselage. After doing so, he sighed before finally speaking to Andreas. That should be all of them. Let's withdraw. Rather than continue his scolding, Andreas silently nodded before making his way to the rendezvous point where the rest of his soldier lie in wait. After confirming they all had no difficulty with their tasks, Andreas called in the strike. This is Hunter. The crows have taken flight. I repeat, the crows have taken flight. Again. Static remained on the other line for a few seconds before a response was given. Roger that, Hunter, stand by for evac. Shortly after hearing this, the sound of the radio was muffled as an overwhelming roar thundered across the sky. The 3V-1 cruise missiles buzzed through the air before landing on the airfield and detonating on the spot, thoroughly demolishing the airstrip in its entirety. Once the airstrip was consumed in a devastating explosion, the various Sturmkommandos hit their detonators, which caused what little aircraft that still remained standing to be consumed in hellish flames. After watching the complete and total destruction of the airbase, Andreas gave the order to move out to the evacuation point, where the group was picked up by a FA-266 Hornets helicopter which had deployed from the deck of the destroyer. By the time the Japanese realized that their critical airbase had been destroyed, the culprits were already long gone. However, the actions of Andreas and his team on this night had undoubtedly made the Japanese defense of Borneo that much more difficult. Chapter 1077. Breaking a strike. Another month came and went as the war continued in the Pacific. With the Germans taking a step back and allowing their allies to take the brunt of the conflict, they had severely reduced their casualties. Korea had turned into a major conflict, where the Joseon and Japanese troops battled for supremacy in the cities and towns. As the war continued to wage in the region, the southern Joseon resistance continued to strike at the heart of their Japanese occupiers, all while the conventional army of the north continued to press south with German support. Meanwhile, in Borneo, the Royal Majapahit Army had forced itself into the meat grinder and continued to press forward towards the Bay of Brunei, where the bulk of the Japanese forces had fortified their position and lied in wait for their enemy's advance. If the massive losses suffered during the war weren't bad enough for Japan, then the hyperinflation had only made things worse. With the overprinting of Japanese banknotes in order to keep funding the military during this disastrous war, the Treasury Department had created an inflation rate which rose rapidly by the day. Just 1 month ago, there was an inflation percentage of 100% within the Empire of Japan. Now it was at 1,000%. The currency which the soldiers of Japan were paid with had become less than a bowl of rice. Meanwhile, the compensation their families received as a result of their deaths was no better. For some time now, morale had been low in the ranks of the Imperial Japanese Army, but now, with the economy in the toilet, this lack of morale suddenly turned to dissent. This same spirit of rebellion was not only found among the ranks of the Japanese army, but among the labor force back home. While the Empress sat back in her palace, feasting on the most luxurious delicacies, the people starved. This caused resentment among the common populace until it had finally reached a boiling point. Currently, at the Osaka Armory, there was a massive strike of workers, who demanded to be paid more for their arduous labor. While this strike was occurring, Empress Itami Ryo sat in her war room, wondering just what drastic measures she would need to take in order to get her workers to do their jobs. On the one hand, she wanted more than anything to send in her Imperial Guard to break off the strikes and force her people back into the factories. On the other hand, Berengar's words stung her heart. Whether it was from the brief discussion they had during their sole conversation, or the speech he had made when declaring war on Japan. For too long, Itami had seen her people as nothing more than resources to ensure her ambitions came to pass. Yet, after being lectured by her rival about her overall lack of humanity, she now found herself struggling to give the order to put down these revolts before they could get out of hand. Her people were starving while forced to work long hours with dangerous machinery, and those were the lucky ones. The young men of Japan had been sent to die off in some foreign war, caused by their empress' own greed. The only reason the people had stuck by her for so long was because she had guaranteed them a better future than that of medieval serfdom. Yet, how was their current state any different? No, it was even worse. As a result, a general of the Japanese Imperial Guard by the name of Oteji Kayatsun stood by Itami's side and watched the conflicted expression on her exquisite face. He was quick to give his own input on the situation in order to alleviate her suffering. Kama-sama, if we do not put an end to these strikes soon, it will lead to revolution. You must use a heavy hand to force these ungrateful peasants back into the factories where they belong. If you do not, you could lose everything. These last words spoken by the leader of the Imperial Guard caused Itami to scoff before repeating them with a hint of defeat in her voice. Lose everything. Huh? At this point, that doesn't sound so bad. Seeing that his goddess was on the brink of despair, The man stood firm in his resolutions and began to scold the woman for losing her faith in her own ability. Kami-sama, you are the war goddess of Japan. You deposed the tyranny of the Ashikaga shogunate and pressed your claim to the throne without concern for anybody's opinion. You have always done what was necessary for the continued survival of our people. Do not lose faith now, just because these blue-eyed devils are posing more of a challenge than you initially thought. You must take control and do what is necessary for the good of your people. Though only one man spoke to her, Itami could hear the voices of two different individuals speak their opinions on how to proceed. On the one side was the leader of her imperial guard, suggesting violence and tyranny as a means of solving this crisis. However, in the other ear, whispered the voice of a ghost from her past life. In fact, Itami could even see Julian in his cadet uniform, shaking his head in disgust before giving his voice of wisdom to her ears. TSK, 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 my dear AI, you have listened to these wicked men and their ill advice on how to run your country for far too long. I am disappointed in you. Since you first took up the sword, you have used violence and tyranny to accomplish everything you have achieved in this life, and look where that has led you. Your people bleed for your avarice, and their families starve while you work them to the bone to support your ambitions. All with the promise of a better life, but is such a thing even viable at this point? In pursuit of your goals, you have burned all the bridges that once existed between you and your former trading partners, and in doing so, alienated your empire from the rest of the world. As a result of your reckless behavior, you now found yourself at war with a superior foe. And yes, AI, before you raise your voice at me, Berenger is indeed your superior in nearly every way. He has proven such a thing time and again. If you continue to listen to the advice of evil men who only have their own interests at heart, then I am afraid I will have to leave you. Though I do not wish to do so, I will not sit here and watch as you become more of a tyrant than you already are. It is not too late for you to choose another path. You can still redeem yourself in the eyes of your people. Do not respond to these strikes with more violence and oppression. All that will cause is further division and strife. Instead, give the people what they need so that they continue to believe in you. Do whatever is necessary to pay these men so that they can afford to feed their families, or better yet, offer food itself as payment, rather than your worthless fiat currency. This is my advice to you, and I hope you will take it. Though Itami had heard an entire speech from Julian about what she should do to redeem herself, not even a second had passed from the time the leader of her imperial guard given his advice to her. After listening to the advice of Julian's ghost, or should I say the part of her mind which manifested such a thing, Itami knew what she had to do. In fact, the words her general had spoken suddenly seemed to laughable to her now, which elicited a scoff along with a slightly mocking tone in her voice. The good of my people? And what, pray tell, would you, a butcher whose only value is putting down rebellion, know about that? Perhaps it is time I send you and your men to the battlefield so you can prove to me just how loyal you really are? The young men of my country are dying by the hundreds of thousands in a war against an enemy that seems invincible. If that weren't bad enough, then there's the fact that the families of those same men are being starved to death while simultaneously working themselves into an early grave. What my people need isn't more violence and bloodshed, but food, water, medicine, and shelter. Something that is nearly impossible to provide during these grim times. No, I will not use force to coerce these poor souls back into the factory, while their payment doesn't even cover the cost of a daily meal for their families. Instead, I will pay these workers with food, even if I have to give up my own reserves to do so. Now, unless you want to be sent to the front lines, I suggest you begin distribution of proper payment to my workers immediately. Though the general of the Imperial Guard was stunned by this response, he did not dare disobey. Partially in fear of serving in actual combat, and partially out of respect for the war goddess, even if she had taken a different approach to dealing with this internal strife. While Itami had taken measures to prevent a total rebellion on her hands, the appeasement of the common people could only last so far as Itami's food reserves did, and they would be depleted at most in another 3 months. So, in a way, all she had managed to accomplish was by herself time. Chapter 1078, The Liberation of Seoul. The war in Korea had become far more intense than the Germans initially expected. While the Reich provided naval, air, and armored support to the Joseon army, it was the Korean people themselves who shed the most blood in pursuit of liberating their lands, which had been occupied by the Japanese Empire for years. Among these fighters was none other than Cha Jong-soo, a teenage boy who had been fighting the Japanese for years as a member of the Southern Joseon resistance movement. In the city of Seoul, machine guns echoed in the air, along with artillery and explosions. Whether these came from artillery, grenades, improvised explosive devices, or rocket launchers, it was difficult to tell. While the Joseon German coalition force invaded from the northern tip of the city and battled through the streets against the Japanese occupiers, the Southern Joseon resistance had begun their attack. Jong-soo loaded his Type 100 submachine gun, which he had scavenged from a dead Japanese officer some time ago as he peered over the edge of a brick wall. On the other side of his cover was a squad of Imperial Japanese soldiers, who were hidden behind a barricade, armed with a captured 8.8 cm Pak-43 anti-tank gun, as well as a few shoulder-fired rocket launchers of their own design. These men were shaking as they heard the roar of a Panther's engine progressing down the street, along with the sound of its steel tracks clambering over the ground. In their experience, one of these anti-tank guns was capable of piercing the armor of the Panther at close range, whereas their rocket launchers were not nearly as effective. The Type 4 rocket launcher was not only extremely heavy, but hardly what one would call mobile. It could only be fired prone with the support of a bipod in the front and a monopod in the rear. It was also only really effective against the least armored regions of a Panther tank, and at close range only. However, these weapons had proven effective at holding up armored columns while in cities, and slowing down the German advance, and thus they had been produced in massive quantities back in the Japanese mainland while being shipped solely to the Korean theater. After all, the South China Sea was effectively controlled by the Kriegsmarine now that the Imperial Japanese Navy was left with only one fleet to guard the mainland. Jiangsu knew that if he did not take out this squad, then the Joseon German army would be walking right into a trap. Thus, he and a small fire team of southern Joseon rebels armed primarily with submachine guns took a deep breath to calm their nerves before attacking the Japanese, who were too focused on the road ahead to know that enemies were lurking no more than 30 feet away. After calming his heart, Jiangsu raised slightly above his cover, just enough to aim his weapon, and sprayed the entire magazine towards the Japanese troops. He was not alone, as 3 other men did the same. The sudden ambush, along with the overwhelming volume of lead, had completely caught the Japanese off guard, and by the time the squad realized they were under attack, they were already dead or bleeding out. After swiftly reloading his magazine, Jiangsu dumped another wall of lead into the bodies of the Japanese soldiers just to make sure they were really dead, and perhaps as a means to vent his frustrations with the ongoing conflict, which he had been a part of since he was a small child. With the Japanese squad dead, Jiangsu quickly gave an order to his fire team while scavenging supplies from the enemy. Scavenge what you can and plug that anti-tank gun with a thermite grenade. The last thing we need is it being used by our allies. You've got 30 seconds, now go. The southern Joseon rebels did as they were instructed before running away from the area. And just in time too, as they heard the sounds of a Japanese Type 4 medium tank rolling up the street. Shortly thereafter, the sound of an 8.8 cm gun firing could be overheard in the distance, along with an explosion. In the next second, a Jag Panther tank destroyer rolled down the street and pointed its gun past the smoking wreckage of the Japanese tank, before firing another shot towards a different hostile target. The Joseon rebels cheered as they saw the Royal Joseon Army rush through the streets, supporting the German armor, as they fought another Japanese barricade further down the line. An officer of the Joseon Army who was trailing behind his unit noticed the rebels who were hiding nearby and quickly approached them. The man had a submachine gun of German design in his hands and a rather stern expression on his face. He was quite cautious after seeing the rebels. After all, the rebels were equipped with mostly scavenged Japanese weapons. You there, present yourselves or I will open fire. Jiangsu walked forward with his hands held in the air as a sign that he was not hostile. However, the Joseon officer continued to raise his weapon and bark orders, which immediately got on Jiangsu's nerves. Rather than get himself shot, Jiangsu complied, albeit with a bit of a conceited tone in his voice. Cha Jiangsu, with the southern Joseon resistance. You're welcome, by the way. If not for us, your tank would have just walked straight into an ambush. I reckon that Pak-43 would have made short work of it at such a short distance, let alone the rocket launchers. Those Japs were carrying. The officer did not dare look behind him to confirm what Joseon said. Not when there were several heavily armed men in front of him. He instead slightly lowered his weapon and nodded his head before giving the rebels orders as if he were their superior officer. The army is advancing south. If you are as capable as you claim, then you can regroup with my company and support our efforts. Now get moving. Jiangsu, however, was not pleased with this remark, nor the tone in the officer's voice. He had operated independently as a guerrilla fighter for years now, and did not want to take orders from some fence-sitter. Thus he spat on the ground before responding to the officer's commands with what he truly thought of them. Fuck you, you think now that you finally decide to do something about the fucking Japs that those of us who have been fighting and bleeding for years have to listen to your orders? This is our city, and we know it best. We'll support you alright, but if you think I'm listening to a damn thing you have to say, then you're out of your mind. Come on boys, we're gonna go fuck up some more Japs. After saying this, the rebels departed, leaving the officer in a bit of a foul mood. He had never expected that he would be greeted by the local resistance in such a disrespectful manner. However, all he could do was swallow his pride and regroup with his unit as they pushed further south into the city. Despite the Imperial Japanese Army's best efforts to put up one last bit of resistance against their enemies, the city of Seoul would fall back into the hands of the Joseon dynasty after another 3 days of fighting. where the Joseon-German coalition would continue to march further south with the intention of liberating everything between them and Busan. Chapter 1079, Memorial Day. Berenger woke up bright and early, as he always did. As the ruler of the single most powerful nation in the world, he had no chance to sleep in even if he wanted to. Thus, at the crack of dawn, he rose from his bed and climbed into the shower before getting dressed in his imperial regalia. It was not every day that Berenger wore the highly decorated military dress uniform. However, today was no ordinary day. The Memorial Day festival had arrived, much in thanks to Adela's efforts. Thus, Berenger would have to make another public appearance, something he found himself enjoying less and less as the years passed by. He would absolutely choose to be a hermit if he had the option, but hiding from the public when you were the head of state was never a good sign. Thus, after perfectly grooming himself, Berenger gazed into the mirror, where he saw his handsome features. Age had begun to catch up with the man, which until now he had not taken notice of. No longer was there the youthful and exuberant face of a young man who had his whole life ahead of him. Instead, there were various signs of aging, whether it be the slight wrinkles above his brow, of the lines beneath his eyes. However, he did, in fact, age well, especially when one considered that his job was perhaps the single most stressful occupation in the history of mankind. His good looks had not faded and perhaps had even been enhanced by the signs of age which now marked his face. When winter finally reared its ugly head, Berenger would be 36 years old, no longer what one would consider being young. Despite this, his physique was flawless. After all, he worked tirelessly to maintain his physicality and ensured that he stayed away from the traps of an unhealthy diet and sedentary lifestyle. It was hard to believe that 15 years had passed since he was first reincarnated into this world, as it all seemed to have gone by so quickly. He had accomplished more than any man in history during these 15 years, except for perhaps Alexander, and still had so much more to do. After closely examining his aging appearance for some time, Berenger sighed heavily, before leaving his bathroom and entering his study. A pile of documents was neatly stacked on his desk. No matter how much paperwork he filled out at the start of the next day, just as many papers would be sitting in the same exact spot. It was an endless cycle of sweat and toil, and though most men envied Berenger for his position, the truth was if they had to do the overwhelming workload that he had to endure each day, they would quickly find themselves wishing for their previous meager existence. Few men were cut out for the life of a ruler, and even less were any good at it. It would still be many hours before Berenger had to make a public appearance, and thus, after sipping on his cup of coffee, which had already been prepared for him by his kitchen staff, he began to read each and every document. Those which would be signed into law he would write his signature upon, those which he felt were against the interests of his dynasty or the German state were vetoed, and thus tossed aside for recycling. Many hours passed before the clock struck noon, which woke Berenger from his studious stupor. Realizing that it was now time to present himself to the people and make a speech, he stood up from his seat, dusted himself off and exited the room. Berenger continued through the palace, where he rendezvoused with his wives, Linda and Adela, along with his sister Henrietta, at the bottom of the staircase which leads to the entryway of the palace. Linda had spent the last month undergoing detox, and looked as beautiful as ever. She no longer had puffy eyes or a sickly tone. Instead, it was as if a burst of renewed energy had rejuvenated the woman to her pre-depressive state. After hugging and kissing each of the three women, Berenger placed a hand on Lindy's shoulder and complimented her appearance. "You look absolutely ravishing. It's hard to believe you are the same woman as that depressed drunk who spent all her time in my bar." Linda flushed in embarrassment while thinking about how poor her behavior had been during the initial month following her eldest son's deployment. After getting her act together and focusing on her health, she had made a full recovery, and was now back at work, monitoring the war with Japan, which to the German people seemed so disconnected from their peaceful and prosperous daily lives. Berenger led Linda, Adela, and Henrietta to the car which was waiting for them, before traveling to the venue for today's festival, which was about to begin. After arriving at the location, Berenger sat down in a special booth where his family was already waiting for him. The moment he sat down, a military parade began, where soldiers wore their black and gold dress uniforms as they proudly marched through the street, in the attire that they had worn nearly a decade ago. The black and gold, steel pickelhaubes shone underneath the light of the sun as the German soldiers marched. Drums and trumpets were played by the military bands, while men on horseback rode through the street. The German military was an industrial behemoth, so much so that Berenger had shipped less than 1/3 of his entire armed forces to fight the war with Japan. There were more troops guarding the fatherland and the colonies than there were actively engaging in combat against the Empire of Japan. Many of those men were marching through the streets of all major German cities, dressed in uniforms that resembled a past era, while wielding weapons of the same age. Finally, after the parade was completed, Berenger took the stage, where a podium sat with a microphone. Cameras were stationed on every corner to broadcast the Kaiser's speech to the entire German nation. With a stoic expression on his face, Berenger began to speak. It is difficult to believe that 15 years have passed since I first took up arms in pursuit of a dream. In fact, the events of those days seem like a lifetime ago. And yet, at the same time, it was as if they had occurred only yesterday. What was this dream, you might ask? A united Germany, where the German people are their own masters. In these 15 years, I have fought and struggled to create and build this empire from practically nothing. However, I was not alone in my efforts to do so. In fact, during this time, millions of young men have followed me into battle. And though I am no longer in a position to stand on the front lines, I continue to do my duty to defeat our enemies. Though I stand here and speak to you all today about my ambitions that have led to the creation of this great empire, I must humbly admit that today is not about me. No, today is about something much more important than any single man. Today is a day that is dedicated to those brave men who have sacrificed everything to build and maintain this nation, which we call home. Today, we remember those who have fallen in defense of our great nation. And it is with a heavy heart that I must remind you all the price that has been paid, and must continue to be paid for the prosperity that we all are fortunate enough to possess. The price of freedom is steep, and it is paid with the lives of the brave and the bold who are willing to take up arms to defend folk and family. So, as we all celebrate today, I want you all to remember those who have died to ensure that our nation can continue to thrive and prosper. Thank you all for coming today, and I hope you enjoy the festivities that my wife Adela has prepared for all of you. With that said, Berenger saluted the troops who stood at attention below the stage, who returned his gesture. After doing so, he departed from the scene and joined in the public feasts that were occurring in every town and city across the Reich. Berenger had spared no expense, ensuring that the finest German cuisine and alcohol were freely available to every citizen of the Reich. Then, after the feast had ended, he took to the Grand Kufstein Arena, where he rather patiently watched a soccer tournament unfold. While the crowd went crazy for the game, Berenger was personally disinterested in any sport other than those which involved mutual combat. Still, for the sake of ceremony, he sat and watched, as did the rest of the Reich, either in person or on their television sets. After the game was over, Berenger returned to his palace with his family, where he spent the rest of the night enjoying his time with them, wishing that his eldest son was home to partake in the festivities. Chapter 1080, Advancements in Weapons and Tactics. The day after the Memorial Day celebrations, Berenger awoke early in the morning once more. Like usual, he filled out a mountain of paperwork while drinking copious quantities of coffee. By the time he had finished with his daily tasks, the sun had already set, and he was just about to get up and stretch his legs when he noticed an unusual proposal on his desk, which until now had been buried beneath what can only be described as a mountain of paperwork. Berenger carefully observed the document, which turned out to be blueprints for a new and improved helicopter. Until now, the German army had manufactured a limited number of primitive choppers for use with special operations. The design that had been approved by the Kufstein Royal Armory was essentially a WW2-era Fokker-Achilles FA-223 Drach, which was severely lacking in nearly every aspect when compared with more modern helicopters. In fact, the helicopter currently employed by the Reich was practically a plane without wings and two propellers mounted in a rather unconventional method. Since there was a desperate need for improvement, Berenger decided to alter the blueprints just enough to push his engineers in the right direction. If there was one critical component of the German military that was preventing it from being a modern fighting force, it was a severe lack of air assault capabilities. With this in mind, Berenger altered the designs of the blueprints which had been submitted to him for approval by transforming the overall shape of the aircraft to match that of the UH-1D Huey from his past life. This helicopter was designed primarily for utility purposes, and thus its main armament were two double-barreled, dual-feed MG-27S which were mounted to the doors. These guns were modeled after the MG-14Z from Berengar's past life and had a cyclic rate of roughly 3,000 rounds per minute. After making these upgrades, Berenger sent the design back to the Kufstein Royal Armory so that they could figure out how to make it work. He expected the production of the vehicles to take place within the next few months. Perhaps if his troops were lucky, they'd be flying in these bad boys over the Japanese mainland by the end of the war. Having concluded this, Berenger then began to write out a new doctrine for air assault, so that the proper training structure was in place by the time the new helicopters entered mass production. It took many hours for the man to conclude these efforts, and in the end, he finally placed down his pen after midnight had already passed. It was not unusual for Berenger to burn the midnight oil to speak. In fact, more often than not these days, he went to bed after his wives had already fallen asleep. Thus, after finishing his work, Berenger rose from his desk and approached the nearest bedroom he could find, which just so happened to be Henrietta's, where he stripped before climbing into bed, where he found his sister and wife spooning together as they slept with smiles on their faces. While Berenger finally got some rest after a hard day's work, Itami was wide awake, in her own bedroom, working on a design of her own. It had become abundantly clear that the German army possessed an overwhelmingly superior amount of firepower. From the infantry to the armored units, the Germans had overwhelmed her forces with sheer volume of fire. Initially, Itami had suspected that semi-automatic weapons in the hands of her infantry would be more than enough to deal with her adversaries. However, the average German rifleman was armed with either an automatic rifle in the form of the STG-27 or a modern assault rifle in the form of the STG-32. From everything Itami understood, these weapons were simply FG-42S and STG-44S, which, when produced in such massive numbers, had a serious effect on battlefield performance. The Imperial Japanese Army would need to increase its overall volume of fire if it could even hope of defending the Japanese mainland from a German invasion, and thus Itami had spent the last 3 days under the light of the Divine Mirror, trying to come up with the ultimate infantry rifle. The weapon that Itami ended up developing was essentially a Howa Type 64 Select Fire battle rifle. However, rather than be chambered in 7.62 by 51 NATO like during her past life, she made the rifle use the venerable 7.7 by 58 mm Arisaka, which her armed forces currently made use of. After designing her new battle rifle, Itami grabbed another piece of paper and began to work on another design. What had become perfectly clear during the war with the German Empire was that the Panther tank and the Jagdpanther tank destroyer were vastly superior to her Type 4 Cheeto medium tanks. As a result, Itami's armored divisions were being shredded in the Korean theater. She knew that it was only a matter of time before a German invasion of the Japanese mainland occurred, and thus, she had wanted to increase her armored division's capabilities so that they could properly contend with even the heaviest armor that the Reich employed. Thus, the first of these two armored designs was that of the Type 5 Cheery, which was essentially a larger and heavier variant of the previously manufactured Type 4 Cheeto. The vehicle had 75 mm of armor plating, a 75 mm primary gun, as well as a 37 mm secondary gun. It also made use of two 7.7 Type 97 heavy tank machine guns. The Type 5 also had an operational range of 250 kilometers and was capable of 45 kilometers per hour speeds. If anything, this massive behemoth of a tank was closer in size and ability to the Wehrmacht's Tiger II tank from the Second World War of Itami's past life than it was to this world's Panther tank, which would mean that it was more than a match for Germany's armored divisions. The only problems that Itami had would be the production of these vehicles. Assuming she ended up losing Korea, that meant that her ability to produce steel, let alone manufacture it into armored vehicles and engines, would be severely depleted. Thus, it was her intent to make as many of these tanks as she could while she still occupied some territory in the Korean peninsula. Aside from the Type 64 battle rifle and the Type 5 Cheery medium tank, Itami also planned the production of a dedicated tank destroyer, which came in the form of the Type 5 NATO, which, like the Cheery and the Cheeto, was a prototype weapon designed by the Empire of Japan during the final days of the Second World War in Itami's past life. The NATO was more of a self-propelled gun, then it was a dedicated tank destroyer. Unlike the Jagdpanther, it was not fully enclosed. Instead, it was an armored chassis with a giant gun mounted on top. The crew would load the weapon from an exposed behind, similar to the German Hummel self-propelled artillery. However, rather than its historical counterpart, which made us of the same gun that was on the Type 4 and the Type 5 medium tanks, Itami planned to use an upscaled 88 mm high-velocity tank gun, which was based upon the Type 5 75 mm tank gun, essentially giving it the same amount of firepower as the German Jagdpanther. With these three weapons, Itami planned to make the Germans pay the price should they dare to set foot on the Japanese mainland. So far, the war had not been going in her favor, and she was wise enough to realize that in a matter of months, her homeland would be under threat of a massive German invasion. If these new weapons could not deal with the German army when they landed on her shores, then nothing she could possibly design would fill such a role. Thus, while Berenger extended his aerial warfare capabilities, Itami focused on the ground, knowing full well that competing with the Reich in the skies was a losing battle. After completing these designs and reflecting on her grim future, Itami recalled a quote by Erwin Rommel from her past life. "Anyone who has to fight, even with the most modern weapons, against an enemy in complete command of the air, fights like a savage against modern European troops, under the same handicaps, and with the same chances of success." Erwin Rommel. With that depressing thought, Itami turned off the lights to her room and crawled into bed, no longer wanting to think about just how horribly this war was going for her and her empire. By the time she fell asleep, her mind had drifted to thoughts of her past life and her relationship with Julian. When she awoke the next day, she rue the fact that she had not died peacefully in her sleep. Chapter 1081. The Battle of Brunei. In less than 3 months, the Borneo theater had collapsed around the Japanese. Currently, the Imperial Japanese Army was trapped in the Bay of Brunei with no way out. Since the Kriegsmarine had begun patrolling the South China Sea, there had been no opportunity for the Imperial Japanese Navy to rescue their soldiers from certain death. After fighting bitterly to the last man in every battle so far, what remained of the Japanese forces in the region had completely fallen back to the last available territory they could occupy. They had fortified the Bay of Brunei in every conceivable position, watching and waiting for the German Majapahit coalition's attack. Captain Hermann von Habsburg sat on top of a Panther tank with his rifle in hand. He, along with his entire squad, would be riding these machines of war to the edge of the battlefield, where they would then deploy alongside their Mujahid allies to assault the enemy's position. This was the final battle in the Bornean theater, and for the last 3 days the Kriegsmarine along with the Luftwaffe had bombarded the coast of Brunei with everything they had. Despite this, Hermann was quite convinced that the Japanese defenses were, in fact, well intact, and thus he was expecting a bloody battle to unfold. Just as he was prepared to say his prayers, the roar of the Panther's engine echoed in the air as the tank's crewmen activated the machine. With this, Hermann and his men would be deploying to the front lines of war. Not long after, the armored division reached the edges of the battlefield where German and Mujahid soldiers deployed from the tops of tanks and the interiors of infantry fighting vehicles. While the German armor bulldozed through the Japanese defenses without the slightest hesitation, the infantry stayed back and opened fire on the enemy soldiers. Hermann hid behind the cover of sandbags as he fired his assault rifle down range and towards the Japanese defenses. He aligned the rear and front sights with one another onto the torso of a Japanese rifleman, who fired wildly towards the coalition forces. It was immediately apparent that the man was a conscript who had been rushed into service, as his shots widely missed anything they were remotely aimed towards, if they had been properly aimed at all. With the squeeze of the trigger, a single shot flew down range and into the man's chest, as it tore through his insides and buried itself in the soldier's heart. Because the Germans were not facing enemies with body armor, they had been issued ammunition that would have been banned in the use of war during Berengar's past life. Hollow-point bullets were designed to pierce the flesh and expand rapidly upon impact, creating a much larger body cavity. They were especially deadly to soft targets. However, the one fault with these rounds was the shape of the bullet, which was lacking in precision at longer ranges. As a result, the German army had manufactured 8 by 57 mm ammunition and 8 by 33 mm ammunition with polymer tips that gave the bullet the proper Spitzer shape, which allowed it to excel at long ranges, while still having the same performance as a standard hollow-point round once it had penetrated the flesh of its target. In Berengar's past life, these projectiles were used primarily in hunting, as hollow points of any kind were prohibited in combat by international rules of war. However, in this world, the only rules regarding warfare were designed by Berenger to protect civilians and prisoners of war. Despite this, he had explicitly ensured that no prohibitions were made on the types of weapons and munitions that were permitted in combat. Thus, these specialty hollow-point munitions were fair game. After firing a single shot into the chest of the Japanese soldier, Hermann aimed down his sights and fired a controlled burst towards another target. At least 2 of the 4 bullets hit their mark, as the man howled in pain and fell to the floor. If he was not dead already, then he would be soon. Hermann continued to fire his shots, as did the men of his company, as well as their Mujahid allies. After using up 1 magazine, Hermann hit the release on his rifle and swiftly swapped out the magazine for a fresh one, where he pulled back on the charging handle and released it just as he was aiming down his sights at another target. By now, the German armor had broken through Brunei's defenses and had paved a way for Hermann and his men to advance forward. Thus, with the blow of a whistle, he signaled to all his troops to charge the enemy defenses, which he led by example. Holding his assault rifle in his hands, Hermann rushed through rifle and machine gun fire alike as he charged towards the gap in the enemy's defenses. Once inside, he aimed down the bore of his weapon and fired a shot into the bodies of the enemy at extremely close range. The selective fire capability of the Germans' weapons proved themselves invaluable in close-quarters combat, as they just needed to point the muzzle of their weapon towards the torsos of the enemy and hold down the trigger. This could not be said for the Japanese, who were primarily armed with long, semi-automatic rifles, which could only fire as fast as one could pull the trigger. In fact, the confusion between automatic and semi-automatic function had led to some seriously stupid government restrictions on a wide variety of firearms and accessories within certain states of America during Berengar's past life. Without mercy, Hermann and his unit rushed through the fray and fired controlled bursts towards the torsos of the enemy, who tried their best to stem the rising tide of German and Mujahid soldiers who charged through the gaps in their defenses. Try as they might, the firepower in the hands of the Germans, as well as the overwhelming number of Mujahid soldiers, had quickly overrun the Japanese defenses, forcing them further and further back towards the coastline, until finally they had nowhere left to run. The last remaining Japanese soldiers, realizing their imminent deaths, had chosen to fix their bayonets and charge at the coalition forces in one last attempt to kill the enemy. Unfortunately for them, they were completely surrounded by armor and infantry alike, who unloaded their weapons onto the Japanese troops without a single hint of mercy. Ask for no mercy and expect none. That was the motto that the Imperial Japanese soldiers were drilled with by their officers, who were mostly samurai from an era now past. The Japanese army did not even think to surrender. Instead, they died with swords and rifles in hand, with their honor intact. With this victory, the battle for Borneo was finally completed. With the aid of their German allies, the Royal Mujahid Army had reclaimed the island for their empire, and annihilated the last remnant of their enemy who had dared to invade in the first place. Though Itami would grieve the loss of her soldiers, and lament the fact that she could not evacuate them from the island, ultimately she would double her efforts to remain in control of the southern half of the Joseon Peninsula, while reinforcing her position in the Philippines, which she was certain would be the next area to be invaded by her enemies. Chapter 1082. Next Generation of Flight. Word reached Hyankyo shortly after the Japanese defeat in Borneo. Itami was understandably quite glum after hearing that she had already lost a theater of combat after merely 3 months of warfare. As a result, she had quickly responded to the incident by reinforcing her position in both southern Korea and the Philippines, which she felt would be the next region to suffer a German invasion. Another month came and passed, as the fighting in Korea continued, and yet during this time, an invasion never came to the Philippines. Instead, the German Empire had taken a step back and fortified their position in the South China Sea. With the Philippines cut off from the rest of the Japanese Empire, Berenger had no plans to rush an invasion. Instead, he began to ferry troops from the Indian Empire to Borneo, along with more regiments of the Royal Majapahit Army. Until now, Daria had stayed out of the war, at least as far as combat was concerned. Instead, he provided logistical support and raw materials to his German allies. However, with the victory in Borneo, Daria decided now was the time to win some glory for his own empire, and thus he had declared war on Japan the day after the Battle of Borneo was decided. As a result, 100,000 fresh soldiers from the Indian Empire were now moving towards Borneo and Phuket, where they, along with their Majapahit allies, would invade the Philippines. With the Indians getting involved in the conflict, Berenger no longer needed to send his own troops to the South China Sea. Instead, he began ferrying his divisions north towards Korea to make a complete and total push against the fortified Japanese defenses. The Kaiser expected that within a month, Korea would fall in its entirety back into Joseon hands. From there, it was a simple matter of laying siege to the Japanese mainland. In the meantime, the 6th and 8th carrier strike groups had returned to their respective ports to rearm and refuel. Hans was currently standing on board the SMS Österreich's deck as he gazed upon the newest acquisition that his carrier wing had been gifted. 2 new aircraft were replacing the older Ta-152 fighter interceptors and Ju-87 Stuka torpedo bombers. The Kufstein Royal Armory had truly outdone themselves as they managed to produce an entire carrier wing's worth of the latest generation fighters. What was supposed to take 6 months to a year had been accomplished in half the minimum estimated time frame. The Ta-183 and 3 jet fighters were sitting on board the deck of the carrier as Hans walked over and touched the hull of the new aircraft he had been issued. He was utterly astonished by the latest creation of the fatherland, which the deck crew was currently painting his particular jet red, white, and black. Hans climbed into the cockpit of the fighter and looked at the controls, which were more advanced than his previous turbojet-powered fighter interceptor. Not only were the avionics vastly improved over the old design, but there was an extra button on the joystick, which Hans suspected was the controls for the missile system he saw hanging off the wings. The Ta-183 jet fighter that the Germans employed in this world was far more advanced than the prototype design the Nazis had come up with at the end of the Second World War in Berengar's past life. If one were to classify this aircraft by the previous world standards, it would be considered a Generation 2+ jet. The only reason it wasn't considered a Generation 3 jet was because the design lacked supersonic flight, as it was not equipped with afterburners. Aside from the Ta-183 jet fighters, there was another design that was simultaneously developed alongside it. The AR-234 was a jet-powered bomber that was small and lightweight when compared to larger designs. In the Second World War of Berengar's past life, these bombers saw limited use at the end of the war as a reconnaissance aircraft. However, Berenger had been inspired by the design and modified it for a single purpose: to be used on board carriers as an anti-ship bomber. The AR-234s that were stationed on board the SMS Österreich could carry either 1,500 kilograms worth of bombs or multiple torpedoes within its bay. And while this was impressive enough on its own, these bombers were also equipped with a far more deadly weapon. On top of each of the AR-234s was a single V-1 cruise missile, which could be launched at an enemy target while mid-flight. Naturally, Berenger intended for these missiles to take out Japanese ships. These bombers were not only fast enough to evade Japanese anti-aircraft weaponry, but they could also launch a lethal strike against an enemy vessel from 240 kilometers away. To put it simply, even if the Imperial Japanese Navy was 5 times its current size, a single German carrier strike group armed with these bombers would be capable of annihilating it. However, even though only one CSG was currently armed with these most advanced weapons, Berenger intended to replace the air wings aboard each carrier with these new jet-powered aircraft by the end of the war, thus giving Germany the ability to own the world's oceans. Hans could only smile as he thought about just how much of an advantage the Reich would have over any opponent it may face in the future. While Japan had struggled to produce wooden aircraft, Germany was now capable of mass manufacturing jet fighters and bombers. The next generation of flight had come as quickly as the previous one had disappeared. With this first foray into jet technology, the Luftwaffe would continue to develop and produce new jet aircraft to replace their current propeller designs. However, what was most certain was the fact that these jet fighters and bombers on board the SMS Österreich would be the first of such technology to wage war in this world. Something that Hans took pride in. Shortly after inspecting the new aircraft, Hans was called back into the section of the ship where he and his fellow pilots resided. The wing commander had an announcement he wanted to make, and as a captain of his own squadron, Hans was standing beside him. The commander gazed upon his pilots. Some of them were experienced veterans by now, and others were fresh replacements for those who had been lost in the war. Either way, they all had wide smiles on their faces as they were discussing among themselves the newest aircraft that they would be first in the entire Luftwaffe to fly. However, the commander did not seem pleased, and thus was quick to give his thoughts. By now you have all seen the new aircraft our carrier wing has been assigned to fly. I won't lie to you. We are being used as guinea pigs to test the latest equipment, and we now have limited time to get accustomed to these new so-called jets before we are sent to war in them. Though our superiors deny it, I have no doubt that you can thank the Crimson Prince for our newest upgrades. As the greatest flying ace in the Reich and the son of the Kaiser, he has undoubtedly caught the eye of the Air Marshal, who seems to think our wing is the best test subjects in the entire Luftwaffe. So, once we have finished loading these new planes on board the carrier, I want each and every one of you to become as acquainted with them as possible over the next few weeks. That means no shore leave, especially you Haywire. From now until the moment we depart, you all will be logging in as many flight hours as you can possibly achieve. That is all. Dismissed. Despite the commander's harsh words, the rest of the air wing seemed ecstatic to test the newest equipment. Things had been rather stale since they had begun patrolling the South China Sea. With Borneo now back in the hands of the Majapahit Empire, and the invasion of the Philippines still quite some time away, these men had not seen combat in some time. Though that was about to change soon enough. Chapter 1083. Fall of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Since the Battle of the Marshall Islands, Itami had been keeping her navy within the Sea of Japan as a protective measure. Japan only had 4 battleships left, and a handful of cruisers. The rest of what remained of the Imperial Japanese were small flotillas of destroyers and submarines, which did their best to protect the Japanese transport convoys. However, Berenger was determined to eliminate what was left of Japan's naval forces, and thus after a few weeks of his pilots getting intimately familiar with their new aircraft, the Kaiser tasked the pilots of the 6th Carrier Air Wing to conduct an all-out attack on the Japanese Navy which was currently patrolling in the Sea of Japan. Currently, the 6th Carrier Strike Group was roughly halfway between Taiwan and the Bohai Sea. Their official objective was to enter the region and provide air support to the Joseon German coalition force. However, in reality they had a much more secret mission. Hans was awoken within the dead of night by his fellow pilots, who were already dressed in their flight gear. Haywire had a particularly sinister grin on his face as he tossed the boy's uniform onto his half-awake face, before yelling at him. Hans, get the fuck up. We've got a mission to complete. With that said, the Crimson Prince dragged himself out of bed before adorning himself in his flight uniform. Once that was completed, he joined the rest of the pilots on the deck of the SMS Österreich, where he saw the wing commander suited up and was ready for battle. Naturally, the man had prepared a speech for his unit of highly trained pilots. Gentlemen, today we will be conducting a covert operation in the Sea of Japan. As we speak, the 3rd Fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy is patrolling the region. Needless to say that this fleet is our enemy's last remaining naval force of any significance. Thus, our objective is to take flight with our new aircraft and strike them from a distance with our V-1 cruise missiles. As for our fighter pilots, your objective is to safeguard the bombers in case we come across any threats. You have your orders, so get ready to take flight. Captain Hans, since your skills as a pilot are so renowned, you will be the first to launch. It was times like this that Hans suspected that his wing commander and former flight trainer was deeply envious of his achievements thus far. However, he had no plan to complain, and thus saluted the man before doing as instructed. Once inside the cockpit, Hans ignited his engine, while aligning his aircraft with the steam-powered catapult which launched him into the air, where he began to pilot his fighter to the coordinates he had been given. Immediately after, another plane was launched and then another until all 42 aircraft were airborne and headed to the Sea of Japan. The journey did not take too terribly long. While traveling at roughly 1,223 kilometers per hour, it took roughly half an hour from their launch point to reach their destination. The wing of fighters and bombers was a long way from any naval support that they may receive. However, they were also at a high altitude while in the middle of the night. While the German jets were equipped with extensive radar capabilities, the Japanese Ki-106s were utterly lacking such technology. The only thing they had to worry about was the possibility that a Japanese radar station would pick them up. Unfortunately for them, there was one located on the island of Tsushima, which quickly located the German radar signatures as a foreign adversary when they began to approach the Jeju Strait. After which, the Japanese launched a series of fighters to intercept them. However, the Japanese fighter planes could only travel at roughly after the speed of the German jets, and thus they had no chance of reaching the German position before they launched their attack. With each passing second, the German carrier wing approached their target at a rapid speed. It was only a matter of time before the third fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy was sunk. Itami was awoken in the middle of the night by one of her aides. There was an anxious look on the woman's face as she rather hurriedly explained the details of what the Japanese generals had to say. As a devout member of the cult of the war goddess, the aide used the honorific that was only reserved for deities in Japan when speaking to Itami. Kami-sama, I am sorry to wake you at such an ungodly hour. However, you should know that our radar station at Tsushima has picked up multiple signatures of what appear to be German aircraft. Itami glared at her aide, furious that she had been woken up over such a trivial matter. She was quick to scold the woman for her foolishness. So, dispatch our fighters to intercept them. Do you really need to wake me up over such a petty matter? However, the anxious look on the aide's face only worsened as she bit her lip, struggling to give voice to the concerns of the generals who had dispatched her to awaken the young empress. Kami-sama, you should know, the German aircraft were traveling at such high speeds that our fighters were not capable of intercepting them before they approached their target, which appears to be the third fleet. What Itami just heard was simply ludicrous. There was no feasible way the Germans could accomplish such a thing. Unless, suddenly Itami had a gut-wrenching feeling in her innards. She quickly jumped out of bed and threw her coat around her nightgown, where she immediately proceeded to the war room of her palace without saying a single word. Once inside, the generals all looked to Itami with looks of concern on their faces. They did not know how the Germans had achieved such high speeds with their aircraft, but it was deeply concerning. Before these men could even question their orders from their empress, she had barked commands at them. Get Admiral Izumi Hiramori on the line this instant, and warn him that the Germans are fast approaching. I don't know how they managed to achieve it, but we cannot underestimate their sudden attack. Quickly, or I will have your heads. Admiral Izumi Hiramori was a staunch fanatic of the cult of the war goddess. He would listen to anything Itami commanded and fulfill her orders without hesitation, no matter how absurd it was. Itami knew that the fleet could not possibly outrun the possibility of German jet fighters and bombers, and thus she had given her naval forces the order to be prepared for an immediate attack, hoping that the flak guns on board the vessel would be more than enough to stop the Germans in whatever dastardly plot they had conceived. At the same time, Itami stared at a screen which displayed the radar signatures of her third fleet, which located somewhere in the Jeju Strait. However, in the next moment, Itami's worst fears were realized as one of the ship's radar signatures immediately disappeared from the map, followed by another, and another, until the entire fleet had vanished. Itami could not explain how such a thing had happened so quickly, nor could she realize that the German bombers had attacked from a distance of 240 kilometers, with their cruise missiles, and in doing so utterly decimated the Japanese fleet. 30 cruise missiles had been launched, their targets locked onto the Japanese ships with radar. Their explosive payloads more than enough to destroy a battleship, let alone cruisers or destroyers. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could even react, the third fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy had been sunk. Neither Itami nor her generals wanted to believe that their last fleet was gone. Still, the evidence was damning. Despite this, there were multiple attempts to contact the sunken fleet. However, all that remained on the line was static, causing Itami to sink back into her seat in a deep depression. Her entire navy was gone, aside from a few submarines and destroyers which were protecting her transport ships. She no longer had the ability to fight the Germans on the sea, nor did she have the ability to contend with them in the air, as most of her air force had been destroyed as well. This was the final nail in the coffin. Itami had lost all hope of even bringing the Germans to the negotiating table. All she could do now was mount one last defense of the Japanese mainland. Her next course of action was abundantly clear. She must evacuate all of her troops from the Korean peninsula before the Germans could disrupt her. At the very least, she would spare what remained of her army a brutal death in a foreign land. Chapter 1084. Evacuating Busan. In a sudden turn of events, the Imperial Japanese Army had completely withdrawn from their fortified positions. Previously, the German and Joseon troops had battled the Japanese army to the death on every occasion, and not because they were particularly ruthless, but because the Japanese soldiers were possessed with an undying loyalty to their empire, believing this conflict to be a war of aggression started by the German Empire. However, suddenly, before the ground forces in Korea had time to confirm the destruction of the Third Japanese Fleet, the Imperial Japanese Army had made a full withdrawal. As a result, the German-Joseon coalition effortlessly made their way south through the Korean peninsula. Everywhere they looked, there was abandoned military and industrial equipment. The mines in the Taebaek Mountains had been completely deserted, with large heaps of iron ore and coal stacked in carts. It would appear that the Japanese were in such haste to flee that they had abandoned the natural resources which were the initial cause of their invasion and occupation of the southern half of the Korean peninsula. Naturally, Berenger knew why this was the case. Itami realized that her position in Korea was doomed without a navy to protect her transports. Since she could no longer continue to fight for the region, she was now withdrawing her forces to the Japanese mainland for once last defense. However, would Berenger allow her to do so? By no uncertain means this was Itami's Dunkirk, and if he let 100,000, or possibly even more Japanese soldiers, withdraw, then Japan would never give up its fight, not without a long and bloody conquest of Japan. Something Berenger wanted to avoid, if at all possible. However, there was a disagreement between the Kaiser and the Joseon king on how to proceed, and thus, Berenger was currently engaged in a bitter argument with his ally in the east. I understand your concern about looking after the civilians who have been traumatized by this Japanese occupation. However, if we allow the Japanese to retreat back to their homeland, they will never end this fight until we have fully invaded the Japanese mainland itself. They will fight us on the beaches, they will fight us on the landing grounds, they will fight us in the fields, and in the streets they will fight us in the hills, and they will never surrender. We must push forth to Busan and disregard everything else. For if we don't, this war will last for years, and will cause untold suffering to the young men of our nations. If you do not commit your forces to this attack, then I will conduct it alone. The Joseon king sat in silence for some time, as if debating internally on his next course of action. Which, in the end, he responded with a heavy sigh before agreeing to Berengar's demands. Very well, we shall do as you say. I will commit my troops to attack Busan alongside your forces. With this said, the German Empire and the Joseon dynasty immediately committed their troops to a hasty push southward to Busan in an attempt to intercept the Imperial Japanese army before they could retreat back to their homeland. Word came suddenly in the night. The Third Fleet was no more. With this loss, Japan no longer had the ability to project force abroad, and thus General Shiba Kayahiko was forced to withdraw his forces from Korea. This did not sit well with Shiba, who considered this loss the biggest humiliation of his life. In fact, he was so outraged by the Imperial Japanese Navy's destruction that he had been among the first to withdraw from the theater in order to speak with Itami, and beg the woman to give him another chance to redeem himself. Currently in the city of Hyankyo, Shiba and Itami were in a fierce argument about how to proceed with the ongoing war. Itami's face was flushed red with anger as she screamed at the top of her lungs at the man who she had trusted to win the Korean front for her. I would have thought that you, of all people, would understand my reason for retreating. We must reserve what is left of our forces to protect our homeland. That means both ground and air forces. Even if the majority of our current pilots are nothing more than conscripts given a crash course on how to fly, it will have to suffice. Without proper naval and air support, we cannot hope to defend Korea. Now is the time to withdraw our forces from abroad and defend our mainland from a German invasion to the best of our ability. If we can do this, we might be able to surrender on favorable terms. I don't care what you have to do, even if you have to arm the youth and elderly, but we must defend our homeland from the enemy, no matter the cost. Shiba had patiently listened to Itami's words, but found himself in complete disagreement with her approach. Surrender? How could he possibly surrender? To do so would be to admit that Itami was Berengar's inferior. Did the woman not always say that she would only marry a man who could best her on the battlefield? No, surrender was not an option. Instead, Shiba wanted one last chance to prove himself worthy of his goddess. Kami-sama, please, I beg you, do not withdraw our forces to the mainland. Instead, pull them back to Tsushima. The Germans will have to cross through the island in order to get to our shores. If I can just lead our troops in Tsushima, I know I can give you the victory you need. It would be easier and safer to withdraw her forces to Tsushima rather than the mainland. However, she did not want Shiba in charge of the defense. His talents were better suited to preparing the mainland's defenses in the event that Tsushima falls. Thus, she sighed heavily before relenting partially to his request. Very well, we shall withdraw our forces to Tsushima. However, I am not granting you authority over our forces in the region. I need you here, on the mainland, preparing our defenses in case the Germans manage to break through our lines on the island. I will have to find another suitable candidate for the task of defending Tsushima. I will also need to begin the immediate evacuation of all citizens on the island. Things are about to get ugly in the area, and I do not want any civilians caught in the crossfire. Though Shiba wanted to debate Itami further on this point, he was immediately silenced by the woman who raised her finger and pressed it against his lips the moment he uttered a sound. There was an intense glare in the albino's bow-tie sanguine eyes, which told the man all he needed to know. With a heavy sigh, he finally agreed to her orders before walking away and leaving her on her own. Very well, I understand. I will immediately begin to prepare our nation's defenses. After Shiba had vanished from Itami's sight, she fell back into her chair and took a deep breath to calm her nerves. If she could not gain a victory at Tsushima, then the war was as good as over. She had to prepare herself to do what was necessary for the safety of her people, even if it did not sit well with her generals. Chapter 1085, The Battle of Busan. After the victory in Borneo, Captain Hermann von Habsburg and his unit had been moved from the island to the Korean front, where he and the men beneath his command fought on the front lines of war. However, seemingly overnight, the Imperial Japanese army had begun to withdraw to Busan with the full intention of entirely abandoning the theater. Now it was a race against time as the soldiers of the German and Joseon armies bulldozed their way through the Korean landscape in an attempt to reach the shores of Busan before the enemy could escape back to their homeland. Hermann von Habsburg was not the slightest bit nervous. As proof of this, he rested on the sloped armor of a panther tank with his Stahlhelm covering his face so that it could block out the light of the sun. Other members of his unit were smoking cigarettes to cope with the stress of battle which they had endured for months on end. An entire generation of German youth had been raised for the purpose of war, and though these young men were tried and tested long before they stepped foot on the battlefield, they were still human. Enduring stress, especially when it came to the form of bullets and artillery, was something a person could only handle for so long without reprieve. Yet it was their duty to storm the beaches of Borneo and advance through the mountains of Korea without regard to their one single life. Self-sacrifice was the first basis for human civilization, and thus these men would gladly give their lives for family, folk, and fatherland if they had to, and not complain as they did so. Before stepping foot on the battlefield all those years ago, Hermann had been conflicted with a variety of familial issues stemming from his sister's betrayal that led to the death of their father. However, now he could not care less. War had become his home after years of battling savages, and now competing against the only other industrial power in this world, he was now accustomed to the echoes of gunfire and the scent of blood. Whether he lived or died, it ultimately did not matter to Hermann. After all, he still had an elder brother to continue the family name. Such a thing was not a life that Hermann found particularly attractive. Instead, he found himself more comfortable in a muddy trench surrounded by his men than he did at peace in the fatherland. Perhaps this was why he was still unwed even as he approached his 30s. Thus, as the echoes of gunfire crackled in the air from the Japanese defenses in Busan, he slept. Eventually, the sound of the Panther's main gun going off awakened the captain as he realized the rest of his company had hopped off their tanks and out of their infantry fighting vehicles, leaving him alone as bullets barreled towards him. After casually tossing his Stahlhelm over his skull, Hermann jumped down behind cover and racked the charging handle of his assault rifle. A nearby automatic rifleman had deployed his bipod over the crumbled stone wall and was firing off a burst of bullets towards the Japanese who hid behind sandbags. The advantage of the STG-27, which had been modeled after the FG-42 from Berengar's past life, was that it fired from an open bolt while in the automatic setting, while also firing from a closed bolt in the semi-automatic setting, allowing for reliable bursts of fire as well as precise shots. Each soldier had been issued a 1.5x magnified scope, which greatly enhanced their ability to hit targets while also allowing a perfect cowitness of the iron sights. Whether they were issued an automatic rifle or an assault rifle, these optics performed exceptionally on the battlefield, especially when compared with the Japanese who were forced to use iron sights. After firing a barrage of hollow-point bullets towards the enemy, Hermann heard the order come through from a nearby radio operator. "Captain, our orders are to withdraw from the front lines. It appears the artillery has arrived." Rather than risk being caught in danger close territory, Hermann, along with all other officers deployed to the front lines, quickly gave the order to retreat back to the armored vehicles. As thousands of German and Joseon troops withdrew from firing range, the Japanese soldiers hollered insults as if they truly believed it was they who forced the enemy to retreat. However, in the next moment their cheers came to an end as tens of thousands of rockets took to the skies and fell rapidly upon the Japanese defenses. The fiery explosions consumed all who were tasked with resisting the German Joseon advance. They were dead before they could even scream. What followed this rocket artillery was an overwhelming barrage of the Hummel self-propelled artillery which numbered in the hundreds. They ruthlessly pounded what remained of the Japanese defenses with their 15-centimeter guns. By the time the German mechanized infantry was permitted to attack again, nothing was left of the Imperial Japanese Army's first and second lines of defense except smoldering ruins. With this, the German-Joseon coalition was one step closer to the beaches where they could cut off the Japanese escape. While the German and Joseon armies made their way to the coast in an attempt to cut off the Japanese escape, the Luftwaffe was in the air doing their best to sink the transport ships. The primary means of attack were the Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers who dropped their payloads as often as possible. Most of these pilots had come from an airbase further north. As for the few carriers-borne bombers, they came from the 6th Carrier Strike Group who were further out in the Bohai Sea. Thus, rather than dive bombers, these were AR-234 jets which were equipped primarily with torpedoes this time around. As the SMS Österreich only kept a small supply of V-1 cruise missiles on board, which had been used up during the previous attack on the Japanese 3rd Fleet a few days prior. Hans, as usual, was tasked with protecting the bombers as he flew in his Ta-183/3 jet fighter, zipping through the air with minimal effort as fought against what limited aircraft the Japanese had deployed to protect their convoy. The Ta-183 jet fighter was capable of twice the speed as the Ki-106 fighter. It was also equipped with radar-guided air-to-air missiles. Thus, Hans had an enormous advantage over the enemy. The X-1 air-to-air missile was modeled after the Rüstel X-4 from Berengar's past life. However, unlike its predecessor, it was modified to make use of radar locking technology rather than wire-guided technology. As a result, it could seek and destroy Japanese fighters with ease. Hans had by now mastered the new weapon and expertly piloted the aircraft around the skies while locking onto enemy targets with minimal effort. At the press of a button, he fired the first air-to-air missile that would score a kill in this world. The missile took off and flew through the air as it chased down its target. It could hit a target at a distance of 3.5 kilometers and travel at a speed of 880 kilometers per hour. There was simply no feasible way for the Ki-106 to escape its path. Faster than Hans could even count the seconds it took, the X-1 missile collided with its target and exploded upon impact. There was nothing left of the mostly wooden plane or its pilot as they completely disintegrated midair. Haywire, who was Hans' wingman, exclaimed in shock over the radio as he witnessed the destructive power of their new weapons. Jesus fucking Christ. As he said this, Hans had locked onto another target and fired yet another X-1 missile. In the blink of an eye, the explosion consumed another Japanese pilot's life. The battle on the ground below was just as intense. German wolf packs, combined with torpedo dive and jet bombers, worked in tandem to destroy the Japanese convoys, all while the German armored divisions pressed forward to the beaches where the soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army all gazed in horror as their lifelines sank beneath the ocean's surface. On this day, less than 20,000 Japanese troops escaped from Korea with their lives intact to the nearby island of Tsushima, which was only 1/4 of the troops Itami hoped would survive from the slaughter. As for the rest of the Imperial Japanese Army in Busan, like all other major battles, the Japanese had utterly refused to surrender and instead fought until their last dying breaths, ultimately giving their lives in a pointless struggle. Chapter 1086, The Gassing of Tsushima. Weeks passed since the Battle of Busan had ended, and during this time, the German army surprisingly did nothing. Naturally, Japan took advantage of this time to withdraw their civilians from Tsushima while replacing them with several armored divisions worth of soldiers. With the loss of Korea, the Imperial Japanese industry was now relying on the stockpiles of iron and coal that they had gained from their occupation of the region to further manufacture weapons of war. It was becoming increasingly clear to Itami that these supplies would not last another 6 months, and thus she was desperate to pump out as many weapons as she possibly could in this time frame. Nearly 2 months passed before Itami finally heard word of the Germans' movements, and when she did, it came in the form of a direct message from the Kaiser himself. Berenger had reached out to Itami via the embassy in Beijing to personally request her surrender. When Itami picked up the line, she was absolutely livid to hear from the man who had declared war on her only a few months after they both fought so hard to retain the fragile peace that previously existed between their two realms. She was quick to give the man a piece of her mind. "Are you happy now? Hundreds of thousands of my people lie dead, my empire is in ruins, and yet I am still determined to fight for the continued survival of my people. Let it be known, Berenger von Kufstein, if you send your forces to Japan, I will make them bleed for every inch of ground they steal." Silence remained on the other end for some time until, finally, Itami heard a rather loud and forceful sigh. "If you and your men are so determined to fight to the bitter end, then so be it. I will give you 3 days to reconsider. If you fail to surrender to me in this time frame, then don't blame me for taking the gloves off. Until now, I have fought this war with a certain amount of chivalry. However, enough of my men have suffered for your greed and avarice. But no longer. This is your final warning. Surrender or suffer the consequences. That is all I have to say on the matter." Before Itami could even properly respond to this statement, Berenger had hung up the line, causing her to become furious at his actions. She vented her fury for some time but ultimately ignored Berengar's orders. 3 days passed and Berenger stood in his war room watching his wristwatch, waiting for the exact moment to give the order to attack. As the hands struck 12, he sighed heavily in defeat before picking up the radiophone, where he immediately contacted a man he had dispatched to Korea for a specific purpose. The familiar voice of Berengar's Reichsguard commander immediately resounded on the other side of the line as he spoke with a hint of malicious glee in his tone. "So, I'm assuming the bitch has still refused to surrender?" Berenger silently nodded his head before realizing that Heimeric could not see his actions and thus immediately gave voice to his thoughts. "Indeed. You know what to do." After saying this, Berenger hung up before the man could respond and swiftly retreated to his chair within the war room, where he sat down and stared out into space, knowing full well what was just about to unfold and lamenting that things had ultimately come down to this. Somewhere in Korea, an attractive golden-haired man smiled cruelly as he held a phone in his hand. He nimbly dialed the number that would connect him to his immediate subordinate, who was standing by and waiting for the orders to begin their dastardly plot. The moment the line connected, Heimeric gave the order to initiate the attack. "The Kaiser has given his approval to proceed as planned. I think it is about time we test our newest weapon on the battlefield." The response to this statement was a brief reply, but with a stern tone in the voice. "Yes, General Feldmarschall." Upon hearing this, Heimeric smiled and hung up the phone, where he quickly proceeded out of the flaps of his tent and onto the edge of a nearby cliff, where he gazed off into the distance to where Tsushima lied. He spoke only to himself as he aired his thoughts aloud. "If Empress Itami does not surrender even after this, then I fear I may be able to finally get my fill of enjoyment in this war after all." An entire wing of jet bombers flew high in the skies above the Korea Strait. They had launched from the German airbase in Singapore and had been traveling for the last few hours at high speeds and altitude. These were not the standard carrier-borne AR-234 light bombers. Instead, these were long-range jet bombers of recent manufacture. The Messerschmitt P.1107, also known as the Me-462, was a long-range strategic jet bomber designed as a prototype by the Germans during the Second World War of Berengar's past life and during the past 2 months, had recently entered production in this world. Currently, this plane was being mass-produced to replace the aging Me-264s which were currently in widespread service. On board these strategic bombers was a special payload of a deadly ordnance that Berenger had only decided to deploy now that the war was nearing completion. Initially, Berenger was willing to give Itami a chance to surrender, but predictably she had stubbornly refused to do so and thus brought a disastrous fate upon her troops. It was beginning to seem that this war was taking an awfully similar turn as the Pacific Theater during Berengar's past life. Since he had not yet begun the refinement of nuclear material and had no plans to develop nuclear weapons in this lifetime, Berenger had to make use of a different weapon of mass destruction to prove his point to the emboldened Empress, who would rather see her civilization destroyed than surrender. The crew on board these bombers were rather hesitant to drop their payloads, knowing full well just what kind of horrific fate would await those affected by these weapons. However, they had been assured before this mission began that the Empire of Japan had evacuated all civilians from the island of Tsushima, and thus an element of guilt that would otherwise grip their hearts was not present. Eventually, the bombers flew over Tsushima where they dropped their payloads. Each aircraft carried 4,000 kilograms worth of ordnance for a grand total of 314,000 kilograms. As the bombs fell from the skies above Tsushima, the Japanese defenders rather instinctively took cover in their bunkers and tunnels. However, when the ordnance finally detonated, it was not, in fact, a fiery explosion that occurred, but rather a clear and colorless mist which spread across the entire island, killing every living thing. What was dropped was not an explosive compound, but rather 314,000 kilograms worth of sarin gas. Sarin was a deadly nerve agent most notably used by German forces during the Second World War of Berengar's past life. It was capable of absorbing through the skin, so even if one wore a gas mask, they would still die a brutal death. No bunker, tunnel, or armored vehicle could save the Japanese soldiers stationed in Tsushima from their horrific fate. In fact, the only thing that could possibly have spared them was a readily available CB-REN suit, which Japan was utterly lacking the technological capability of creating, let alone mass-producing. The mist surrounded the island for some time, killing every living creature who dwelled on Tsushima. The loss of life was not limited to humans alone. Instead, the entire ecosystem had been annihilated in a matter of minutes, turning Tsushima into a barren wasteland that would be incapable of supporting life for years to come. By the time the mist finally dissipated, Berenger was immediately alerted to the attack's success, where he swiftly got Itami on the line, who was entirely unaware of what had just occurred. Berengar's voice was grim as he spoke to Itami, and if she didn't know any better, she could have sworn there was a hint of remorse in his tone. "I warned you what would happen if you refused to surrender. I will give you some time to discover what has become of your precious island stronghold and those who dwell within it. After you realize the fate that has befallen your troops, I will give you another 72 hours to surrender. If you fail to do so in the allotted time frame, I can promise you that Kyoto will be next." After saying this, Berenger hung up the line once more, not giving Itami a chance to respond. When she finally realized what horrific fate her troops had suffered, any resistance she still had to the idea of surrender was immediately broken. What came next would be a conversation between herself and her most trusted general that would seal the fate of Japan's once mighty empire. Chapter 1087, The Shiba Shogunate. Itami was utterly stunned by Berengar's message. As far as she was aware, there had been no news of an attack on Tsushima. However, from the foreboding tone in Berengar's voice, she knew something horrendous had occurred. Over and over again, Itami repeated the words Berenger had spoken to her within her mind, and no matter how she attempted to decipher the message, there was always a noticeable hint of remorse in the man's voice. At first she thought that she was hearing things, but after recalling the memory so vividly time and again, she realized that Berenger had done something that even he had found to be abhorrent. Panic immediately began to set in Itami's mind and heart. She quickly looked over to her generals with her phone still in hand and a horrified expression on her face, ultimately struggling to let the words escape her mouth. "G, get in touch with Tsushima this instant. I want to know what has happened." Though the generals did not know why Itami was so shaken, they immediately did as they were told and attempted to contact that main base on the now lifeless island. However, all attempts have failed because there was not a single surviving lifeform to answer the phone. Seeing as how all attempts at communication had utterly failed, Itami quickly began to lose her mind as she hysterically screamed towards her generals to find answers. "Find out what has happened this instant. I want a thorough investigation on this matter at my desk by sundown." After saying this, Itami fled from her war room and back to her quarters, where she struggled to cope with the ill feeling she had. There was something about the guilty tone in the man's voice that led her to believe something horrible had happened and that she was entirely unaware of what it was. Itami remained in a state of panic for several hours before General Shiba knocked on her door and voiced his arrival. "Kama-sama, we have news from Tsushima. May I come in?" Itami glared at her door with a hint of fear in her eyes. Her voice cracked as she responded to her general's message. Yes? Yes, hold on just a second. Itami quickly climbed out from underneath her covers and tidied her snow-white hair, making sure that she was in a suitable state as she straightened the medals pinned on her jacket. It was only after she had an appearance that was fitting of her position that she opened the door to reveal a rather impatient Shiba who entered the room and handed Itami the report which their investigators had compiled after visiting the island of Tsushima and witnessing the horrific display. Itami could barely believe her eyes when she read the words "all life on the island is extinct." She had rather understandably become even more anxious as she shouted at her general for answers. All life is extinct? How is this even possible? Was there any signs of a struggle? The barrage of questions nearly caught Shiba off guard as he sighed heavily before answering the question. We are not entirely sure how the Germans had managed it, but the prevailing theory is that they used some form of chemical weapon. The gas appears to have cleared from the island itself, however, it is still heavily saturated within the bunkers and tunnels. We know this because one of the investigators climbed down into the complex and almost instantly died of an unknown cause. They must have dropped it from the sky. Though it is hard to tell because there are no survivors on the island who can inform us of what a radar station picked up just before the attack. Chemical weapons, the very notion that the Germans had gassed an entire island into extinction, were simply too horrible for Itami to properly come to terms with. Then suddenly she remembered the final words Berenger had given her: Kyoto would be next. Kyoto was the modern name from her past life for Hyankyo, which was her empire's capital. Was the man seriously willing to condemn 1,000,000 innocent souls to a horrific death just because she continued to resist his aggression? After thinking this through, Itami finally realized why there was such a lament in Berengar's voice. It was not for the lives of her soldiers who were lost in the attack, but for the overwhelming number of flora and fauna which lived peacefully on Tsushima, whose entire existence was snuffed out at a moment's notice like a candle in the night. Knowing that Berenger grieved the loss of the plant and animal life and still conducted the attack led Itami to believe that he was by no means bluffing when he said he would attack Hyankyo. Nor could she possibly take such a risk. Japan had no choice but to surrender. What happened to Tsushima was an atrocity, but luckily innocent civilians had not suffered. For Itami had evacuated the island in preparation for a brutal campaign. Knowing this, she quite honestly got off easy. Even if 100,000 young Japanese men had perished on Tsushima in the blink of an eye, their families were safe and sound in the mainland, and over time her nation could repair the damage that they had been dealt. However, the loss of Hyankyo would be unrecoverable and would have a severe impact on Japan's demographics for generations to come. Knowing all of this to be true, Itami sat back on her bed in complete and utter silence for several minutes, trying her best to prevent herself from crying. Shiba tried to comfort Itami by wrapping his arms around her back, but she instantly rejected the offer rather violently as she slapped his arm away from her figure and screamed at him at the top of her lungs. "Don't fucking touch me." Though this vicious response shocked Shiba, he prevented his thoughts from escaping his lips. He was just about to offer words of comfort when Itami openly declared her intent to surrender. "We have no choice now. We must surrender and endure whatever terms the Germans give us. If we do not, then Hyankyo is next, and perhaps after that, the rest of Japan." After saying this with a grim tone, Itami chuckled in defeat before muttering a phrase that would send Shiba over the edge. "I have finally been bested by a man, though I never thought it would be in such a cruel manner." Knowing exactly what this meant, Shiba suddenly lost his cool as he backhanded Itami across the face, an act which completely surprised her. Itami gazed in shock towards a menacing Shiba. She was just about to protest her treatment when the man scolded her for her attitude. "Japan will never surrender, not when I, General Shiba Kayahiko, have a say in the matter. Your attitude is utterly disgraceful and unbefitting our esteemed empress. It has become clear to me now that I must assume command of our empire's military in order to secure a victory against these white devils." After saying this, Shiba immediately shouted in a voice loud enough that it carried into the hallway outside. "Guards!" Itami's imperial guard immediately entered the room to see what all the commotion was about, only to see Shiba looming over the empress, who had a red mark on her face. At the next moment, Shiba gave them a command. "Our goddess is hysterical after suffering such a loss at Tsushima and is not well. She is to be confined to her room for the foreseeable future. In the meantime, I will be assuming full command of her responsibilities, until a time where I deem she is fit once more to lead our people." Itami scoffed when she saw Shiba giving her imperial guard commands. These were men who were devout members of the cult of the war goddess. How could they possibly stand by and see her treated as nothing more than a puppet? However, in the next moment, she saw the sinister look in Oteji Kiyotsun's eyes as well as the cruel smirk on his face as he nodded his head in obedience to Shiba's orders. "Of course, sir, you can count on the Imperial Guard to protect the Empress and her family." Itami gazed between the two men and suddenly understood that her position had just been usurped by her most trusted advisor. A man who had followed her since the early days of her conquests had so suddenly betrayed her and stolen the power she embodied as the Empress of Japan. As much as she wanted to protest, Itami knew that she had no power to stop what was happening at this very moment. Her most loyal followers had turned against her, and in doing so, she was now confined to her personal quarters for now and until the foreseeable future. As for General Shiba, he would later that day announce to the world that the Empress of Japan had suddenly suffered a bout of illness and that he would be the de facto ruler of Japan until she was once more fit to reign. This ushering in the age of the Shiba shogunate. Chapter 1088, Rescuing a Damsel in Distress Part 50. A few days later, Berenger stood within the confines of his war room while listening to an intelligence report from his operatives who were embedded deep behind enemy lines within the Japanese capital of Hyankyo. This report was actually a video recording which was currently being displayed on a large screen for the Kaiser and all his generals to witness. A man that Berenger recognized as General Shiba Kayahiko was giving a speech to the remnants of the Imperial Japanese Army. The man had a stern expression on his face as he condemned the German attack on Tsushima while simultaneously declaring the formation of the Shiba shogunate. I stand here before you all today to deliver some grim news. The attack on our brave soldiers in Tsushima, which has left the island completely devoid of all life, has caused our beloved Empress to become delirious. As Empress Atami Ryo is no longer in a state of mind that is capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of her position, I, General Shiba Kayahiko, hereby announce that I will be assuming the vacant position of shogun until a time where the Empress is fit once more to rule over Japan. For the barbarians who are at our gates, who I know are watching this speech even as I make it, I want you to know that you will be held responsible for your atrocities. We will never surrender, and we will fight you until the bitter end. One way or another, you will break your backs on the shores of Japan. This I assure you. If you still dare to continue your aggression, then we will meet you with equal ferocity. Do not blame us for taking the gloves off, for you have brought this upon yourself. Berenger sat in silence as his generals contemplated the meaning behind this speech. As they argued among themselves, Adelbrand appeared bewildered while he looked towards his Kaiser for guidance. What does this mean? Berenger could only sigh and shake his head as he stood up from his seat and approached one of the windows of the war room, gazing off towards the east as he made things abundantly clear for his general staff. This means that General Shiba Kayahiko has led a coup against Empress Atami Ryo. If I'm not mistaken, the little bitch is currently a prisoner in her own home. A mere puppet so that Shiba may maintain some legitimacy to his claim of shogun. It would appear that we now have to adjust our plans. So long as the Japanese Empress is a prisoner of this new regime, they will continue to use their newfound authority to resist our demands for surrender at every turn. We need to expose this act, and to do this I'm afraid we must dispatch a team of stern commandos to rescue the little damsel in distress from her captivity. Once Atami is in our custody, we can effectively blame all of Japan's misdeeds on Shiba and his fellow traitors. In doing so, we can turn the Japanese people against him and inspire a rebellion without ever needing to personally set foot on the soil of Japan. Adelbrand was rather shocked by this sudden turn of events and was quick to question the Kaiser's words. Apparently unconvinced that this was the best course of action possible. Can't we just gas Hyankyo like we had planned earlier? Why do we need to go to so much effort to rescue an enemy from a mess that she has created for herself? When Berenger heard Adelbrand's words, he turned around and glared at the man with an intense amount of disgust on his face. He was quick to lecture his chief of staff on his cruelty. I never intended to gas Hyankyo to begin with. It was merely a bluff to convince the Japanese Empress to surrender. Which, judging from the look of things, worked as planned, albeit I had not anticipated a coup taking place as a result. Need I remind you that Tsushima was a valid military target, one where Japan had already evacuated all civilians in preparation for a gruesome battle? Hyankyo, however, has 1 million innocent souls who live within its boundaries, maybe even more. Are you seriously telling me to condemn that many people to such a horrific fate? These are not mindless savages who butcher babies and roast men alive like we have found in our colonies. The Japanese are an intelligent and industrious civilization that has proven themselves deserving of at least some modicum of respect. Just because Japan is ruled by a military dictatorship which denies its people their most basic rights, does not mean that we can just wantonly massacre them all. I am actually rather ashamed that you have suggested such an inhumane course of action. I expected such cruelty to come from Hymeric, as the man thrives in such ruthlessness. But you, Adelbrand? Needless to say, I am disappointed in you. Now prepare a team to extract Empress Atami and her family from Hyankyo. We will think of our next move after they are in our protective custody. You are dismissed. Adelbrand was utterly shocked that Berenger had reacted in such a way. After all, this would not be the first time the man had used a chemical attack on a city filled with innocent people. In years past, Berenger had ordered for the city of Madrid to be shelled with chlorine gas, an act which killed roughly 20,000 people in total. Despite this double standard, Adelbrand did not give voice to it and merely saluted his Kaiser before withdrawing from the room in silence. After his generals had departed from the room to give him some space, Berenger sat down in his chair and sighed heavily as he poured himself a drink. The truth of the matter was Berenger still believed the massacre of Madrid to have been a necessary act of cruelty. After all, what were the deaths 20,000 civilians, many of which who were enemy combatants, when compared to the lives of his own soldiers? After all, at the time, Berenger was fighting against a guerrilla insurgency supported by the papacy, one which had resulted in brutal urban warfare. It was impossible to tell who was an innocent civilian and who was a terrorist waiting to kill German soldiers. As a result of this complicated matter, Berenger had ordered to gas the city of Madrid, which had become a stronghold for the Catholic insurgents. If anything, he had attacked a military target while disregarding the collateral damage, which was how he had always and continued to conduct warfare. However, Hyankyo was different. There was no major military presence in the city. And since Atami had first formed her empire and industrialized it, she had begun a rapid rate of urbanization. By now, over 1 million innocent souls lived within her capital. To murder them all in pursuit of a quick victory, even he found the idea to be somewhat chilling. As Berenger had stated to Adelbrand and his other generals, he had no problems purging vicious and mindless savages from the lands he had conquered in pursuit of living space. Such was the nature of conquest. But this war was not about conquest. It was about deciding the world hegemon between two industrial powers. Thus far, the Japanese had shockingly abided by the rules of war that Berenger had set in place during the Vienna Accords. And he would not dare be the first to break them. To do so would stain his legacy for centuries to come. Berengar's hope was to incorporate Japan into his sphere of influence after this war was over, and to do that he needed two things. Firstly, he needed Atami Ryo alive and well so that she could continue on as Empress of Japan. Though, in reality, she would be just another one of his puppets. And the second requirement that Berenger needed to achieve his goal was to present a friendly image to the Japanese people. He could not have the public perception of the German people to be one of murderers and criminals. Instead, they would have to present themselves as liberators against a corrupt regime which has thus far denied the Japanese people their basic human rights. Thus, Berenger could not justify the ruthless slaughter of 1 million innocent Japanese civilians. Besides, even if he wanted to gas Hyankyo, he had used up his entire stockpile of sarin on Tsushima. No, there was only one solution to this problem: rescue Atami Ryo and use her as a means to incite rebellion against the newfound Shiba shogunate. Chapter 1089, Rescuing a Damsel in Distress Part LL. Nearly 12 hours had passed since Empress Atami Ryo had her position usurped by her most trusted general and was placed under house arrest. Currently, she sat within her room staring longingly at the Julian pillow which she was hugging tightly while beneath her covers. For the first time in a long time, Atami had no desire to work on improving her nation or its efforts to combat the upcoming German invasion. In the blink of an eye, everything she had worked so hard to achieve had been taken from her by her most trusted advisor. She could hardly believe that Shiba would betray her like this. After everything the two of them had been through together, the man had utterly backstabbed her during her hour of need. Perhaps at this moment Atami should be feeling the need to cry, but there were no tears running down her eyes. Rather, there was an endless pit of darkness that had replaced her heart, filled with a desire for vengeance. As Atami lied down and struggled to come up with a way to avenge herself, something peculiar happened. The sound of explosions and the felt force of their wake startled her out from under her covers. The Germans were attacking. When she looked at the clock, Atami realized that it had indeed been 72 hours since Berenger made his last demand of surrender. Perhaps she would finally know peace as the sarin gas snuffed her life away. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for death's cold embrace. 1 second passed, then 2, until finally 5 whole minutes had gone by, and yet while the sound of explosions continued to go off in the background, no lethal gas had entered her room. Bewildered by this sudden change, Atami was quick to rise to her feet as she approached the locked door to her bedroom. She placed one ear on the hard wooden door and listened for any sign of infiltration. Atami could hear numerous shouts occurring through the palace as her former soldiers hustled about as if they were looking for something. However, in the next moment, a burst of gunfire echoed through the halls and Atami realized that the Germans had indeed infiltrated her palace. She immediately fled back to her desk and opened a drawer where the divine sword of her imperial regalia lay hidden away from Shiba's grasp. She quickly pulled the object out of its scabbard and pointed it towards the doorway, completely unafraid in that moment as she prepared to attack those she believed had come for her life. However, in the next moment, 2 gunshots echoed just outside her door before it finally opened to reveal a familiar face. In one hand was a smoking gun as Mina entered the room with a flashlight in her other hand. When the Josian princess noticed that Atami was safe, she sighed in relief before stashing her weapon away and holding out her empty hand to the wary empress. "Come with me. Your mother and sister are already waiting for you at the extraction point." Atami was instantly bewildered by Mina's statement. In fact, she did not trust a single word the woman had said to her. Extraction point? What extraction point? Just who had come to her rescue? These were not the echoes of Japanese weapons shooting off within her darkened halls. In fact, that was another matter of concern. Why had all the lights gone out at such an hour? These were the questions on Atami's mind, but before she could ask a single one of them, she had been grabbed by the wrist and pulled away from her desk. Realizing that Mina was not giving her a choice, Atami screamed at her to stop. "Wait! I need to get the other artifacts. I can't allow them to fall into Shiba's hands." Mina silently nodded her head and allowed Atami to collect the divine mirror and jade stone before the two of them rushed out of the corridor and into the halls, narrowly avoiding the gunfire that was being exchanged between the German Sturmkommandos and the Japanese Imperial Guard. Finally, after crossing over numerous corpses, Mina led Atami around a corner where a group of men with assault rifles flagged them with their weapons. Before the German soldiers could shoot, Mina said a code word to clarify her identity as a German agent. Innsbruck. When the German Sturmkommandos heard this, they lowered their weapons before grabbing hold of the two women and leading them away from the combat zone. Andreas Jaeger was leading this group of special operations operators, and as he dragged the two women through the halls, he could not help but curse Mina out. You took your sweet fucking time. I was told you would have the Empress out of her fucking room and ready for extraction before we infiltrated the palace. Do you have any idea what you put us through by failing to achieve this? If I didn't know any better, I would say you are the worst field agent I have ever come across. Itami did not speak German and thus had no idea what these men were saying. However, she knew now that she had fallen into the hands of her adversaries. There was no escape. She supposed she should not be surprised that her other most trusted confidant had also betrayed her. Not after what had happened with Sheba. The group fled through the walls of the palace and out into the courtyard where the flaming ruins of the nearby power plant were immediately visible. Itami could easily understand what the Germans had done now that she had seen this mess. Berenger had ordered for surgical strikes on critical areas of Hyankyo's infrastructure to draw attention away from the palace. It worked like a charm too, because not nearly as many members of the Imperial Guard had been around to protect the Empress and her captivity. After carefully making their way out of the city and towards a nearby lake, Itami saw a German seaplane waiting on the water's surface. The German Sturm Commandos did not bother waiting for her questions and instead carried the Japanese Empress through the waters and into the boat, where Itami saw her mother and sister waiting with frightened expressions on their pretty faces. It was only now that they had been reunited that the three women broke out into tears. However, this reunion was short-lived as Mina piled into the aircraft and squeezed herself by Itami's side immediately after that. The plane took off and headed to the Wakasa Bay, where the German 6th Carrier Strike Group sat and waited for their arrival. No longer able to contain her curiosity and outrage, Itami began to berate Mina for answers while mid-flight. Just what the hell is going on here, Mina? Why have the Germans infiltrated my palace and where are they taking me? There was a rather irritated expression on Mina's face as she scoffed before informing Itami of what she knew. After the declaration of the Shiba shogunate, the Kaiser figured you had been placed under house arrest. Thus, he decided to change his plans from a chemical strike on Hyankyo to your liberation. I don't know much, but he intends to use you to rally the people of Japan against Shiba and his military dictatorship. Naturally, Itami did not take this news well. She had already suspected from the moment Mina cooperated with the German soldiers that she had been an agent of the Reich. However, she did not care about such a betrayal at this moment and was more outraged by Berengar's schemes. So I am to be that man's puppet as he tears my empire apart from the inside? It was at this moment that Mina gawked at Itami as if she were looking at an idiot. Though she did not want to explain everything to the woman, the Josian princess felt compelled to do so and thus spoke to Itami as if she were a mere child. Yes? In case you have not yet realized it yet, you have lost this war, Itami. If you want to keep your pretty little head intact, as well as those of your loved ones, then it is in your best interest to work with the Kaiser and see Shiba's illegitimate government overthrown. By all means, continue to resist Berenger, but I can tell you from personal experience it is best just to submit to the Germans. There was a look of pain and suffering on Mina's face that did not go unnoticed by the albino empress. Itami realized in the next moment that it would be best if at the very least she heard Berengar's proposal. After all, she had nothing to lose at this point. Thus, the remainder of the journey to the SMS Österreich was completed in total silence, as nobody felt the desire to speak about what was unfolding in Hyankyo at this very moment. Chapter 1090, Rescuing a Damsel in Distress Part LLL. Immediately after landing on the deck of the SMS Österreich, Itami and her family were sequestered away from the public eye. Mina, however, had been taken towards the command center with the intention of a full debriefing during her time in the Imperial Palace. The Josian princess stood at attention in front of Admiral Noel Schreiber as well as her personal contact agent Friedrich Ziegler. The two men stood and listened to Mina's report on what had transpired within the Japanese Imperial Palace over the last few days. It is exactly as you have suspected. General Shiba had taken the Empress captive and forced her into house arrest after she declared her intention of surrender. The man has gone mad, and I expect I know why. Shiba is deeply infatuated with Itami and has been trying to gain her hand in marriage for several years now. I have no doubt that Itami herself is completely oblivious to this fact. She dug her own grave the moment she said she will only marry the man who can best her on the battlefield. By declaring her intent to surrender to Shiba, he may have confused her words that she desired to marry Berenger because after all, the Kaiser had bested Itami at every turn. As a result, Shiba has led a coup d'etat and is now the effective ruler of the Japanese Empire. He is exhausting every resource to prepare for the Reich's invasion. I wouldn't doubt that the fool is probably going mad at this very moment, knowing that Itami has escaped from his clutches. This means he will probably be even more erratic when it comes to the defense of the Japanese mainland. Germany must be prepared to fight even the civilians of Japan, or else I fear you will suffer heavy casualties. After hearing this report, Admiral Schreiber nodded his head in silence for several moments as he contemplated the next best course of action. After a while, he finally spoke, which immediately attracted the attention of Friedrich and Mina. Send word to the Crimson Prince and tell him that I have a special job for him. It has become clear to me now that we must transport Itami and her family to Kufstein as quickly as possible. The Kaiser will know how to best proceed from here. Mina did not say a word in response to this. Instead, she was quickly dismissed where she immediately began to flirt with Agent Ziegler who had captured her heart some time ago. As for Tommy, she was pacing around the room that she and her family were held in, wondering what horrific plan the Germans had in store for her. After nearly an hour, the door opened to reveal several heavily armed German soldiers as well as an adolescent boy who Tommy noticed was no older than 15. She was quite curious why someone so young was dressed in what was clearly an officer's uniform. However, in the next moment, Hans introduced himself in perfect Japanese. Captain Hans von Kufstein. I have been ordered to fly you and your family to Kufstein. My father wishes to speak with you in person. Itami immediately put two and two together when she heard the boy's surname as well as the mention of his father. She frowned heavily, realizing that Berenger had sent his young son off to war at such an early age. Of course, Itami did not realize that Hans' brain was highly developed for his age and that his maturity was well above that of his peers. If she did, she might be more impressed by his appearance here on this carrier. As a result of this misunderstanding, Itami was rather rude when she replied to Hans' introduction. I would very much like to meet the man who thinks it is appropriate to send a young boy onto the battlefield, let alone his own son. I can't wait to scold him for such inhumane treatment of the youth. Hans' lips curled slightly upside down into a frown. From this brief interaction, he could already tell why his father referred to this woman as the bitch. Itami was clearly very entitled and had a disagreeable nature. These were two qualities that Hans found repulsive in a woman, no matter how pretty she might be. However, he maintained the grace of an officer and thus ignored Itami's taunts before leading her to the deck of the carrier where a large jet bomber sat waiting for them. Admiral Noel Schreiber had ordered all pilots to hit the air in order to accommodate this aircraft, which had been en route to the SMS Österreich since the start of the operation. Itami was stunned to see that the Germans had already managed to make long-range jet bombers. However, when she stepped foot in the vehicle, she realized that this aircraft was no bomber. It had been hollowed out of its military equipment and replaced with the luxury interior of a private jetliner. The conditions inside the aircraft included beds, bathrooms, and even a shower, as well as a dedicated compartment to prepare food, where several beautiful German women were already on board waiting to attend to the guests' needs. Itami was not the only one surprised about this luxurious aircraft, so too were her mother and sister, who could not fathom that such a massive plane was capable of flight. After all, they had previously taken a float plane and were terrified by the experience. Yet this jet was so much larger and so much more comfortable. Hans had already entered the cockpit and was preparing to take off as Itami sat down in the co-pilot's seat to demand answers from him. What the hell is this? Why does such a jet exist? Hans merely scoffed as he activated the engines of the aircraft before responding with a simple tone in his voice. My father appreciates the finer things in life. As a man who routinely travels across Europe and Asia, he prefers his personal transports to be as comfortable as possible. He'll admit this plane is a much-needed improvement over the previous model. Now take your seat. I don't have time to entertain your questions. After saying this, Hans forced Itami out of the cockpit and locked the door behind her. Once he had gotten approval from the command deck of the SMS Österreich, he took flight, sending the massive jetliner into the air and towards Singapore, where he would need to refuel before journeying onward to Kufstein. Once in the air, Haywire, Ghost, and several of the other pilots of his unit flew by his side, though it was impossible for the Imperial Japanese Air Force to target him at such an altitude. These men wanted to say their brief farewell to the best pilot they had ever seen. Having reached a safe distance away from the front lines, Haywire made a short salute before turning his tail and running back to the carrier strike group, as did the rest of the fighter pilots. The journey to the Reich would take nearly an entire day to achieve, but once the plane had touched down in Kufstein, Itami and her family were both anxious and relieved. Anxious for what awaited them as they entered the capital of their enemy, while relieved that they could finally step foot on solid ground. Only Itami seemed to not care about the flight, as if it were the most comfortable thing she had ever experienced. After landing in Kufstein, Hans led Itami and her family to a car which had been prepared for them upon arrival. This was the first time he had stepped foot in his homeland since he had first deployed to war, and as he sat in the seat beside the driver, gazing off into the city of Kufstein, there was an odd sense of nostalgia that entered his mind. As for Itami, she was utterly dumbfounded by what she was seeing while the car zipped through the streets of Kufstein. Everything from street lights to trolleys, high-speed trains and double-decker buses, it was all beyond what she had been able to achieve on her own in Japan. It was not just the means of transport that shocked Itami, but the standard of living that the German people enjoyed. There were no homeless people begging on street corners, and every citizen she watched walk through the streets was dressed in clean and tidy clothes of the latest fashion. Even the blue-collar workers wore lavish suits and ties, while their wives and daughters adorned fine dresses. Itami had actually mistaken this to be the wealthy district of the city, which caused her to express her disbelief aloud. I can't believe how wealthy your upper class is here in Germany. Hans instantly looked back at Itami with an embarrassed expression on his youthful face, which she immediately noticed and called out. What? What is it? Hans looked away as he struggled to find the ability to express his thoughts to the Japanese empress, fearing that she might become hysterical if she were to learn the truth of the matter. In the end, he felt it was better not to keep it a secret and thus sighed in exhaustion before speaking to her. Empress Itami, I don't know how to say this, but this is the old quarter of the city. Our poorest citizens reside here. If you think this is an impressive standard of living, then I suggest you close your eyes when we enter the palace district for the sake of your own mental health. I am now afraid to ask how your citizens live. Itami was completely stunned into silence for several moments when she heard this. This boy had to be lying to her. After all, she had just witnessed a large-screen television through one of the local bar's windows just now. Was Hans seriously saying that even the poorest of Germany's citizens could afford a television of their own? Such a thing was only accomplished by the United States in her past life towards the end of the 20th century. Just how wealthy were the Germans to accomplish this already? Thus, Itami sat in utter silence for the rest of the journey to the palace while she took in all the bewildering sights with careful observation. By the time she entered Berengar's home, it was as if her soul had left her body. A single word repeated itself over and over again in her mind throughout this time. Failure. Chapter 1091, Arriving at the Imperial Palace of Kufstein. After driving throughout the city of Kufstein and reaching the palace district, Itami gazed upon the extreme luxuries that the upper class of Germany had access to with awe and envy in her sanguine eyes. The capital of the Reich and its many extravagances had utterly dumbfounded her. However, this shock did not last for too terribly long, as the car eventually pulled into the driveway of the Imperial Palace, where a group of soldiers in lavish dress uniforms stepped out and opened the car door, allowing Hans to exit the vehicle first, followed by Itami and her family. Momo's eyes were filled with excitement. She had lived quite the impressive lifestyle in Hyankyo with all the luxuries that the Empire of Japan could provide, but when compared to the Reich's most common citizens, let alone their wealthiest class, the young woman felt as if she were nothing more than a simple peasant girl. Itami and her family were under strict observation from the soldiers of the Leibguard who escorted the Japanese empress into the interior of the palace. Once inside, Itami was shocked to see some 20-odd people of varying ages waiting for her arrival. Except in the next moment she realized this large family was not waiting for her, but the boy prince who had accompanied her on this journey. Immediately a total of 5 women rushed forward and glomped Hans in the middle of the palace's entryway. Linda had failed to control her emotions and fought her way to the front position, where she stuffed Hans' head into her substantial bosom while kissing his forehead and whimpering, "My baby boy is back, and he is just fine. Oh, thank the gods he is all right." Itami saw the affection that the boy's mother was giving him and stared at the red-headed beauty as if she had become enthralled. Though Linda was quite a bit older than she was, there was an air of maturity about her that Itami herself did not have. Suddenly, Itami was reminded of how Mina spoke of a beautiful red-headed woman who was the wife of the Kaiser. It was almost as if the Josian princess had become obsessed with this woman with just a single glance. At that moment, Itami now understood the sudden unrequited love that had taken over her subordinate. While Itami was gawking at Linda like an idiot, Hans was being surrounded by several other beautiful women, which were his fiancées: Anne, Veronica, Noemi, and Natalia, who all hugged and kissed him as his welcome home. It was at this moment that Berenger descended from the stairs and gazed upon the scene. He shot one stern glance towards Itami before separating his son from his women and giving the boy a pat on the back. "I have heard rumors about the Crimson Prince and his accomplishments in the skies above Borneo and Korea. To think my son has become the world's greatest fighter ace. I knew you would make me proud, boy. For the next few weeks, you will enjoy a much-deserved leave of absence. I'm sure your mother and fiancés would love to hear about your heroic tales over dinner and drinks." Berenger was a stern father, and he only ever complimented his son when the boy had done something to deserve it. Hans had always been held to a higher standard than his siblings, both as the firstborn and as a genius of some renown. It was for this reason Berenger had often been harsh on him, especially after Hans had entered service into the Luftwaffe. However, in this moment, the Kaiser was treating his eldest son like a true war hero, something that Hans felt he didn't truly deserve despite his valiant feats on the battlefield. Itami's sight had never left Berengar's handsome face. There were a series of complex emotions in her heart as she gazed upon the man who had bested her in every conceivable way. Not just on the battlefield, but as a politician as well. She was utterly humiliated after learning how prosperous the Reich was when compared to her own failed state. So much so that she had not even noticed that the heater was on within the palace. In fact, it was Momo who was the first to make a remark on this as she looked around the palace searching for the source of the warm air before voicing her curiosity aloud. "Pardon me, your majesty, but do you mind explaining to me where the source of the heat is located?" It was only now that Berenger gazed upon Itami and her family for more than a single moment. He approached the young Japanese beauty who was Itami's little sister and kissed her hand before introducing himself. "You must be Itami, Momo. I have heard your beauty is well renowned in the East, and yet you are still single despite your age. Perhaps I can introduce you to a man in my service who would be most deserving of a woman such as yourself. As for your question, it is with great pride that I must inform you that every house in the Reich has been retrofitted to make use of electricity, heating, and air conditioning. As a result, even our poorest citizens do not have to suffer through the harsh cold of the winter or the blazing heat of the summer." As for Momo, she had not heard a thing Berenger had said in response to her question. Instead, she flushed in embarrassment and looked away. She had never seen the Germans in person before, but after traveling through the city of Kufstein and meeting the Kaiser himself, she felt somewhat attracted to their golden hair, blue eyes, pale skin, and refined features. At the very least, she would not deny such an offer. However, before she could thank Berenger for his kind words, Itami Ryo spoke up in protest. If you think you can charm my sister with just a few empty platitudes, then you are as arrogant as I have always thought you were. Berengar's smile immediately turned upside down when he heard these words. He swiftly withdrew his hand from Momo's grasp before glaring at Itami with a bit of contempt in his mismatched eyes. At last, we finally meet Empress Itami Ryo. I would say that your beauty lives up to my expectations. However, I must admit that I find your attitude to be utterly repulsing. As a result, I am forced to dock a few points from you. Here you are, in my home, meeting my family for the first time, and as I try to extend my generosity to your loved ones, you spit in my face and accuse me of being arrogant. It is no wonder that you are still single despite your age. You should take a few lessons from your little sister if you ever wish to find yourself a proper man. Itami's mother giggled slightly when she heard Berengar's words. Like Momo, she had become utterly mesmerized with Berenger since the moment he first made his appearance. In fact, she agreed with Berengar's assessment of her eldest daughter's haughty behavior and it largely being responsible for the girl's utter lack of a love life thus far. Itami, of course, grew increasingly frustrated but forced herself to remain calm. After all, she was in the enemy's palace and was effectively his prisoner. She would not dare to speak out of turn any further, or things could turn out ugly for herself and her family. However, in the next moment, Berenger shifted his view back to Momo and Miyu as he extended his welcome with a rather gracious offer. I am sure the three of you are tired and in need of much rest after such a long flight. As comfortable as I have tried to make my personal transport, I must admit that the sudden change of time has a certain ill effect on the body. If you would like to catch up on your sleep, then I won't insist on bothering you anymore. However, if you would like to join me and my family for a feast, you are more than welcome to do so. Although Itami found Berengar's attempt to be a proper host rather irksome, this generous behavior of his only further solidified himself into Momo and Mayu's good graces. For the life of them, they could not understand why Itami had found herself at odds with such a kind and gracious man, especially after the hospitality he had decided to show them, despite the fact that they were indeed his enemies. Before Itami could refuse Berengar's offer, both her mother and little sister accepted on her behalf. We would love to share a meal with your lovely family. Just give us a short while to tidy up and we will join you shortly. I must say I look forward to eating German cuisine. This response by Itami's family left her dumbstruck. She could not believe she would be dining with the enemy nor how quickly her own blood relatives had betrayed her in order to get in the good graces of this shameless man. However, since they had already accepted Berengar's offer on her behalf, she could not reasonably weasel her way out of the meal. Thus, Itami could only sigh heavily in defeat before following a member of the palace's staff to the quarters she and her loved ones were given for the time being. Once inside, she immediately found that a fine dress in her exact measurements was set out for her to wear, along with a pair of fine leather heels and jewelry that was so exquisite it was fit for an empress. It would appear that Berenger had spared no expense to ensure that Itami had clothing and accessories that were truly fit for her position. Rather than accept this as a token of friendship, Itami inwardly thought that Berenger must be playing at something, and though she bathed before dressing in the clothing provided to her, she felt no great pride in doing so. When she finally emerged from her temporary quarters, Itami found her mother and sister in a similar set of luxurious attire. The two of them had excited smiles on their faces as they examined themselves in the mirror with great intensity. Upon seeing that Itami had joined them, Momo immediately ran up to her elder sister and hugged her tightly before whispering something shocking in her ears. You're so beautiful. I bet even the Kaiser will have to treat you differently after he witnesses how gorgeous you look. Come, let's go join our hosts for a nice meal. Before Itami could even react, she was dragged off by her little sister as the trio followed the guide that had been provided to them towards the dining hall where Berenger and his large family were already gathered. What came next would be a feast that would forever change the relations between the German Empire and their Japanese rivals. Chapter 1092, A Lavish Feast. Itami entered the dining hall of the German palace to find that Berenger had pulled out all stops for the event. A full feast of the finest German cuisine along with a small band which played classical music were awaiting the Japanese empress and her family in the venue. The moment Berenger saw Itami enter, he stood up from his seat as a sign of respect, even if his face wore a rather stern expression. He quickly snapped his fingers, causing the members of his Liebguard to pull out Itami's, Momo's and Maiba's seats for them. Momo and Mibu were more than happy to sit down and stare at the plethora of dishes which sat in the center of the table waiting to be scooped onto the individual dishes of Berengar's exceptionally large family as well as those of their guests. Once seated, Berenger motioned for a servant to appear and ordered a round of fine wine from the South Tyrolean region to be served to everyone of age. It was only after the glasses were poured that Berenger stood up once more and made a toast. I would like to take the moment to say a few words. Though we have had our differences in the past, I think it is now time for us two monarchs to put aside our animosity towards one another and work together to restore the balance of this world. To friendship. Berenger spoke the words first in Japanese and then in German so that everyone present could understand them. Then he took a hefty gulp of his wine before sitting down once more. As for his guests, there were rather excited smiles on Momo's and Maiba's beautiful faces as they lifted their glasses in reciprocity before taking a drink of their own. Itami, however, said nothing and merely sipped from her glass while eyeing Berenger carefully. This action did not go unnoticed by Berenger and Linda, who exchanged glances but said nothing to one another. Upon Itami's inspection, there were multiple beautiful women sitting at this table, many of which were helping their youngest offspring eat their meals, while others appeared to be fawning over the young prince. To Itami, this scene was extremely confusing, and as a result, she could not help but ask Berenger the most important question on her mind. Just how many women do you have as a part of your harem? Linda glared menacingly at Itami and felt the need to say something in Berengar's defense. However, the Kaiser saw this and quickly raised his hand in response, which ultimately silenced his wife. For the first time since he had met Itami no more than an hour prior, Berenger smiled at her when he answered her question. I have 10 women, in total, all of which whom love me dearly and have birthed my children. As you can clearly see, not all of these fine ladies are currently present. Though it breaks my heart, it is a matter of necessity that a few of my women live elsewhere. Some are present in Kufstein within their own chateaus, while others reside abroad. To be precise, I currently have 4 wives and 6 concubines. For the record, in the Reich, a man is permitted to have a maximum of 5 wives. However, marriage is a complicated political issue for a man in my position, and in many ways my concubines fall short of meeting the requirements for one reason or another. Momo wore a bright and cheery smile as she leaned over and whispered something in Itami's ears, which caused the woman to blush. After which, Itami took a sip from her wine and tried to steer the subject away from whatever it was that Momo had told her. I've heard rumors that you have taken your sister as a lover. I hope these accusations are not true. Berenger wore a stoic expression before telling Itami the truth of the matter. It was clear that he did not care in the slightest about these rumors. It's true. Henrietta and I are in love, though the matter of our familial relations is rather complicated. While Henrietta was raised as my sister since I was very little, we are not actually blood-related siblings. She is, in fact, the bastard daughter of my late grandfather, who was adopted by my father while she was still an infant. The truth of Henrietta's lineage is not publicly disclosed. The reason being that if this matter were to be revealed to the public, then I would be forced to revoke her royal status, as she is, in reality, not an official member of my dynasty. Henrietta is perceived by the public as a pure maiden who has dedicated her life to folk and fatherland. After an attempt on my life that left my beloved sister wounded, we decided to inform the people that she was incapable of bearing children and has instead decided to live her life through acts of charity. My sister plays an important role in society by leading the Henrietta Foundation, which is the leading sponsor of orphanages and the less fortunate in our empire. If people were to find out that she was in reality a bastard and the mother of several of my children, it would ultimately cause more harm for our nation than it would do good. Sometimes bitter truths are best left unrevealed. I can tell by the look on your face that you are judging me inwardly, and that is fine. By all means, I don't expect most people to sympathize with our relationship. However, it is my belief that we do not choose who we fall in love with, and that is all the justification I need. Momo seemed to be inspired by the story Berenger had told about his relationship with his adopted sister. However, Itami looked at Berenger with a hint of disgust on her face. She could not believe the man had so many women by his side, and one of them was his sister. However, when she gazed upon the many women who could not understand the Japanese language and were instead helping feed their youngest children, there was a hint of envy and despair in Itami's own heart. Berengar's family was large and seemed to be genuinely happy despite the unorthodox nature of its structure. This was something that Itami was definitely lacking in her life. After interrogating Berenger for some time, Itami finally took a bite into the venison Jaeger schnitzel which sat on her plate and nearly orgasmed from the flavor. There was a slight moan that escaped her lips that was far more lewd than it should have been, causing several eyes to cast themselves upon her. Naturally, Itami flushed in embarrassment as she quickly took another bite from the delicious meal, not wanting to waste a single bit of it. Whether it was this life or her past one, she had never tasted German food before. After all, Julian never had the ability to cook for her. However, when she thought of this, a slight tear emerged from her eyes. This was the same food that Julian would have eaten in his past life, and yet she never had the opportunity to share it with him. Berenger noticed that Itami had suddenly become emotional and simply looked away, not willing to gaze upon the albino bowtie's pitiful appearance. As if right on time, a distraction presented itself, which came in the form of a leopard cub which chased Lindy's cat, Midnight, through the dining hall. Running after the two felines was a maid with a disheveled appearance who was calling out to the naughty kitty who was once more misbehaving himself. Spots, get back here this instant. You must not interrupt the master's meal. Linda immediately began to scowl as she shouted across the room towards the playful leopard cub, instantly stopping him in his place as he was just about to tackle the solid black house cat. Get down, you naughty child. Spots instantly jumped off the table which Midnight was now sitting upon while hissing at the leopard cub. Midnight's entire fur was standing on end as the cat made its annoyance clear to the misbehaving leopard. Spots looked up to see that Linda was already towering over him with a vicious look on her face. This had caused the cub to lower its head and look away in fright. Linda merely picked up the leopard cub from the nape of its neck and wagged her finger in its face, all while berating him for his misbehavior. Once Spots had received a thorough talking to, he was handed off to the maid, who scurried out of the dining hall with her apologies to her employers. Berenger naturally had a smug grin on his face as he made a joke at his wife's expense. Damn Linda, even the leopards are afraid of you. Linda did not immediately respond to Berengar's jest and instead picked up her aging black cat and held it to her substantial bosom while petting the creature in an attempt to comfort it. Finally, after Midnight seemed to be satisfied, she let the cat down before responding to her husband's remarks. If those damned leopards weren't chasing my poor Midnight all the time, I wouldn't have to be so intimidating. Berenger chuckled while Itami gazed in complete and utter shock at what she had just witnessed. Did these psychos seriously have a pack of leopards running around the palace grounds? Naturally, Itami could not understand Linda as she spoke in German, but by the way the red-headed beauty was reacting, this appeared to be a common occurrence. After that little incident, Berenger continued to have a conversation with Itami and her family in their native tongue. All the while, the rest of his family enjoyed their meal together. If one thing was accomplished by this lavish feast, it was the fact that Berenger was somewhat humanized in the mind of the Japanese Empress. Chapter 1093, The Japanese Empress Tours the German Capital Part 50. Itami went to bed at night in utter silence. She was feeling fairly conflicted after seeing how exceptional her greatest rival's life was. There appeared to be no trace of stress that she could detect, and yet her entire life was stressful. However, she utterly refused to believe that life in the Reich was all it was cracked out to be. Surely there were faults in Berengar's tales about how great his empire had become. Luckily for her, she was to be given a tour of the capital city the next day, and Itami knew that she would be able to find something that was out of place. Thus, Itami slept rather soundly that night, dreaming about how she would finally be able to call out Berenger for his misdeeds. However, the next morning she was surprised to find that it was not Berenger himself who would be guiding her through his capital city, but instead his young son, Christopher. Hans was too busy at the moment, with every spare second of his time being occupied either by his mother or 4 of his fiancées. While Berenger himself had a country to run and decided that was more important than entertaining his esteemed guest from a rival nation. Thus, when Itami and her family arrived at the front door of the palace, they were shocked to see an adolescent boy who looked very much like his father standing there with a pleasant smile on his face while dressed in a fancy suit. Christopher had a trio of white roses in his hand which he gave to the 3 Japanese women as a gesture of good faith before introducing himself, shockingly, to Itami. He spoke fluent Japanese. It is a pleasure to meet you, Empress Itami Ryo, Princess Itami Momo, and Queen Mother Mibusaya. I am Prince Christopher von Kufstein, the second son of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein and the eldest child of his wife, Kaiserin Adela von Kufstein. It is my honor to be your guide throughout the city today. Is there any place in particular you would like to visit? Or shall I lead the way? Itami examined the boy for quite some time, noticing that there were no flaws whatsoever in his appearance or his manners. Despite this, she did not seem pleased. Momo and Mibu were entirely different. They perceived the boy to be the perfect example of a young gentleman and were both quick to pamper him as they accepted his gift. Oh my, isn't he so cute, Wonchin? Okay-san, can we keep him? Mibu was practically pinching the boy's cheeks as she nodded her head in agreement with her youngest daughter's sentiment. I would very much like to do so. Alas, he already has a family. These unexpected responses caused Christopher to blush as he gazed up at the 2 beautiful older women who were pampering him as if he were their most prized pet. Despite this treatment, he did not shoo them away and instead cleared his throat in an attempt to get things back on track. Well, if none of you have any preferences, then perhaps we will start in the Old District. Though it is where our city's poorest citizens reside, and with some of the oldest buildings in Kufstein, I assure you it is perfectly safe to travel its streets even without an escort. Itami found this hard to believe. Where there was poverty, there was crime. This was no secret and had been the case for every major civilization in human history. Thus, when she stepped out of the palace and into the car, she was expecting to see some human suffering. However, when the car finally arrived in the Old District, Itami realized that she had misunderstood just what the Germans considered being poor. Kufstein had no slums or ghettos. The Old District was considered poor, but it was by no means unkempt or unsafe. Women walked through the streets alone or with their children, and they had smiles on their faces. In fact, the buildings themselves might be a bit older, but they were well maintained without the slightest hazards sticking out. Old and impoverished were far from what Itami would use to describe the Old District. In fact, there was a word for what she was witnessing: quaint. While stepping out of the car and escorting the 3 foreign ladies, Christopher noticed a nearby cart which was selling hot dogs. However, these were not the typical American hot dogs from Itami's past life, but instead were grilled beer bratwursts served on buns with sauerkraut and brown mustard. With a wide smile on his face, the German prince led the 3 Japanese beauties over to the cart, where a middle-aged man with gray hair, blue eyes, and a mustache was currently serving a few brats to a group of customers. The man was dressed in a fine cotton dress shirt, tailored trousers, and leather Oxford shoes. Over his torso, he wore an apron. Despite living in the Old District, the man had a joyous smile on his face, as if he was happy just serving food on the streets to the city's residents. When Christopher approached, the man broke out into a fit of joy and introduced himself to the imperial prince. Prince Christopher? It is my greatest honor to see you on this day. What can I do for you? I'm sorry I'm getting ahead of myself. My name is Paul Brower. It is a pleasure to meet you. Christopher smiled and accepted the man's praise graciously before getting straight to the point. Mr. Brower, the honor is all mine. It is good to see the people of Germany working hard to provide for themselves and their families. These 3 ladies and I are in the mood for something tasty, and I was wondering if I could purchase 4 of your breads. Paul looked over at Empress Atami and her family and noticed that they were foreign women similar to those in Little Kyoto. He did not know what status they must have for Christopher to be their guide, but he was quick to greet them as well. Although it became abundantly clear that they did not speak a lick of German, thus he turned his attention back to Christopher as he smiled and shook the boy's hand before carefully preparing 4 brats for his customers. When Christopher reached into his wallet and pulled out a 1,000-mark bill, Paul's eyes nearly shot out of their sockets. He was quick to dismiss the need to pay, let alone in such a high amount. Your Highness, you do not need to pay for my product. If not for your father, then I would not be living such a comfortable life, doing what it is that I love to do. Please, they're in the house. However, Hans rejected this notion immediately and forced the hefty sum of money into the man's hands, assuring him that it was perfectly acceptable for him to pay for the services provided. I assure you, Mr. Brower, your labor is worth the price you charge. As I only carry 1,000-mark bills on me, consider this my treat for all you do for Kufstein and the Reich as a whole. Some people may say that you do not provide an essential service to the people of the city, but I disagree. Without street vendors like yours, we Germans would not be able to enjoy such a fine treat on wonderful days like this. And is that not the essence of what makes a society prosperous? Itami watched the display, and though she could not understand what the 2 Germans were saying, she could tell that Hans was vastly overpaying for the product. This was further proven when Paul wiped a tear from his eye and gratefully accepted the substantial sum of money that Christopher had used to pay for the product. After which, the man threw up a proper salute to the prince and continued to maintain the pose even after Christopher returned his gesture. Paul would continue to salute Christopher until the boy was out of sight, where he and the 3 Japanese beauties enjoyed the brats to their heart's content. It was only after they had all finished their treats did Momo exclaim in excitement at what she had just witnessed. These were no small sausages. In fact, a single brat contained about 1/3 of a pound of meat in the bun, which was thoroughly covered in its toppings. Momo found it simply unbelievable that such a massive amount of food was being sold in the streets of the poorest section of the city, and she was quick to voice this disbelief. You're telling me that even your poorest citizens can afford this much meat for a single meal? How is that even possible? Christopher wore a proud smile on his face as he explained the agricultural system of the Reich to his father's guests. Unlike other societies, we see our agriculture and medicine as a means to feed and heal our citizens and not as a means of profit. Because of this, everything is grown sufficient quantities, while medicine is stockpiled here in the fatherland and abroad in our colonies across the globe. They are then sold in the markets for the minimum price that still allows the companies to profit in a way that they can continue their business. As a result, even our poorest citizens have a healthy diet, which enables our people to have proper nutrition in every meal they eat. While our medical industries invent products that maintain a happy and healthy populace and are provided free of charge at the government's expense. It was not only Momo and her mother who were blown away by this news, but Itami herself was completely astonished by this. Even more so than her family. According to this boy, the Reich had universal healthcare that was actually high quality and an agricultural system that was not driven by profit but rather the need to feed every citizen of the Reich. Such a thing was simply astonishing if true. What kind of utopian ideas was this little boy spouting? As a ruler of an empire herself, Itami found the very notion of what he had said to be unobtainable. Thus, she suspected Christopher was merely speaking propaganda points and ignored everything else he had to say on the matter. Of course, Christopher was speaking the truth, and thus he continued on with the tour of Kufstein without paying heed to Itami's skeptical attitude. Chapter 1094, The Japanese Empress Tours the German Capital Part LL. Christopher led Itami and her family through the streets of the old district of Kufstein on a rather exciting tour, which gave the 3 foreign women a rather mind-altering perspective on the Reich and how its citizens lived. After visiting a few shops and pubs which had items reasonably priced for even the lowest class of German citizens, Christopher led the trio back to the car, where they got inside and prepared to enter another section of the city. As they passed by the largest hospital in the city of Kufstein, Christopher posed question to Itami that he had not thought about until seeing the building. Pardon me for asking something so personal, but are the 3 of you up to date on your immunizations? Because if not, we can take a quick stop at the doctor's office and get you vaccinated. Itami gazed upon Christopher's innocent-looking face with a look of pure bewilderment on her own. Did this boy seriously just say that the citizens of Germany already had ready access to vaccines? As for Momo and Mibu, they had no idea what the boy was talking about and thus appeared puzzled. This alone was enough for Christopher to pick up that something was seriously wrong, but it was Itami's own statement which thoroughly shocked him. Do you mean to tell me that Germany already has vaccines? For what diseases exactly? Upon hearing this, Christopher was utterly stumped. He had thought for sure Japan was a near-peer adversary. That was what he was always told by his father. Yet they did not even have vaccines yet? Surely they did not spend all their resources on developing military technology, did they? Thinking that this could actually be reality, Christopher shuddered in horror before informing the Japanese Empress that Germany, in fact, had several vaccinations. Currently, we have large stockpiles of vaccines for smallpox, measles, polio, rabies, and influenza, with new vaccines being developed every year. Surely you don't mean to tell me that your people don't have access to such life-saving medicine, do you? Itami simply averted her gaze, which was all Christopher needed to know that he had been correct in his assumption. He could hardly believe this news and was quick to insist that Itami and her family get vaccinated. Driver, pull up into the hospital's parking lot. We need to get these women vaccinated at once. Though Itami knew what Christopher was offering, her mother and sister had no idea what the two of them were talking about. The driver immediately did as instructed and dropped off the group at the entrance of the hospital. The hospital was large and fully staffed with an extravagant waiting room where several dozen people sat with filtered masks on so as to prevent the spread of illness. In fact, Christopher and his guests were all handed masks at the entrance which they were instructed to adorn before entering the facility. The Reich's rapid development in the field of medicine was in a large part due to widespread practice of human testing on death row inmates. As a result, there was not only widespread use of antibiotics and vaccines for various illnesses but also extensive surgical operations that had been thoroughly tested on the most heinous criminals. While some from Berengar's past life may consider this human experimentation to be immoral, it had helped rapidly develop the German medical industry, to the point where German citizens could receive a relatively modern standard of medical care for no charge. Even foreign monarchs would come to the Reich and pay a king's ransom to be treated by German medical professionals. Christopher registered Itami and her family at the front desk before meeting with them in the waiting room, where he informed them that they would be able to see a doctor in at most an hour. With multiple hospitals in every major city that were filled with a large and ever-present staff, the German Empire lacked many of the failings that universal healthcare systems had suffered from during Berengar's previous life, such as extended wait times. Within 30 minutes, Itami was called up to the doctor under a pseudonym as to not alert the public to her identity. Christopher followed her to the back of the office as her translator. Seeing how it was Itami's first time being treated by a medical professional, they ran a thorough physical examination and concluded that she was healthy before giving the Japanese empress her vaccinations. After no more than an hour, all three of the Japanese beauties had received their physicals and vaccinations, where they then departed from the hospital in a state of utter shock. Itami could not believe how modern the hospital was, nor how friendly the staff was despite her being a foreigner. The medical professionals seemed to genuinely care about her health and were not just in it for the substantial paycheck. She remained utterly silent as the car pulled into the trade district, where Christopher finally spoke before stepping out of the vehicle. You three can stay here for the moment. I just need to pick something up for my wife. The trio of women looked strangely at Christopher before Mibu finally voiced her confusion aloud. You have a wife? But you're so young. Christopher thought about what he had said for several moments and then blushed in embarrassment before correcting himself. What I meant to say is that we will be married in the future. I don't seem to recall the Japanese term for it. Mibu and Momo grew excited at the prospect of this little boy having a fiancée and quickly pinched his cheeks while teaching him the Japanese word for fiancé. After receiving enough attention from the older women, Christopher ran off towards the local sweet shop where he picked up a bag of cookies that Astrid was particularly fond of. As Itami waited around for Christopher to return, she noticed there was a rather large television in the sweet shop which displayed a cartoon about a cat-and-mouse duo who were always fighting. Though the art and animation was its own unique style, Itami felt that it was largely inspired by a show from her past life. Evidently, it was popular as the kids were laughing and cheering while eating their snacks, and even some of the parents joined in on the fun. Not long after, Christopher emerged from the shop with a bag of freshly baked cookies in his hands, which he placed safely in the trunk of the car before taking the passenger seat next to the driver's side. Once his seatbelt was in place, Christopher ordered for the car to continue to one of the oldest fashion stores in the city. The shop was popular among women and had been the place where Linda, Adela, and Anuria once competed against each other while shopping for lingerie. However, it did not just sell undergarments, but dresses of the finest kind as well as all kinds of accessories, including shoes. The fashion these days was vastly different from what it had been over a decade ago. The mature beauty who once ran the shop had long since retired and sold ownership to a larger chain. Despite this, the store continued to be a place which dressed women in the finest clothing available. Once inside, Itami and her family marveled at the wide selection whose fashion style was reminiscent of that of the early 20th century from her past life. Fashion was relatively conservative, especially by modern standards. Men wore three-piece suits, trench coats, and lavish hats, while women wore exquisite dresses whose length went below the knees. It was only really in the ballrooms of the nobility that an older, more refined style was still in fashion, and as a store which sold almost exclusively to the upper echelons of German society, it was this imperial sense of fashion that was sold within this store. Itami looked around the store and was truly surprised. These were what one might call princess dresses, much like what she was currently wearing, that Berenger had provided to her and her family free of charge. Itami did not know how much German currency was worth, but it was apparent by the price tags that these dresses and accessories weren't cheap. And yet there were dozens of women in this shop getting their sizes checked in order for these items to be properly tailored to their bodies. However, before she could inquire further about this, Momo had set her eyes on a satin black dress of a rather exquisite design which matched her hair and eyes perfectly. Since the moment Berenger had given her a royal dress, the young woman had become infatuated with the German sense of fashion and was quick to beg Itami for the one which was now in her hands. "Oh Wunshin, please convince the young gentleman to get this dress for me. I am sure I will be able to win any man's favor in such a fine garment." Though Christopher was standing a bit away from Itami and her sister, he had still heard Momo's words and was quick to inform them about his reason for visiting this particular store. "Father says I am to provide our guests with whatever it is they desire. So if you want this dress, I suggest picking out some shoes and a handbag which matches with it. Just don't look at me for advice on that subject. I'm not exactly what one would call a fashion aficionado." Momo quickly ran up to Christopher and hugged him tightly while kissing him on the cheek, before scurrying off to find more items which she wanted to add to her collection. As for Itami, she sighed heavily, thinking that perhaps her sister had more boobs than brains. Still, no matter how much she wanted to deny it, Itami always wanted to be dressed as a Western princess, especially after growing up in America during her past life. Thus, Itami, Momo, and Mibu spent the next few hours picking out the finest dresses and accessories they could find, not worrying in the slightest about the price, for it was all being paid for by the Kaiser. Chapter 1095, The Japanese Empress Tours the German Capital Part LLL. After successfully shopping for more hours than Christopher ever wanted to participate in, Itami and her family were ready to move on. Out of all the three women, Itami had purchased the least amount. Partially because she did not want to be in Berengar's debt, and partially because she still felt that something sinister was being plotted by the man who sat on the German throne. Christopher seemed to be perpetually happy despite Itami's many irksome remarks. The boy just let it go over his head. Maybe he was confident in his own ability and that of the fatherland, or perhaps he just pitted Itami for being such a rueful woman. Either way, Itami remained silent for much of the tour. Her reason for doing so? She was processing so many thoughts and emotions that she could not keep her mind on the conversation, which had now turned to Momo and Mibu complimenting everything they saw in the Reich. From ice cream to movies to forms of entertainment such as bowling alleys and carnivals. The trio of women continued on their journey throughout the city of Kufstein until the sun began to set. Itami had seen so many shocking things that she could no longer keep her mouth shut, especially after Christopher took her to one final destination. Standing below the Colossus of Kufstein, Itami gazed upon the massive bronze statue of a young Berenger sitting on the back of his old mount while pointing his sword southward. To build such a massive statue must have cost a considerable amount of manpower and resources, and finally, after seeing this, Itami was forced to speak. How? How did Berenger create such a wealthy and prosperous society in such a short amount of time? As if waiting for this question for decades, Christopher wore a cunning smile as he looked up into Itami's sanguine's eyes and spoke what needed to be said. "My father accomplished all of this by defeating his opposition. It might surprise you how many of my father's enemies have underestimated him, which he naturally took advantage of and used to his advantage. What you see before you is the Kufstein Colossus, a monument that was commissioned by my father as a testament to his resistance against the corruption of Rome, a city we now rule over. This is emphasized by the sword, which is pointed in the direction of where the Pope once reigned supreme. From the moment my father first took power as a lowly viscount, he focused on education and industrialization. Where my father has failed to innovate, others have taken his place and proved their worth. Not everything you see around you was invented by my father. What man could possibly accomplish all of this on his own? Even if he had 10 lifetimes, he would not be capable of building everything you see around you. No, my father found naturally intelligent and capable men, and he educated them to the best of his ability, and then these men innovated and improved upon what they had learned. Until today, we have a healthy and prosperous civilization. The Reich was not built by a single man's efforts, but by an entire society of men who followed my father's beliefs of self-sacrifice for the good of folk and fatherland. Thousands of young men have perished in pursuit of this dream, and their families now reap the benefits of their sacrifice. Nobody works harder than my father. My entire family knows this well. Believe me, he has often put his work as a ruler above the well-being of his family. In fact, the harmonious nature that exists between our dynasty is not his effort but Lindy's. She is a mother to us all, even those of us she has not given birth to. I do not know much about Japan other than the fact that you unified it beneath your banner and that your military is more advanced than any enemy we Germans have ever fought. However, if your reactions are anything to go by, then my guess is you had to build everything yourself, and thus it is no surprise that you have lagged so far behind the Reich. My father built a self-sustaining nation, one that will be capable of thriving long after he is gone, while you built a dictatorship that is entirely reliant on yourself. Without you and your hard work, Japan will not be able to function, which I'm guessing we will see soon enough now that you are our guest here in the Reich." Itami listened to the boy's lecture and bit her lip in displeasure. Though she had no words to refute Christopher, she still felt wrong for him to so blatantly point out her missteps as a ruler. Thus, it came as no surprise when the albino beauty refuted the last bit of what Christopher had said, which was the only thing she could find fault with. "Guest? More like prisoner." This sudden remark caused Christopher to look at Itami in shock. He had been given strict orders to treat his father's guests with the utmost courtesy and to show them a good time around Kufstein. Even after everything Berenger had done for Itami to show his good faith, she still felt she was nothing more than a prisoner. He was just about to let his tongue loose when he heard an exasperated sigh come from Maiba's mouth. Era, I knew that you could be stubborn, but to think that my precious daughter is so intelligent and yet so stupid at the same time, it truly makes me embarrassed as your mother. Itami suddenly shot a glare towards her mother, which was responded in kind. Just when she was about to protest, Mibu spoke up in Berengar's defense. Itami Ryo, do you honestly believe that if Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein ever meant us the slightest bit of harm, that he would provide such a warm welcoming to our family? He could have had us killed at any time, especially within the confines of your palace when he sent that team to rescue us. Yet instead he saves you from confinement, brings you into his home, throws you a feast, and gives you an all-expense-paid tour of his capital city. If you were truly a prisoner like you claim, then why would he trust us to walk free in his city with only a small child as our escort? You have a bad habit of seeing the worst in people and stubbornly refusing to believe that they are perhaps not as malicious as you first thought, even after being proven otherwise. It is no wonder you are still single, despite your good looks. Itami felt aggrieved after hearing her mother scold her so openly and quickly looked at Momo for support, who was wearing a smug expression on her pretty face. Her next words were the nail in the coffin. Wunshin Berenger still is permitted one more wife according to German law. If you do not marry him, I will. Weren't you always saying that you would only marry the man who has bested you on the field of battle? Well, Berenger hasn't only defeated you in every conflict, but even his empire is better than the one you have built. I don't know what exactly he has planned for you, but if Berenger is willing to go to such lengths to show you that he's not as bad as you think he is, then you should probably at least hear the man out. With both her mother and sister so blatantly telling her that she was refusing to see the truth, Itami was forced to confront her preconceived notions. Was she really the bad guy in this whole dispute between their two nations? The Japanese empress gazed up towards the stars in the sky above and felt for the first time in a long time that she truly needed to be alone in order to hash out her thoughts. Thus, she made one simple request before remaining silent the entire journey back to the palace. Please, bring me back to the palace? I have much to think about. Christopher responded with his signature smile before doing as requested. He could tell that his father's efforts had some sort of effect on the mind of the Japanese empress, albeit only as a result of her family's insistence to stop being so damn stubborn. Chapter 1096, Discussing Terms of Surrender. When Itami finally returned to the palace, she had many thoughts on her mind, so much so that she had remained completely and utterly silent throughout the journey back. Once inside the large residence, she thanked Christopher for the tour and allowed the boy to take her mother and sister to the dining hall for a nice meal. Itami herself had more important matters to take care of, and after having a member of Berengar's staff lead her to his location, she found herself staring at a locked door which led to the Kaiser's office. Evidently, the receptionist had gone home for the day, judging by her lack of presence. Without consideration of what the Kaiser may be up to, Itami knocked repeatedly on the door until it was opened by a golden-haired beauty that Itami recognized as one of Berengar's wives. Adela looked at the albino empress with a hint of surprise before allowing her entry to the room. It was only after entering the office did Itami see that Berenger was having a discussion with two of his wives. Adela was not the only woman present. There was also the mystifying strawberry blonde-haired vixen who was standing over the desk where a map was sprawled out while dressed in what was clearly a military-style uniform. Linda smiled when she saw Itami enter while Berenger frowned. He had clearly lost track of time because the moment he saw the Japanese empress enter his study, he spoke with a rather stern tone in his voice. Shouldn't you be on a tour right now? Partially offended by the callous remark, Itami crossed her arms beneath her substantial breasts and glared at the man before asking one of the myriad of questions which currently plagued her mind. I knew you were up to something. You send me off on a tour around your capital while you sit here and skulk in the shadows with two of your women. Tell me this, just what are you trying to pull? Shockingly, it was not Berenger who spoke up but Linda who spoke in perfect Japanese as she insulted the foreign empress for her rude behavior. We welcome you into our home, spare no expense to show our generosity, and here you stand, accusing my husband of misbehavior. I would have thought after an enjoyable day around our homeland you would find yourself more agreeable, but it is now clear to me that you are an impulsive and overly emotional woman whose nature is one of conflict. Just as Linda was about to continue scolding Itami, Berenger raised his hand and silenced her. He then spoke in the Japanese empress native tongue as he struggled to maintain his manners. If even after everything I have done for you, you still cannot find it within your heart to hear me out, then perhaps I should just send you and your family back to Japan. I am sure the new shogun will be more than forgiving regarding your escape from his captivity. The idea of being sent back to the imprisonment of that traitor was enough to finally shut Itami up. She lowered her head while curling her fists in rage as if she wanted to say more but couldn't. Once she had settled down and her posture transitioned to a more submissive state, Berenger finally made his speech. You ask what I am plotting? Has it ever occurred to you that I never wanted a war with you to begin with? Enough of my men have lost their lives because of your ego. As a result, I plan to sit back and do nothing for the remainder of this conflict. From here on out, the German strategy is to blockade the Japanese mainland and allow Shiba's so-called shogunate to collapse upon itself. Naturally, we will bomb Japan's means of military production while sending propaganda flyers to convince the common man to take up arms against their new dictator. If you feel like cooperating, I would prefer that you publicly declare your surrender so that your citizens know that you are not in fact hysterical, but have been forcibly removed from your position because you had the best interests of the Japanese nation in mind. With the help of my wives here, I can attribute every misdeed that has ever occurred under your reign to General Shiba. In the eyes of both Germany and Japan, you will be seen as the victim of a mad ant's ambitions coerced into supporting heinous acts through deceit and intimidation only to be detained when you stood your ground and declared enough is enough. This is an easy enough tale to spin. After all, Shiba has been by your side since the very beginning of your conquests, has he not? The murder of the previous dynasty, the invasions of Korea, the Philippines and Borneo, the massacres of unarmed civilians in occupied areas and the enslavement of your conquered subjects. All of these can be wiped away from your responsibility. Of course you are free to not participate in this scheme of mine, and if you choose to do so, I will be able to find you a small plot of land in one of my tributaries where you can live the rest of your life in exile. However, your name will be dragged through the mud and your legacy will be one of tyranny, which ultimately resulted in anarchy. Upon hearing all of this, Itami could only sit down in the nearest seat and think the proposal through. Though many of these heinous acts had occurred without her knowledge, it was a fact that they had happened beneath her reign. Even though she had punished the perpetrators, the crimes they had committed would forever be a black mark on her legacy. At this point, she could not return to Japan and reclaim her throne without Berengar's support, and if it meant surrendering, which she had already planned to do before Shiba usurped her position, then she saw no reason to refuse, even if she was suspicious of every word Berenger had said. Thus, Itami could not help but sigh as she gave in to Berengar's demands. Very well, I will announce my surrender whenever you think is best. Though I still do not trust you, I have to admit that you are my only hope of regaining my throne. So I guess I have no choice but to play along with your schemes. Berenger smiled when he heard this and quickly pulled out a document which he handed to Itami. The albino beauty took one look at it and could immediately tell what the entire document entailed. She carefully read every detail, knowing that the terms presented in this treaty would forever change the fate of Japan. The terms were as follows. 1. The Empire of Japan takes all responsibility for causing the war by instigating violence in the Indian subcontinent with the intention of causing German casualties. 2. The Empire of Japan must pay reparations to Germany for the cost of the war and the suffering endured by the Reich. 3. The Empire of Japan recognizes the independence of the Joseon dynasty and returns all of its lands that it once held prior to Japanese occupation. 4. The Empire of Japan agrees with the German Empire, seizing all remaining Japanese war assets. 5. The Japanese armed forces shall henceforth be restructured into the Japanese self-defense forces and limited to the numbers necessary to maintain order within the country. They will also be outfitted solely with equipment purchased from the German Empire. 6. The Empire of Japan will agree to German occupation and re-education of their country and its people for as long as necessary. As a result, the German Empire will handle the Empire of Japan's internal and foreign affairs for the duration of their occupation. 7. The Empire of Japan is henceforth banned from conducting weapons research. The Empire of Japan acknowledges that the equipment provided to the newly formed Japanese self-defense forces by the Reich is advanced enough to deal with any threats they may encounter. Furthermore, the only reason they would develop improved weapons is to start another war with the German Empire. 8. Empress Itami Ryo permits her family being taken to Kufstein to live as guests of the Reich in perpetuity. 10. The Empire of Japan will cede control of the Philippines to the German Empire. 11. The Empire of Japan will recognize Germany's ownership of the New World and its territories in Australasia, Oceania, and Asia. Itami looked up from this list of demands and frowned. There were many things she wanted to argue against, however she was in no position to do so. Thus, she sighed heavily before handing the document back to Berenger. With a defeated tone in her voice, she spoke the words she knew Berenger would understand. Vi Victus? Very well, I will sign your treaty as is. Upon hearing this, Berenger nodded thrice with a wide grin on his face before discussing his plans for Itami's surrender. You will sign this treaty in a fortnight in the Tokyo Bay on the deck of the SMS Berenger, which is my personal battleship. I am sure you understand the significance of this. While it was true that Itami had invested in the construction of Tokyo, which would normally not come into existence for several centuries, she had not yet moved her capital from Heiankyo to the fledgling city. However, the significance of this location came from her past life, where the Empire of Japan surrendered to the United States of America on board the USS Missouri within the Tokyo Bay. In other words, Berenger was reenacting the scene as a way to further get his point across. Despite finding this a complete and utter humiliation, Itami bowed her head and agreed to the stipulation, knowing full well that she had no way of resisting. Chapter 1097, Surrendering to the Reich. 2 weeks came and passed as Itami and her family lived in the palace of the Kaiser. Though Berenger went out of his way to make his guests comfortable, Itami still stubbornly refused to believe his intentions were genuine. Thus, she continued to sulk about and wait for the dreaded day which she had to publicly announce her surrender to the Reich. Eventually, the Japanese empress boarded onto a plane alongside the Kaiser. The destination was Tokyo Bay, where the 6th Carrier Strike Group was located. After some shuffling about, Berenger and Itami boarded the SMS Berenger, which was no longer a Linda-class battleship but one of the newest designs. Itami was given her own private quarters where she was dressed in the traditional garb of the Empress of Japan, which the Reich had provided for her. A team of professionals who made her appear as beautiful as humanly possible did her makeup and hair until she was practically a living goddess. As for Berenger, he was garbed in his black and gold imperial regalia with all the medals he had awarded himself for his various feats in battle over the past few years. Standing next to him on the deck of the SMS Berenger were several high-ranking officials in the German Empire, including General Feldmarschall Adelbrand von Salzburg and Chancellor Otto von Graz, who was by now getting close to the age of retirement. Itami walked onto the deck in her most gorgeous appearance yet, and in doing so stunned every man present, including Berenger. Her snow-white hair was tied up into double buns while still flowing down the back of her neck. The ends of her bangs and hair were cut blunt for the occasion, which accompanied her heart-shaped face perfectly. Itami had a stoic expression on her face as she walked towards the center of the ship where Berenger stood opposing to her. The two monarchs nodded silently before both signing the peace treaty. Once it was over, Itami got on her knees and kowtowed to Berenger as a sign of submission. Though the event was short, it was filmed and photographed extensively to be used in propaganda materials. Within a week, flyers would be pouring into the Japanese mainland showing the capitulation of the Japanese empress to her German master. Once the cameras were no longer present, Itami rose to her feet and scowled before making a bitter remark to the man who had defeated her at every turn. "You must be extremely happy with yourself having a beautiful Japanese woman like myself bow to you so submissively." Despite the obvious malice laced into her words, Berenger smiled and countered Itami's remark with his own shameless statement. "I'm not going to lie. It has been a fantasy of mine for as long as It is a shame you exude such masculine energy. It kind of ruined the whole thing for me. Now, if there was a more proper feminine Japanese woman like your sister or mother submitting to me, then perhaps I would be more thrilled at the prospect. But we can't get everything we want in life." Itami simply scoffed when she heard this comment. She had no words for Berengar's shamelessness. However, in the next moment he said something that surprised her. "So now that we have gotten that ugly business over with, how about we hit the mess hall and get something for lunch?" The Japanese Empress' sanguine eyes warily examined Berenger to see if he had any hidden intent. However, to her surprise, for the first time since she had actually met the man, he appeared to be rather carefree. Naturally, she could not help but inquire why that was the case. "You're smiling? Over the past few weeks since you first kidnapped me, I don't believe I have ever seen you smile in this manner. What gives?" Ignoring the kidnapping remark, Berenger instead gazed off towards the island of Japan where the sound of bombs detonating echoed in the distance. Germany had just conducted its last air raid over the skies of Japan where they bombed the entire Japanese infrastructure into oblivion. He took a deep breath before exhaling with a rather excited smile on his face. After doing so, Berenger explained to Itami just why he was so happy. "I can finally rest easy knowing that the war has come to an end. You smell that? It's the scent of victory. From this day forward, I will build a new golden age for my people, a second Pax Germania, one that will last for centuries to come. All of my life's ambitions have finally been fulfilled. The only thing that is left in my story is to continue to build and expand my empire into the world's supreme power. One that under my guidance shall endure the test of time. Oh sure, Sheba still needs to be dethroned, but my troops will no longer be actively engaging in the front lines. Now how about that meal?" Berenger had already begun to walk off by the end of his brief speech, one that left Itami completely stunned into silence. It was only now that she realized that she knew very little about who Berenger von Kufstein actually was or what his life's ambitions were. He was a man with 2 lifetimes like herself, and yet she had been so angry with him for ruining her plans that she had never stopped to ask just who the hell was he? Whether she realized it or not, Itami began to chase after the man where he led her to the mess hall. The two of them sat down at their own table where the rest of the crew gave them a wide berth. There were whispers among the German sailors about the Japanese empress and the role she had played in all of Japan's actions. If the media was to be believed, which most Germans found to be trustworthy, then Itami had been a victim of Sheba's ambitions, a mere puppet of the mad and who now stubbornly refused to surrender. Thus, these sailors had no animosity in their hearts to the albino beauty who supposedly bravely took a stand against Sheba, which resulted in her captivity. Itami did not pay attention to any of this, instead sat in silence as Berenger returned from the line with a pair of brats and beers for them to consume at their leisure. Whether Itami wanted to admit it or not, ever since her visit to the food stall in the streets of the old district, she had become addicted to the taste of bratwurst. The duo remained utterly silent for some time before Itami posed one of the many questions which she currently had regarding Berengar's identity. "May I ask a personal question?" Berenger looked up from his half-eaten brat and swallowed what remained in his mouth before nodding his head in approval. "Knock yourself out, nobody here can speak Japanese, anyway." Itami shuffled in silence with a rather anxious look on her previous face for several seconds before finally spitting out her question. "You were like me, right? Someone who reincarnated from another world?" Berengar's gaze suddenly turned serious as he nodded his head in silence before taking another bite from his dog. After doing so, Itami exhaled deeply before asking another question. "So, who were you in that past life? Were you German then too? Or have you simply created your empire as a result of your circumstances?" Berenger took a sip from his beer before responding to this question in a way Itami did not expect. That life no longer holds any meaning to me. However, since you were curious, I will give you a brief summary. The world I came from was similar to the one we find ourselves in now, with some minor differences in history prior to my actions which have forever left their mark on this world. I came from the distant future and lived a meaningless life before dying tragically in some foreign land which I should have never been to in the first place. When I reincarnated into this world, I was a sickly fool who was on the verge of death. Contrary to what you might believe, things were not easy for me. Nobody took me seriously, and my own brother was constantly plotting my demise. Worst yet, I quickly made enemies with men far more powerful than myself. The only thing that kept me alive during those days was Lindy's watchful eye, who was able to detect and eliminate any covert threats to my existence. If not for her, I would have died a second time before I could have accomplished anything significant. This turn of events surprised Itami. She had not expected Berenger to give up on his past life so easily. Lord knows that her own past haunted her to this day, and she was quick to inquire about this for the sake of her own mental health. So you have no regrets from your past life? You left nobody behind? Berenger scoffed as he took one final bite from his brat before answering Itami's question with a bit of disdain in his tone. My only regret from that world is that I was unable to give my parents the grandchildren they always wanted. Aside from them, I had nobody else in my life. No friends, no wife, no children, absolutely nothing. Nobody besides my parents gave a damn that I died so miserably. I can guarantee you that. Itami was utterly baffled that the man she had fought for so many years had such a pitiful backstory. She couldn't help but connect dots that didn't exist within her own mind as she voiced this conclusion aloud. So that's why you built an empire? You felt that you lived a meaningless existence and tried to make up for it in this life. However, Berengar's response was entirely out of Itami's expectations. The man broke out into a fit of laughter as if what Itami had said was the funniest joke in the world. This response naturally caused everyone in the mess hall to look over at him with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Once Berenger had settled down, he completely shattered Itami's expectations. Not at all. You know, when I first entered this world, I was wholly content with living a peaceful life in my family's holdings, spending my days ensuring that the barony became prosperous and perhaps marrying a nice girl to have a small family with. But for some reason, people just kept trying to kill me. First, it was my brother who had conspired with my liege and the Bishop of Innsbruck to have me killed. Then, after surviving their attempts, the papacy tried to have me condemned as a heretic, so I responded by creating the German Reformation, which ultimately led to the destruction of the Catholic Church. Before I knew it, I had an army which kept growing in size and had gained the territory to support it. I kept rising through the ranks of nobility with each major victory until I ended up as the emperor of all Germans. I did not plan to become the Kaiser of the world's greatest empire. I was forced into it as a means of ensuring my own survival. With each passing victory, my ambitions grew, and eventually I ended up with everything you see today. When it comes to my colonization efforts, that started simply because I had a craving for potato pancakes and chocolate. Literally for no other reason. Itami gazed at Berenger as if she were looking at an entirely different person than the one she thought she knew. She could not fathom any of this to be true. Was this man seriously saying that he became the world's most powerful emperor not by his own ambition, but as a response to actions that were completely out of his control? If the nobility and the papacy had just left Berenger alone, what would this world be like? The Japanese empress had a sudden urge to curse out whoever the idiot was who first decided to fuck with Berenger. There were so many more questions in Itami's mind now that she had learned about Berengar's origins. She thought that her questions would confirm what she already knew to be true about this man and his personality. Instead, she now felt as if her entire existence in this world had become a complete and utter joke. Naturally, she had many more questions which she intended to ask now that she had some alone time with Berenger. Chapter 1098, Discussing the Past, Part 50. Berenger sat beside Itami within the mess hall of the SMS Berenger. After finishing their brats and beers, Berenger fetched another round for their continued conversation. Once seated, Berenger handed off the cold beer to the Japanese empress, which she gulped down with ease. Itami had proven greatly interested in Berengar's past, a topic the man himself did not wish to discuss more than he had to. With her sanguine eyes peering deeply into Berengar's soul, Itami asked the next question in her mind. However, she did so not in her native tongue but in American English. So, do you speak English at all? Berenger did not hesitate to nod his head as he spoke the words of a language that, in many ways, did not exist yet. While English was a language spoken in the British Isles, it was a primitive form that was unrecognizable by modern speakers such as the two monarchs. For the first time in nearly 15 years, Berenger found himself speaking the language of his past life, with a similar accent as he had done so during those days. However, despite a similar accent, Berengar's pitch and tone were widely different from that of his past life, and as a result, Itami could not identify that he was, in fact, the man she loved. Naturally, she had the same problem as the two conversed in an advanced language that should not belong in this world. Indeed, I grew up in a country that spoke the English language, a pity that this world's variant of the tongue will probably never develop into the form I know so well. Not after the ongoing Germanization of the British Isles. Itami glanced towards Berenger with a hint of curiosity on her gorgeous face as she quickly asked just what exactly the man meant by his words. What do you mean? Berenger smiled as he recounted his tale of the Great Crusade against the German nation. Well, as you are probably aware, the English were Catholic when I first encountered them. As we previously discussed, I almost immediately had difficulties with the Catholic Church upon entering this world. Things kept escalating and proxy wars were fought between myself and the papacy. Eventually, a grand crusade was declared against the German Empire shortly after I had founded it, and in doing so, all the major European kingdoms had united against me. The English were among them. In a rather foolish attempt to take control of what you know as the Suez Canal, which I had only recently finished construction on, the King of England marched his army to the Sinai Peninsula where they were utterly massacred by my forces. As a result, I sailed to the Kingdom of England and dethroned the fallen king's successor, and in doing so placed myself as steward until a time when my son Lucas can come of age to become the next King of England. Currently, England is nothing more than a puppet of the Reich, as are all my neighbors. Most of which will have a member of my dynasty on their throne within a generation or two. Since Itami's spy network was not nearly as advanced as Berengar's, she actually had very limited information about his rise to power, and thus most of what she was hearing from the man himself was new information. She was quick to interrogate the man further on just how he had accomplished so much during his brief life in this world. You're saying that all of your neighbors are your puppets? How did you manage to accomplish that? Berenger took a swig from his beer with a smug smile on his face as he further elaborated on his diplomatic policy over the last 15 years. It is a long and rather complicated story, but to make it short, I essentially legalized polygamy, and through marriages either to myself or my potential heirs, I have secured the thrones of most European kingdoms for my dynasty or cadet branches that will be formed in the coming decades. Especially after the crusade where most of the previous monarchs had died in battle. It's not just England, the Iberian Empire will one day spread across North Africa during my son Ghazi's reign. Under the rule of my son Alexandros, the Byzantines shall conquer eastward until they reach the borders of India. From India, my bastard child with their princess shall inherit his uncle's throne. His borders already reach those of the Majapahit Empire, where my son with their princess shall succeed his grandfather. You could say that I have spent the last 15 years ensuring that my bloodline rules from the western shores of the New World to the western borders of China. The only region of this earth where my descendants are unlikely to reign as sovereign is Northeast Asia. I dare say China, Korea, and Japan are out of my sphere of influence. Itami could hardly believe what she was hearing. Did this man seriously intend to unite the world with his bloodline? From the sound of it, the descendants of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein would one day rule everything west of China. The idea was truly bold, and Itami had to admit the fact that Berenger had been scheming for this outcome for over a decade was truly impressive. If only Berenger wasn't such a womanizer, then perhaps she too might have fallen for him. However, Itami doubted she would ever be able to share the man she chose in this life to be her partner, and thus as much as she respected Berenger for his ability to manipulate the world around him, she also held a strong sense of disdain. In Itami's eyes, there was nothing more beautiful and romantic than a loving monogamous relationship, and Berenger was the farthest thing from those ideals. Still, every day she witnessed how happy the Kaiser's family was, she felt her convictions being challenged. This ultimately forced Itami to sigh heavily and drink from her beer before asking Berenger a far more personal question. Okay, I understand your reasoning for a polygamous lifestyle. It is a political weapon you use to assert your authority over all the world's major kingdoms and empires. However, be honest with me, there is no way that you could possibly love all of your women equally, right? Berenger simply chuckled when he heard this and took another sip from his beer before responding to Itami's claims. For the first time since she had met the man, he had smiled at her the same way he did when he was around his family. Although Itami knew this was because the man was reflecting on his memories, she still found the warm expression on his face to be more attractive than she wanted to admit. After thinking about his answer for some time, Berenger let out a heavy sigh before speaking the words in his heart. You pose an interesting question. Is it possible for one man to love 10 women equally? I believe the answer to that is a resounding no. There is no doubt in my mind that some of my relationships, particularly the ones with my concubines, are more shallow than the ones I have with my lawful wives. And even my relationships with my wives vary in intensity between the four of them. I would be lying if I said that my relationships with the Aztec princess, the queen of the Crimean Khanate, the princess of the Majapahit Empire, and the Indian princess were equivalent to what I have with Linda or Adela. In fact, in those scenarios, our feelings towards one another are more akin to mutual attraction and friendship than actual romantic love. After all, I only have so much time in the world, and as the ruler of the world's largest and most powerful empire, my ability to spend time with my loved ones is severely limited. Despite all of this, I still care for and provide for those women and the children we have together in the way a husband should. So at the end of the day, so long as everyone is happy, then I don't see a reason why I should not have so many women by my side. Itami bit her lip in frustration when she heard this. She honestly did not expect Berenger to outright admit that his feelings were unequally distributed among his many women. Thus, she was compelled to ask the question that immediately appeared in her mind. So you don't believe in soulmates then? Berenger simply smiled and shook his head before responding to Itami in a rather gentle tone. Oh, quite the contrary, I do have a soulmate. She has been there for me every step of the way since I entered this world, almost as if she was waiting for me throughout the entirety of my 2 lives leading up to our first encounter. As I previously mentioned, if not for her, I would have likely died a horrific death a long time ago. There is one other woman who I was bound by fate to meet and love. Unfortunately, we do not get to spend much time together, and it has not been long since our relationship first began. She lives in a different world entirely, and our reunions are always short-lived. Once a month, I fly across the sea to visit her. However, I can only stay for the weekend before I must depart back to my home. There appeared to be a look of longing on Berengar's face, one that Itami had never seen before. The man had 10 women in total, several of which did not even live with him, and yet this one woman had touched his soul in such a way that just thinking about her brought him visible pain. Naturally, Berenger was referring to Brynhild. From the moment he met the Valkyrie and learned that she was the reason he was brought into this world, he felt a deep personal connection with the mature beauty. However, he would never inform Itami about this. As far as Berenger knew, the Japanese empress had never made contact with the gods and would find his tale about mating with a Valkyrie to be entirely unbelievable. If she thought he was lying about such a thing, she might disregard everything he had since they first met and thus undo weeks' worth of diplomatic progress. Itami closely examined the pain on Berengar's face as he briefly and cryptically spoke about this mysterious woman who she had yet to meet. It was almost the same sense of agony she endured after being apart from Julian for so long. Thus, she instinctively and silently grabbed hold of the man's hand to comfort him. Something Berenger did not even take notice of as he was lost in his thoughts. Chapter 1099, Discussing the Past Part LL. After briefly talking about Berengar's pasts and his relationships, the man had some questions of his own for the Japanese empress, which he was quick to discuss in an attempt to shift away from his own memories. So I have told you about myself. It is now time for you to reciprocate. I'm not too entirely curious about who you were in your past life. As I have said before, that life no longer holds any meaning for me, and if I'm being honest, you should move on from it as well. What I want to know is how in the middle of medieval Japan, a woman of all people rises to the top and becomes empress. Naturally, I know all the dirty details already. After all, my wife Linda has spent the last 15 years creating the world's most advanced intelligence agency, but I want to hear it from you. What drove you to build an empire? Was it your father's death? I think not. You clearly showed signs of advancing your father's territory and preparing for war long before the Ashikaga shogunate threatened you. Itami was completely and utterly shocked by this revelation. She had no idea that all this time Berenger knew so much about her. It was honestly rather impressive how far his intelligence network had spread in such a short period of time. This was something that she had utterly failed to accomplish on her own and had been a large reason behind why the Germans had defeated her so soundly. After thinking about her response for some time, Itami took another sip of her beer before answering Berengar's question in a very long speech. I suppose if you must know my ambitions for creating the Empire of Japan, it would have to go back to my past life. You see, my grandfather was a World War II veteran. He had fought in the Imperial Japanese Army and told me many tales of the war growing up. In many ways, you could say that he inspired my career choice in that life. Unfortunately, I died rather miserably before I could make my mark on the world around me and was reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl during the years of the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike you, I was never really content with my position in life. My father in this life was Itami Yasutane. He was a minor nobleman in this world's version of feudal Japan. The man had utterly failed to sire a son, and as a result, he was especially hard on me growing up, where he forced me to be raised like a boy. When I was 13, I suffered severe head trauma in a training accident, and when I finally woke up, I suddenly had memories of another life. Once I finally realized I was a teenage girl in feudal Japan, I knew my fate would be worse than death. You see, my father had gotten one of his concubines pregnant, and it was my fear that she would bear him a son. If she did, I would no longer be his heir and would suffer the same humiliating fate that all young girls endure in this medieval world. Namely, being married off to some fat old bastard to live the rest of my miserable life in a loveless marriage. Thus, in order to avoid such a horrific fate, I decided to make myself useful and began advancing the agricultural systems of my father's lands. It was not an easy task. As a young girl, nobody took my suggestions seriously, and I was forced to build a friendship with one of the old peasants from the village who held some sense of seniority among my father's lands. It was only after this old man approached my father with my ideas as if they were his own did my father take an interest in them. Of course, the old peasant died shortly after, but he had been useful enough to trick my father into implementing my designs across his territory. The next 9 months were rather stressful. I prayed to the gods every morning and night for this newest child to be born a girl. All the while, my father began developing his lands with my inventions. Before long, we had gained a considerable amount of wealth, where I then manipulated the village blacksmith into manufacturing matchlocks and cannons, which were presented to my father, who immediately took an interest in them. My hope was that by the time I inherited my father's lands, that I would have an army ready for war. 9 months passed, and it would appear that the heavens took pity on me, for my father's concubine passed away while giving birth to her son, who turned out to be a stillbirth. With his most beloved concubine and his unborn son both dead, my father became extremely depressed. He often locked himself away in solitude for long periods of time. When he did finally reveal himself, he made my usual training much more difficult, as if to take out his frustrations on me for being born a girl. Eventually he lost interest in the governance of our lands and left most of his responsibilities up to my mother, who was more than happy to implement my inventions for the sake of the Itami clan's continued prosperity and security. Of course, this only attracted the avaricious eyes of those in power, and within a couple of years, the Ashikaga shogunate had sent their lackeys to seize our wealth. A tax that only applied to the Itami clan. What a fucking joke. I mean, honestly, could they not come up with a more reasonable excuse to plunder our coffers? As you apparently already know, my father refused to give in to their demands and ended up dying a miserable death in the battle that ensued. If you ask me, he had been looking for a way to die with honor since his concubine and son passed away. With the old bastard's death, I claimed my rightful place as his heir and used my father's passing at the hands of the Ashikaga shogunate to wage war against them. In truth, I did not really care that my father had passed away. After all, he was never truly a parental figure to me. Not even my mother grieved his death for longer than what was socially acceptable. While my father in this life was ultimately nothing more than a stranger who looked after me, I did form a bond with Mibuzan and Momo, who I now accept as my actual mother and sister. As for what came next, I rallied those who had been oppressed by the Ashikaga shogunate and began my rebellion. If you must know why I was so insistent on building an empire in this world, it has to do with my aforementioned grandfather from my past life. If there was one thing you could say about my grandfather, it was that he had always regretted the fall of the Japanese Empire. What replaced the Empire of Japan was a shadow of its former self as far as he was concerned. Thus, I used my newfound power to build that very empire in this world. Things were going well until I found out there was another person like me on the other side of the world. You could say that I panicked when I learned of your existence and, in my state of paranoia, believed there could only be one of us. So I did what I do best, waged war against my neighbors in an attempt to gather resources so that I could industrialize my fledgling empire. It would have worked perfectly if you didn't constantly meddle in my affairs like the nuisance you are. In the end, you proved me correct. In this war, you have thoroughly destroyed my empire and my life's ambitions. So I suppose I should congratulate you on that. Berenger had silently listened to Itami's entire tale with his complete attention. However, in the end, he was forced to argue with her about her last few words. I would have never been compelled to fight with your empire if you did not send troops and resources into India for the sake of causing German casualties. You only have yourself to blame for how things turned out. After hearing this, Itami bit her lip in frustration. Obviously, she knew this was the case, but she still had a hard time letting go. Nearly 10 years of effort and it was now all down the drain. The Empire of Japan would never rise again, not with the treaty Berenger had forced upon her. If there was one thing she could be thankful of, it was how Berenger had treated herself and her family even after all of her actions. Still, the idea of losing everything after all her hard work, it made the albino beauty incredibly bitter. Berenger immediately noticed this fact and quickly shifted the discussion to something more lighthearted in an attempt to avoid further conflict between himself and the Japanese empress. So I take it you were a man in your past life? I honestly don't know how I would have reacted if I was reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl. This remark had the exact opposite effect that Berenger had intended. Itami instantly shot him a dirty look, visibly offended by his remarks. She raised her voice as she began to interrogate the man about his statement. What makes you think I was a man in my past life? This question immediately caught Berenger off guard, but that did not prevent him from speaking his mind, which he was quick to do so with a confident expression on his handsome face. Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, it kind of explains a lot about your personality. Besides the fact that there seemed to be a hint of lament in your voice when you expressed the idea of being reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl, the idea that you were a man in your past life would explain your overly masculine personality. One thing I have noticed in all our interactions is that you are ambitious, disagreeable, and outright aggressive. These are just a few among many other traits you have that characterize a masculine nature. No offense, but these aren't exactly traits that a woman would normally possess, nor should she. So it would make sense if you were really a man living in a woman's body. By now, Itami was grinding her teeth in displeasure as the words narrowly escaped her lips, sounding more like a hiss than a statement. I was a woman. I am a woman. And I will always be a woman. How dare you? Realizing now that his assumptions were incorrect and that he had said something quite offensive, Berenger averted his gaze from the albino beauty and sipped on his beer in silence. Had Itami been a man in either of her two lives, then perhaps he would have apologized for his remarks. But she was a woman through, and if there was one rule a man should follow, it was that he must never apologize to a woman, for if he did, she would expect him to do so every time she thought he was wrong. Thus, the two monarchs sat in utter silence for some time with a rather awkward atmosphere between them. Chapter 1100, Stalking the Kaiser. Several days passed since Berenger and Itami signed their peace agreement, and before long, the two monarchs were back in Kufstein, where Berenger quickly got back to work. While the Kaiser continued to fill out paperwork throughout the day, Itami herself had begun spending most of her time becoming acquainted with the German language. While Berenger spoke both Japanese and modern English and was thus able to communicate effectively with Itami, the albino beauty did not wish to rely on a translator for everyday conversation with the staff of Berengar's palace. Thus, she spent several hours studying the German language with the aid of her divine mirror, which greatly enhanced her ability to comprehend the foreign tongue and its script. By the time Itami had used up all the artifacts' stored power, the sun had begun to set, and thus she set out from her seclusion to find Berenger and test her newfound knowledge of his mother tongue. Itami made her way through the halls where she found Berenger emerging from his office with an exhausted appearance on his otherwise handsome face. The man was craning and messaging his neck, which was naturally the result of spending the past 14 hours in a chair. Just when Itami was about to surprise Berenger with her understanding of the German tongue, the man walked off and continued through the halls of his palace with a determined look on his face. Convinced that he was about to do something important, Itami pursued him through the corridors from afar, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever the Kaiser was about to do. Soon enough, Berenger found himself in front of an open doorway peering into a room with a silly smile on his face. Unable to contain her curiosity, Itami approached the doorway to the best of her ability without alerting the man to her presence, where she saw his warm gaze landing upon a beautiful young red-headed girl roughly the age of 13 who was in the act of painting a marvelous picture. Helga's canvas was stained with oil-based paint as she made soft strokes with her brush. The objects of her artwork were lying in front of her. There were 2 leopards lying in the center of the room on a finely woven rug in front of a fireplace where many of the princess' other esteemed works hung above. One of the leopards was quite large and obviously a full-grown adult. He lay in a relaxed pose on the rug with his paw placed firmly upon a much smaller beast of its own species who was clearly a cub, holding the child in place to ensure that it did not misbehave. Immediately, Itami noticed that the small leopard was the mischievous little cub named Spots, who had left a thorough impression on her during her first night in Kufstein. The larger leopard swiftly took notice of Itami's presence and raised his head while glaring at her. However, he detected no hostility from the albino beauty and thus corrected his posture so that he maintained the previous pose. The young girl was too engrossed in her activity to notice the sudden movement and thus continued about her latest work. Suddenly the sound of music appeared within the hallway, which Helga clearly took notice of. As she listened to the song and hummed its tune, her cold exterior melted away, leaving a warm smile on her pretty face. She continued to paint her masterpiece without ever realizing that her father was standing in the doorway watching her with a gentle gaze in his mismatched eyes. Itami had become lost in thought, wondering perhaps if the girl purposely left the door open, waiting for the music to begin. The Japanese empress had spaced out so much that by the time she regained her whereabouts she noticed that the object of her stalking was already gone. Moving down the hallway towards the origin of the sweet music, where he stood in the doorway with the same gentle smile he had while watching the red-headed girl paint. As a result, Itami quickly pursued the man and stared into the doorway where she saw 2 young children. One she recognized to be Christopher, the other, however, was a young and doll-like girl who was anxiously trying to keep up on her violin with the boy sitting in front of her. Though Christopher could not see the girl behind him, he could tell that she was struggling to keep up, and thus he lowered his tempo with a warm smile on his face as he spoke to the girl with a tone filled with kindness. "I know you can do this, Astrid. If you can play the piece slowly, then it is only a matter of time before you can match my tempo. So how about we just take it slow for now until you get the hang of it?" Upon hearing this, Astrid wore a pretty smile and blushed slightly as she continued to play the piece at her own speed. Something which Christopher had matched perfectly. However, Itami was quite shocked that she had understood what the boy had said, proving that indeed her German lessons were coming along nicely. Both Berenger and Itami continued to watch the 2 children play the rest of the song in silence. Once completed, Astrid put her violin down and sat next to Christopher on his bench. In an act which shocked Itami, the doll-like girl pecked the boy on his cheek, causing him to blush in embarrassment. In response to this, Astrid merely giggled childishly as the 2 children sat in silence while staring at each other with loving eyes. When Itami saw this scene unfold, she felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. This damn brat was not even 12 years of age, and yet he already had a better love life than her. How is that even possible? Unable to continue looking at the little lovebirds flirt with each other, Itami scrambled off and found that Berenger had shared the same mentality. It was only now that she realized that Christopher was probably the kid whose music she had randomly insulted in front of Gerhard during one of their previous encounters. Having met the sweet child and witnessed his warm and gentle personality, Itami now understood why Gerhard was so protective of the boy, which caused her to feel a deep sense of shame as she followed Berenger through the hallway, where she rounded the corner and immediately halted in her tracks when she heard a large shout come from the other side of the hallway. "Daddy!" What Itami witnessed was a young tan-skinned girl with golden hair and amber eyes run up to Berenger and glomped him. The man chuckled and shook his head as he embraced his daughter, realizing that he had been spotted in the act of observing his children. Zara had a wide smile on her face, as if this were the happiest moment of her entire life. She continued to hug her father with a fierce grip. Obviously, the little girl did not want to be torn away from the man's arms. Berenger proceeded effortlessly to pick the young girl and kiss her on the forehead while wearing a heartwarming expression on his face. "Let's go see what your big brother is up to." After saying this, Berenger continued to carry his young daughter in his arms throughout the hallway. As Berenger walked further down the corridor, Itami noticed that his prior weary expression had completely vanished after spending the slightest bit of time with his kids. It was only now that the albino beauty realized that Berenger probably had more important things to do than test her new understanding of the German language, and thus had a sullen expression on her otherwise pretty face while she walked through the hallways and returned to her quarters alone. For some time, Itami sulked in silence, thinking about all the misconceptions she had about Berenger and his unorthodox family. Though the man was a polygamist, he genuinely seemed to care about each and every one of his women. The fact that he worked a minimum of 12 hours a day and continued to check up on each of his kids showed that he was at the very least a father who loved his children. Perhaps Itami was mistaken when she had assumed that the Kaiser was some womanizing playboy. Actions often spoke louder than words, and though Berenger had defended his unusual lifestyle during their previous conversation, he had still been unable to convince Itami that he was anything but a man who used women for their bodies. This perception had completely and totally come crashing down, along with Itami's entire perspective of Germany and its mighty Kaiser, as she struggled to cope with the deep sense of envy she was feeling at this very moment. Though she did not realize it yet, Itami had begun to see Berenger with a hint of attraction rather than the disgust she previously felt for the man. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.